The young man was so frightened, he nearly collapsed when the sudden incident erupted right before his eyes. From somewhere a magical beast burst out, charging straight toward him. While the magical beast was still staring intently at Tin Vu, a stream of incantations suddenly rang out and cut through the moment. In the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth had not yet separated, I used blood as the covenant, calling the spirit back from the void. Blood as the oath, with words as the command seal, heed my summons. Blazing lion void. As soon as the chant ended, the magical beast's body dispersed like smoke, a sign that it had been slain. The events happened so quickly that Tin Vu thought he was dreaming. He unconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. But when he opened them again, the scene before him was still the familiar pile of ruins. Instead of the magical beast, before him stood a young woman beside a gigantic lion. She introduced herself as Yen, the headmaster of Qinglong Academy. I apologize for causing you unnecessary trouble. The damage to your house, Qinglong Academy, will send people later to repair everything. At the same time, we will provide you with proper compensation. Yen smiled and handed Tin Vu a business card before leaving the scene with several other beast tamers. Tin Vu watched the beast tamer, who had saved him with admiration mixed with a bitter smile. In this era, everyone longs to become a beast tamer, if only he could be like them. Yet he did not even have the money to buy a single beast. Without joining the national tournament, he could not become a beast tamer, and he could not protect anyone. While Tin Vu was still feeling dejected, a strange dog suddenly appeared. It gently placed its 2 paws on his thigh. It enthusiastically licked Tin Vu's face, startling him into stunned silence. Not tell me you followed that giant dragon in here. What kind of nonsense is this? Did a husky fall from the sky? Or is this dog actually a beast? Suddenly remembering something, Tin Vu recalled seeing this form in a book. That is right, this is the Gale Hound mentioned in the textbooks. Its bloodline is not high, and it does not need much spiritual power. Maybe he could actually afford to raise it. Wonderful, with a beast he might finally have a chance to become a beast tamer. But there were only 3 days left before the national tournament. He feared there would not be enough time. Even so, Tin Vu still decided to adopt the Gale Hound. But early the next morning, he carried the Gale Hound to the magical beast shop. In my opinion, you have no future at all. Though he said that aloud, in his heart Tin Vu thought perhaps he should find someone capable of taking care of it. This little fellow is truly gluttonous. In just one night, it devoured his entire week's food supply. Just then the shop owner opened the door. Seeing Tin Vu, he frowned and shouted, "Why are you standing in front of my shop so early? Sir, would the shop be interested in buying this beast?" Shop owner glanced at the Gale Hound, then waved his hand and scolded, "Who would buy such a low bloodline creature? It does not even have an evolution path. Stop blocking my business and leave." Hearing that, the Gale Hound sadly buried itself deeper into Tin Vu's arms. "If you do not want to buy it, then fine. There is no need to speak so harshly," Tin Vu replied. At that exact moment, an information panel suddenly appeared. Gale Hound, initial form level 1, loyalty 59, low bloodline with hidden bloodline and hell bloodline. Common quality, talent 0. Hidden talent, infernal hellfire deals true armor-piercing damage. The normal route does not exist, but a hidden route exists including Gale Hound, Hell Gale Wolf, Hell Nether Wolf, Divine Prison Yama Wolf. Did he see it wrong, system? Tin Vu rubbed his eyes again, but when he opened them the panel still floated above the dog. A hidden route. Clearly Gale Hounds were never supposed to evolve. At lost, the shop owner shouted while waving a broom to drive him away. Could that man not see this panel? Or could only he see it? While Tin Vu was still confused, a familiar voice rang out. "Is that not Xyro, Tin Vu? I remember you were going to quit the exam because you had no beast. What now do you suddenly have money to buy one?" Ji, the son of the richest family in Qingfeng, also Tin Vu's classmate from Xiangnan High School. He walked closer, examined the Gale Hound and sneered. "Seems what Lena said was correct. You really are not planning to apply to a beast tamer academy. Even if you wanted to, you probably could not get in anyway. Ha ha." Tin Vu froze and asked Lena, "You still do not know? Girlfriend, no rather your ex-girlfriend. Jiang Lena has long been with me already." Taji proudly declared. "Honey, where did you go? I searched everywhere for you." Lena hugged Taji's arm and acted coquettishly. "I ran into an old acquaintance of yours, so I came over to greet him." Only then did she notice Tin Vu. She forced a smile and said they were no longer related. Yet inside she thought that following a rich man only to be seen like this, while he held a useless Gale Hound, was truly embarrassing. "Young Lena, do not forget how I helped you when you were in hardship. Just live peacefully beside that rich man. As for the past, consider it my own blindness." Tin Vu shouted, then turned and walked away. His attitude enraged Taji. "How dare you talk like that? Do you believe I will crush you in the national tournament?" Lena hurriedly coaxed him, saying, "Do not bother with someone holding that useless Gale Hound." Those harsh words only made Tin Vu even more determined. Said the Gale Hound was worthless. Just wait and see whether we truly have a future. 3 days later at Tui Lin Square, National Advanced Beast Tamer Tournament officially prepared to begin. Qingfeng City Examination Site invites all candidates to enter the arena. The exam is now declared open. As soon as many candidates saw Tin Vu, they whispered, "Is that not Xyro Tin Vu? Why is he also attending the national tournament? I heard he still does not even have a beast." That is right. He only registered 3 days ago and even applied to Qinglong Academy. Qinglong, are you mistaken? That is the top academy among the 4 great academies. Where did this useless guy get such courage? Ignoring all the surrounding discussions, Tin Vu stepped before the judge's table. "Hello, teacher. I have come to participate in the exam." Chen Kainian, the Qingfeng recruitment teacher of Qinglong Academy, leaned back in his chair and raised his head when called. Inwardly, he thought that this was the only candidate from Qingfeng who had applied to Qinglong. Xyro Tin Vu, truly someone who does not know his own limits. The past 5 years of the 5 Realms Grand Examination in Qingfeng City, only 8 people dared apply to Qinglong. And in the end, none of them were accepted. Yet you still dare apply. If you pass, I will kneel and call you father. Facing Taji's mockery and provocation, Tin Vu replied coldly, "Then prepare yourself to call me father." He turned to Chen Kainian and said he was ready and the test could proceed. Chen Kainian reminded him that Qinglong Academy had extremely strict requirements, and he had not registered any adjustment option. Therefore, if he failed, he would lose the chance to enter any other Beast Tamer Academy. Tin Vu firmly replied. He understood clearly and asked to begin. With nothing more to say, Chen Kainian announced the first test would measure spiritual power and pointed to the sphere on the table. Understanding, Tin Vu placed his hand on the surface of the sphere. "Xyro Tin Vu, your spiritual power index is 316. During that, Taji burst into laughter. "Acting impressive, yet you cannot even reach Qinglong's minimum threshold." Chen Kainian remained silent, yet inwardly he could not hide his disappointment. He had thought he discovered a promising seed. Just as he was about to call the next candidate, an unexpected situation occurred. The number on the sphere suddenly fluctuated, then shot up to 621, 711, 800, and finally it stopped completely at 1028. Everyone present was stunned into silence by shock. The spiritual power index directly determines how many beasts a beast tamer can form contracts with and establish bonds within the future. Every 100 points of spiritual power means the ability to contract 1 additional beast. With the mark of 128 points of spiritual power, it means that Xyro Tin Vu possesses the potential to reach the level of a 10-star beast tamer. Over the past decades in Long Kingdom, very few have reached this realm. It seems another genius is about to appear. Thinking that, Chen Kainian loudly announced, "Candidate Xyro Tin Vu has achieved 128 points of spiritual power. Last year, the genius Yi Shuang only reached 130. Unexpectedly, you are this outstanding, only 2 points short of that record." Ji stubbornly said, "So what, Qinglong's exam has 2 rounds. He definitely cannot pass the next beast bloodline evaluation." Candidate Xyro Tin Vu proceeds to the second test. While Chen Kainian was speaking, the technician ran over and whispered, "Teacher Chen, the measuring device just malfunctioned. His real score is 132, 2 points higher than Yi Shuang." Chen Kainian thought for a moment, then instructed them not to announce the equipment error for now. The staff member nodded and left. The second round, the test of Tin Vu's beast bloodline quality, officially began. Candidate Xyro Tin Vu, summon your beast. "Ak Feng, it is time to show yourself." Everyone held their breath in anticipation. When they saw that his beast was only an ordinary Gale Hound, everyone was stunned. Gale Hound, is that not the lowest bloodline type? This era, who would still contract a Gale Hound? Besides spiritual power, bloodline quality greatly determines a beast tamer's future. Clearly, Xyro Tin Vu's choice was extremely disadvantageous. Chen Kainian was about to announce elimination when someone suddenly shouted, "Look quickly, that is not an ordinary Gale Hound. Gale Hounds never had an evolution path." Ak Feng suddenly transformed from a husky form into a gigantic magical beast. An information panel appeared above it. Hell Gale Wolf, initial form level 1. Hell Bloodline, epic quality. Talent Hellfire, dual fire and wind attributes. Skills Hell Coil, target lock. Hell Roar, penetration, evolution route unknown. 2-star evolution. Unexpectedly, Xyro Tin Vu had been hiding such formidable strength. Chen Kainian smiled in satisfaction, then announced the result. Candidate Xyro Tin Vu has met the requirements and officially becomes a new student of Qinglong Academy. Taji and Lena heard this and tried to quietly leave, but Tin Vu called them back. "Where are you going? Will you not greet father first?" "Pat, do not be too arrogant. I will never call you that. What can you even do to me?" Taji still spoke stubbornly. Ak Feng moves. Ak Feng immediately stepped forward and gently pressed Taji's head to the ground. "Now can you open your mouth?" Though unwilling, Taji still had to utter the 2 words, "Father. Do not have a son like you, get lost." Tin Vu said, then recalled Hak Fong and turned away. As he passed Lena, she shamelessly said that the feelings of the past 2.5 years were still very deep. Can we get back together? Sorry, I have no interest. Tin Vu firmly refused, then left that place. He had to quickly tell his sister the news of entering Qinglong. He happily made a call, but the moment it connected, he heard Xyro Vu's weak voice, along with chaotic screams before the call abruptly cut off. The ominous feeling made him immediately rush to find his sister. The agricultural market on the outskirts of Qinglong, a magical beast was rampaging. Manhwa tightly held a child, hiding behind a collapsed wall. He softly whispered reassurance not to be afraid. But at that moment, the magical beast had already approached behind the wall, gaze fixed on her with ferocity. Tin Vu had also just arrived at the market, familiar to his sister, his heart burning with anxiety. What exactly happened? Where are you? He pushed against the fleeing crowd, charging straight into the devastated market, and witnessed the monster swinging its claw and smashing into the wall where Manhwa was hiding. That was exactly where his sister was hiding. Sister, Tin Vu shouted loudly, then rushed forward with Hak Fong. Suddenly, the system panel appeared again. Gale Wolf can use the skills Hell Roar and Hell Bind. Activate. Of course, activate. Hak Fong used Hell Bind and Hell Roar. However, Hak Fong did not immediately release the skills. It only turned its head to look at Tin Vu, as if waiting for something. Meanwhile, the monster had already targeted his sister and attacked. The situation was critical, like a thread about to snap. Tin Vu suddenly remembered the beast tamer who had once saved him. At that time, the person from Qinglong seemed to recite an incantation before acting. That is right, they had spoken a strange ancient chant. Fine, he would try it as well. In the primordial chaos, when heaven and earth were not yet divided, I used my heart's blood to form a covenant, summoning the spirit from the void. With blood as the guide, with words as the command, heed my call. The moment the words ended, Hak Fong's Hell Roar skill instantly erupted. One strike wiped out the magical beast, leaving even Tin Vu stunned. Is defeated. Is this the true power of a beast? Only then did he remember that his sister was still nearby. He hurriedly ran toward her. Sister, are you all right? Seeing her safe, he finally breathed in relief. Fortunately, he arrived in time. Tin Vu, why are you? Sister, I have already been admitted to Qinglong Academy. From now on, he is officially a beast tamer. This is his contracted beast. Hell Gale Wolf Hak Fong. After that, Tin Vu and Manhwa approached the corpse of the magical beast, checked the surroundings, and obtained a crystal core. The crystal core of an initial form magical beast is an attribute obtained after defeating a mutant beast. Can increase poison attack for a beast. Attack increases by 5 points. Experience increases by 10. Tin Vu did not hesitate and immediately decided. Tossed the crystal core directly for Hak Fong to swallow, even though it was only a tiny one. An initial crystal core carrying the poison attribute. Something is better than nothing. At least it could somewhat assist Hak Fong on the path of evolution. That night, Manhwa quietly watched Tin Vu while he slept, confirming the dragon-shaped mark on his back remained intact. She immediately made a phone call to the person on the other end. Dragon Cloud Forbidden Seal still exists. The seal on the Dragon King's soul has not weakened at all. Why can Xyro Tin Vu still form a beast contract? This is truly unbelievable. The person replied that perhaps it was the will of heaven. She should continue observing closely. I understand. I will keep an eye on him. Time passed quickly. The day Tin Vu enrolled arrived. People from the market gathered to see him off. They not only prepared food supplies, but also pooled together contributions. A small amount of money was given to Tin Vu as travel expenses, helping him cover costs when entering the academy. Everyone, please stop seeing me off. During holidays, I will return to visit. After saying that, he boarded the train with his sister. A few hours later, the broadcast announcement asked for attention. Magical beasts appeared ahead that could cause strong shaking. Not long after, a new notice reported the train had passed the dangerous zone and resumed normal operation. Tin Vu, Manhwa, and the other passengers had not even finished sighing in relief. A loud explosion suddenly sounded and violently shook the train carriage. The broadcast again reported that 7 three-eyed giant apes were ahead. Passengers must protect their own lives and property. Deep dents appeared on the roof of the train from heavy impacts. The roof burst open, and a magical beast jumped down, sending the passengers into panicked flight. Tin Vu pulled Manhwa into a safe corner and told her to stay still. He would handle it. After saying that, he walked straight toward the monster. It swung its arm down, aiming directly at where Tin Vu stood. A golden-furred fox appeared and swept its tail to deflect the blow, causing the magical beast's attack to miss. Why are you standing there stunned? If you do not want to die, then move back. A red-haired girl stepped forward and shielded Tin Vu. At the same time, she ordered the golden fox, Xyro Thunder Flash. Immediately, both girl and beast charged together to attack the magical beast. Beast name, Three-Tailed Thunder Fox. Transcendent form level 3. Thunder Fox Bloodline, epic quality, dual lightning and wind attributes. Evolves into 4-Tailed Thunder Fox or 9-Tailed Thunder Fox. Hidden evolutions include Extreme Shadow Crimson Lightning Fox and Red Lotus Flash Lightning Fox. Skill Triple Tail Thunder Burst causes 1-second stun. Thunder Flash allows rapid movement and lightning damage. Reading Xyro's information, Tin Vu secretly felt delighted as he recognized the girl's identity. Is this not Qin Yanyan, the daughter of the Sky Dome Guild leader? This time he was saved. Seeing the three-eyed giant ape grow enraged, Tin Vu urged everyone to leave the carriage. But he quickly noticed something strange. Three-eyed giant apes normally live in groups. Why was there only one? Just as he finished thinking, two others appeared, taking advantage while Qin Yanyan was busy fighting. They attempted a sneak attack from behind, but Tin Vu quickly summoned Hak Fong to use Hellbind, straining the entire group of giant apes, resolving Qin Yanyan's danger. Unexpectedly, you are also a beast tamer. Thank you very much, she said. Tin Vu replied that anyone in that situation would have done the same. But your beast. Tin Vu looked at the information panel above Xyro. Status mentally suppressed and fatigued. Diagnosis post-trauma stress syndrome. The treatment is to soak soul-calming flowers in hot water, combined with lightning stimulation, and a complete water attribute crystal core. Recently, every time it fights, it becomes overly excited, then afterward collapses in exhaustion and hurts itself. Correct? Qin Yanyan asked in shock how he knew. Unable to say he saw system information, Tin Vu explained he had read in a beast pathology handbook that three-tailed thunder foxes easily suffer this condition. No wonder Xyro has been listless lately. Thank you. I will treat it as soon as I return. Qin Yanyan slapped Tin Vu strongly on the back, causing him to almost stumble. Then she wrapped an arm around his shoulders and laughed loudly, saying, from now on, he is my little brother. She did not notice, and Hyuk standing nearby watching with a cold gaze. And Hyuk stepped forward and held one of Tin Vu's arms while smiling. Sorry, he is my younger brother. Qin Yanyan narrowed her eyes then, grabbed Tin Vu's other arm and said, is that so? From now on, he is also my little brother. Two girls tugged him from both sides, leaving Tin Vu suffering and crying that his arms were about to be torn apart. A few hours later, at the central plaza of Qinglong Academy, a male lecturer held a microphone and smiled while welcoming the neatly lined new students. Please wait for the headmaster to arrive. The line Tin Vu exhaled softly. After saying goodbye to his sister, he had finally safely enrolled. Suddenly a roar echoed as a beast carried a girl flying down into the plaza, landing with great momentum. It was the Violet Flame Lion. That is headmaster too. She is Tuanhu Yen. Tin Vu was shocked to realize she was the one who defeated the demon dragon years ago, and now the headmaster of Qinglong. Tuanhu Yen guided the Violet Flame Lion to land. The male lecturer handed her the microphone, inviting her to speak. He took the microphone and said, congratulations on your admission, but there is something that must be emphasized. Whether born into wealth or poverty, at Qinglong Academy, everyone must obey my rules, especially rule number 8. The new students whispered in confusion, have you ever heard about rule number 8? What exactly is that special rule? Nhu Yen continued, rule number 8 states that any conflict between students, regardless of right or wrong, must be resolved on the arena. The loser must apologize to the winner. After hearing that, the expressions of the new students immediately changed. Tin Vu thought to himself that although this rule was strict, it prevented powerful families from bullying the weak. Ordinary students also had a chance to seek justice. 2 hours later in Tin Vu's class, the students introduced themselves one by one. When it was his turn, he had barely said his name when Ngo Sin, who jumped up and pointed excitedly. You are Xyro Tin Vu. I did not expect we would be in the same class. For the one whose spiritual power almost matches senior sister, Deep Ngung Suong Rai. Chen Kainian, standing on the platform, reminded them irritably. Sit down, all of you, class begins. Ngo Sin, who obediently sat down, then leaned toward Tin Vu and smiled. Brother Xyro, let me follow you from now on. Chen Kainian coughed lightly, then shouted, silence. After that, he wrote on the board, then turned back and said, from today, I, Chen Kainian, am your homeroom teacher. I hope everyone studies seriously at Qinglong. In the first chapter of the Beast Taming Encyclopedia, first we will learn the foundational theory. The strength of a beast is influenced by 2 key factors. First is the rank of the beast. The levels from low to high include initial form, mature form, complete form, transcendent form, and beast king form. Second is bloodline quality. The higher the bloodline, the stronger the beast spirit, and the greater its ability to suppress weaker species. In addition, attributes also create relationships of restraint. For example, the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, earth form a cycle of restraint. Metal restrains wood, wood restrains earth, earth restrains water, water restrains fire, and fire restrains metal. Besides that, there are many mutated attributes such as lightning or darkness. Other types, the teacher will not list all of them. The lesson continued. While the whole class listened attentively, Tin Vu had already lowered his head onto the desk and slept soundly. Chen Kainian angrily threw a piece of chalk that hit his head, then shouted, "Xyro Tinvu, stand up." Tinvu drowsily stood up. Chen Kainian said sternly, "You dare sleep in my class. Tell me the weakness of the divine scale sky demon. If you cannot answer, then pack your things and leave the class." Tinvu answered, "The poison sac is under its belly." Chen Kainian was slightly surprised and continued asking, "Then where does the frost-condensing crocodile usually live?" Tinvu replied, "In Frostfall Lake in the south of Long Kingdom and Cold Abyss Waterfall beneath the Kunlun Range." The entire class stared in shock. Chen Kainian continued testing him. "If you encounter the heaven-devouring fierce tiger in the wild, how would you handle it?" Tinvu calmly said he would hold his identification card in his mouth, then find shade and lie still. Chen Kainian asked in surprise why. The whole class also waited curiously for the answer. Tinvu explained the heaven-devouring fierce tiger is a mutated beast king-level creature. Only a 6-star beast tamer or higher could deal with it. Students like us would only die if we encountered it. Therefore, holding the identification card in the mouth would make the body easier to identify. Lying in the shade would prevent it from decomposing too quickly. Chen Kainian slammed the desk and said the answer receives full marks. Xyro Tinvu, those questions belong to the final part of the textbook. How did you? Before he finished asking, Tinvu had already taken out 3 books and smiled, saying he had already finished studying all of them. The whole class groaned. "What kind of monster is this? How are we supposed to live?" Chen Kainian said, "You all study by yourselves. Xyro Tinvu, come outside with me." Outside the classroom, Tinvu apologized for falling asleep. Chen Kainian replied that was not the issue. "You finished the theory in half a lesson." Tinvu modestly said it was thanks to the teacher's good explanation. Chen Kainian snapped, "Do not flatter me. If you finish the theory, then study advanced material." He handed him a card and said, "This is the Qinglong Library card. With this card, you may freely enter the library and borrow books without charge. Go, I have nothing more to teach you." At the Qinglong Library, while Tinvu was reading, Wang Dim led his followers inside. He shouted loudly, "Today this library is under my control. All male students get out." Knowing he was the son of Vice Principal Wang Dongthang, the male students did not dare argue and hurriedly left. Wang Dim smiled wickedly at the female students. "You girls stay and read with me." The girls panicked and begged for mercy. At that moment, only one male student remained. It was Tinvu. He threw his book straight at Wang Dim's head and said, "It is too noisy." Wang Dim became furious and asked who dares. His followers pointed at Tinvu. "Young Master Wang, it is that guy." Tinvu stepped forward, blocking the female students. "Bullying girls, and you are proud of it." Wang Dim growled, "Who are you?" A girl urged him to leave quickly because that man is the vice principal's son. "We cannot provoke him." Tinvu mocked, "So you rely on your father to act arrogant." Wang Dim sneered, "Good that you know. If you know what is good for you, kneel down and apologize to me." "Shut up," Tinvu shouted then, suddenly delivered a kick to Wang Dim's groin, causing him to clutch his stomach and writhe on the ground. His followers panicked and asked, "Young Master Wang, are you all right?" Wang Dim trembled and pointed at Tinvu. "Do you know who I am? You dare touch me? Today, do not even think about leaving the library. I will let you know, in this Qinglong, who truly makes the decisions." Just then, to Nhu Yen and Chen Kainian walked in. Hearing the threat, she said coldly, "So the academy is decided by you." Wang Dim was startled, thinking, how did the headmaster learn so quickly? To Nhu Yen stepped forward and said, "I already understand the matter. If you two have a conflict, resolve it according to rule number 8. The news quickly spread throughout the academy. Students excitedly rushed to watch. "Hurry up, Xyro Tinvu is fighting Wang Dim on the arena." Wang Dim's beast is the 6-claw void-ripping leopard with legendary bloodline. Can Xyro Tinvu really win? Stop talking nonsense. Brother Xyro is unbeatable. Long after, at the arena plaza, Chen Kainian sat in the stands looking down at Tinvu and silently hoped. "Do not disappoint me." Referee shouted, "Prepare for battle." Both sides onto the stage. Tinvu and Wang Dim stepped forward and shook hands. Wang Dim sneered, "Xyro Tinvu, I will let you know the consequence of provoking me." Tinvu smiled and replied, "Then prepare to say your apology." "You," the referee shouted again in warning. The match officially began. Wang Dim quickly formed hand seals to summon and loudly called, "Bing Dim, come out." In only a single breath, Bing Dim was already standing beside his master. Tinvu did not rush to summon Hak Fong, but used the system to carefully examine the opponent's information. 6-claw void-ripping leopard, initial form level 1, legendary bloodline, dual ice and wind attributes. Talent Mystic Ice Freeze causes attacks to carry a freezing effect, reducing movement and attack speed by 30%. Skill Frost Break creates an ice sphere locking onto a target, then detonating in a wide area. Loyalty 72. Tinvu thought to himself, so it is a dual attribute beast. His face turned serious, then he called onto the field Hak Fong. Immediately Hak Fong appeared before everyone's eyes. Go Sin, who cheered Brother Xyro's beast, looks so cool. The boy beside him also agreed in terms of appearance the six claw is far inferior. In the VIP seating area, Nhu Yen watched Hak Feng with deep thought. This appearance resembles a form of evolution from the Gale Hound. Gale Hounds were always considered to have no evolution path. Then how did Xyro Tinvu manage it? In the arena, hearing the praise given to his opponent Wang Dim, became even more furious. Just watch how I crush you. He immediately ordered Bing Dim to use Rending Ice Claw to strike. Tinvu calmly commanded Hak Feng to evade with swift movement, at the same time closing in on Bing Dim. But the moment he approached, when Hak Feng prepared to counterattack, Bing Dim had already slipped aside and slashed its claw straight into his flank, causing Hak Feng to retreat in pain. In the stands, Chen Kainian frowned, thinking the Hellgale Wolf with wind and fire attributes is suppressed by Bing Dim with ice and wind. In the arena, Bing Dim pressed the advantage and kept slashing with its claws. Hak Feng could only dodge for the moment. Wang Dim roared, "Xyro Tinvu, today I will cripple your beast." He ordered the use of frozen sky break. Wang Dim immediately halted, then lunged forward and spat out an ice sphere. The ice sphere exploded upon Hak Feng, freezing him, solidified into a massive block of ice. Wang Dim burst into proud laughter. "Xyro Tinvu has no chance left. Your beast will die inside that ice." The audience focused their eyes on Tinvu, waiting to see how he would turn the situation. In the arena, Tinvu smiled slightly. "Is that really so?" Hak Feng Shadow Knight still. Immediately, everyone was astonished when they saw Hak Feng transform into a stream of black mist, escaping the ice block. Chen Kainian and Nhu Yen both frowned a dark attribute. That means 3 attributes. Wang Dim panicked, looking around. Where did it go? He did not know that behind him, a shadow was silently approaching. 2 figures in the stands realized Hak Feng had turned into a shadow, so the ice could not bind him. Hak Feng suddenly burst from the shadow to ambush Wang Dim, but Bing Dim rushed in time to save his master, forcing Hak Feng back beside Tinvu. Tinvu spoke coldly, "Now let you witness true power." Hak Feng Claw of Silence. Hak Feng vanished, then reappeared beside Bing Dim, delivering rapid consecutive claw strikes, making Bing Dim. Wang Dim shouted frantically counterattack, but the dark attribute skill inflicted silence, leaving Bing Dim unable to respond. The silence effect lasted continuously for 3 seconds. Seizing the chance, Tinvu shouted, "Use Hell Roar." Bing Dim was blasted backward, then fainted, completely losing the ability to fight. Referee stepped forward, raising his hand. Tinvu is declared the winner. Xyro Tinvu wins. The stands erupted with thunderous cheers. Wang Dim collapsed to his knees, murmuring, "Impossible." Tinvu walked closer and said, "You lost." Nhu Yen also stepped down onto the arena. "According to the rules, apologize now. Not delay any longer." Wang Dim lowered his head for a few seconds, then gritted his teeth. "Xyro Tinvu, I apologize." Left the arena, secretly swearing revenge. Nhu Yen smiled, praising that his performance was very good, and she looked forward to the ranking match in 3 days. Tinvu scratched his head, thanking her, then asked who the first person she highly regarded was. Nhu Yen replied seriously, "Genius who surpassed 1,000 spiritual power points, Deep Ngung Xuan." Tinvu thought to himself, "It is her again." Nhu Yen took out a ring and handed it to him, saying, "This is the reward. Spatial ring for those with strength. This is storage equipment created with advanced technology. It can store food and medicinal supplies for carrying." Tinvu was astonished that it could store many items. He accepted the ring and politely thanked the headmaster. Thinking of Manhwacapped waiting, he hurriedly left, not wanting her to worry further. But as he exited the academy gate, he bumped into a little girl. Tinvu asked, "Are you all right?" The girl shook her head, saying she was fine. He patted her head, telling her to be careful next time, then turned away. The girl hugged his leg, crying, "Brother, I have nowhere to rely on anymore. Please take me in." While later at the newly rented apartment, Manhwacapped saw Tinvu bring the little girl home and immediately twisted his ear, scolding, "We just moved to Long Yin, and you already dare traffic people." Manhwacapped angrily demanded an explanation. "What else is there to explain? You already brought the person home." A while later, in truth, she was like that because Thai Man suffered from a fear of beast spirits, a condition that made it almost impossible for the girl to become a beast tamer. Pressured by her own family, she ran away. "I brought her here so she can slowly overcome that fear of beast spirits." Thai Man hugged Manhwacapped and sobbed, "Yes, Sister Manhwacapped, can everyone let me stay here? I truly do not want to return home." Manhwacapped forced a smile and replied, "If that is the case, then you can stay here for now." After that, Manhwacapped continued speaking, "But Tinvu, you must remember this clearly. If you look for a girlfriend in the future, absolutely stay far away from the Deep family." The next day at Than Long Academy, Tinvu stood in line waiting for the examination, yet his mind still lingered on Manhwacapped's warning yesterday. "Do not trust the Deep family." Why did she suddenly say that? Hearing him mutter, Ngo Sin, who leaned closer and whispered, "What are you saying?" "Brother Tiu, what do you mean do not find the Deep family?" Teacher Tran said, "Today we will divide the battle positions." "Tell me then, what exactly is a battlefield position?" "Brother Tiu, What position do you think my rainstorm butterfly beast suits? Tran Kai Nin pointed at him irritably and said, Ungo Sin who, do not whisper during class. Ungo Sin who quickly returned to his seat and murmured, Yes, teacher Tran. Only then did Tran Kai Nin seriously look at the class and say, Now according to student ID order, each of you will summon your beast for examination. The result will determine your battle position. Each student stepped forward for testing, and the results were announced by Tran Kai Nin on the spot. Hong Ho, your beast has extremely strong defensive ability. The suitable position is tank. Ngo Sin whose rainstorm butterfly excels in wide-range water attacks. The suggested position is mage. Next, Tiu Tin Vu. Hearing his name, Tin Vu immediately stepped forward. Tran Kai Nin looked at him and asked, The first test is attack power. Tiu Tin Vu, are you ready? Begin. As soon as the words ended, Tin Vu immediately summoned Hak Fong, ordered it to use Infernal Roar against the testing machine. In just a moment, the measuring device displayed a triple critical result, along with the number 6371 on the screen. The students immediately exclaimed in shock, My god, a X3 critical. I have never even triggered a X15. Tran Kai Nin looked at the data on the screen and thought, Normally, the skill of an early-stage beast only deals about 500 to 1500 damage. Unexpectedly, the Infernal Gale Wolf triggered a triple critical exceeding 2000. Vu spoke, Teacher Tran, the attack test is finished. Perhaps I am suited to be an assassin. As for the other tests, I do not. Before he could finish speaking, Tran Kai Nin interrupted. In his heart, he thought, Tiu Tin Vu, let me see where your potential limit lies. Therefore, Tin Vu had no choice but to continue the other tests. In the long-range test, he ordered Hak Fong to use Infernal Fire. Ngo Sin, who cried out in shock, Heaven, this range must be over 800 meters. Brother Tiu, maybe you should become a marksman instead. In the defense test, Ngo Sin, who widened his eyes in astonishment again. Even the attack of Teacher Tran's extraordinary beast Frost Armor War Turtle could be endured. Brother Tiu is truly too strong. The control test, Tin Vu asked Hak Fong to perform Infernal Coil. Ngo Sin, who immediately suggested, Brother Tiu, maybe you should switch to becoming a mage instead. The enhancement test, Tran Kai Nin looked at the data on the tablet and spoke. According to simulated data, any beast standing within 10 meters of the Infernal Gale Wolf will gain 30% battle will, while also gaining an additional 10% attack power and 10% movement speed. Ngo Sin, who curiously asked, Teacher Tran, then what is Tiu Tin Vu's battlefield position? If every position suits him, it is really difficult to choose. In his heart, he also thought, being this strong leaves nothing to say. Tran Kai Nin suddenly raised one finger and said, Do you know, besides these 5 familiar positions, there is another position extremely suitable for Tiu Tin Vu. That is, title all-rounder. The entire class was shocked. Ngo Sin, who immediately asked, Teacher Tran, what does all-rounder mean? Kai Nin quickly explained, If the beast of a beast tamer can competently take on every battle position, that beast tamer will be called an all-rounder. He smiled and added, And it is very clear, Tiu Tin Vu is the only all-rounder in our class. During that, Tin Vu felt extremely proud under everyone's admiring gazes. The students kept praising him. Brother Tiu is truly amazing. Yes, he is too strong. Facing those compliments and worshipful looks, Tin Vu became even more embarrassed. No, everyone is praising me too much. Kai Nin reminded him, but do not celebrate too early. All-rounders are rare, but they are not non-existent. The data of this year's freshman class is still incomplete. At present, only Tin Vu has been identified as an all-rounder, but then he continued, in the second year, there are also 2 all-rounders, Deep Shuang, Han Thin Quan. In the third year, there are Mo Dung Than Duong and Lai Hin Sua. Kai Nin looked at the students and encouraged them. Therefore, all of you must work even harder. After the class ended, Tin Vu walked along the street, thought he should buy some supplements for his beasts to prepare for the freshman ranking competition. Suddenly, a group of people blocked Tin Vu's path. Kid, where are you going? Tin Vu frowned and asked, Who are you? The group replied aggressively, You do not even know our Black Tiger Guild. Truly a country bumpkin. Wang Yan pointed at him and said, Guild leader Lei, why waste words with him? Break one of his legs for me and see if he still dares to act arrogant. That man replied, All right, young Master Wang. The group immediately closed in on Tin Vu. Dare to cause trouble with young Master Wang, you are simply unlucky. Tin Vu was slightly surprised. Guild leader Lei saw the star badges on their clothes. Every one of them was a 3-star or 4-star beast tamer. He said irritably, You have so many stars, yet you bully a 1-star beast tamer like me. Wang Yan laughed disdainfully. This young master enjoys bullying others with power. Even if it is excessive, what can you do? Guild leader Lei continued, Young Master Wang, please stay calm. I will handle this brat immediately. After speaking, that man loudly summoned his beast. Thunder Tiger appeared. A majestic white tiger emerged. lightning flickering around its body. Guild leader Lei immediately ordered, "Charge." Thunder Tiger rushed straight toward Tin Vu. In a blink, the newly summoned Hak Fong lunged forward and attacked the opponent. Its eyes burned red, its fangs clamped tightly onto Thunder Tiger's neck. Instantly, Guild leader Lei's beast was slammed to the ground by Hak Fong. That man glared in disbelief. Young Master Wang never said this guy's beast was so strong. Guild leader Lei began to panic. After all, Thunder Tiger was an extraordinary beast at the mature stage. How could it possibly be evenly matched with that wolf? That man immediately sneered. "HMPH, let us see whether a one-star brat like you is stronger. Whether my Black Tiger Guild full of 3- and 4-star members is stronger." After speaking, his teammates simultaneously summoned their beasts. 3 ferocious beasts appeared, growling toward Tin Vu and Hak Fong. Suddenly, a female voice rang out, interrupting. "Let me see just how capable your Black Tiger Guild is." The sudden appearance of the girl stunned Guild leader Lei and his members. She stood in front of Tin Vu, hands on her hips, proudly saying, "Or perhaps my Sky Vault Guild is even stronger." Tin Vu turned his head back, together with Hak Fong looking at the group that had arrived to help him. When he recognized the leader as Yen Enhin, he happily called out, "Sister Tan." Black Tiger Guild members who were surrounded from behind panicked. "Guild leader, we are finished. We are surrounded." That man stammered, Sky Vault Guild." Guild leader Lei remembered that the Sky Vault Guild was ranked second among beast tamer guilds in Long and City. Even the top Gale Guild did not dare confront them easily. Therefore, that man immediately changed his attitude and softly said, "Miss Tan, what wind has brought you here?" She casually draped an arm over Tin Vu's shoulder and smiled. "If I had not passed by, I would not have known Guild leader Lei intended to do something to my beloved younger brother." Guild leader Lei gaped. "Are you not the only daughter of Guild leader Tan? Since when?" Before he could finish, Yen Enhin interrupted. Tin Vu is the adopted younger brother accepted by me, Tan Yen Enhin." She looked at that man and coldly said, "Anyone who dares bully him is opposing me." Guild leader Lei immediately fell silent, his face full of resignation. And Enhin continued with imposing momentum. "And that also means opposing my Sky Vault Guild." Guild leader Lei hurriedly flattered, "Miss Tan, this is all a misunderstanding, truly a misunderstanding." And that man pointed at Wang Yan. "It was this guy who hired us to cause trouble for your younger brother." Being pointed at, Wang Yan trembled in fear and raised his hands in surrender. "Miss Tan, I did not intend to oppose Tin Vu." Yen Enhin did not bother listening to him and turned to Guild leader Lei. "You know how to handle this now?" That man replied, sweating, Yes. Guild leader Lei immediately ordered his subordinates, "You dare bully young Master Tiu? Brothers, go teach him a lesson." Wang Yan was beaten until dizzy and weakly cried out, "I hired you, why are you beating me?" After that, they returned to the headquarters of the Sky Vault Guild, and Enhin still sounded upset as she asked, "Tiu Vu, how did you end up encountering those people?" Tin Vu calmly replied, "He only went out to buy some nutritional medicine for his beast. Who would have thought he would run into such bad luck?" Hearing that, she smiled and said, "If you want to buy medicine for beasts, just come to me. My Sky Vault Guild specializes in these things." Yen Enhin generously added, "In the future, if you need supplements for beasts, just tell me. I will give them to you for free." Hearing that, Tin Vu stared in astonishment. He did not expect Sister Tan to be so generous, truly worthy of being the only daughter of the Sky Vault Guild leader. After that, she led Tin Vu around the guild headquarters. "This is the training area of Sky Vault. Everything here is equipped with advanced devices that help beasts improve training efficiency and learn combat skills." When they moved to another area, Yen Enhin introduced, "This is the recreation zone. After completing missions, beast tamers can rest here. There are all kinds of entertainment, such as a golf course or sauna rooms." Walking up to the upper floor, she said, "This is the meeting room on the top floor. Whenever there is an important mission, members will gather here to discuss battle plans." The next area is the medical room with modern equipment and a rich stock of medicinal materials. Then Yen Enhin revealed the most important part. He said excitedly, "The beast doctors in our guild all have very high qualifications. They can provide the best treatment and care for injured beasts." Hearing that, Tin Vu immediately asked, "Beast doctors?" Immediately grabbed Yen Enhin's hand and said, "Sister Tan, can I join the Sky Vault Guild as a beast doctor?" She looked at him and hesitated. That might be. Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting the conversation. "No." Speaker was Liu Yue, Vice Guild Leader of the Sky Vault Guild. She said coldly, "We still do not know who you are or why you appeared here. With your age and experience, you want to become a beast doctor for the guild. This joke is not funny at all." Yen Enhin recognized the voice immediately and explained, "Aunt, he is the one who helped me subdue the giant 3-eyed ape on the ship that I told you about. He is also the adopted younger brother I accepted." Suddenly someone ran in from the door and said anxiously, "Vice Guild Leader Liu, Several beasts with severe injuries have just been brought to the medical room. He said in panic, "We do not have enough personnel. What should we do now?" Liu Yue reassured him. "Do not panic. Quickly mobilize more people from the branches." Then she turned to Yen Enhin and said, "Go ask other guilds for support." Before she finished speaking, the man hurriedly interrupted. "There is no time, Vice Guild Leader. Those beasts have lost too much blood. They will not hold on much longer." Hearing that, Tin Vu stepped forward and said, "Let me try." Vice Guild Leader Liu, time cannot be delayed any longer. At that moment in the guild medical room, Bitch Tin was lying on a stretcher while two doctors hurriedly pushed it into the operating room. While pushing the stretcher, they also instructed the nurse. Ngao's Bitch Tin goes to operating table number 3. Severe blood loss. Quickly prepare reserve blood packs. Its owner shouted anxiously. Move aside, quickly save it. To the massive blood loss, Bitch Tin was almost motionless, its breathing growing weaker. The doctors stood around the stretcher, the atmosphere tense. The owner trembled and pleaded, "Doctor, please save my beast." Everyone in the guild was in chaos. Too much blood loss, we must stop the bleeding first. Hemostatic clamps are ineffective, medicine compounding is useless, the bleeding cannot be stopped at all. A doctor shook his head helplessly. Conventional hemostatic methods have no effect. Tin Vu silently observed, his eyes becoming serious and focused. On the advanced treatment table, Bitch Tin convulsed in pain, its eyes tightly shut as it endured. The system displayed information. Name Ngao's Bitch Tin. Rank Extraordinary Level 3, Loyalty 92, Elite Bloodline. Vital signs critical. The wound was caused by the Demon King Golden Needle Venom Wasp. Its green toxin slime prevents the wound from closing. The doctors analyzed. This large wound was caused by the Golden Needle Venom Wasp King. The green slime is its special toxin that prevents the wound from healing. Suddenly, Tin Vu turned to its owner and said firmly, "I have a way to stop your beast's bleeding. Do you dare trust me?" The owner trembled and placed a hand on Bitch Tin. "At this moment, even if I cannot trust, I must trust. Please save my beast." Tin Vu stated the method. Grind 1 root of heavenly spirit grass with purple sakura flower to make about 20 grams of medicine. Then add 1 extraordinary poison-type beast crystal and boil it for 5 minutes. Hearing that, the doctors were shocked. The medicinal materials you mentioned all have different toxicities. Would that not worsen the beast's wound even more? Tin Vu remained firm. "Do it immediately as I said. If we miss the best moment, Bitch Tin will certainly die." Bitch Tin's owner shouted anxiously, "Stop standing there, go prepare the medicine quickly." The two doctors understood the situation and hurried to do it. 5 minutes later, a doctor returned with a bottle of green liquid. "The medicine is ready." Tin Vu quickly and skillfully put on black surgical gloves. He took the medicine bottle from the doctor and carefully opened the lid. Tin Vu applied the medicine to Bitch Tin's deep wound, where green slime was continuously seeping out. As soon as it was applied, Bitch Tin roared in pain, startling both Tin Vu and its owner. Suddenly someone shouted, "The bleeding has stopped. The blood has stopped flowing." Indeed, only a few drops of green liquid remained around the wound. Bitch Tin fell into exhaustion. Its owner hugged it emotionally and said, "Good, you finally survived." Tin Vu turned and smiled as he asked Liu Yue, "Vice Guild Leader Liu, does my performance just now satisfy you?" Liu Yue showed admiration. She extended her hand and said, "Your performance far exceeded my expectations. Earlier I was too abrupt. Now I formally invite you to join the Sky Vault Guild as a special alchemist." Tin Vu replied happily, "It is my honor." The two shook hands, confirming their cooperation. The scene shifted to Tin Vu's home. Enhuok Tyet was questioning him. "You said you came back late because you signed a special alchemist contract with the Sky Vault Guild." Tin Vu replied awkwardly, "Yes, that is right, sister." She turned her face away sulking. "Now that you have an adopted sister, you have forgotten this biological sister, is that it?" Tin Vu hurriedly explained, "No sister, how could he dare?" Just then Thigh Man ran over and asked, "Brother Vu, what is a special alchemist? Can it be eaten?" Tin Vu laughed and explained, "Being a special alchemist for the Sky Vault Guild means he will receive a salary." He said excitedly, "This weekend he will treat everyone to a feast." Thigh Man immediately cheered happily, "Yes, yes." At the same time, in Wang Yan's room, he lay motionless on the bed with his left leg in a cast hanging up. Wang Yan roared angrily, "Tiu Tin Vu, this young master will never spare you." Lin Kang crossed his arms and looked at his son coldly. "Useless." Wang Yan's eyes filled with tears. "Father must seek justice for me." Lin Kang sternly lectured, "You are my son, yet you lost to a brat from a small city in a duel. You not only disgraced yourself, but also shamed the Wang family." Wang Yan wiped his tears while crying. "Father, stop scolding me. I also do not understand how Tiu Tin Vu could contract a 3-attribute beast." Lin Kang sat down and said through clenched teeth, "Moreover, he also has the Sky Vault Guild backing him. It will be difficult for you to regain your honor." He nodded. The Sky Vault Guild truly cannot be easily offended. If Tiu Tin Vu meets an accident during the Yin Nan Mountain trial, and dies under the claws of a beast, it will have nothing to do with us. Lin Kang revealed a cold smile and pushed up his glasses with calculation. Today the sky above Yin Nan Mountain was clear. Sunlight filtered through the green leaves full of vitality. The instructors stood on high ground supervising the students. Lin Kang loudly announced that today was the freshman trial at Yin Nan Mountain, and the entire process would be live-streamed online. Holding the microphone, he said, "The bracelets you wear will record the number of beasts you hunt and every battle scene." Then he explained the scoring system. Hunting 1 to 10 beasts will earn rank C, from 11 to 30 beasts will earn rank B. 31 to 50 beasts will achieve rank A. The scoreboard appeared on the large screen. Lin Kang continued, "From 51 to 80 beasts is rank S. Above 80 beasts will achieve rank S+. Ru Yan spoke up. "Vice Dean Wang, before we begin, please announce the all-rounders of this freshman class." The crowd below immediately whispered, "I heard last year the trial champion was Deep Shuang." Lin Kang announced, "After evaluating abilities, there are a total of 3 all-rounders in this year's freshman class. The first is Mo Dung Duong Soch of Class 1. That tall young man with platinum hair is the son of the Mo Dung family." He continued, "The second is Mo Dung Hin Hin of Class 1. Everyone was surprised that Class 1 had 2 all-rounders. That beautiful pink-haired girl is also from the Mo Dung family." Last announced is Tiu Tin Vu of Class 3. The crowd was shocked. Meanwhile, Tin Vu was still thinking about the name Mo Dung. In Long Kingdom, there are 4 great beast-taming families: the Deep family, the Lai family, the Mo Dung family, and the Shangyuan family. It be that Mo Dung family. The 4 families represent 4 types of beasts and govern 4 different territories. The scene shifted to the broadcast room of Than Long Academy. The instructors sat around a table watching the screens behind them. Duong Huk spoke to introduce, "Hello everyone watching the live stream. I am the host of this trial, Duong Huk." The camera switched to Ru Yan. She asked, "Vice Dean Wang, how many beasts do you think Tin Vu will hunt?" Lin Kang said coldly, "I think 50 beasts is already a generous estimate." Kai Nin thought for a moment, then refuted, "Impossible. With his talent, he should hunt at least 80 beasts." Ru Yan rested her chin on her hand and smiled mischievously. "What if both of you are wrong? I think he might break Deep Shuang's record." Outside on the battlefield, the weather was perfect for outdoor activity. Duong Huk shouted loudly, "The students are in position. Everyone warm up and prepare with full effort. The trial officially begins." 20 minutes later, he announced, "Not even half an hour has passed. Wan Lam of Class 2 has defeated a short-tailed bear, and his hunted beast count has already surpassed 10. Ru Yan began to worry about Tin Vu. The screen continued showing battle scenes. "Congratulations to Tun Thien Hao of Class 5, who has hunted more than 20 beasts." Suddenly, Duong Huk said in shock, "Unbelievable, the trial has only lasted 1 hour. Mo Dung Duong Soch of Class 1 has already hunted 43 beasts." The livestream comments exploded. "Truly worthy of a genius of the Mo Dung family." Duong Huk analyzed, "Mo Dung Duong Soch is the only psychic-type beast tamer in this trial. The spatial piercing ability of Bai Meng allows it to reach targets instantly, and its attacks all carry penetrating effects." On the screen, Bai Meng appeared grabbing a silver-fanged snake. Duong Huk commented, "Although the silver-fanged snake has strong recovery ability, it is completely suppressed by Bai Meng's power. Its fate is extremely miserable." Bai Meng used its sharp beak to pierce through the body of the silver-fanged snake. Duong Soch stopped it. "Xyro Bai, do not torment it anymore." He touched the snake's body and ordered, "Taking the beast crystal is enough." The rankings continued to change. The current leader was Hin Hin, the only girl in the top 3, followed by Duong Soch and Tin Vu. The screen switched to her fighting a giant beast. Duong Huk said, "After watching Mo Dung Duong Soch, let us now see the performance of Mo Dung Hin Hin." Hin Hin's beast is the bone-winged sea bat beast with a legendary bloodline. It is also the only undead-type beast in this trial. The beast opposite roared, preparing for battle. Duong Huk introduced, "The Blood Frenzy Lion is a level 2 primary beast with epic bloodline and 5 times critical attacks. But facing the bone-winged sea bat beast, today is its end." Comment section exploded with countless cheers. "Miss Mo Dung, keep going. Hin Hin victory, always with you." Many even said her talent surpassed her brother Mo Dung Duong Soch. Duong Huk excitedly said if Mo Dung Hin Hin defeated the bloodthirsty frenzy lion, then her total hunted beasts would reach 51. Another corner, Duong Soch looked at the scoreboard and proudly thought that in this trial, his younger sister would definitely take first place. But immediately after, he was stunned when he discovered someone had overtaken his sister. Footage rewound to 1 minute before she engaged the beast. Hin Hin looked at her beast with a tense yet determined expression as it rushed forward to attack. Her beast spat out a dazzling purple beam of light that was both beautiful and dangerous. Hin Hin smiled confidently and thought another trophy was about to be added. Suddenly Tin Vu shouted loudly, startling her, "Hak Fong, call it back now." Just as her beast rushed rapidly toward the prey, with its mouth wide open preparing to bite. At the final moment the beast was slain first. Blood burst from its chest, leaving everyone stunned. A cheerful voice rang out. I snatched it first. At Yin Nan Mountain, Tin Vu and Hin Hin stood facing each other with the corpse of the bloodthirsty frenzy lion lying between them. Tin Vu rode on Hak Fong and said with a bright smile, "Friend Mo Dung, thank you for gifting me this beast." On the outside, Hin Hin remained calm, but inside she was screaming with the urge to beat him. The ranking board immediately changed. Wang Huk excitedly commented, "Dear viewers, a dramatic scramble just happened. Tiu Tin Vu is extremely cunning. No matter how Mo Dung Hin Hin guarded, it was difficult to resist. Thanks to stealing this trophy, he has risen to first place." At this moment, another giant beast appeared on Tin Vu's side. The situation changed when a three-eyed demon ant suddenly rushed out. Tin Vu immediately entered a combat stance. Duong Huk continued commenting that even through the screen one could feel the fierce competition between the two. Hin Hin also refused to lose, her eyes full of determination to see who would kill the three-eyed demon ant. Tin Vu gave the command while riding Hak Fong. Hak Fong used Infernal Coil. Duong Huk immediately explained the skill. Hak Fong spewed flames that tightly wrapped around the three-eyed demon ant. Its hard armor still could not block the powerful damage of infernal fire. Tin Vu seized the moment and immediately gave another order. Hak Fong prepared a harvest. Flames burst fiercely and shot straight toward the demon ant. Infernal roar. But suddenly, a gentle wave of energy knocked the flames aside. Mo Dung Hin Hin had acted. The bone-winged sea bat beast used a sonic wave to interrupt the finishing strike. Hin Hin quickly gave the final order. Wind Bone Spirit Ice Flame instantly incinerated the three-eyed demon ant. The demon ant collapsed and vanished, revealing a large crystal. Hin Hin reached out and picked up the glowing crystal from the pool of blood. Tin Vu walked closer and said slightly resentfully, "Friend Mo Dung, I did not expect you also know how to snatch prey." The reversal made the race even more intense. Duong Huk told the audience everything was becoming extremely exciting. Up to now, the scores of Tiu Tin Vu and Mo Dung Hin Hin remained equal with first place undecided. Less than 1 hour remained in the trial. Who would keep the leading position, we shall wait and see. Tin Vu continued searching for new prey and said, "Hak Fong, prepare for battle." Before he could act, the beast was killed in an instant. The one who acted was Hin Hin. Once again, Mo Dung Hin Hin seized the trophy before Tin Vu. Being robbed repeatedly, Tin Vu looked at the beast corpse in annoyance. Wherever he went, Hin Hin followed behind to compete for prey. Total hunted beasts had reached 89. Duong Huk said half an hour had passed, and thanks to continuously stealing trophies from Tin Vu, Hin Hin still held first place. Tin Vu began to feel awkward and said, "Friend Mo Dung, it was wrong for me to steal your prey earlier, but you do not need to follow me all the time like this." Hin Hin was still not appeased. Duong Huk guided the audience to see whether Hin Hin could widen the gap or Tin Vu would counterattack. The camera now focused on Hin Hin's furious face. Tin Vu challenged, "Friend Mo Dung, from now on he will not hold back. You should be careful." The camera captured that confidence, and the audience guessed he had not yet used his full strength. But less than half an hour remained. Could Tin Vu reclaim first place? He rode Hak Fong, continuing to search for beasts. Hin Hin followed closely behind. The two were determined not to yield. Time passed, and the number of beasts they killed had already broken records. The chase between them became the most anticipated highlight of the broadcast. Tin Vu used his advantage to quickly deal with weaker beasts and proudly said, "He does not believe you flying in the sky can still steal from him." Hin Hin focused on waiting to steal Tin Vu's prey and missed quite a few other targets. She rode her beast and angrily cursed, "Despicable." Tin Vu laughed confidently. "Friend Mo Dung, less than half a minute remains, you cannot win." Hin Hin only repeated those two words. Despicable. Duong Huk also judged that if nothing unexpected happened, first place would belong to Tiu Tin Vu. Tin Vu said unhappily, "In your dictionary are there only those two words?" Suddenly nearby, a beast, emitting extremely powerful energy, appeared. It had been hiding behind a large rock, observing Tin Vu and Hin Hin for a long time. Suddenly it roared and rushed straight toward Tin Vu. Duong Huk was also shocked. Why did a complete level 3 beast appear here? Realizing the danger, Tin Vu immediately jumped onto Hak Fong's back. The beast closed in extremely fast, its magic power erupting violently. Tin Vu widened his eyes in horror. The terrifying pressure sent both him and Hak Fong flying off the cliff. "This is bad." Hin witnessed the scene and cried out in panic, "Tiu." She ran to the cliff edge and saw Tin Vu luckily clinging to a branch, while Hak Fong held his leg. Hin let her beast hold the monster back while she tried to rescue Tin Vu. She shouted, "Give me your hand." While hanging there, Tin Vu suddenly saw Wang Yan lurking below. "Wang Yan, it is you again." The weak branch could not bear the weight of both him and the beast, and quickly snapped. Hin watched Tin Vu fall into the abyss and screamed in despair. After the accident, the atmosphere at the broadcast station became tense. Kai Nin slammed the table and stood up. Principal, I want to personally go rescue the student. Ru Yan calmly reassured that both Tiu Tin Vu and Mo Dung Hin were her students, so she would definitely not let anything happen to them. Tu immediately left to handle the situation. Kai Nin announced he would activate the emergency rescue system. Lin Kang remained seated and smiled smugly. What genius! Just a small scheme was enough to send that brat to meet the king of hell. Sometime later at the foot of the Yin Nam cliff, sunlight filtered through the dense trees. Tin Vu slowly opened his eyes, his whole body aching. He wondered if he was still alive. The image of Wang Yan with a sinister smile by the cliff appeared in his mind. Immediately deduced, it was Wang Yan again playing tricks. This time he will definitely not spare him. Suddenly remembering Hak Feng was missing, Tin Vu panicked and called, Hak Feng. Discovered he was lying on its body and guiltily stroked it. Hak Feng, did you use your body to cushion him? It groaned in pain. Fortunately, Tin Vu was an alchemist, so he always carried spare medicine. He opened the bottle and fed it to Hak Feng. Drink this nutritional medicine, the pain will ease soon. The sky suddenly darkened, black clouds gathered, and heavy rain began pouring down. Tin Vu looked at the sky helplessly and said, it is raining. He quickly recalled Hak Feng so it could rest and said, he will take you to find shelter from the rain. After walking for a while, he found a fairly spacious cave. Looking outside at the rain growing heavier, he sadly wondered when it would stop. Unable to contact anyone made him worry. Sister must be very worried. He also remembered the moment Hin shouted, give me your hand, and wondered how she was now. Suddenly footsteps, stepping on branches, echoed inside the cave. Tin Vu immediately became alert and realized someone else was in the cave. As he turned his head, a hand suddenly grabbed his throat tightly. The person looked at him like an enemy and coldly said, human, you have seen the face of this emperor, so death is your only path. Grip tightened more and more. Tin Vu tried to use his ability to analyze the opponent. Information quickly appeared. Title 9-Tailed Demon Tiger, Rank Beast Emperor Level 1, Mythical Bloodline. Talent Catastrophe Gaze can petrify weaker beings. Talent 9-Tailed Tiger Transformation burns the soul. Attributes Beastman, Psychic, and Fire. Evolution Path 9-Tailed Demon Tiger, 10-Tailed Celestial Tiger, 10-Tailed Dragon Tiger. Tin Vu realized this was an extremely powerful Beastman monster. Ai Lu heard this and said in surprise, human, I did not expect you to see through the true form of this emperor. Tin Vu could not speak, so he tried to think of a way to persuade. Even if he knows, he cannot defeat you. Against a beast emperor of this level, he cannot win. Dai Lu still had no intention of sparing his life. It seems this emperor must kill you. Tin Vu struggled and coughed while saying, wait, he said with difficulty, you were just seriously injured by a pure-blood dragon. If not treated within half an hour, you will die. Dai Lu heard this and asked even more shocked, how do you know this? This moment her wound seemed to flare up, making her cough painfully. Tin Vu noticed the moment she faltered and thought the opportunity had arrived. He immediately mobilized the energy within his body. Dai Lu was dazzled by the flash of magical light and could not clearly see her surroundings for a moment. Taking advantage of her moment of confusion, Tin Vu quickly stepped back several paces to keep a safe distance. He rubbed his aching neck and said, if he knows you are the 9-tailed demon fox, then he naturally understands other related matters. Seeing Dai Lu coughing blood, Tin Vu continued observing the condition of her wounds. Your current state is a severely injured beast on the verge of death. In half an hour, you will die. The analysis shows you were heavily injured by a pure-blood dragon clan. Dragon power invaded your body and damaged your heart meridians, causing your blood and energy to flow in reverse. This information surprised Tin Vu greatly. Pure-blood dragons had gone extinct 300 years ago, yet one appeared. But he must calm her first. He decisively said he can save you. Dai Lu was weakened by her injury, but still not easily convinced. You are only a 1-star beast tamer. Can you really heal me? She knew her own injuries clearly. This wound was caused by a pure-blood dragon. Even the best beast doctor among humans would probably be helpless. Tin Vu still said confidently, it is not difficult, he can save you, but he had already planned his retreat. He does not want to heal you only for you to kill him afterward. Therefore, you must sign a blood contract with him. Outside, the rain still poured endlessly, and the tension in the cave was just as intense. Dai Lu grew furious and released her power. You wicked brat want this emperor to submit as your beast. Under the pressure of the purple energy erupting from her, Tin Vu frowned but still answered yes. Dai Lu roared in rage, her eyes blazing red. You are digging your own grave. After saying that, she rushed straight at Tin Vu, violent energy exploding as if to tear him apart. Tin Vu's neck was gripped tightly. He said with difficulty, killing him is easy, but if he dies, you will not survive either. Dai Lu looked at him with fury. Must she truly submit to this human? Suddenly a powerful tremor struck, making her mind spin. Dai Lu trembled and fell to her knees. Tin Vu said the dragon power had already penetrated her heart meridians. If you do not sign the blood contract now, it will be too late. Dai Lu's heart struggled violently. She cannot die now, she still has a mission not yet completed. In the end, she released Tin Vu's neck, leaving dark bruises on his skin. Finally, Dai Lu accepted. I agree to sign a blood contract with you from this moment onward. Tin Vu bit the tip of his finger, his face serious as he began the blood contract ritual. A drop of blood fell from his fingertip as he continued the ceremony. From now on, you are the beast of Tiu Tin Vu. He pressed his blood-stained finger onto her forehead. A radiant star-shaped light immediately appeared between them. Dai Lu sighed inwardly and said, "So your name is Tiu Tin Vu. Can you treat this emperor now?" Tin Vu replied calmly, "Of course, you are already his beast. He will protect you." She was surprised when he began removing his clothes, blushing as she asked what he was doing. Tin Vu seriously held a sharp dagger and said, "To treat you." Without removing his clothes, how could he draw blood? After speaking, he stabbed the dagger straight into his own chest, his face twisted in pain. Tin Vu pointed at the wound on his left chest and said, "Drink it quickly." Dai Lu blushed and stammered, "What are you saying? How could this emperor do such a thing?" Tin Vu explained despite her embarrassment. "The heart essence blood from him can protect your heart meridians." Dai Lu panicked inwardly and then told herself to ignore it. She shyly stepped closer to Tin Vu. She began drinking his heart essence blood to protect her own heart meridians. Her face gradually showed relief as she felt a powerful energy surrounding her body. After the treatment, Tin Vu gently said the wound is temporarily stable now. "Can you tell him your name? After all, he is your beast master." She replied in a deep voice, "This emperor is named Lulu." Then she hesitated before adding, "Since you are my beast master, then tell me." Dai Lu's expression turned serious. "Why do you know my injury was caused by dragon power?" Tin Vu understood the question. He thought Dai Lu might be related to the extinct dragon clan, so it was not simple. He sighed and spoke honestly. 2 months ago, after his eyes were stained with dragon blood, Tin Vu's eyes turned golden orange. He said under the control of his consciousness, he can see the information panel of beasts. Guess, your injuries were also seen through that data panel. Dai Lu was extremely shocked after hearing it. This description makes your eyes resemble the demon god eye in legend. She thought, in legend, the demon god eye can see through all information of beasts. Perhaps Tin Vu mistakenly thought it was a system. Dai Lu did not expect a human to possess the demon god eye. Tiu Tin Vu, who exactly are you? Seeing her silent, Tin Vu asked why she was not speaking. Although still worried, she reassured herself. Now he is her beast master. If it truly is the demon god eye, then it is a good thing. Dai Lu sat down on a rock and said, "You are quite lucky." Crossed her arms and explained your eyes likely mutated into the demon god eye because of dragon blood. Tin Vu asked in surprise, "So it is not a system?" Dai Lu glanced at him and said, "What system? You are not a transmigrator. Stop reading so many novels. Those data panels are only manifestations of the demon god eye ability." Tin Vu thought, so it is only a visualization of ability. But why did he hear it speak? He remembered the voice that once told him to pick up the crystal to awaken a beast bloodline. First time was after the dark demon dragon incident. That voice guided him to find a crystal that helped Hak Fong evolve. Later during the Than Long Academy exam, Hak Fong swallowed a crystal, and the surrounding space turned crimson. Unexpectedly, it truly evolved into the infernal Gale wolf and helped him pass the examination. Both times he heard that voice, so Tin Vu wondered when it would appear again next time. Nearby, a beast silently watched them inside the cave, its sharp teeth grinding together. Suddenly, it lunged forward with a roar. Dai Lu reacted quickly and grabbed Tin Vu's collar, pulling him back. "Fools, stop thinking." Outside the cave, the rain still poured heavily, signaling that a battle was about to begin. The beast's aura erupted with blazing red light. Tin Vu recognized it immediately. Lava Lion Tiger Beast. It was the one that caused him to fall from the cliff. He thought he had escaped it, but did not expect the beast to keep pursuing him. As soon as he finished speaking, it rushed forward to attack. Tin Vu and Dai Lu barely managed to dodge the first strike. Tin Vu was forced back against the cave wall by the overwhelming aura. Could this be his end? Suddenly, the body of the Lava Lion Tiger Beast was enveloped in purple light, and it roared in pain. Tin Vu stared in shock as it was struck by magical power. It turned out Dai Lu had acted. She said confidently, "Even if this emperor is injured, a creature like you cannot provoke me." The beast roared and rushed forward again, attacking with its sharp claws. The clash between both sides was extremely fierce, making the cave tremble. Although she blocked the attack, Dai Lu was clearly struggling. She said coldly, "If you dare insult this emperor, then She finished speaking, she launched a mental attack. At the same time, she activated the skill Catastrophe Gaze. A gigantic sinister eye appeared and shone down upon the beast. Lava Lion Tiger, beast instantly turned to stone and shattered. Seeing the enemy defeated, Tin Vu sighed with relief and said, finally safe, but it seems he cannot endure anymore. His vision gradually blurred. He only heard Dai Lu calling before he lost consciousness. Inside Tin Vu's sea of consciousness, a gigantic dragon hundreds of meters long appeared before him and said, you have finally awakened. The dragon called him the master of the demon god Ai. Tin Vu asked in shock who is speaking. He realized he was sitting on the body of a black dragon even though he had been in the cave before. Who are you? Where is this place? The dragon replied, have you forgotten me? It was I who guided you to the crystal to evolve your beast. Tin Vu suddenly understood. So the voice that guided him to the crystal to awaken the beast bloodline was you. Who exactly are you? The black dragon said, I was awakened by the power of bloodline, yet even I do not know who I am. Tin Vu recalled the past. That bloodline power must be the dragon blood from before. The black dragon continued, but I know I can help you reach the peak of glory. Tin Vu sneered, you do not even know who you are, how can you help him? Black Dragon displayed a data panel before him to prove its ability, showing clearly the information of the Gale Hound and its evolution path into the infernal Gale Wolf and even stronger forms. Only then did Tin Vu understand that the data panel he thought was a system was actually created by the dragon. The Black Dragon said, I can see through all beast information. As long as you summon me with your consciousness, I will appear. Follow my guidance and you will stand at the peak. Tin Vu asked suspiciously what your purpose is. The Black Dragon replied, perhaps to recover my memories. I am not sure either. Tin Vu asked again then, why do you only appear now, making him think it was a system? Only when your power increases can I communicate with you steadily through consciousness. Now that you have contracted 2 beasts, I can finally appear. Tin Vu stood in the vast space and curiously asked where this place was. The dragon replied, this is the sea of consciousness, where our awareness connects. Only when you were unconscious did I have the chance to meet you. You are about to wake up as well. Tin Vu asked whether they would meet again in the future, and when. The dragon only replied vaguely that I am always beside you. He woke up. Tin Vu discovered he was already in a hospital. He was surprised because he remembered he had still been inside the cave before. Kai Nin and Ru Yan stood outside the door. Seeing him awake, they immediately asked about his condition. Tin Vu replied that he had made the principal and teacher Tran worry. Tin Vu supported himself and sat up, asking why he was here. Ru Yan explained that the rescue team found him near the cave and he had already been unconscious at that time. She seriously asked about what happened in the cave because the rescue team discovered the corpse of a lava lion tiger beast less than 100 meters from where he was found. She asked whether he knew what happened. Tin Vu felt slightly uneasy and said that he had already been unconscious at that time, so how could he know? Could the principal suspect that he, a 1-star beast tamer, could kill a lava lion tiger beast? After hearing this, Ru Yan wondered whether she had overthought it. She reassured him that the academy would thoroughly investigate the incident and give him an answer. Tin Vu forced a smile and said he trusted the principal. Ai Nin added that in this Yin Nan Mountain trial, both he and Mo Dung Hin Hin achieved an S+ evaluation. Moreover, they broke the academy record, so he should rest well and prepare for the freshman ranking competition this weekend. After finishing their instructions, the two left, leaving Tin Vu alone in the hospital room. When he was alone, a beam of light appeared and Dai Lu emerged. Tin Vu said, so you were hiding in the beast badge. Dai Lu reproached him for pretending to be strong so she could drink his heart essence blood, which exhausted him and made him faint. Recalling what happened in the cave made her expression darken. When the rescue team arrived, she hid because she did not want to be discovered by humans. Dai Lu frowned and asked if what those two said was true. Then his fall from the cliff was merely an accident. Tin Vu sneered and said, how could it be an accident? He knew exactly who was behind it. Recalled Wang Yan's provocative face and said this time he will not spare him. In Wang Yan's study room, Lin Kang was calmly drinking tea and reading a book. Suddenly Wang Yan rushed in pale face, holding his phone with trembling hands, and said, Father, something has happened. Lin Kang placed the teacup down impatiently and said, why are you so flustered? Wang Yan panicked and said something big has happened. Handed the phone to his father and said, Tin Vu is not dead. He is still alive. Wang Yan said fearfully that if Tin Vu lived, he would take revenge. Behind him, there is also the Sky Vault Guild. Lin Kang pushed up his glasses and sneered that an accident at Yin Nan Mountain has nothing to do with us. Wang Yan was still worried, but Lin Kang interrupted and said even if Tin Vu suspects something, he has no evidence. Wang Yan trembled and asked what they should do next. Lin Kang walked to a cabinet searching and said since it has been done then it must be done thoroughly. After speaking, he held a box in his hand with a cold expression. Then he threw the box to Wang Yan and ordered him to kill Tiu Tin Vu. Meanwhile, at the residential apartment complex, night had fallen and the lights from the apartments illuminated the area. Tin Vu was lying on the bed when his phone rang. He wondered why Olden Go was calling. As soon as he answered, Sin Hu shouted with joy. "Brother Tiu, you are still alive. That is great. You even got first place in the Yin Nan Mountain trial. If I knew who harmed you, I would deal with him immediately." Hearing that, Tin Vu smiled because he knew everyone was worried about him. Before he could speak, Sin Hu continued rambling about the freshman ranking competition. Tin Vu had to interrupt and call his name. Tin Vu suddenly realized Sin, who was talking about the cave incident, and asked again. Sin Hu explained that his disappearance had already reached the hot search. The academy activated an emergency search, so several classes, and even the freshman ranking competition had been postponed. He said it with anticipation. The freshman ranking competition is an annual event organized by Than Long Academy. Freshmen will be divided into groups and draw lots to determine the battle order. After selecting the 8 strongest, they will continue to determine the top 3. This is a battle that determines the future of the freshmen, so it is extremely intense. Sin Hu reminded Tin Vu not to be late. He answered casually and told him to rest early. Tin Vu looked at the dark phone screen and thought about the ranking competition. If he achieves a high ranking, the academy will definitely focus on cultivating him. He remembered that beasts require the spiritual power of their master to use skills. The higher the beast rank, the greater the spiritual power consumed. Tin Vu remembered when Dai Lu used her skill, it drained all his spiritual power and left him exhausted. If he had academy resources, his spiritual power would probably increase faster. In that way, Dai Lu would not drain all his spiritual power again. Thinking of this, he intended to ask the demon god Ai, but before he could, he fell asleep. In his sea of consciousness, Tin Vu fell into a dark void, surrounded by countless red eyes staring at him. Suddenly, a powerful light appeared behind him. Tin Vu turned in shock to look at what was in front of him. It was a gigantic crimson demon god Ai. It stared at Tin Vu and spoke in a cold voice. "You want to take a shortcut?" Tin Vu forced a smile and scratched his head, saying, "Since you are here, why not take advantage of it?" The demon god Ai sighed and said, "As long as you help me recover my memories, I will fully assist you." Tin Vu agreed that both sides would help each other. Demon god Ai said entering the sea of consciousness to speak is very dangerous, so it simulated a game-like data panel to help him. A complete information panel appeared before Tin Vu. It explained that in the future, he could purchase necessary items from the shop. To prevent him from becoming lazy, it would release random missions. Completing missions would reward points or items. Tin Vu looked at the item panel with great excitement. Being too excited, Tin Vu immediately pressed purchase for Dragon Spirit Pill. The information showed that Dragon Spirit Pill could increase spiritual power tenfold for 5 minutes, but afterward would cause a weakened state. Demon God Ai said this pill is exactly what you need, but the side effects are large, so be careful. This time, consider it a free gift. It added that he only needs to recite in his mind the phrase "Beast Taming breaks the void" to call the system. After that, it said it needed to rest, so do not summon it casually. Tin Vu heard this and replied that he would not disturb it, and then left. The demon god Ai smiled faintly and said, "I hope you do not disappoint me." After he left, it watched him with deep eyes. The next morning at the apartment complex, sunlight shone through the window, making the room warm. Tin Vu said, "Sister, he is going to school." Tin Vu stepped out the door, then turned back to look at the two of them. Huoc Tiat told him he had just recovered, so he should walk slowly. Thai Man also reminded him to stay safe. He smiled and said he knows. On the way, Tin Vu thought that today was the day of the freshman ranking competition. Passing a shop, he saw a flyer posted on the wall. Its content made him stop to read carefully. The paper was a wanted notice with Dai Lu's picture, and the order to capture the 9-tailed demon fox at Beast Emperor rank. Tin Vu walked into a deserted alley with no one around. There he pulled Dai Lu out and pressed her against the wall. Tin Vu asked sternly, "Dai Lu, did you deceive me?" He raised the wanted notice and angrily said, "You are wanted by the royal family, yet you did not tell him." Dai Lu sighed and turned her face away, saying she did not hide it. He simply never asked. Tin Vu angrily pointed at the paper and said, "You are a criminal wanted by the royal family, yet you did not tell your beast master." Dai Lu shrugged and said if he regrets signing the blood contract, then he can hand her to the royal family to claim the reward. Tin Vu sighed and softly said that now he is her beast master, so he hopes she will not hide anything from him anymore. Seeing his attitude, Dai Lu also felt a little regret. He said in a deep voice that woman Shangyuan Lam issued the bounty because of the item in her hand. She opened her palm, revealing a purple crystal sphere. Tin Vu looked at the dazzling sphere and asked what it was. Dai Lu replied it is one of the 3 supreme treasures of the dragon clan. He said solemnly that it is called Dragon Tear. The pure blood dragon clan has 3 supreme treasures: reverse scale sword, Dragon King beard, and Dragon Tear. The first 2 are terrifying offensive divine weapons. Dragon Tear has no attack power, but it was formed from the tears of 10,000 dragons. When its full power is activated, it can reverse time and space and return to the past. Tin Vu was extremely shocked when hearing this. Tin Vu asked if the dragon clan had gone extinct 300 years ago then, why they recently appeared again. Looked at Dai Lu seriously and asked what the truth behind the dragon slaying war 300 years ago was. Dai Lu hesitated and said about that I also. At that moment someone called Tiu Tin Vu, causing Dai Lu to immediately vanish into the badge. Tin Vu turned and saw Modung Duong Soch and Modung Hin Hin. Duong Soch said what a coincidence. Duong Soch said you really escaped disaster, but next time be careful not to die again. Hin Hin knew her brother was actually very worried about Tin Vu. Duong Soch complained that because he fell from the cliff, his sister was so worried she would not eat. He said no matter how he persuaded her, Hin Hin refused to eat. When she saw the news on TV that he was safe, that night his sister ate several bowls of rice. Before Duong Soch could finish speaking, Hin Hin covered his mouth. He only managed to remind Tin Vu to be careful next time or his sister would skip meals again. Tin Vu laughed with amusement when he saw the 2 of them worrying about him. All right, I understand. From now on I will not make you worry anymore. The freshman ranking competition is about to begin. Let us go inside. During that, Duong Soch immediately showed an unpleasant expression. He coldly pushed away Ham Ham's hand that was covering his mouth and spoke with a voice as sharp as a blade. Our relationship is not close enough to walk together. Besides, during the Yin Nan Mountain training competition, you even stole my sister's prey. I have not settled that matter with you yet. After saying that, Duong Soch pulled Ham Ham's hand and walked straight into the academy. Ham Ham let us go. Only Tin Vu remained standing there alone with a confused expression. He watched the backs of the 2 leaving, suspicion clearly appearing in his eyes. If that is the case, then why did they come over to talk to me earlier? When they arrived at Than Long Academy, the atmosphere there had already become extremely lively. Brilliant fireworks continuously exploded in the sky, making the scene noisy and dazzling. The spacious hall was filled with laughter and voices. The host enthusiastically raised his voice. On behalf of the entire academy, I would like to wish everyone a good morning. Trin Trong continued the announcement, stating that the academy's freshman ranking competition would be held once every year. And right now, the competition is about to officially begin. All freshmen must draw lots to determine their battle order. Hearing that announcement, each student stepped forward one after another toward the wooden box placed at the center to draw a lot. Please line up in order. A corner of the hall, when Vuong Dim saw Tin Vu, his face immediately showed anger. Tiu Tin Vu, so you really survived and returned safely. His eyes flashed with cold resentment. Vuong Dim remembered the beast box his father had given him and thought to himself, this time I will definitely make you pay a heavy price. The host continued to call the next person to draw a lot. Hearing his name, Vuong Dim immediately stepped forward with a confident posture. When they saw him appear, the surrounding students began whispering. Someone said, is that not the son of Vice Dean Vuong? The person beside replied, that is him. Relying on his father's power, he even caused trouble for classmates in the library before. Crowd continued whispering. Did he not lose all face after being beaten by Tiu Tin Vu on the arena last time? Hearing those discussions behind him, Vuong Dim was drawing his lot with a dark face, so angry that his expression twisted unpleasantly. Someone else added, this guy is truly the joke of Than Long Academy. Vuong Dim's face turned black like the bottom of a pot. He clenched the slip in his hand and revealed a sinister smile. Tiu Tin Vu, I will definitely repay this humiliation. The content on the slip clearly stated, Round 1 Match 7, Tin Vu versus Vuong Dim. Today truly was his chance for revenge. Vuong Dim sneered inwardly. Today I will return it to you 100-fold. The match board appeared on the screen. The entire audience immediately erupted in noise. Did we see wrong? Vuong Dim versus Tin Vu. Heavens, how coincidental, truly enemies meeting on a narrow road. Vuong Dim recalled the prepared slip placed on the mouth of the drawing box and thought proudly, Father, you can rest assured, I will definitely not disappoint you. Vuong Dim quickly walked to stand in front of Tin Vu and pointed directly at him. Tiu Tin Vu, later on the arena, do not regret it. Ground his teeth, his eyes as if wanting to devour Tin Vu as he spoke harshly. Today I will personally cripple your beast. Hearing that, Tin Vu only curled his lips with disdain. Is that so? Then I will wait and see. After speaking, the two stepped onto the arena together. They stood facing each other, the tension ready to erupt at any moment. Strong gust of wind swept past. Tin Vu stepped forward calmly, his confident gaze directed toward the battle area. On the spectator stands, Duong Soch asked his sister, why do you keep staring at Tin Vu? Ham did not answer immediately but asked back, "Can you feel it?" Duong Soch was stunned, not understanding what she meant. "Feel what?" Ham slowly replied, "Ever since Tiu Tin Vu fell off the cliff and was rescued, his aura has become much stronger." At the same time, Nhu Yen sensed the same thing. She thought to herself, in just a few short days, what exactly has Tiu Tin Vu experienced? Back on the arena, Duong Huk raised the flag high and announced, "The first match of round 1, Tin Vu versus Vuong Dim." He excitedly swung the flag downward to signal the start and shouted loudly, "The match begins." The moment the referee shouted, Vuong Dim immediately took a defensive stance and leaped backward. At the same time, Tin Vu also moved to the side, proactively maintaining a safe distance from his opponent. Tin Vu shouted with determined eyes, "Hak Fong." The wolf immediately let out a low growl, preparing to charge at the enemy. Vuong Dim also summoned his beast with a determined gaze. Bang Dim. A six-clawed leopard covered in ice appeared. The electronic screen displayed the information of the two beasts. Hak Fong, Infernal Gale Wolf. Initial stage level 1, Epic Bloodline, talent Infernal Fire, ignoring defense to deal damage, wind and fire attributes. While Bang Dim was the six-clawed Rending Sky Leopard, legendary Bloodline, talent Mystic Frost Freeze, causing attacks to apply freezing effect, reducing movement and attack speed by 30%, ice and wind attributes. Duong Huk explained to the audience. Ham's face suddenly darkened. She seemed to realize something from Hak Fong's aura. This breath seems wrong. On the screen, the information of Hak Fong was still displayed. Infernal Gale Wolf, initial stage level 1, Epic Bloodline. Ham began to doubt. The Hak Fong before them could not possibly be this weak. With its current momentum, its level certainly was not just level 1, but the measuring device could not be wrong. She supported her chin while thinking, there are too many unreasonable things unless. Suddenly she realized, Tiu Tin Vu is deliberately suppressing Hak Fong's level to use this competition to break through. On the arena, Bang Dim continuously charged forward, using its sharp claws to attack Hak Fong. Extremely fast speed, Hak Fong easily dodged and jumped to another position. This time, Bang Dim unleashed the ultimate skill Heaven Freezing Break. A gigantic block of ice shot straight from its mouth toward Hak Fong. Shadows rose from Hak Fong's power to block the attack, Shadow Concealment. The ice block immediately shattered in midair. Bang Dim's attack released a freezing aura that covered the entire arena and spectator stands. The viewers in the stands were reached by the cold air, and all of them shivered while watching the battle. The shadows gradually dissipated. After that attack, Hak Fong suddenly disappeared. Bang Dim did not know that behind its back, Hak Fong, with blazing red eyes, was staring at it. Hak Fong roared and used Infernal Roar. The ground exploded, and Bang Dim was blasted far away. Watching the leopard being flung into the air, without even reacting, looked rather amusing. The audience below were so tense that sweat appeared as they watched the battle. Even though the weather was freezing like Flame Mountain, the host still enthusiastically commented, "What a wonderful battle, sometimes icy cold, sometimes blazing hot." A symbol appeared on Tin Vu's palm. He used the dark skill Silent Claw. The host could not help exclaiming that Tin Vu was displaying extremely impressive dark attribute combat skills. Behind Hak Fong, a massive eerie shadow appeared, making its aura completely overwhelm its opponent. Hak Fong casually gave Bang Dim a slap. It looked like a gentle pat, but in reality it hurt terribly. The audience immediately burst into laughter and mockery. The leopard got hit already. The skill was not even released yet, truly as foolish as its owner. Vuong Dim shouted angrily, "Tin Vu, do you think I will fall in the same place again?" He turned and signaled Bang Dim to continue attacking. Who knows what trick will appear this time? Receiving the order from its master, Bang Dim opened its mouth, revealing a blue gem inside. It immediately bit and shattered the gem without hesitation. Immediately its body began to transform. Shards of ice flew out from within its body. Its fangs lengthened rapidly, as if it were evolving. Its claws and leg strength also increased significantly. Bang Dim completely transformed in both strength and appearance. The gentleness in its eyes disappeared. It roared violently. Thick ice blocks immediately formed around it, creating a defensive barrier. Tin Vu was slightly surprised. Why did it suddenly become stronger? He immediately activated Demon God Eye to observe. Tin Vu carefully looked at Bang Dim and noticed the aura of forbidden substances surrounding it. Do not tell me it used drugs to temporarily boost its power. Tin Vu angrily exposed it. Vuong Dim, just to defeat me you forced your beast to use forbidden drugs. That man did not even deny it and replied instead, "Yes, mind your own business." Vuong Dim immediately gave the order. Bang Dim attack, Ice Blade Storm. Its aura surged as countless sharp ice blocks shot toward Hak Fong. Hak Fong could not react in time and was repeatedly struck by the sharp ice shards, causing injuries. Tin Vu anxiously encouraged him. "Hak Fong, keep going." Vuong Dim laughed triumphantly. "It is not over yet." He continued ordering Bang Deem ice spike. Bang Deem gathered countless small ice fragments into a massive block of ice. The ice block grew larger, and larger then floated directly above Hak Fong's head. When the ice block reached its maximum size, Bang Deem immediately hurled it downward. Hak Fong's legs were trapped by the sharp ice fragments, so he could not move. The audience was shocked. Why did the six-clawed rending sky leopard suddenly become so strong? Tin Vu seems to be falling into a disadvantage. Thuong Deem laughed arrogantly. Tiu Tin Vu, the previous match on the arena I let you win. This time is the true strength of this young master. On the spectator stand, Lam Thuong spoke to Nhu Yen. Din Su, my Deem's talent is not inferior to Tiu Tin Vu, but Nhu Yen only focused on the battle. Face showed clear displeasure. The six-clawed rending sky leopard suddenly increased its power in an instant. I do not believe there is no trick behind this. Truly a pair of foolish father and son. On the arena, Hak Fong's situation was extremely dangerous. The referee said, if this continues, the infernal Gale Wolf will not only lose, but may also suffer severe injuries. Duong Huk looked at the battle and exclaimed, could the outcome already be decided? Does Tin Vu still have a chance to turn the situation around? All the spectators watching the match felt nervous and worried for Tin Vu. Facing the opponent's contempt, Tin Vu only smiled inwardly. Could it be that the more than 100 demonic beasts Hak Fong hunted in Yin Nan Mountain were all weak? Tin Vu raised his hand and pointed straight at Thuong Deem, then immediately signaled Hak Fong to prepare an attack. Hak Fong. He shouted loudly, Infernal Fire Lotus. Instantly Hak Fong shattered the imprisoning ice. Beneath his feet, a blazing flower of fire bloomed. Realizing the situation had completely changed, Thuong Deem panicked and shouted, Bang Deem, retreat quickly, run now. Hak Fong advanced step by step, the heat radiating outward, making the air scorching. Bang Deem tried to flee, but it was already too late. Hak Fong stopped at the center of the arena, slowly lowered his head and took a deep breath. Strands of crimson fire began gathering in his mouth. Immediately after that, he released a gigantic lotus of fire. The blazing flames surged forward violently. Nin saw this scene and was extremely satisfied. He could not help exclaiming, this is the fire attribute battle skill Infernal Fire Lotus. Nhu Yen also exclaimed in amazement. Who would have thought an incomplete beast could perform a skill meant only for the completed form? The future is truly promising. Thuong also did not expect this outcome. His growth speed is this fast. It seems he cannot be allowed to remain. Hak Fong's Fire Lotus continued relentlessly chasing Bang Deem. Dear audience, the scene before your eyes is completely real. Tiu Tin Vu has successfully executed the fire attribute battle skill of a completed form beast. At this moment, a massive Fire Lotus appeared above Bang Deem's head. The referee continued, the Infernal Gale Wolf is only an initial form beast, yet it has surpassed its level to learn a high-level skill. Thuong Huk declared firmly, if this continues, Tin Vu may even surpass Deep Suong. Tin Vu gathered all his strength to finish the match. Infernal Fire Lotus. As soon as the referee finished speaking, Hak Fong's attack descended. Bang Deem was completely defeated and burned. After the decisive strike from Hak Fong landed upon Bang Deem, the entire arena area was engulfed in thick smoke and dust. The flames gradually faded. The image of Bang Deem lying motionless on the ground appeared. Beside it stood Tin Vu calmly. The entire audience fell into silence. Everyone was stunned by the attack just now. All held their breath waiting for the referee's judgment. Thuong Huk broke the tense atmosphere. He shouted excitedly, the winner is Tiu Tin Vu. He pointed toward him and loudly announced the winner's name. Satisfaction clearly appeared on Tin Vu's face. The students immediately cheered in celebration. This guy is truly a monster. Infernal Fire Lotus is terrifying. That moment, the electronic screen suddenly lit up. Everyone immediately pointed and said, look there, the data of the Infernal Gale Wolf has changed. The image of Hak Fong appeared on the screen. From level 1 initial form, it had directly risen to level 3 after just one battle. Thuong Deem completely collapsed. He never expected the outcome to be like this. Duong Huk said excitedly, Tiu Tin Vu has created an unprecedented record. Continued announcing, since Than Long Academy began holding the freshman competition, this is the first time such a miracle has appeared. A beast rising 2 levels directly on the arena. The one who created this miracle is Tiu Tin Vu. Hearing this, Tin Vu and Hak Fong both laughed with excitement. On the arena, Bang Deem lay collapsed on the ground, while Thuong Deem stood helpless. Meanwhile, Hak Fong howled excitedly. He immediately ran toward Tin Vu. He smiled proudly and patted his head. Hak Fong, you did well. Vu recalled earlier when Hak Fong hunted dozens of demonic beasts at Yin Nan Mountain and was even ambushed by Dung Nam Su Ho. After surviving the trial of life and death, he had already reached the limit of leveling up. Image of Hak Fong fighting ferociously appeared in his mind, this time thanks to the pressure from the ice attribute battle skill of the six-clawed rending sky leopard it had been forced to the brink, thus erupting into transformation. While thinking, Tin Vu heard arguing from the spectator stands. It was Nhu Yen's voice. Everything must have evidence. Where is the evidence? He slightly frowned with concern, thinking to himself Lam Thuong must be causing trouble again. Hurry and go see. He showed extreme anger on behalf of his son, loudly stating that according to the competition rules, once the match ended both sides must stop immediately. Now Luke Trao Liat Kong Bao had already died right on the arena floor. Was that still not enough evidence? Many lecturers expressed indignation, saying that director, although Tiu Tin Vu was indeed a rare genius, his methods were far too cruel, and he could not be kept any longer. That was right. If his character had problems, then he must be expelled. Director, please do not show favoritism like Nhu Yen Tran, and everyone is watching here. The Academy will certainly investigate clearly to give everyone a satisfactory answer, however. She glanced at Lam Thuong and warned coldly that before the matter was clarified, if anyone dared to slander my student, I would absolutely not let it go. Nhu Yen immediately ordered the staff to bring the corpse of Luke Trao Liat Kong Bao here and invite beast-taming doctors to conduct an autopsy. Not long after, the group of beast-taming doctors began carefully examining Bang Deem's corpse. A series of devices were placed on its body for analysis. Nhu Yen stepped forward and asked about the situation and whether anything had been discovered. One doctor replied that director, its internal organs had severe hemorrhaging. It was very likely caused by Hellfire Lotus. This statement slightly surprised Nhu Yen. Lam Thang, standing nearby, secretly felt pleased. Fortunately, earlier, he had already bribed more than a dozen beast-taming doctors of the Academy. He thought the director was cautious by nature, so she would certainly use this method. Therefore, he triumphantly asked Nhu Yen whether she heard it. Even the doctor said the same. Tin Vu immediately spoke in rebuttal. May I ask Vice Director Vuong, would anyone openly act so viciously in front of so many people? He explained that moreover Hak Fong's Hellfire Lotus only burned the soul, yet the corpse of Luke Trao Liat Kong Bao clearly died from excessive internal bleeding. The lecturers nodded as well, saying no one would be foolish enough to act like that in front of everyone. Tin Vu wanted to confront the matter clearly, so he directly asked the doctor whether his diagnosis was truly correct. The doctor's face instantly turned pale, and he stammered saying this matter. Tin Vu leaned close to the doctor's ear and whispered that he advised him not to ruin his entire career as a beast-taming doctor for a little benefit. Think carefully before speaking. The doctor immediately panicked and turned to Vice Director Vuong asking what to do now, had it already been exposed. Tin Vu turned to the lecturers and earnestly requested, Director, this matter is extremely important. He asked to test the blood of Luke Trao Liat Kong Bao before reaching a conclusion. Nhu Yen immediately ordered them to hurry and do it. 5 minutes passed. The doctors were still diligently examining Bang Deem's corpse, while Vuong Deem stood nearby, so worried that he was dazed. The doctor from earlier hesitantly reported to Nhu Yen that Director Luke Trao Liat Kong Bao died because Nhu Yen impatiently shouted, stop stammering and speak clearly. The doctor tremblingly pointed at the test results and said in disbelief that it died because it used a berserk pill. Hearing that, Vuong Deem immediately flew into rage and rushed forward, intending to beat the doctor. This quack was slandering others. Dropped to his knees begging Nhu Yen that Director please believe him. He had never given Bang Deem a berserk pill. The doctor continued explaining that this was a verified test result. It could be confirmed that Luke Trao Liat Kong Bao had used a berserk pill. After using this medicine, the beast would fall into a berserk state. Its strength would greatly increase, but it would also pay a price. Nhu Yen held the report and looked at Vuong Deem angrily. The evidence was already this clear, and he still wanted to deny it. He stammered, saying, hee. Vuong Deem turned to Lam Thuong for help and shouted, Father, save me. The lecturers criticized him, saying they never expected the son of Vice Director Vuong to be so vicious as to give his beast this forbidden drug. It was unbelievable. Lam Thuong loved his son, so he lowered his voice and begged Nhu Yen that Director, could she give my son another chance? Lan Lung coldly reminded Vice Director Vuong not to forget his identity. He was not only a father, but also the Vice Director of Qinglong Academy. If he wanted to break the rules for personal feelings, then it would be best for him to leave Qinglong Academy together with his son. Seeing that Nhu Yen showed him no respect at all, Lam Thuong secretly thought that if this continued, even he himself might be implicated. He immediately loudly declared that Vuong Dim had violated academy regulations by giving his beast a berserk pill. The disciplinary decision was expulsion. The words struck Vuong Dim like thunder. He looked at Lam Thuong in disbelief and asked Father. Even Father wanted to expel him. Lam Thuong lowered his voice so only the two of them could hear. Using a berserk pill was already an undeniable fact. Now they could only endure temporarily, but his son should rest assured that he would definitely avenge him. The father and son immediately performed a scene of severing ties. Lam Thuong shouted for someone to drag this disgrace out of the academy. Vuong Dim screamed in despair, Father. Scene shifted to the schoolyard where students were discussing that everything had finally ended. They heard that the list of the 8 strongest had been announced. On the notice board appeared the top 8 freshmen: Mo Dung Ham Ham, Tiu Tin Vu, Mo Dung Duong Soch, Triu Thin Min, Pham Du, Chao Tu Vu, Tun Van Bang, and Lam and Ta. They even discussed in front of the Mo Dung siblings that Tiu Tin Vu was truly the most formidable opponent among this group of freshmen. A person with no backing who still entered the top 8 directly? Truly incredible. After watching his match with Vuong Dim, many people even gave up the competition entirely. Duong Soch comforted his sister, saying Ham Ham, Tiu Tin Vu had already entered the top 8. During the trial at Yin Nan Mountain, he stole quite a few of her prey. Tomorrow he would face that man in battle and would definitely help her repay this debt. Ham Ham stared at the name Tiu Tin Vu on the notice board and said she hoped she could personally defeat him tomorrow. Elsewhere, Sin Hu Hai excitedly called out to Tin Vu that brother Tiu there was good news. He had entered the top 8. Tin Vu calmly replied it was only entering the top 8. Was there any need to be so excited? His friend was still panting and said they must celebrate with a meal. Behind the two of them, Lam Thuong ground his teeth with hatred and muttered, "Do not celebrate too early, Tiu Tin Vu." Meanwhile, Tin Vu's house had been smashed into chaos as if it had just experienced a violent rampage. That man wanted to see whether he could still smile when he returned. It turned out earlier Vuong Dim had begged Lam Thang, saying, "Father, please do not expel him. He would find a way to ruin Tiu Tin Vu's victory ticket." Lam Thang replied, "Idiot. Did he think he could ruin the victory tickets of so many people? What about other matters?" He had to leave quietly. This was a necessary sacrifice. On the way home, Tin Vu happily recalled what had just happened. Late at night, yet Olden Go kept dragging him to celebrate. Now he had finally returned home. As soon as he reached the door, he was startled to see it smashed apart. What had happened here? Tin Vu hurried inside while running and loudly called, "Sister, man, man." Thai Man saw Tin Vu and tears instantly flowed. She choked out, "Brother." Sister Nguok Tiat had been taken away by a masked man. He even left a letter. The girl tightly hugged Tin Vu, making him worried as he asked what had happened. Tin Vu frowned tightly, then rubbed the girl's head and comforted her. Man, man, do not cry. Sister Nguok Tiat would be fine." Picked up the letter and read it. Inside, there was only a single line. If he wanted to save his sister, he should come to Yin Nan Mountain. The scene shifted to Yin Nan Mountain. The sky was still pitch dark. Perhaps because he was too worried, Tin Vu had run here very quickly. While running, he thought about who dared to touch his sister. Could it be sister? Tin Vu discovered Nguok Tiat lying unconscious under a large tree. There was no one around. Suddenly, from behind the tree, a mysterious man in a black cloak stepped out and said, "Do not shout." His sister had only fainted. Tin Vu angrily shouted, "Release my sister immediately." That man laughed and asked whether he was not curious who he was. As if he had already guessed everything, Tin Vu calmly analyzed that the only person who had a grudge against him recently was Vuong Dim. But that man did not have the courage or ability to kidnap someone. Therefore, it must be his father, Lam Thuong. The man pulled down his hood and laughed hoarsely, indeed worthy of being Tiu Tin Vu. With a strange expression, he said, if Tin Vu were his son, he could certainly train him to become the strongest young beast tamer of Long Kingdom. Lam Thuong immediately changed to a cold expression and said, but unfortunately he was not. Instead, he harmed his son. Therefore, he must disappear. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned his beast, Earth Titan Strength, Rock Guardian. Gigantic rock demon giant bear appeared. He proudly said this was his beast king-level beast. The beast roared violently. Lam Thuong continued boasting that it could enter the tyrant body state, cast skills without interruption, and was immune to enemy control. A one-star beast tamer daring to confront a beast king. Tiu Tin Vu today would be the day he died. The beast bared its fangs and growled toward him. Tin Vu calmly replied that Vice Director Vuong would likely be disappointed. Lam Thuong pushed his glasses and sneered. Did he intend to summon that wolf to become food for his rock demon giant bear, who said he only had one beast? After speaking, Tin Vu raised his hand to summon. Lulu, it was her turn to perform. Immediately, a massive stream of black aura appeared in the sky, covering the entire air. Lam Thuong's expression changed when he sensed that terrifying aura. A fox ear appeared and flicked slightly as if just waking. Who dared call this emperor? It turned out to be an incomparably beautiful fox woman. She lazily rubbed her eyes and said someone disturbed her pleasant sleep again. Her servant should think of a way to compensate this emperor. Tinvu pointed at Lam Thuong's beast and ordered Lulu deal with that bear. Dalu asked again after killing it could she go back to sleep. Tinvu nodded in compromise. Yes, she could sleep as long as she wanted. Lam Thuong secretly calculated the aura of this beast was too terrifying. If he did not strike first, it would be too late. So he immediately ordered his beast to launch a sneak attack on Tinvu. The sparks from the attack slightly startled Dalu. After regaining her senses, she merely glanced at it with a cold look. The rock demon giant bear raised its enormous hammer, preparing to strike down at Dalu. She only gently released a move, Calamity Finger Eye. In less than a second, Lam Thuong's beast was instantly turned to stone and stood motionless. Lam Thuong trembled as he pointed at Dalu and stammered, saying she was Nine-tailed demon fox. She was the beast emperor-level demon fox wanted across the entire nation. Dalu indifferently looked at him as if it had nothing to do with her. Lam Thuong immediately threatened that Tiu Tin Vu, the beast he had contracted, was actually the nation's most wanted criminal, once this matter was exposed. Before he could finish speaking, Tin Vu coldly laughed and said Vice Director Vuong, since he had summoned the nine-tailed demon fox before him, it proved he had no intention of letting him leave this mountain alive. Lam Thuong angrily cursed arrogant brat. The gap between a 1-star and 6-star beast tamer could not be filled with just one beast. He himself was a 6-star beast tamer. He unleashed his power, causing the rock covering his beast's head to crack apart. Then the beast used its strength to gradually shatter the stone encasing its body. When the stone completely shattered, the anger of the rock demon giant bear also reached its peak. It roared violently, its eyes shooting flames as if wanting to destroy everything. Seeing this, Tin Vu immediately ordered Lulu to deal with that bear. After it was done, he would use a victory ticket to exchange delicious food for her. Forest space suddenly became strangely silent. Only the heavy breathing of both sides could be heard. Lam Thuong burst into laughter and said Tiu Tin Vu, the nine-tailed demon fox, was indeed powerful, but do not forget one thing. No matter how strong it was, he was still only a 1-star beast tamer. Immediately afterward, he erupted with spiritual power, causing purple flames to burn fiercely. Next, he would show how vast the gap between 1 star and 6 stars truly was. Lam Thuong's beast began gathering power, causing the ground to shake violently. Earth and stones throughout the mountain forest were flung into the air. The beast roared furiously, holding a weapon only 1/5 the size of its body, yet terrifyingly sharp, producing a thunderous sound across the silent Yin Nan Mountain. Its deep roar echoed throughout the area, spreading farther and gradually blending into the dense fog that covered almost the entire surrounding space. Watching the scene before him grow worse and worse, Tin Vu's expression turned tense. He realized that this thick mist was the ability of the dark attribute. Lam Thuong's beast had become completely frenzied, its aura erupting violently. Tin Vu immediately understood that it was a dark attribute beast that needed to absorb human blood or the blood of other beasts to strengthen its power. Tin Vu's eyes darkened as he suddenly realized everything. 5 years ago in Longan City, low-level beasts had frequently disappeared. It turned out all of it was caused by him. Lam Thuong pushed up his glasses and laughed proudly. Skull symbol gradually appeared on Lam Thuong's right cheek. He spoke in a sinister voice that dying beneath the claws of the rock demon giant bear was the honor of all of them. Tin Vu was extremely shocked because that was the mark of the Red Skull Guild, an organization specializing in training dark attribute beast tamers and listed as a terrorist group. This was a gathering place for brutal people bearing the Red Skull symbol. This guild was one of the 5 greatest dark forces. Tin Vu calmly looked at Lam Thuong and said if everyone knew the vice director of Qinglong Academy was actually a member of the Red Skull Guild, then what would the consequences be? Lam Thuong coldly replied that since he had exposed his identity before him, then he should not expect to leave this mountain alive. Lu, standing beside him, heard that and reminded him that, with the current spiritual power of her master, she could not use any battle skill. Tin Vu reassured her that she should not worry. He had never fought a battle where the victory rate was less than 100%. After saying that, Tin Vu immediately swallowed the dragon's spirit pill. Then he lowered his head, took a deep breath, and exhaled a powerful stream of spiritual energy. Streams of spiritual power gradually erupted throughout his body, causing Tin Vu to cry out in pain. Seeing that, Lam Thuong immediately ordered his beast to attack. He sneered and said that next year on this day he would visit his grave and burn incense. Dragon spirit pill had now completely dissolved within Tin Vu's body, carrying a chilling aura that pierced into his heart. He softly called Lulu. With Tin Vu supporting her from behind, She immediately responded to her master's command saying she was here. At that moment, Lam Thuong's beast had already moved. It roared violently while holding its weapon and charged straight toward Tin Vu and De Lu, dark spiritual power surging across its body. In the critical moment, Tin Vu shouted tensely, blood-devouring eye. Immediately afterward, a demonic beast shadow appeared, its eyes blazing like fire. That was De Lu in her transformed form, as the nine-tailed demon fox. In her demon fox form, she quickly raised her head toward the sky and let out a long howl. Instantly, a gigantic eye appeared in the sky. The eye slowly locked onto its target, aiming directly at the heart of the giant bear. Lam Thuong's beast did not sense the danger at all and continued growling as it charged forward. When the target had been completely determined, the eye instantly fired a beam of spiritual power that pierced straight through the opponent, even breaking through its final layer of armor. The beam even passed through Lam Thuong's body, causing him to scream in agony. Lam Thuong struggled desperately and shouted no. He was unwilling, Dark Gale. Immediately afterward, flames erupted and burned his body until he died. From the cliff of Yin Nan Mountain, Tin Vu and De Lu witnessed the entire event with their own eyes. Tin Vu's body began to stagger. Perhaps this was the side effect after using the dragon's spirit pill. Tin Vu gradually became dizzy, only faintly hearing De Lu calling him master. She worriedly knelt beside him and said, "Master, do not fall asleep." As she spoke, De Lu slapped Tin Vu's face hard, telling him to wake up immediately. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approached. With her sharp hearing, De Lu instantly detected it. She turned her head and asked who it was, but immediately a hand tightly gripped her throat. A flash of lightning suddenly appeared, and with that light, De Lu clearly saw the face of the person before her. Amid the desolate cliffs of Yin Nan Mountain, Manguacaped gripped De Lu's throat and lifted her off the ground. De Lu was shocked because the aura was terrifying. Manguacaped coldly said, "Nine-tailed demon fox." She continued to frown and said that De Lu was a beast emperor-level demon beast. She did not expect her to sign a contract with her younger brother. Hearing that, De Lu widened her eyes in shock and said the power of a dragon. Looking at the cold face and the surging spiritual power from Manguacaped's body, De Lu was stunned because she had never seen such terrifying power flowing like this. She asked in confusion whether Manguacaped was not Tiu Tin Vu's biological sister. Then why did she possess the power of a dragon? What exactly was she? Before De Lu could finish speaking, Manguacaped signaled her to remain silent. Manguacaped kept a cold expression yet radiated mystery. As she said, De Lu did not need to know her identity. After that, she flung De Lu aside and turned to look at Tin Vu, slowly saying in short, "For now." Manguacaped walked over to Tin Vu and sat beside him, her eyes filled with concern. She softly said she was only Tin Vu's sister. After saying that, she placed her hand on his chest and transmitted spiritual power to heal Tin Vu. While she focused on healing, De Lu approached and hesitantly asked how his condition was now. While healing him, Manguacaped replied that he had likely used a drug that temporarily increased spiritual power and thus suffered backlash. After finishing the treatment, Manguacaped calmly said Tin Vu was fine and would recover after resting for 3 days. De Lu supported him against herself and said with relief that was good. It seemed her task was done. Manguacaped pushed herself up and stood. She walked straight to the edge of the cliff, spiritual power still surrounding her body, causing De Lu to anxiously ask what she intended to do. Before De Lu could finish speaking, Manguacaped's eyes suddenly widened. Strange melodies began to flow from her mouth, carrying an indescribable mystery. This was the moment Manguacaped activated the skill Dragon Whisper. The sound spread deep into the forest and drifted down toward the flames burning beneath the cliff. Everywhere the sound passed quickly returned to its original state. De Lu exclaimed in shock, "Dragon Whisper." She knew this was a battle skill of pure-blood dragons. Through its special melody, it could restore everything in the world. After erasing the traces of the battle with spiritual power, Manguacaped revealed several scales on her cheek and said all traces tonight had been erased by her. Aside from them and Tin Vu, no one would know about this matter. De Lu was not foolish. She said that as far as she knew, among pure-blood dragons, only one type possessed platinum scales. Seeing Manguacaped's expression darken, De Lu confirmed its name was Chaos. Manguacaped immediately released the aura of a silver dragon. She said 9 tails. She could ignore the fact that De Lu was wanted by the Dragon Kingdom Empress, but since she had signed a blood contract with her younger brother, she must follow her rules. She coldly warned that if De Lu helped her younger brother, she would not harm her. Otherwise, she pointed directly at De Lu and said she would cut off all 9 of her tails. Did she understand? De Lu nodded nervously, saying she understood. Manguacaped continued to warn with a gloomy expression not to speak carelessly to Tin Vu about her identity. The scene shifted to a hospital room. Tin Vu woke up and looked around, seeing his sister and the director beside him. Manguacaped sighed in relief, then collapsed beside the bed, saying it was good that he was fine. She had been worried to death. Tin Vu smiled bitterly and said she was pressing on him and making it hard for him to breathe. Tin Vu suddenly asked about that night. Manhwa immediately sat up and stared at him carefully. Then she explained that when she woke up she found herself at Yin Nan Mountain while he was unconscious beside her. She did not know what happened, but he was drenched in sweat. Therefore she carried him down the mountain to find someone to treat him. Hearing that, Tin Vu secretly sighed with relief. Fortunately, nothing unusual had been discovered. It seemed Lulu had cleaned the scene thoroughly. Hu Yen stepped forward and spoke about the situation of the ranking competition. Tin Vu, he had been unconscious for 3 days, so he missed the semi-finals and finals. Thinking of the 2 contestants with the highest achievements in the competition, she announced the results that first and second place were Mo Dung Ham Ham and Mo Dung Duong Soch respectively. Therefore, it was considered that he had voluntarily forfeited the competition. Hu Yen smiled lightly, intending to comfort him, saying, but he also. Tin Vu immediately interrupted the director. Did she not find it strange that he appeared at Yin Nan Mountain? Tin Vu's expression became serious, his heart filled with worry. Inside the hospital room, Manhwa and he both waited for Nhu Yen's answer. She thought for a moment and then sighed. Nhu Yen said directly that 3 days ago Vice Director Vuong had also suddenly disappeared. Tin Vu instantly became tense. Could it be that the matter had been discovered? Manhwa standing nearby looked at Nhu Yen with cold eyes if she dared to harm Tin Vu. He was ready to strike and eliminate her immediately. But Nhu Yen continued saying that she would investigate the matter. She believed Tin Vu was innocent, and Qinglong Academy should also replace its vice director. Hearing that, Tin Vu felt somewhat surprised. The director had chosen to stand on his side. Nhu Yen sat beside Manhwa and said this time, besides visiting him, she also wanted to remind him about the supernova competition. Tin Vu immediately asked what competition that was. Nhu Yen explained that the supernova competition was a major event jointly organized by the 4 beast taming academies Qinglong, Baihu, and Zhuque. The competition was jointly organized by the 4 great academies Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuque, and Xuanwu. Each academy sent 3 of its most outstanding freshmen to participate, all of them remarkable geniuses. Nhu Yen continued saying that, when mentioning the #1 genius of Qinglong Academy, the first name to mention was Deep Suong Ngung. However, in last year's supernova competition, she was defeated by Lai Muk Than of Baihu Academy and only obtained the runner-up position. Therefore, Nhu Yen decided to place her hopes on Tin Vu. She hoped he would become one of the representatives to compete and help Qinglong Academy regain its glory. She advised him not to refuse, because this could also be considered an opportunity to make up for missing the freshman tournament this time. Tin Vu calmly asked director what the conditions were for participating in the supernova competition. Nhu Yen immediately explained that there were 2 conditions. First, the contestant must have at least 2 beasts. Second, the person must reach the level of a 2-star beast tamer. Nhu Yen patted his shoulder with confidence and said the competition would take place next month. She believed that before the tournament began, he would definitely meet the qualifications. Tin Vu was secretly moved by that expectation and resolved not to disappoint the director. At the same time, he also wanted to see how powerful Baihu Academy truly was if they could defeat Deep Suong Ngung. He confidently told Nhu Yen not to worry. The championship of the supernova competition would definitely belong to him. That night, Tin Vu decided to go deeper into Yin Nan Mountain. He remembered that the contestants in last year's competition all possessed at least 2 beasts. He considered how to prepare for the competition. Although he also had 2 beasts, De Lu was a wanted criminal and could not be summoned in crowded places. Moreover, Hak Fong was currently only a 3rd-rank infernal Gale wolf in its initial form, so it would be difficult to compete in a major tournament like the supernova competition. When he reached an open clearing, he stopped and decided that tonight would be the moment to help Hak Fong break through. Tin Vu summoned Hak Fong. The wolf appeared within blazing red flames and let out a powerful roar. The ring on Tin Vu's hand also began to emit light. Pieces of items of various colors flew out. Tin Vu smiled proudly because he had prepared everything in advance. After the director left, he had used his salary at the Sky Vault Guild to buy fire attribute nutrition potions and evolution materials. In addition, he had also collected many items from previous battles, as well as rewards from the freshman competition and the trial at Yin Nan Mountain. A pile of items was stacked before him. Tin Vu said this should be enough for his evolution. Hak Fong hurry and swallow everything. During the order, Hak Fong immediately opened his mouth and absorbed all the items. After swallowing everything, its body began to change. Flames erupted violently, covering its entire body. Tin Vu encouraged Hak Fong to hold on. De Lu also appeared and received the order to guard the process. Tin Vu said if the breakthrough failed, it could fall into demonic deviation, so he asked her to watch over it. De Lu nodded in agreement. Hak Feng's eyes gradually became ferocious, and its breathing grew violent. Tin Vu immediately reminded it to stay calm. De Lu quickly created a formation to prevent Hak Feng from running wildly. Pressure erupting around Hak Feng knocked Tin Vu to the ground. He could clearly feel the pain Hak Feng was enduring. He forced himself to stand and called the beast taming system to break the ceiling barrier. The sacred screen immediately responded. Tin Vu asked the system to check how much time remained for the evolution. The progress bar appeared at 30%. The progress bar continued rising to 58%, 73%, 79%, then 87%. After that, it reached 90%, then 92%. Finally, it advanced to 99%. The progress bar stopped at 99%, which made Tin Vu worried that the evolution might fail. At that moment, one of Hak Feng's powerful paws stepped out from the purple flames. Hak Feng completed the transformation. Tin Vu shouted joyfully that Hak Feng had evolved successfully. A new information panel appeared. Infernal Nether Wolf, Growth Stage Level 1. Epic Infernal Bloodline. Talent Infernal Flame deals true damage ignoring defense. Talent Demon Suppression Power increases attack and defense and converts 50% of inflicted damage into healing. Attributes Fire, Wind, Dark, and Demon. Skills Infernal Disturbance, Infernal Howl, Shadow Stealth, Silence Claw, Judgment Mark. Lu saw it and exclaimed in shock, Gate of the Netherworld. She did not expect it to awaken the demon attribute. She could not help but marvel at Tin Vu's talent. This kid truly was a special beast tamer. Tin Vu ran over and hugged Hak Feng excitedly, saying this was wonderful. De Lu then asked how he planned to contract the third beast. He began to seriously think about this matter. Then the scene shifted to a conversation between Yen En-heen and Tin Vu. When she learned he was preparing to participate in the supernova competition, Yen En-heen actively offered help and said it would not do without a new beast. She would take him to buy one. Tin Vu said somewhat shyly, "Thank you, sister, Yen En-heen, for helping him find a beast." Yen En-heen laughed and said there was no need for thanks. Since he was her younger brother, his matters were also hers. It was only buying a beast. He generously led Tin Vu into the shop and said he could choose freely. She would pay. Tam Nuong saw them arrive and warmly greeted them. She said Miss Tan had arrived. She happily asked whether she wanted to buy lightning attribute nutrition potions or lightning beast cores today. En-heen said Tam Nuong, her younger brother, would compete next month, so he needed to contract a new beast. She asked her to introduce some options. Tam Nuong led Tin Vu to look around and said, "Little master," she would first introduce this crimson artisan spider. Its attack power was higher than many beasts of the same rank. Then she introduced a tiger-type beast and the extreme shadow purple-marked cat, which had agile speed and the ability to deal critical strikes. When Tam Nuong was about to introduce more, Yen En-heen interrupted. She said directly there was no need for cheap ones. Bring out the highest quality beasts, she would pay. Tam Nuong understood immediately and opened the door to a private room, saying, "Then, please come inside to choose the best beasts in the shop." They stepped into the area containing high-grade beasts. Tam Nuong asked whether Little Master had taken a liking to any. Introduced the Earth Blood Mountain armored beast, which had excellent overall attributes. Then the three-eyed tyrant serpent, which possessed extremely strong poison and burning damage. There was also the Ice Bone beast, which carried a legendary bloodline and was very valuable. However, Tin Vu was still hesitant because these beasts did not have hidden bloodlines. Yen En-heen asked what was wrong. Did he not like any of them? Tam Nuong also asked Little Master these beasts were excellent, yet he was still unsatisfied. If he had any requirements, he could tell her, and she would import them specially. At that moment, a voice sounded outside calling Tam Nuong the new goods had arrived. A large man with a fierce face carried a cage inside and said this batch had just been captured. Inside the cage were two small girls. Tin Vu looked closely and realized they were elves. He wondered, because elves were considered useless beasts, why Tam Nuong would import such a type. Yen En-heen pulled him aside and explained that selling them as beasts was difficult, but selling them as pets to the rich was extremely expensive. Tin Vu immediately understood. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he sensed a special source of energy. He checked the information of the girl named Freya. Water element little spirit. Initial stage level 1. Low bloodline, no talent. Water attribute, no skills. But the hidden bloodline was mythical angel. Tin Vu was extremely shocked. He thought to himself that this spirit possessed an angel bloodline. Yen En-heen saw him standing still and called Tin Vu, asking what was wrong. Tin Vu turned back excitedly and said, "Sister Yen En-heen, he wanted to buy this girl." Tam Nuong asked in surprise about his intention. Yen En-heen was also stunned and asked whether he was joking. Tin Vu said irritably what they were thinking. He wanted to sign a contract with the girl as his beast. In his heart, he secretly rejoiced because of the angel bloodline. After leaving the shop, Tin Vu brought Freya back to Yin Nan Mountain. He opened the cage and gently carried the girl out. telling her not to be afraid because he would not harm her. Tin Vu gave Freya a healing pill and said she should eat it and her wounds would recover. After eating it, Freya quickly recovered and her spirit improved as well. Tin Vu extended his finger and asked whether she wanted to sign a contract and become his beast. Freya hesitated slightly and thought about it. She remembered how gently Tin Vu had treated her. In the end, Freya held his finger, showing her agreement. Tin Vu happily asked again whether she truly agreed. Then from now on, cut a small wound on his fingertip, allowing blood to flow out. Freya accepted that drop of blood. After absorbing the drop of blood, she smiled. The contract was successfully formed. At Yin Nan Mountain, the blood contract was established. Tin Vu happily asked Freya whether she had acknowledged him as her master. He gently touched her and realized that after signing a contract, a beast would become closer to its master. He then said there was also this. Tin Vu took out a small crystal and said this was a bloodline awakening crystal. He had already crushed it into fragments. If she ate it, she could evolve. Freya cautiously approached and reached out her small hands to touch the crystal. She took the fragment of crystal and ate it, looking extremely adorable. Suddenly, Freya felt something was wrong. Her face turned pale and the crystal fragment fell from her hand. Felt pain as if thousands of electric currents were piercing her body, so she tightly hugged herself. Tin Vu knew this was the crucial moment of the evolution process, so he could only encourage Freya to endure. The energy erupted more and more violently. A dazzling light shot straight into the sky, carrying terrifying pressure. Dalu sensed danger and immediately appeared standing before Tin Vu, asking Master what had happened and whether he was all right. He immediately raised a protective magic barrier around Tin Vu, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Seeing that, he softly reassured her that he was fine. A gigantic vortex of light enveloped Freya. The surrounding air trembled violently, signaling that the evolution process had entered its final stage. Within the circle of light, gradually appeared the figure of a young girl with pure white angel wings, spreading wide, radiant brilliance filling the entire space. At last the process was complete. Freya appeared with breathtaking beauty, her golden hair flowing freely and her solemn aura making it difficult for others to approach. The system information panel appeared before Tin Vu, causing him to marvel. The hidden bloodline had activated. Name: Holy Radiance Angel Beast. Initial stage level 1. Mythical Angel Bloodline. Talent: Holy Radiance Protection, can remove negative effects and create a holy shield for allies. Attributes: Angel and Holy Radiance. Skill: Holy Radiance Cross / deals triple critical damage and accumulates shields. Radiant Sword Array creates a rain of light swords causing area damage. Evolution Path: 4-Winged Angel, 6-Winged Angel, Archangel, and Holy Maiden Archangel. Tin Vu stepped closer and gently said when he became a 9-star beast tamer, she could evolve into a 12-winged Sarah. Only then did he realize he had not yet given the girl a name. So he said that was right, he still had not called her by any name. After thinking for a moment, he said, how about calling her Freya? In Greek mythology, that name was also associated with elemental spirits. Freya descended from the air and landed before Tin Vu and Dalu. The girl knelt on one knee and respectfully bowed before her master. Tin Vu smiled and said Freya from now on they would fight together. Dalu looked at the scene and sighed that it seemed he had taken another step toward the supernova competition. Tin Vu nodded in confirmation. He smiled confidently and said the next goal was to become a 2-star beast tamer. In the teacher's office, a loud bang of a hand hitting the table suddenly echoed. Clearly someone was extremely angry. After hearing Tin Vu talk about his plan, Kai Nin asked in shock whether he truly wanted to register for the 2-star beast tamer test. Tin Vu scratched his head awkwardly and smiled, saying, yes, Teacher Tran. The supernova competition was approaching, so he had to quickly pass the 2-star assessment. Kai Nin thought that these students were truly growing fast. The Modung siblings had also just passed the test 3 days ago. If Hak Fong had evolved into its mature form, then perhaps Tin Vu could also meet the standard. After thinking for a moment, he said, if Tin Vu's spiritual power score met the requirement, then he would allow him to take the assessment. Tin Vu happily took the spiritual power measuring device and said teacher had promised. The surrounding teachers were also curious to see his strength. The number on the device began changing continuously as the spiritual power was measured. Finally, the result stopped at 2583. Everyone around was shocked. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, it would have been hard to believe this number. Kai Nin thought that after a beast evolved, the master's spiritual power usually increased. According to data, 2-star beast tamers usually had scores between 2,000 and 3,000. He praised Tin Vu, saying previous students of his only reached about 1,500 when their beasts matured. But Tin Vu had exceeded 2,500 and therefore met the qualification for the 2-star test. After that, Tin Vu quickly headed to the Blood Mist Canyon, where the assessment would take place. The canyon lay deep in the wilderness. The helicopter carrying him flew across the mountain ranges. Tin Vu opened the helicopter door to observe outside. He stood firmly looking down and asked whether this was the assessment location. Tin Vu pressed the earpiece. Nhu Yen's voice sounded. He had arrived at the entrance of Blood Mist Canyon. The 2-star beast tamer test was about to begin. He should prepare himself. Kai Nin also reminded him that there were many demonic beasts there. If he encountered danger, he must immediately send a distress signal. Tin Vu stood by the helicopter door in a ready stance and said he was prepared. In the observation room, Kai Nin and Nhu Yen explained that he only needed to travel from the entrance to the exit of the canyon to pass the assessment. They wished him good luck. After saying that, Tin Vu jumped down from the helicopter. Below was a massive canyon with no visible bottom. In the monitoring room, Kai Nin reported that Tin Vu had entered Blood Mist Canyon. He said the place was extremely dangerous. To pass through, he must first face the giant iron hammer crocodiles. After that, he must avoid the blood demon spider tribe living in the caves. Among them, several had evolved to the 3rd tier. He wondered whether Tin Vu could handle it. Moreover, the heavy rain last night had caused more creatures to appear in the red water swamp. Both of them felt worried imagining the gloomy and deadly scene inside the canyon. Beneath the swamp, a crocodile raised its head and discovered the intruder. Tin Vu had just landed directly within their territory and realized he was standing among a group of giant iron hammer crocodiles. The system displayed information. Giant iron hammer crocodile, 3rd tier initial stage, elite bloodline, talent powerful bite and toxin, attribute poison, skills death vortex and poison spray that causes weakening. Entire group of crocodiles immediately surrounded him in a circle. Kai Nin said worriedly that those crocodiles were all initial demonic beasts. If Tin Vu summoned the infernal nether wolf, then it should not be dangerous. But Tin Vu remained calm before the 7 crocodiles and called Freya. Beast contract mark on his hand immediately shone. Golden light spread around them, leaving the crocodiles unable to react in time. Following the summoning call, Freya appeared. Her angel wings spread wide and feathers scattered everywhere. Kai Nin exclaimed in shock that he did not summon Hak Fong. Even Nhu Yen was surprised. Was this Tin Vu's 2nd beast? Meanwhile, Freya cast Holy Radiance protection on Tin Vu. A gentle ring of light surrounded him. Kai Nin said in amazement that he did not expect Tin Vu's 2nd beast to be so rare, a mythical angel. He asked Nhu Yen that Longan City had not seen an angel beast for a long time. Where did he obtain it? Nhu Yen recalled the incident of buying the spirit 2 days ago. She reminded Kai Nin that the infernal nether wolf had originally only been a low bloodline Gale wolf. Kai Nin looked at the screen and said that was true. Tin Vu always turned the impossible into possible. The red water swamp, the battle continued. Tin Vu called Freya. Freya immediately used the skill Holy Radiance cross/slash. A cross-shaped slash descended and destroyed dozens of crocodiles. Kai Nin sighed in amazement that a single move killed giant iron hammer crocodiles. Truly a mythical angel bloodline. After clearing the crocodile group, Tin Vu said Freya carry him across the swamp. Suddenly, an arm gently wrapped around his waist, causing Tin Vu to be stunned. Freya lifted him up and flew into the air, which left Tin Vu embarrassed. The girl carried him straight across the swamp. Tin Vu blushed and said she should quickly put him down. No one expected someone as strong as him could also feel embarrassed like this. He hurriedly covered his face while Freya remained serious. When they reached the next area, Freya set him down. Before them was a crack filled with demonic energy. From within the crack, thousands of small spiders poured out. Spider silk quickly covered the surroundings, making the situation even more dangerous. Tin Vu warned Freya to be careful. Freya raised her sword and swung it, creating a brilliant cross-shaped slash. However, the thick webbing made it difficult for her to execute the attack as the silk clung to the blade. Yet immediately afterward, 2 sword arcs crossed, creating terrifying destructive power, which even startled Tin Vu. Giant spider appeared, emitting a dark aura. Red spider silk shot out from the cave entrance in increasing amounts. It roared in fury, as if it wanted to devour the 2 of them. System displayed information. Blood demon spider, 3rd tier mature stage, elite bloodline, talent hardened body and immunity to much damage. Skill spider silk prison traps enemies until death. After reading the information, Tin Vu frowned and thought. Before him were dozens of vicious eyes. Blood demon spiders lived in groups, so inside the cave, there were surely no fewer than 20. Giant spider immediately rushed forward to attack. In the monitoring room, Kai Nin and Nhu Yen watched closely. They were surprised that Freya, despite being only initial stage, could damage a 3rd tier spider. Returning to the battle, the spider repeatedly attacked Tin Vu. He dodged while activating the beast contract mark and called Hak Fong. Hak Fong immediately appeared beside him with a powerful aura. Freya and Hak Fong stood before Tin Vu ready to fight. Nhu Yen reminded through the earpiece that the goal of the test was to reach the exit, not to eliminate all demonic beasts. Tin Vu only smiled slightly, ordered Hak Fong to use Infernal Howl. The moment Hak Fong released the skill, the blood demon spider swarm sensed danger and immediately reacted. They all rushed forward to attack Hak Fong. Trapped within the dense web formation, Hak Fong briefly fell into confusion and did not know how to respond. At that moment, a blood demon spider quickly seized the opportunity. It immediately exploited the opening and shot a strand of web straight toward him. Web wrapped around Hak Fong's hind leg, tightening until he could barely move. Being restrained, Hak Fong could not counterattack for the moment. He could only roar in fury. Seeing that, the entire spider swarm immediately spat webs continuously to bind Hak Fong. Realizing the disadvantage, Tin Vu immediately ordered Freya to assist. Freya used Holy Radiance protection to shield Hak Fong. Hak Fong turned and launched Infernal Fire Lotus. Freya immediately released a support skill. Her attack combined with Hak Fong's as if they had become one. A layer of radiant shield formed around Hak Fong, causing the blood demon spider attacks to be nullified. Defensive vortex continued increasing its power and swept straight into the spider swarm. In a short moment, the blood demon spiders were completely wiped out. Tin Vu let out a breath of relief and stood beside Hak Fong, saying 25 of them, and that was all they had. Before they could rest, the ground beneath their feet began shaking violently. Tin Vu immediately sensed something unusual. What was this aura? The wall ahead suddenly exploded, and shattered stones flew toward the three of them. From the rubble gradually emerged the enormous body of a terrifying spider. Tin Vu was shocked when he realized the aura of a complete form demonic beast radiating from the creature before him. System displayed information: Abyss Demon Eye Spider, Predecessor Blood Demon Spider, First Tier Complete Form, Elite Bloodline, Talent Hardened Body and Tunneling, Attribute Psychic. Kai Nin's voice sounded through the earpiece. Tin Vu retreat immediately. The storm yesterday caused a blood demon spider to evolve. He could not defeat it. Tin Vu asked in surprise if he ran, what would happen to the test. Kai Nin shouted that keeping his life was more important. He could take the exam again next time. But Tin Vu refused. He replied with determination. Taking the test again would only waste time. His 2-star test was to slay gods if gods blocked him and slay Buddhas if Buddhas blocked him. Hak Fong and Freya immediately understood their master and charged together toward the giant spider. Even after taking the combined attack, the Abyss Demon Eye Spider was almost unharmed. Realizing the danger, Kai Nin continued, warning that he must not act recklessly. He would immediately come to rescue him. Lu also advised him to give up. With his current strength, he could not kill that monster. Tin Vu only gave a cold laugh. How interesting. Lu was helpless before his recklessness. Tin Vu clenched his fists, saying he must pass the 2-star test. He wanted to conquer it and surpass his own limits. Lu exclaimed in shock that he was truly a madman. Facing the giant spider, Tin Vu ordered Hak Fong to sneak behind it and use Silence Claw. Hak Fong immediately vanished, preparing a surprise strike. The spider did not hesitate and shot poisonous web straight at Tin Vu. Tin Vu shouted, Freya, protect him. Hak Fong strike. Hak Fong appeared directly behind the Abyss Demon Eye Spider. He unleashed a powerful strike onto the enemy's back, but the spider reacted quickly and knocked Hak Fong far away. Tin Vu called out anxiously for Hak Fong. Hak Fong was thrown backward toward Tin Vu and Freya. 3 of them were struck by the spider's counterattack. They slammed hard into the rock wall behind them. Even so, Tin Vu's fighting spirit did not diminish. The Abyss Demon Eye Spider roared with intimidation. Tin Vu showed no fear. He even raised his hand in a mocking gesture which made the monster even angrier. His provocation drove the spider into madness. It immediately sprayed poisonous webs toward Tin Vu. Tin Vu climbed onto Hak Fong's back and ordered him to move quickly because the webs were poisonous. With its massive body, the spider quickly chased after them. Tin Vu glanced back and thought running like this was not a solution. Suddenly, he noticed the health bar of the Abyss Demon Eye Spider was slowly decreasing. The spider continued attacking madly, even as the wound on its back bled continuously. Tin Vu realized the webs it spat were now paler than before. Perhaps its blood and webs were connected. After taking damage, Hak Fong was injured, so Tin Vu ordered Freya to lift him into the air. Freya immediately carried Tin Vu into the sky together with Hak Fong to avoid the attack. Tin Vu rejoiced because his guess was correct. Its health bar was decreasing again. He had found the method to deal with it. He ordered Hak Fong to provoke it by spitting on the enemy. Hak Fong immediately obeyed and repeatedly spat at the spider. This completely drove the Abyss Demon Eye Spider into rage. Fired 4 poisonous webs at the 3 of them simultaneously. Tin Vu immediately ordered Hak Fong to use Shadow Stealth to evade. Hak Fong quickly activated the skill and dodged the attack. Observing from above, Tin Vu became certain that every time the spider spat webs, it lost essence blood. Once the silk within its body was depleted, it would no longer have combat power. Tin Vu immediately devised a strategy. Hak Fong should keep provoking it to force it to keep spitting webs. Hak Fong continuously changed positions, so the spider could not lock onto him. Whenever it spat poisonous webs, Hak Fong leaped high to evade. However, one strand of web still wrapped around Hak Fong's hind leg. He was dragged violently toward the ground. Thanks to his agility, Hak Fong quickly escaped from the web. Tin Vu realized the moment had arrived. Hak Fong used demon suppression power. Freya cast Holy Radiance protection to assist. At that moment, the helicopter of Kai Nin and Nhu Yen had already flown near the battlefield. Kai Nin asked worriedly whether they should intervene. Nhu Yen calmly replied to wait a little longer because Tin Vu had already found a way to handle it. Battle had lasted 7 hours, and they were still fighting the giant spider. Tin Vu breathed heavily from exhaustion but continued analyzing the situation. The spider had lost almost all its blood, and the webs were becoming faint. Suddenly he realized something. If it refused to retreat, then perhaps there was something important inside the cave. At that moment, the spider shot out a gigantic poisonous web. The web rushed toward them with extreme speed. Tin Vu shouted counterattack. Hak Fong used infernal howl. Hak Fong unleashed the attack with full power. Tin Vu realized the spider had almost run out of silk and shouted that the opportunity had come. He ordered Hak Fong to use Infernal Fire Lotus to finish the enemy. The Abyss Demon Eye Spider suffered the 2 fatal blows and seemed about to collapse, yet it still tried to retaliate with its final strength. Hak Fong and Freya immediately shielded Tin Vu. Tin Vu shouted that they did not need to protect him, switched to attack and eliminate it. Hak Fong leaped into the air and released his strongest strike. The Abyss Demon Eye Spider no longer had the strength to resist. It was struck and collapsed onto the ground. Tin Vu finally sat down and sighed with relief. They had won. Hak Fong and Freya had done very well. Seeing the great blood demon eye spider had been defeated, Tin Vu led the group deeper into its nest to search for the secret hidden inside. Hak Fong, Freya, go in and take a look. Maybe there is a precious treasure inside. Everyone carefully stepped forward 1 step at a time, beginning to move into the pitch-dark cave. Suddenly, the urgent voice of Dean rang out, Tin Vu, leave immediately. Tin Vu was still interested in the treasure and asked in confusion, I already defeated it. But the Dean cut him off sternly. Even if the Earth Blood Demon Eye Spider is dead, its body can still continue to move for a short period. Hearing that, Tin Vu was startled. Fear appeared on his face as he immediately turned around. What did you say? Behind him, an unbelievable scene appeared. The spider that had just been defeated crawled close, preparing to launch its final strike. Great Blood Demon Eye Spider used the last bit of its life force and let out a shriek that shook the entire cave. Tin Vu and Freya rushed toward the cave entrance, but saw the monster blocking the exit. It is over. The only escape route has been blocked by it. Wounds across its body split open, the pain making it howl in despair. Tin Vu immediately ordered Freya, return to my beast-taming metal right now. Those words made Freya remember his earlier promise. I want you to become my tamed beast. Do not worry, I will not hurt you. But without any hesitation, Freya flew straight toward the demonic beast. Tin Vu shouted in panic, Freya, come back immediately. At incredible speed, Freya shot straight at the target, a flash of light striking directly into the monster's body. The force of the blow was so great it knocked the demonic beast sliding far away from the cave entrance. Freya continued with another strike that launched it into the air, making the monster howl in pain. Immediately after that, its body exploded before Freya's eyes. Tin Vu ran over and asked quickly, did you just comprehend a new skill by yourself? He rushed forward happily like a child and hugged Freya tightly. Freya, you did great, leaving her only able to helplessly endure it. After that, the two returned into the cave to check again. Found it. This is exactly what the Earth Cavern Demon Eye Spider desperately protected. Tin Vu pointed at the object inside and asked, Lolo, do you recognize this seed? This is the embryo of the Heavenly Fox Vine, a plant-type tamed beast with ancient bloodline. Picked up the seed excitedly, Ancient Huh. Its quality might reach the illusion god tier, but planting such a powerful bloodline surely will not be simple. Lolo, do you know how to cultivate it? Dai Lo pondered, then said, I vaguely remember. The nurturing conditions are extremely complicated. It must be watered with phoenix tail grass bones, plus ghost glow nectar and fertilizer made from divine body demonic beasts. Hearing that, Tin Vu could only sigh. A single seed yet harder to please than a rich family's young lady. He lowered his voice and negotiated. Lolo, you are originally an imperial body demonic beast, and were once a demonic weapon chased by the Empress of Long Kingdom. Someone important like you must know quite a few divine body demonic beasts, right? Dai Lo glared angrily. Are you telling me to bow my head and go collect dung? Tin Vu smiled slyly. I did not tell you to go, relieve yourself. She immediately interrupted. Do not even think about it. At that moment, Tin Vu heard a loud noise outside the cave and quickly walked out. Outside a helicopter appeared, someone inside shouted loudly, "Tiu Tin Vu, are you all right?" "Dean 2, I am fine." 2 weeks passed quickly. At this moment, Spirit City was packed with people. Cheers and applause echoed everywhere, making Tin Vu sigh with emotion, worthy of the national tournament. It is truly lively. Oh, the great genius Tiu arrived so early. It turned out the Murong siblings were walking over. Tin Vu greeted them. "Brother Duong Soch, Luke Kim, long time no see. You are getting more beautiful." Hearing that, Duong Soch immediately spat out a mouthful of water. Shouted angrily, "Brat, what did you call my sister?" Tin Vu calmly replied, "Luke Kim, of course. Writing the name Murong Zim Zim is too long, so I gave her a nickname." Duong Soch crushed the water bottle in his hand. "When did you write my sister's name? And you even made a childish nickname. If I do not beat you to death today, then I am not Murong Duong Soch." Zim Zim quickly raised her hand to stop her brother. "Brother, sit down." Hearing his sister speak, Duong Soch reluctantly calmed down. Tin Vu stepped closer and asked, "Luke Kim, how have you been recently? How far has your beast horse evolved?" She smiled and answered, "The first one has reached second stage mature form. The second one has just awakened the lightning attribute." Duong Soch stood beside them like a statue. His sister actually took the initiative to chat with another boy, and even accepted the nickname Luke Kim. He held his head and cried, "Daughters grow up and cannot be kept anymore." Back then, if I accidentally called her childhood nickname, she would be angry for days. Yet Tin Vu calls her and she accepts it. Clearly, she is too indulgent with him. Duong Soch looked up at the sky and lamented, "Heavens, the world has turned upside down. My serving as bridesmaids for cats. My sister already has someone she likes." The two looked at him indifferently. "What happened to your brother?" Zim Zim could only sigh, "Ignore him." Tin Vu suddenly asked, "By the way, who is our opponent today? I do not know either. The draw results have not been announced yet." At that moment, a voice interrupted, "Not really. The results are already out." Everyone turned around and greeted together. Dean 2. Nhu Yen spoke seriously. "Your first opponent is White Tiger Academy. No matter what today, the solo match must overwhelm them and defeat them completely." A mocking laugh sounded from behind. "Ah, really? Why is Dean 2 so angry?" The one who arrived was Truck Than and Gu. She sneered lightly. "Are you that afraid of losing to my White Tiger Academy?" Nhu Yen looked back coldly. "Dean Truck, why leave your own area to come to Azure Dragon territory? If you want information, your phone works too." Than and Gu replied with a smile, "I came to see your trump card. I heard someone controls both an angel and a hell-type tamed beast like that man." Nhu Yen refuted, "Only by seeing it personally will we know. I admit he has some ability, but he is only a second Yi Shuang, merely lucky." Seeing the atmosphere tense, Duong Soch hurriedly intervened. "Dean, please mind your image." Tin Vu, sitting nearby, analyzed. Truck Than and Gu and Dean to have been rivals since childhood. From achievements to family background, they always wanted to surpass each other. Neither of them would yield. Just then Kai Nin ran over to report, "The Empress has arrived." Than and Gu snorted coldly, "Just wait. I will make your Azure Dragon Academy suffer a crushing defeat." Nhu Yen simply replied, "I will be waiting." Carrying her anger, she ordered, "Tiu Tin Vu, Murong Duong Soch, Murong Zim Zim, follow me to welcome the Empress." The great gate above slowly opened, and a brilliant beam of light shone down. In the sky, a multicolored cloud appeared. Inside it, something seemed to be approaching. As the cloud drew closer, the figure of a gigantic beast appeared, and standing on its head was a person with majestic bearing. Crowd below immediately erupted in cheers. "The Empress has arrived. The Empress has arrived. My heavens, that is the strongest and most beautiful woman of Long Kingdom. That is Thuong Quan Lan, the Empress of Long Kingdom. Her tamed beast is a mighty white killin." Thuong Quan Lan was both beautiful and powerful, her stern gaze sweeping across all the students below. Tin Vu was also stunned seeing this scene. Is this the strongest beast tamer of Long Kingdom? Such terrifying presence. The killin landed on the ground, and Thuong Quan Lan stepped down gracefully. One person and one beast both radiated an awe-inspiring aura. Tin Vu noticed the medal on her and was shocked. An 11-star medal, a beast tamer beyond all 10-star ranks. The gap between himself and her was probably far more than just a few stars. At the same time, his demon god Eye also received information about her tamed beast. 7-colored sacred killin, rank Godslayer body, 3rd-tier bloodline, pure killin lineage. Other information such as talents and skills could not be displayed. Tin Vu nodded silently, thinking, the difference is too great, beyond the detection range of the demon god Eye. He smiled and asked low, "You were hunted by the Empress and still survived. You must be lucky to meet me, right? Without me, you would have died 800 times already." Dai Lo curled her lips. Although your words are unpleasant, I still have to accept them. Jinvu continued curiously. The seven-colored sacred Kilin cannot be Thuong Quan Lan's only tamed beast, right? Dai Lo answered, of course not. She has even more terrifying demonic beasts. Jinvu quickly sensed that around her, there was also dragon spiritual power. He exclaimed in shock, dragon power, pure dragon power. Lo does she have a pure blood dragon-type tamed beast, but pure blood dragons were exterminated hundreds of years ago. Dai Lo shrugged. I am not sure either. According to records, only dragons, phoenixes, and Killins possess the bloodline of creation. In terms of power, the dragon race stands first, followed by phoenix and then Killin. Yet the race that was exterminated was the dragon race itself. Dai Lo was also puzzled. If the dragon race truly went extinct, where did this woman obtain one? And there is also the dragon tier, one of the three supreme treasures of the dragon race. It seems the dragon extermination battle back then was not simple. While the two were still speculating, Thuong Quan Lan above issued an order. The competition begins. Nhu Yen announced, Tiu Tin Vu, according to the draw you will compete first. Tin Vu replied, Dean Tu, I will definitely bring back the opening victory. Duong Soch beside him mocked, if you lose, do not be too sad, you still have us. Tin Vu stepped onto the arena. The loudspeaker announced, contestant from White Tiger Academy on the right, Lin Tian Tu, son of the Sword Tiger Guild chairman Lin Kang. A burly young man appeared. Contestant from Azure Dragon Academy on the left is the rising genius Tiu Tin Vu. Judging by appearances, Tin Vu seems to be at a disadvantage. Tin Vu summoned Appear Hak Fong. As soon as Hak Fong appeared, it roared loudly. The opponent summoned a giant python and ordered, Sa Tang Zich Mang engage the enemy. In the stands, Zim Zim worried. The sand attribute Sa Tang Zich Mang restrains the fire attribute Hak Fong right. Duong Soch explained. At the same level, attribute restraint is even more important than bloodline. This battle will be difficult for Tin Vu. The opponent kept giving orders. Sa Tang Zich Mang used sand enduring dragon fist. The python immediately created a massive sand vortex, rushing straight toward Tin Vu and Hak Fong. Tin Vu immediately counterattacked. Hak Fong used Hell Roar. From its mouth burst a violent purple beam of light. Two forces collided head-on, but clearly the opponent held the advantage, gradually overwhelming Hak Fong. Hak Fong spat out several streaks of blood and retreated backward after being injured. The opponent smiled confidently and said, Classmate Xyro, my attribute restrains yours, you cannot win. If you surrender now, I will show mercy. Tin Vu replied with something completely unrelated. The weather today is really damp, is it not? He raised his hand, signaling calm, and said, Do not rush. The battle has only just begun. That earlier exchange was merely a warm-up. Next, I only need 2 moves. The opponent frowned in suspicion. Only 2 moves. Not giving him time to guess, Tin Vu immediately ordered Hak Fong, use Hell Roar and fire it straight into the sky. During the command, Hak Fong lifted its head toward the sky and released a massive stream of energy. The maid beside the Empress looked confused. Is he planning to heat the cloud layers? But the temperature of the nether blue hell flame is not enough. Thuong Quan Lan shook her head and replied, That is not it. The maid grew even more curious and asked again, Then what exactly is he trying to do? Watching the scene unfold, a trace of interest appeared on the Empress's face. He is making use of the rainbow cloud layer that I just created. Hak Fong shot the flames straight into the sky, making Thien Tu freeze in shock. The confidence he had earlier nearly vanished. What exactly was Tiu Tin Vu planning? Suddenly a few drops of water fell from the sky. Thien Tu murmured blankly, rain. Only now did he realize Tin Vu's scheme. He hurriedly ordered his tamed beast to counterattack. This is bad. Sa Tang Zich Mang quickly stop it. Tin Vu smiled proudly and said, Too late. You already missed the best opportunity. When Thien Tu understood everything was already too late, he cursed inwardly, damn it. I am completely soaked. Whether it is sand dragon fist or flowing sand burial, Zich Mang cannot perform them now. After completely suppressing the opponent, Tin Vu immediately ordered Hak Fong Hellfire Lotus. Hak Fong surged into the air and unleashed a fierce attack toward the Zich Mang. The opponent had no time to defend or counter against Hak Fong's move. Thien Tu's Zich Mang was struck by Hellfire Lotus. Its body burned to the point it nearly lost all fighting capability. In the end, the Zich Mang collapsed. The referee immediately announced the result and could not help praising, It is done. Tiu Tin Vu truly reversed the battle with only 2 moves. Thien Tu and Zich Mang both lost consciousness after Hak Fong's decisive strike. The referee still sighed in admiration. This artificial rain tactic is truly clever. The Empress, who had watched from the start, finally spoke. His timing is precise. His mind is also quite flexible. The maid reported, Your Majesty, we have investigated the background of Tiu Tin Vu, but found nothing unusual. Thuong Quan Lan nodded with satisfaction. In that case, send him the first invitation letter for this year's Emperor Soul training. The maid was shocked. the first invitation for a commoner. The maid lowered her head and replied, "This subordinate obeys." Beneath the stands, Duong Soch saw Tin Vu return and praised him. "Not bad. You finished the match quickly." Zim Zim also applauded in praise. "That was a great fight." Hearing this, Tin Vu smiled proudly. "Of course, I am not so easy to defeat." Dean stood up and said loudly, "Tiu Tin Vu performed very well. When we return, I will certainly reward you." Tin Vu waved toward Nhu Yen and replied, "Dean Tu, do not forget that matter when we go back." Yahello suddenly reminded him, "Phoenix tail grass, Tiu Tin Vu, I can sense the aura of phoenix tail grass." Hearing that, he asked in surprise, "Does phoenix tail grass not only grow at the border? For Spirit City has it too." Zim Zim, standing beside him, asked softly, "Are you not watching the next match?" Tin Vu made an excuse and said, "My solo match is finished, so there is nothing left for me to do. I will go to the restroom for a moment." Hearing that, Zim Zim's expression immediately darkened. "The next match is mine." Duong Soch became furious. "Brat, what nonsense did you say to my sister?" Tin Vu quickly reassured, "Luke Kim, just go up there. You will definitely win. I will cheer for you from behind." Zim Zim called softly, "Tiu Tin Vu." Seeing her gaze, he rubbed his head apologetically and said, "Sorry, I truly have something urgent, so I cannot watch." Zim Zim turned her face away and said quietly, "After the competition, you must stay beside me." Hearing that, Tin Vu quickly ran off. "If we do not meet again, I will not return." At that moment, the referee's voice rang out. The second match, Murong Zim Zim of Azure Dragon Academy versus Zhou Yi, son of the City Lord Huang Yen of White Tiger Academy. Scene shifted to 4 Spirit City, Tang and Gayat Pavilion. The citizens gathered densely in large circles, cheering and welcoming. "The City Lord who guards the border day and night has worked hard. Welcome back. These are eggs my hens just laid. Please accept them." Other groups also kept praising him. "You are the hero of 4 Spirit City and of Long Kingdom." Tin Vu squeezed through the crowd and sighed inwardly. So crowded. So everyone came to welcome the army. City Lord Zhou Chenggong and his war beast Ti Hong slowly entered. The information panel appeared. War Colossus Rhinoceros King. Rank Imperial Body 2nd Tier. Bloodline Mythical War Colossus. Talent War Roar can increase the army's offense and defense while weakening enemy armor. Attribute Psychic Power. Loyalty 150. Tin Vu whispered in shock to Dai Lo, "Look there. An 8-star beast tamer with an Imperial Body War beast and loyalty above 100. Who knows how many life and death battles they have gone through." Dai Lo explained seriously, "I know the War Colossus race. They are warlike and once had conflicts with our 9-tailed fox clan. The Zhou family being called City Lord must be Zhou Xing, who guards the western border of Long Kingdom." Tin Vu suddenly understood. Then he is Zhou Yi's father. Dai Lo immediately suggested a plan. Phoenix tail grass grows at the Bang Lai ancient river in the west where he is stationed, so he must have it. Quickly steal his pouch. Tin Vu forced a smile. Lo makes it sound easy. You want me to rob an 8-star beast tamer." While speaking, he suddenly noticed something strange. Tin Vu noticed Ti Hong walking with a limp. Could it be sick? On Ti Hong's body, even around its eye sockets were covered with insects. As if seizing an opportunity, Tin Vu shouted loudly, "City Lord Zhou, your war beast Ti Hong is injured, right? I have a way to treat it." The shout drew Chenggong's attention. He asked sternly, "The tamed beast is sick, little brother, why do you say that?" He looked at the Azure Dragon uniform on Tin Vu and secretly felt suspicious. Tin Vu showed his card and introduced himself. "I'm a special pharmacist of the Kong Thuong Guild. Does your tamed beast often feel exhausted? When it rains, red spots appear all over its body. Even the skin ulcerates." Chenggong was surprised. "That is all correct." He said frankly, "I returned this time precisely to treat my war beast, but sorry I cannot trust you yet. Tell me what illness it has. Is it the same as what those famous physicians said?" Tin Vu smiled and replied, "It is very simple." He grabbed a bug from Ti Hong's body and said, "City Lord, take a look. This is the cause of the illness, sand mite worm." Chenggong looked at the young man before him and said, "Indeed you have some knowledge. I invited many famous physicians, yet they could not completely eliminate the sand mite worms on Ti Hong. If you dare recommend yourself, then do you have a cure?" Tin Vu revealed a sly smile. "City Lord, let us change places to talk. I need several medicinal ingredients." Chenggong immediately agreed. "Come to my villa. Whatever you need, just say it. If you cure it, I will grant one request." Standing before Chenggong, Tin Vu thought to himself he had encountered a great opportunity. Not only could he obtain phoenix tail grass, but also befriend an important figure. Scene shifted to the Zhou residence. Tin Vu stood before a huge cabinet of medicinal materials and selected them. 15 grams of luo yin petals, 20 grams of heavenly bamboo grass, 25 grams of fu huo spirit, combined with the family secret formula to cook into purple spirit essence. After finishing the preparation, Tin Vu said, "City Lord, this is purple spirit essence which specializes in treating sand mite worms. The liquid is for drinking while the residue is applied externally. The effect is fast and leaves no aftereffects. If you are still uncertain, you can find someone to test it first. Cheng Gong calmly replied, no need, I have always trusted my people, let me try it. Cheng Gong sat beside Ti Hong and brought the medicine close. He stroked its head, be good and drink it. Tin Vu's medicine was like a miracle drug. Just after drinking, Ti Hong fell into a deep sleep. One by one, the sand mite worms began crawling out from its body. Cheng Gong was astonished by the effect. This war beast has not slept this peacefully for a very long time. This medicine is truly miraculous. He sighed, little brother, no Dr. Xyro from now on. Before he could finish speaking, Tin Vu quickly said, I know what the city lord is worried about. The sand mite worms will be completely eliminated. I will leave the formula so your soldiers can also be treated. Cheng Gong felt grateful and asked, then what is your reward? Tin Vu replied, I only need phoenix tail grass and demon glow flower. Cheng Gong nodded. Phoenix tail grass is not an expensive herb. Demon glow flower is harder to find but not impossible. Tin Vu said, those two are enough. Cheng Gong was extremely grateful. He invited, Divine Dr. Xyro, stay tonight and dine with me. We can drink a few cups and chat. Tin Vu scratched his head awkwardly. City Lord, actually I sneaked out here. By now your son has probably already fought my teammate. Cheng Gong, hearing about the match, said, I know Azure Dragon and White Tiger Academies have always been at odds. I have also heard of it. How about you come with me? I also wish to pay respects to the Empress. Back at the arena, the referee was still narrating the match between Zim Zim and Zhou Yi. Ladies and gentlemen, the battle is becoming more intense. The two have fought for more than an hour and still no winner has been decided. The audience in the stands kept cheering. Tin Vu, standing below the arena, was astonished. They are still fighting. Zim Zim and Zhou Yi continued to battle stubbornly. Zhou Yi sneered, classmate Murong, you are clearly at a disadvantage. Why are you still so stubborn? Moreover, since the beginning you seem distracted. What exactly are you looking at? Zim Zim ignored the mockery. In her heart she only thought, why has Tin Vu not returned yet? If he sees me lose, it will be embarrassing. No, I must win. Tin Vu shouted from behind, Luke Kim, why are you still forcing it? Can your spiritual power hold on? Zim Zim turned around, Tiu Tin Vu. Tin Vu used Divine Eye to analyze. Both of their conditions are poor. Their spiritual power is nearly exhausted. This is both a danger and an opportunity. Let me see the attributes of their tamed beasts. Tin Vu looked at Zim Zim's tamed beast. Is this Luke Kim's first one? It seems she has already used her trump card. This girl's competitive nature is actually quite cute. The information panel appeared. Snow Spirit Demon Hunter, Mature Form Level 2, Bloodline Mythical. Talent Plum Eye can see the enemy's weak point. Talent Extreme Frost Storm creates an ice shield when attacked. Attributes Flying and Ice. Loyalty 99. He looked at Zhou Yi's tamed beast. Tin Vu was surprised. 12 shadow clones. No wonder the battle lasted this long. The information panel displayed. Talented Pupil Blue Wolf. Mature Form Level 2, Bloodline Mythical. Talent Wolfhead reduces direct damage. Talent Pupil Technique creates 12 clones that deal real damage. Attribute Psychic Power, Loyalty 87. Zim shouted loudly, Cold Winter Descent. Numerous ice beams shot toward the talented Pupil Blue Wolf. Zhou Yi immediately used Pupil Technique Shadow Clone to evade. All of her ice beams were dodged by the Blue Wolf. It continued rushing forward, roaring provocatively. Sensing danger, the Snow Spirit Demon Hunter flew higher to keep distance. But it was still struck by the talented Pupil Blue Wolf. Spectator said this move is truly hard to distinguish. Who knows which is the real body and which are clones? Tin Vu frowned and thought, no, there is still a way to tell. Tin Vu looked toward Zim Zim and decided to take a risk. From behind, Tin Vu covered his mouth and coughed repeatedly, as if trying to send a signal, cough, cough, cough. He still pretended to clutch his chest and cough violently, cough, cough. Zim Zim noticed the signal and began to guess. What is he doing? Could he be hinting something to me? Behind her, Zhou Yi's talented Pupil Blue Wolf prepared to launch the next attack. Zim Zim focused on observing both the real and the fake, and finally found the true body. The true body of the talented Pupil Blue Wolf was different because it had real breathing while fighting. Realizing this weakness, Zim Zim immediately ordered a counterattack. Snow Spirit Demon Hunter attack now. Zhou Yi's talented Pupil Blue Wolf could no longer maintain its previous invincible stance when facing the direct attack of the Snow Spirit Demon Hunter, controlled by Zim Zim. Zhou Yi turned pale and exclaimed in shock. How could this happen? He could not believe the scene before him and tried to reassure himself. No, She must have just guessed randomly, talented pupil blue wolf use, shadow clone teleport. However, Zim Zim continued striking the target. After 2 critical attacks, Zhou Yi's tamed beast completely lost its ability to fight. The referee immediately announced the result. The match is over. The winner is Murong Zim Zim. The individual score of Azure Dragon Academy rises to 2-0. During the announcement of victory, Zim Zim happily ran toward her brother, and Tin Vu, Duong Soch, immediately praised her. As expected, my sister is the best. Tin Vu also clapped in congratulations. Congratulations, Luke Kim. Zim Zim suddenly rushed forward and hugged Tin Vu in excitement. Thank you. Tin Vu smiled and replied, it is nothing, just a small matter. Duong Soch, standing beside them, was stunned. Hey. He stared wide-eyed at the intimate scene before him in panic. Sister, what are you doing? Tiu Tin Vu, what did you do to my sister? Duong Soch pointed at Tin Vu like a madman and shouted, let go right now. If you dare harass my sister again, I will break your legs. Tin Vu smiled awkwardly and explained, it is nothing. I was only congratulating Luke Kim. On the other side, Zhou Yi no longer had the arrogance from before and only looked flustered. He lowered his head and said, Dean, I lost. Hearing this, Truck Than and Gu grew even more furious. Standing before the 3 students considered the strongest of her academy, Truck Than and Gu was so angry she snapped the cigarette in her hand, making Zhou Yi and Thien Tu turn pale. She growled out an order. Tonight we will hold a team strategy meeting immediately. If no solution is found, then none of you should even think about sleeping. Train until you drop dead. All 3 immediately replied, understood. Cheng Gong, standing beside the Empress, commented, it seems my son's strength still needs further training. The daughter of General Murong has very sharp perception and managed to seize the weakness at a crucial moment. Yuan Quan Lan replied coldly, stop pretending not to know. She discovered it because someone else reminded her. That person is the divine Dr. Xyro you just praised. Hearing this, Cheng Gong changed expression and immediately knelt down. Your Majesty, please do not blame the children. Please give them another chance. The Empress did not care about the matter and calmly said, Zhou Yi, Murong Zim Zim and Tiu Tin Vu all performed quite well. I will grant them invitation letters to participate in the Emperor's Soul Training Camp. Hearing this, Cheng Gong finally sighed in relief and bowed in thanks. Turning to Tin Vu's group, he smiled and asked Duong Soch, tonight Dean to plans to take the whole team out for barbecue. Which restaurant do you think we should choose? Duong Soch angrily waved him away. Move aside. Who is your brother? I do not accept that. At that moment, a staff member from the organizing committee brought letters. Tiu Tin Vu and Murong Zim Zim. Both of you have been highly evaluated by the Empress, so here are invitations to join the Emperor's Soul Training Camp. Tin Vu accepted the letter and turned to ask, Brother Duong Soch, what is this camp? Duong Soch crossed his arms and explained, it is a special training program opened by the Empress for the 4 great academies. She will personally teach there. Anyone who graduates from it becomes a pillar of Long Kingdom. After hearing this, Tin Vu suddenly broke into cold sweat. Following the Empress has many benefits, but he has already signed a blood contract with Lo. If discovered, it would be troublesome. While he was thinking, Zim Zim had already come to stand beside him. She reached out and touched his cheek, making him jump. Zim Zim said gently, stop worrying. You were talking about eating barbecue earlier. We will deal with the future later. Tin Vu sighed, all right. At the barbecue restaurant, pieces of marinated meat placed on the charcoal grill released a rich aroma. Tin Vu, Zim Zim, and Duong Soch sat at the same table eating and chatting happily. While chewing, Tin Vu asked, Brother Duong Soch, you two are from one of the 4 great families, yet you also eat at roadside stalls. Duong Soch replied calmly, the 4 great families are still ordinary people. Barbecue, spicy hot pot, or spicy skewers, we eat them all. Zim Zim ate more gracefully. She covered her mouth while chewing and occasionally glanced at the 2 of them. Tin Vu suddenly remembered Thai Man at home. The image of the girl seeing fried dough sticks for the first time appeared. Brother, what is this? Tin Vu laughed. You have never even seen fried dough sticks. During the story, Zim Zim only sighed quietly. Tin Vu noticed and asked, what is wrong? Zim Zim said gloomily, nothing. I just think you are a little annoying. Tin Vu teased, could it be you are injured? I am a doctor, let me examine you. Duong Soch spat out his food while Zim Zim released killing intent. Duong Soch pointed his chopsticks straight at Tin Vu. Tiu Tin Vu, I will chop you to death. Tin Vu quickly backed away. Calm down, brother Duong Soch. I will punish myself with 3 drinks. Duong Soch crushed the beer can and shouted, drink what? This alcohol level is as weak as water. Bring this. Tin Vu called the waiter. Boss, bring the strongest liquor here. The owner immediately replied, right away. Soon the waiter brought an entire crate of strong liquor and placed it on the table. Duong Soch challenged him. Tiu Tin Vu, today we will compete in drinking. If you do not collapse drunk under the table, then I will take your surname. After the drinking contest, Duong Soch stood outside the restaurant vomiting continuously. Tin Vu remained sober and asked, Brother Duong Soch, are you all right? Can you keep drinking? Duong Soch staggered and said, I can still drink, but if you marry my sister later, you must treat her well. Tin Vu laughed. Luke Kim, your brother is drunk, yet he already acknowledges me as his brother-in-law. Duong Soch beside them kept vomiting endlessly. Luke Kim blushed and asked softly, today with my brother here it is inconvenient. Another day can you go shopping with me? Tin Vu scratched his cheek awkwardly. Tomorrow there is a team match. How about the day after tomorrow we go? Duong Soch lying on the ground still muttered, no, I want to go too. Then he vomited again. That night after returning home, Tin Vu held the seed and muttered, Phoenix tail grass is already obtained. Demon glow flower should arrive soon. Looking at the glowing seed, he sighed. Only the dung of a beast emperor or divine beast remains, but where can I find that? After thinking for a long time without any solution, he shook his head. Forget it, sleep first. In the darkness, the mark on Tin Vu's hand suddenly emitted a strange glow. The next morning the sun was already high, yet Tin Vu still slept soundly. A woman's hand shook him. Tin Vu wake up, opened his eyes drowsily and asked him Lo. Seeing Lo actually standing before him, Tin Vu immediately jumped up in shock. He pushed Lo against the wall and questioned rapidly, how did you come out? Were you discovered by the Empress's people? Lo replied calmly, no, I went out to gather information. There is something very important. Hearing that, Tin Vu finally sighed in relief. You scared me to death. Lo glanced at him with disdain. Patting your chest is fine, but do not squeeze my chest. Tin Vu quickly withdrew his hand. Sorry, it was accidental. He sat down on the chair and asked, so what did you hear outside? Lo said, Admiral Murong Jin has captured the calamity ghost python Medusa. According to my knowledge, they will execute her on the full moon night 3 days from now. Tin Vu was surprised. Murong Jin is Luke Kim's father, right? Lo continued, Medusa is my friend. She is a divine beast-level demonic beast. Tin Vu was astonished, worthy of being a naval admiral to capture a divine beast. Then he suddenly realized, wait, you plan to rescue her. Lo said, Medusa carries a secret about the Empress participating in the dragon extermination war. Master, Tin Vu immediately shook his head. No, even if you beat me to death, I will not go. He analyzed, the fortress imprisoning Medusa lies underground at the naval headquarters, with thousands of beast tamers guarding it. Tin Vu continued, Admiral Murong Jin is also there, a 9-star beast tamer who possesses a war beast with sea god bloodline. The two of us breaking into the prison would be suicide. Lo looked regretful, Master. Tin Vu lifted her chin and said, I will not go deliver my life, you cannot go either. You are a tamed beast bound by contract with me. At that moment the system suddenly sent a notification. A mission panel appeared before Tin Vu. Special mission, infiltrate the naval headquarters and rescue Medusa. Reward, 1 pure blood dragon egg and 10,000 tokens. Failure will cause the Empress to discover the identity of Lo and the Master. Tin Vu cursed this damn system. After calming down, Tin Vu thought if his identity were exposed, everything would be over. It seems he has no choice but to accept this mission. If successful, he could also contract Medusa and obtain divine beast dung to nurture the heavenly fox vine. He might as well gamble. Tin Vu pretended to remain calm and said, Lo, you are my tamed beast and also my family. I will help you rescue Medusa. Lo was moved. Thank you, Master. A notification panel appeared. Loyalty increased to 90. Tin Vu's phone sounded with another notification. It was news released by the Navy. 3 days later, Medusa will be publicly executed on Manhwa Island. Tin Vu wondered, why did they choose this time? Lo explained, because the blood of the divine python only forms a complete core if beheaded on a full moon night. Tin Vu sighed, a 2-star beast tamer infiltrating naval headquarters is truly madness. Lo returned to the metal first. I need a few days to prepare. Tin Vu added, first we must finish today's match. Scene shifted to the central arena, surrounded by blazing red magma. Beneath the lake, molten lava bubbled violently, with countless bubbles rising. Tin Vu and Duong Soch had arrived. He looked at the blood-red lake and shuddered. Why choose this place? Duong Soch explained the legend of Fallen Dragon Lake. Tin Vu used Divine Eye to observe. The team battle is indeed fierce, but I am curious what lies beneath this lake. When he looked down to the lake bottom, he discovered a strange light. A mysterious energy spread outward. It carried the aura of the dragon race. Tin Vu was shocked. Dragon power, this is dragon bone. He thought if a tamed beast absorbs it, it will definitely evolve. But how can I retrieve it? Murong's siblings called him. You have been standing there blankly. The match is about to begin. In the sky, many helicopters were flying. The host greeted the audience watching the supernova team match. Numerous cameras pointed directly toward the contestants. At Tin Vu's home, commentary sounded from the television. Azure Dragon Academy versus White Tiger Academy. Thigh Man cheered. Brother Tin Vu will definitely win. Back at the arena, the crowd cheered loudly for both teams. Tin Vu told himself, I must perform well so my sister can see. He raised his hand to summon Hak Fong. The beast appeared with a fierce roar. Hak Fong stood behind Tin Vu, baring its sharp fangs waiting for orders. Duong Soch and Zim Zim also summoned their tamed beasts, Thunderstorm Lion Beast and Bat Beast. The opponents were not to be outdone. They shouted loudly, "Today we must win." Tang Zich Mang and talented pupil Blue Wolf appeared, a giant snake and a battle wolf. He observed the sly face of the remaining opponent and silently felt suspicious. Strange. Why has he still not summoned his tamed beast? When the opponent has not completed the summoning yet, I will strike first. After saying that, Duong Soch immediately ordered Thunderstorm Lion Beast attack. That man still stood motionless. Only a dark shadow suddenly shot out from beside him. He quickly warned, "Brother Duong, be careful." At that moment, Duong Soch also sensed that something was wrong. Duong Soch only had time to see the shadow flash past Bak Mong and leave a long streak of blood. The shadow landed on the ground, revealing the shape of a monkey, thick poisonous aura spreading from its body. The lion beast stood up, revealing a sturdy body as if ready to devour the opponent. Zim Zim cried out in shock. That is Shadow Ninja 8. Duong Soch frowned. This type of tamed beast can teleport multiple times within a certain range. It seems this man is not easy to deal with. Seeing the opportunity, the other two opponents immediately launched their moves. Tang Zich Mang Sand Enduring Dragon Fist. The python created a massive sand vortex. Talented pupil Blue Wolf used pupil technique Shadow Clone. Instantly 3 wolves appeared, making the real and fake hard to distinguish. The sand vortex rushed straight toward the Murong siblings. They quickly exchanged words. "This is bad, our vision is blocked. Sister, can you deal with the talented pupil Blue Wolf?" But Zim Zim shook her head because the sandstorm prevented her from seeing the true body. On the other side, they also gave coordinated orders. "Zhou Yi, tell the Blue Wolf to focus its attack on the Nether Hell Wolf first." Understood. This moment, Hak Fong had to fight alone, and more deep wounds appeared across its body. It made him furious. Hak Fong, stay calm, break the sandstorm. Hearing the command, it accelerated rapidly and charged straight into the center of the vortex. Hak Fong roared continuously, trying to break the whirlwind, every roar showing fierce determination. Shadow Ninja Ape immediately used returning whirl shuriken. 3 sharp shurikens shot straight into the vortex. The shurikens pierced deeply into Hak Fong's body, making it cry out in pain. He shouted loudly, "Hak Fong's shadow form." It immediately dug a hole and jumped down to dodge the shurikens. Zim Zim asked worriedly, "Tiu Tin Vu, are you all right?" He reassured her, "It is fine, I already anticipated this situation." Duong Soch said angrily, "They deliberately focused their attacks on Tiu Tin Vu, how shameless." Zim Zim nodded, "Do not let them succeed." Duong Soch signaled Bak Mong. Thunderstorm Lion Beast use Heavenly Thunder to disperse the Blue Wolf clones. It quickly launched several basic strikes, causing the clones to fade and disappear. On the other side, they angrily ordered, "Shadow Ninja Ape, continue using returning whirl shuriken to attack." Not happening, Bone Wing Bat Beast protect the Nether Hell Wolf. Zim Zim's tamed beast rushed forward to block the attack. The man in black sneered, "Useless. You cannot protect it for long. The 3 of us will slowly exhaust you, and Tiu Tin Vu will be eliminated first." As if the person targeted was not himself, he calmly replied, "Oh really?" Immediately after that, he gritted his teeth and ordered, Hak Fong release the demonic power. It stood upright as dark aura erupted around its body. Seeing Hak Fong's sharp gaze, the man in black was shocked. What? It fully recovered. Looked at them confidently and said, "The battle has only just begun." Hak Fong stood tall once more. The commentator exclaimed excitedly, "The recovery effect of demonic power has healed all the wounds of the Nether Hell Wolf." Man in black was puzzled. "The 3 of us attacked together, yet it still did not fall. This recovery effect is truly unreasonable." Suddenly he noticed strange behavior from his tamed beast and exclaimed in confusion. The python that had been fierce earlier now withdrew its head, as if in fear. He panicked. Are the tamed beasts being mentally suppressed? Could demonic power also have this effect? Hak Fong gathered its strength. Hellfire Lotus. It raised its head and released a massive flame. Duong Soch exclaimed in shock. One skill combining 4 attributes including fire, wind, shadow, and demon. Hellfire Lotus truly is the main attack. Hak Fong launched the flames toward the opposing team. The crew cut man hurriedly defended. Tang Zich Mang Sandstorm Dragon Fist extinguished the flames. The python immediately created another new vortex. This vortex was so powerful that it sucked everything around into its center. But the flames suddenly erupted fiercely and devoured the vortex. Crew cut man stood stunned. How is that possible? Sand attribute should restrain fire. He laughed loudly. Restrain? Before absolute power, it is only a joke. Hak Fong explode. Instantly, the flames ahead detonated with a thunderous explosion, and the vortex shattered. The explosion filled the air with dust, Cameras and cameramen were pushed back amid shouting. Smoke covered the field, while crackling flames still burned inside. From within the smoke, the python appeared with its body full of scratches. The other two tamed beasts were no better, their bodies torn and battered. Zim looked at him and thought silently. So yesterday he had not used his full strength. He sneered, "Is this all the White Tiger Academy can do? I alone am enough to defeat the three of you." Crew Cut Man angrily cursed, but the man in black stopped him. "Calm down, follow the original plan, and give it everything this time." The three attacked simultaneously. The python unleashed sand enduring dragon fist. The man in black's tamed beast leapt up and threw a series of shurikens. Talented pupil Blue Wolf also lunged forward with its sharp claws. Hak Fong fell into danger as attacks came from three directions at once. Crew Cut Man laughed triumphantly. Even with demonic power, it cannot withstand this. Really, he only smiled calmly. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted, illuminating the entire arena. Stones flew upward, and behind the dust appeared the shadow of a gigantic creature. The Crew Cut Man's face turned pale, In the dust appeared the enormous Hak Fong surrounded by blazing armor. The man in black shouted in horror, "That is solar flame armor." The Crew Cut Man asked, "What is that?" The man in black explained, "This skill creates fire armor that absorbs attack energy and converts it into defensive strength." He spoke to remind them, "Why are you standing there stunned? Do you not notice anything strange?" They looked around searching. The Murong siblings' tamed beasts had disappeared. The man in black panicked, "This is bad." Meanwhile, their own tamed beast still growled fiercely. Shadow Ninja Ape realized something was wrong, but it was already too late. Zim's tamed beast descended from the sky and pinned it down. Immediately after, it flew upward and fired accumulated energy into the opponent. The man in black gritted his teeth. Shadow Ninja Ape's strength is not enough. There is only one option left: summon the second tamed beast. He immediately called out, "Rock Giant, come out and save it." Everything was already within his calculations. Finally forced out your fourth tamed beast. Freya, come out. When the giant punch of the Rock Giant was about to strike, he shouted, "Giant Power Fist." Freya immediately created a transparent light shield blocking the punch. The man in black was shocked. That looks like the Holy Light Angel beast, but how can an initial form block a mature rock giant? He said coldly, "My tamed beasts are far stronger than you think." The battle remained extremely intense, as heat from the lava made the air tremble. Duong Hang's tamed beast was struck down into the lava by Zim's bone wingbat beast. The referee immediately announced, "The first eliminated tamed beast has appeared. Shadow Ninja Ape has been defeated." He stood proudly beside two powerful tamed beasts, his aura dominating the entire arena. He said to Hak Fong, "For the next round you rest, I will let Freya perform." It roared in response. Duong Hang shouted angrily, "An initial form dares to face our mature beasts." Thien Tu immediately ordered, "Sa Tang Zich Mang teach Tiu Tin Vu a lesson." Freya beside him suddenly flashed with light and disappeared. He smiled. That man underestimated the little one. Duong Hang sensed something wrong and shouted, "Not good, Rock Giant, protect Sa Tang Zich Mang." It was already too late. Freya appeared before the python at a speed, leaving only afterimages. Freya delivered an extremely powerful kick directly to the snake's head. The kick sent it flying dozens of meters away. Sa Tang Zich Mang could not react and took Freya's full strike. The rock giant had to hurriedly catch it. No one expected Freya's kick to be so powerful. Even though the rock giant had already caught Sa Tang Zich Mang, it was still pushed back several steps. Everything happened too fast for the filming crew to capture. "What was that? What just happened?" The director shouted loudly. "Replay that moment immediately. No good. It is still unclear. Try slowing it down 1,000 times and see if we can see it." Duong Soch stared wide-eyed and asked him, "Tiu Tin Vu, what kind of combat skill was that?" "A kick at the speed of light." He smiled proudly and replied. Freya comprehended it on her own. "I named it Radiant Wisdom Flash Kick." Zhou Yi frowned. "That tamed beast is really strong. Even the rock giant could not withstand it." Duong Hang, "What should we do now?" He knitted his brows and answered, "I have not thought of anything yet." He stood facing the two of them and shouted, "Classmate Duong Hang." He pointed straight at Duong Hang. "Have your tamed beasts ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Duong Soch's mouth twitched. That sentence is truly a devastating humiliation. It will surely become the most dramatic line of the year. The two of them tried to reassure themselves, "Do not panic. That tamed beast probably cannot use that light speed kick many times. We still have two war beasts. There is still a chance." Duong Hang also said, "I only miscalculated earlier. This time I will support with everything I have." Zhou Yi immediately summoned, "Come out, war ancient rhinoceros Yao." A blue rhinoceros appeared with deep azure aura surrounding its body. Thien Tu was also excited. The beast taming medal on his hand flashed. "I do not want to lose again. Come out, violent ash tiger." Following the summoning order, the tiger appeared swiftly and stood beside its master ready to fight. On the other side, the Murong siblings did not remain idle. Zim called out, "Brother." Duong Soch replied, "Do not worry. How could I let him fight alone?" Immediately ordered Freya defeat the smallest violent ash tiger first. After receiving the command, the little one rushed forward instantly. Duonghang shouted loudly, "Do not dream of achieving that, rock giant." On another side, the Murong siblings were still resisting the relentless attacks from the enemy beasts. They shouted loudly, "Hold them back." Freya faced Thien 2's tamed beast directly and unleashed a light speed kick into its abdomen, leaving it no time to react. The tamed beasts quickly split into pairs and clashed. Duong Sosh's thunderstorm lion beast was struggling to withstand the rock giant. Zhou Yi's war ancient rhinoceros Yao was also heavily affected by the lightning attribute attack. Zhou Yi, Duonghang, and Thien 2 gradually showed fatigue, panting as their spiritual power neared depletion. Realizing the situation was bad, Zhou Yi said, "Old Duong, my spiritual power is almost gone, but Tiu Tin Vu still has quite a lot left." Thien 2 continued, "I am also nearing my limit. My spiritual power is only enough for one final combat skill." Duonghang reassured them, "Brothers, use the finishing move. This is the last chance to turn the tide." He noticed their intention and reminded the Murong siblings, "Their spiritual power is almost exhausted. They will definitely unleash a final move. Luke Kim, brother Duong Sosh, we will also use our strongest skill." The two immediately replied, "Understood." Duonghang ordered Rock Giant Gigantify. Its body immediately expanded another circle and became even sturdier. Thien 2 shouted, "Sa Tang Zich Mang use Serpent Emperor Yellow Sand." A stream of green mixed with golden spiritual energy enveloped the rock giant. Zhou Yi also ordered Talented Pupil Blue Wolf use pupil technique illusion with the rock giant. Dozens of illusions instantly appear. The corner of his lips curved upward. Luke Kim, brother Duong Sosh, Zim immediately replied, "I understand." Duonghang shouted loudly, ordering the total assault. Immediately, dozens of rock giants rushed straight toward Hakfong, surrounding it completely. They simultaneously slammed their fists down like giant hammers striking the ground. Under the terrifying assault, thick dust clouds rose and blocked all vision. Suddenly, a howl echoed, causing Duonghang to look up. In the sky was Zim's bone wing bat beast, and beside it, the thunderstorm lion beast carrying Hakfong while hovering in the air. Immediately after it launched the next move, demonic energy gathered, forming a brilliant red and golden vortex. He smiled confidently and said to Hakfong, "Give them the finishing blow." Battle reached its most intense moment. Zim shouted loudly, "Bone wing bat beast transfer nether flame." Duong Sosh also shouted loudly to command his beast, activating violent power and transmitting invasive energy. The surge of power immediately flooded into the body of Dire and Guk Yu Min Lang. The two beasts then transferred all their attributes to Hakfong. Receiving the two massive sources of energy, the magic vortex around it grew larger and increasingly violent. The three beasts launched a combined strike, creating a gigantic whirlwind that covered the entire arena floor and trapped all opponents in the center. It felt the energy had accumulated enough. Hakfong instantly released its power, fierce flames erupting from its mouth. The stream of fire shot out like a savage dragon, stretching into a blazing trail across the air. Its target was precisely the position where the opponent's beasts had gathered. The moment of collision produced a heaven-shaking explosion, making the entire arena tremble. Smoke, dust, and shattered stones burst outward like a rain of meteors. A series of lava giants were blasted away by the terrifying force. Their bodies cracked apart into countless fragments of stone. Not only were they affected, the entire arena floor also trembled violently. The surrounding water surged wildly as if trembling before that power. Only after a long while did everything gradually settle. The lingering winds swept away the thick smoke, revealing the scene of the arena again. The illusions of the lava giants had vanished. Only their real bodies remained lying unconscious on the ground. The other side was not any better. Ta Dong Thuong Lang had completely lost consciousness, its body covered in wounds. Sa Tang Zich Mang shared the same fate, lying motionless like the other two beasts. Three people, Duong Hang, Chao De, and Thien 2, slumped onto the floor. Helplessness and regret were clearly visible on their faces. They knew they had lost. The referee's voice echoed throughout the arena. The match ended. The victorious team belonged to Than Long Academy. Tin Vu could not hide his joy. He hugged Luke Kim and spun around in excitement. "We won." She only smiled gently. Duong Sosh could not bear the sight. He immediately stopped him. "Tiu Tin Vu, do not take advantage to grope my sister in front of the cameras." While he was still enjoying the joy of victory, someone suddenly called out, "Tiu Tin Vu." Three Duong Hang walked over to praise him. "Tiu Tin Vu, you are truly very strong. Classmate Tiu, our loss yesterday was not unjust. This time we are completely convinced." He smiled awkwardly at the praise and politely replied, "Hee, thank you everyone." Tin Vu suddenly noticed the conversation nearby. It sounded somewhat familiar. "Director Su, congratulations." Director Truck said, "This time our academy has gained nationwide attention, also thanks to your White Tiger Academy serving as the backdrop." Sight of the two directors shaking hands while smiling caught his attention. "Ha ha, Tin Vu felt helpless. The two directors were secretly competing again. Than and Gu half joked and half provoked. Director Su, watch your student carefully. Perhaps next year Tiu Tin Vu will transfer to my academy. Nhu Yen immediately refuted with confidence. Trying to poach my student? Do you think you have that ability? After speaking, she called Tin Vu over. Tiu Tin Vu, come here for a moment. As soon as he stepped close, she pulled him over, leaving Tin Vu completely confused about what was happening. By the time he realized, his face was already pressed against her chest. The male lead was truly fortunate. He proudly glanced toward Than and Gu. I once saved his life. Tiu Tin Vu will definitely stand on my side, he hurriedly said. Director Su, please do not do this. It is being broadcast live. She simply replied softly. Oh. The scene shifted to ManhwaCapped's apartment. The TV was showing the scene of Tin Vu and the director talking with Than and Gu. ManhwaCapped was so furious that she accidentally snapped the remote in half. Damn it, that bitch. Thigh man sitting beside her was also startled. The city gradually sank into the night. Streetlights and the lights from houses stretched into brilliant bands of color along the street. In that lively atmosphere, the three Tin Vu were on their way back. He staggered while speaking. Luke Kim, I can still drink. Brother Duong Soch, drink more. Strange, yesterday he drank so well, but today a few bottles already made him drunk. Luke Kim laughed. Perhaps you are not used to cocktails. After carrying him into the bedroom, the siblings could only let him rest. Let him sleep for a while. Sister, let us go back. The bedroom door closed as they left. When he was sure no one remained in the room, Tin Vu secretly opened his eyes to observe the surroundings. The beast contract mark on his hand flashed. He called out, Dai Lo, come out. Come with me to Ho Tri Long. Following the call, she appeared and asked, were you not drunk? Where are you planning to go in the middle of the night? He replied, I thought of a way to save Medusa. I need you to come with me. Dai Lo widened her eyes in shock, seemingly unable to believe his words. Really? Tin Vu explained, to save Medusa you must evolve. You have been stuck at Tier 3 Beast King for too long. What if I obtain the bones of a pureblood dragon? He said with a smile. You swallow the dragon bones, fuse with the dragon bloodline, then break through and become a 9-tailed dragon fox. Dai Lo gave a cold laugh. Tiu Tin Vu, are you joking? No beast can fuse with the bloodline of a pureblood dragon. Tin Vu asked seriously. I know, but what if I have a way? She laughed awkwardly. You want me to evolve into a 9-tailed dragon fox? Dragon fox? Ha, it sounds unbelievable. But after saying that, Dai Lo still hesitated. She was not sure whether she should believe him or not. City night was engulfed in heavy rain. Only the yellow lights from buildings remained, the streets completely empty. At Ho Tri Long the rain still fell endlessly. Tin Vu and Dai Lo moved along the cliff beside the lake. Whispered, rain like this is good. Few people will notice. Lo, use fox fire to protect me. Once we enter the water, I will guide you. As soon as he finished speaking, she wrapped her tail around him and pulled him into the water. Dai Lo slowly. Before long, the two had already dived deep into the dark red water, following Tin Vu's directions. Dai Lo asked, where's the dragon bone? He replied, Lo, move a little to the left, then continue diving down. Bottom of the lake was pitch dark, so they struggled to orient themselves. Too far. Move a little to the right. About 200 or 300 meters left. When they neared the bottom, Dai Lo finally discovered what they were searching for. I see it. For them was a gigantic skeleton. The two were shocked that such a thing existed at the bottom of the lake. They immediately swam closer. Dai Lo widened her eyes. This is. Tin Vu interrupted. Heart-protecting bone. The smallest but hardest bone on a dragon's body. She asked in shock, you even know this? Are you really only 18 years old? Ring on his hand suddenly glowed. His expression also became strange. A stream of golden light from the ring covered the entire skeleton. The skeleton gradually shrank and was sucked into the ring. Tin Vu spoke quickly. Once we reach the shore, we will go to the forest outskirts to fuse. Many ferocious beasts there, so few people come, it is safer. The scene shifted to a cave deep in the forest. Outside, the rain still drizzled. Lo was wringing water from her tail. The dragon bone has been obtained. How do you plan to help me evolve? Tin Vu took out a red stone. Do not rush. This is a treasure for you. She looked at the glowing stone and asked in surprise, what is this? Real or fake? Where did you get it? The stone in Dai Lo's hand continued to emit light. Tin Vu tossed another spirit pill. Who is the master here? Stop asking. This is the heart-protecting pill. It increases the success rate. In his heart, he thought he could not say it came from the system. Tin Vu spoke seriously. Lo, she replied. He continued. Evolution carries risks. If the fusion with the dragon bloodline fails, you will suffer severe backlash. He grabbed his hand. Are you worried? Tiu Tin Vu. Did you not once say you wanted to become the strongest beast tamer? Now you hesitate. Dai Lo spoke frankly. From the moment I followed you to Ho Tri Long, I had already decided. To save Medusa, to oppose the Empress of Long Qua, I must become stronger even if I must risk everything. Tin Vu smiled and placed a hand on his chest. You are right. I was too hesitant. Lo, prepare for fusion. The ring on his hand began to glow. Lo transformed into a giant fox form, ready to begin the fusion. Tin Vu released the skeleton from the ring. It gradually returned to its original size. He ordered, Lo, swallow the skeleton together with the red stone and the heart-protecting pill. She opened her mouth to receive them. In the blink of an eye, Dai Lo had swallowed everything. She began absorbing the energy. Only a few seconds later, changes appeared. Dai Lo's body trembled violently as if about to lose control. Her body burned hot. It is unbearable. Unable to endure the pain, she rushed straight out of the cave. Dai Lo ran like madness through the forest. Every tree blocking her path was thrown aside. Tin Vu chased behind. Lo, the fusion crystal has begun working. Hold on, you can definitely do it. But he suddenly stopped. Ahead was a massive surge of power radiating outward that prevented him from advancing. Dai Lo saw the lights of the distant city. Her eyes suddenly filled with hatred. On the electronic screen of a tall building appeared the image of the Empress of Long Qua. She was the enemy. Dai Lo's pupils trembled violently. Her fury surged to its peak. Realizing this, Tin Vu rushed forward immediately. Lo, control yourself. This is not the time for revenge. He continued, remember what you said. If you lose control, everything will be ruined. Dai Lo softly called, Master. In her eyes at that moment, there was only Tin Vu. Lo, endure. I will grow stronger with you. I will help you take revenge and live under the sunlight. I promise to always stay by your side. Dai Lo shouted, go now. He roared in fury. A powerful gust of wind blasted Tin Vu far away. Although he was not injured, Tin Vu was still worried. Could it have failed? Lo, are you all right? The fox form gradually disappeared, replaced by the figure of a girl. She breathed heavily in exhaustion. Her beautiful face had become pale. It was clear that Dai Lo had completed the evolution. Tin Vu shouted in joy. Impossible, you actually succeeded. Suddenly she rushed forward and hugged him, leaving Tin Vu completely unable to react. Dai Lo suddenly pushed hard, causing Tin Vu to fall backward onto the ground. She immediately sat on top of him. Tin Vu could only stare at her in confusion, completely unable to understand what was happening. She breathed heavily, then said, Tin Vu, you really are a bastard. Why would you say something that sounds no different from a marriage proposal? Dai Lo lowered her face close to his. Tin Vu stammered as he explained, a proposal? No, that is not it. I did not mean that at all. Dai Lo's eyes were red as if she were about to cry. She softly said, Tin Vu, but I still want it. The scene shifted to the mountains and forest under the light of dawn. Tin Vu sat thinking as if writing a diary. Day 20, month 20, year 20. Sunny, I was never the type of person to act casually. But in this life, it seems impossible to become a great archmage before 30. He sat on a rock with a gaunt face, dark circles clearly visible under his eyes. His spirit was heavy. He blamed himself, truly foolish. I only remembered that the dragon bloodline makes beasts stronger and forgot the saying that dragons are naturally lustful. I am only human. How could I compete with a 9-tailed dragon fox? If one asks why he did not summon other beasts to stop it, it was because they together with Song Lin could not defeat Lo either. As for why a man could not control himself, perhaps it was simply natural instinct. The whole situation was even more absurd than drunken trouble. While Tin Vu was tiredly thinking, a pale hand suddenly reached out before him. It turned out Dai Lo was gripping his neck. Tin Vu, shameless bastard. Tin Vu cried out, Lo, I am the one who suffered the loss. Hearing that, she finally let go. Annoying, why could I not control myself? If we return, they will definitely laugh at me. Tin Vu rubbed his neck while sighing. He took a cloak from his ring and handed it to her. Cough, put this on. Staying like that is not good. Dai Lo sneered, ha. Everything that should not be seen you already saw. Everything that should not be done you already did. And now you pretend to be polite. Truly hypocritical. Tin Vu could only drape the cloak over her and say, Lo, we are both adults, so if it hits on the first try, then I will take responsibility for the life of this little fox. He spoke very seriously, making Dai Lo startled. She angrily picked up a stone and threw it at him. Get lost. Tin Vu hugged his head and ran quickly. After that he stopped, rubbed his head, then looked at his phone and laughed. Tin Vu raised the phone. Lo, although something happened between us, I still want to congratulate you for successfully breaking through. The phone screen reflected her image. Dai Lo saw her changed appearance and was shocked. Dragon horns grew on my head. Tin Vu's gaze was slightly unusual, but he still nodded. Yes. Dai Lo happily examined her body. Oh, my wounds have also completely healed. A system information panel appeared before Tin Vu. Name 9-tailed dragon fox. Rank beast god tier 1. Bloodline 9 tails and mythic fusion of pure dragon bloodline and creation bloodline. Talent Eye of Calamity petrifies weaker targets. 9-tailed fox fire burns the soul. Dragon power maintains an invincible body immune to control. Dragon soul resists fatal strikes. Attributes dragon fox beast humanoid supernatural fire. Loyalty 88. Skills: Tailed Beast Bomb, Bloodthirsty Pupil, Rage 9, Tailed Burning Heaven, Divine Dragon 7, Tails Dragon Breath. Evolution Path: 9, Tailed Dragon Fox to 10, Tailed Dragon Fox. Preference: Eating Wild Bamboo Shoots and Sleeping Late. Tinvu raised his thumb in praise. Lolo, you are the first beast to fuse with a pure dragon bloodline, incredibly lucky. Dai Lo immediately became angry. To Tinvu, if you keep talking nonsense, I will fight you. The scene shifted to another building area. Tinvu held his phone, searching for information. The detention area is heavily guarded. To rescue her, we can only act on the ice island after 2 days. The academy finals are in 6 days. We only have one chance. If we fail, we must abandon Medusa and leave the academy tower. He turned and asked Lolo, do you have any questions? Dai Lo was still thinking. He touched her chin thoughtfully. I am thinking, you are only a 2-star beast tamer with spirit power around 2 or 3,000. How can you face a 9-star beast tamer? Tinvu smiled. I have a way for that, but I need dragon spirit pills. This time I must refine them myself. Luckily, you now have pure dragon bloodline. Give me some blood later. Hearing that, she immediately cut her finger with a knife without hesitation. Just take it. I will help you with everything I can. Tinvu shouted in alarm. Enough. She let the blood drip into a glass vial. The red stream flowed continuously. Tinvu quickly grabbed her hand and put it into his mouth to stop the bleeding. Do not casually injure yourself like that. Dai Lo blushed at that action. Tiu Tinvu you. At that moment, Tinvu's phone rang and broke the atmosphere. Beep. He opened the phone without noticing Dai Lo's flushed face. Message from Luke Kim. Tinvu, meet at 7 tonight at the north gate of the night market. My brother wants to treat you to barbecue. Soon the sky turned dark. Duong Soch was already waiting. Seeing him, he waved. Tiu Tinvu over here. Tinvu asked, you arrived so early. Duong Soch sighed helplessly. Because my sister forced me to come early. Turning around, he saw Ham Ham wearing a pretty dress, shyly looking at Tinvu. You are too late. Tinvu awkwardly apologized. I played games a little late last night, so I overslept this morning. Then he looked at Luke Kim. All right, can you help me with something? Luke Kim blushed and asked, what is it? Tinvu said directly, I need some rather expensive medicinal ingredients. I do not have enough money. She immediately nodded. All right, I will help you. Tinvu was delighted. Luke Kim, you are truly loyal. I might fall in love with you. Duong Soch coughed. Tiu Tinvu, I am still standing here. Ham Ham immediately hinted to her brother. Go buy the herbs with Tinvu first. Duong Soch understood. I almost forgot. I have something tonight, so I will not eat barbecue anymore. Before leaving, he called Tinvu to a corner. Tiu Tinvu, I have something private to say. Duong Soch put an arm over his shoulder and whispered, if you dare have bad intentions toward my sister, then do not blame me for turning hostile. Stay beside her and keep your limits. Touching is tolerable. But if you dare rent a room with her, then I will not be polite. Tinvu replied, I do not have that intention for now. After saying that, he returned to normal. I will go first. You two have fun. Ham Ham reminded him, remember not to return to the hotel too late. The scene shifted to a traditional medicine shop. Inside, the two were talking. All these things are for you. Tinvu's eyes lit up. Hee Luke Kim, this must have cost you a lot. Later, I will research special medicine for your beasts to help them become stronger. She smiled. All right, I will wait. She suddenly hesitated. Tinvu, do you see? Tinvu asked again. See what? Looking at her expectant gaze, he guessed she wanted praise for her outfit. Thinking that, he pretended not to understand. I do not see anything. Hearing that, Ham Ham looked disappointed at his back. Is that so? Suddenly, a black cat appeared with glowing eyes in the darkness. Ham Ham was startled and fell down. Tinvu hurriedly called Luke Kim. She replied, it is fine, just scared by the cat. Tinvu crouched down to check. Did you twist your ankle? Ham Ham complained, since childhood I have twisted it more than 20 times, I am used to it. Turned his back and said, Luke Kim, the road is cold now, do not walk anymore, I will carry you back. She quickly refused. No need, I can walk. The black cat still sat in a corner licking its paw. Tinvu urged, stop arguing, hurry up. In the end, Ham Ham let Tinvu carry her back. Her chest lightly pressed against Tinvu's back. The atmosphere became awkward. Ham Ham softly called Tiu Tinvu. He replied, what is it? She looked up at the sky, then said, it seems to be raining. Tinvu looked up and confirmed it was indeed raining. Tinvu immediately ran like the wind. The rain is heavy now. Ham Ham was shocked. Are you an ostrich? You run so fast. He replied, if I do not run, we will both be soaked. After a while, they returned to the hotel. Outside, the rain was still falling. Entering the room, they both sighed in relief. Tinvu wiped his hair. Finally, we are back. Looked toward Ham Ham. Her dress was wet and clung to her body, revealing patches of skin. Tinvu quickly handed her a towel. Luke Kim, your dress is wet. Wipe yourself. Do you need help changing? She replied, no need, I can do it myself. He said, then let me massage your ankle. Ham Ham wanted to scold him as a pervert, but before she could speak, he had already sat down. She looked silently at the man, carefully massaging her foot. While checking, he asked, Luke Kim, the first time you injured this foot was probably related to a monster. She was shocked. How do you know? Tin Vu thought of the eye of the demon god, but only said, I am a doctor. Ham began telling her past. It happened when I was 5 years old and followed my father out to sea. At that time, a tsunami struck. The naval ship was attacked by a water-type monster. I fell into the sea and nearly got swallowed by a black gold armored beast. My father saved me and lost one arm. Ham continued. Compared to the price my father paid, my twisted ankle means nothing. Tin Vu secretly thought that tomorrow he would infiltrate the naval headquarters to break someone out of prison. He wondered if it would affect her family. He stood up and said, Luke Kim, in the next few days limit walking. Your foot will recover before the finals. I will go first. She replied, all right. She was still reluctant and grabbed his hand. Tin Vu blushed and turned back. Is something wrong? Ham shyly said, my foot hurts. Can you help me to the bathroom? He nodded. All right. In the bathroom, her silhouette appeared faintly behind the glass. Ham relaxed under the hot water. Steam spread throughout the room. Outside the hotel, the rain continued falling heavier and heavier. After bathing, Ham stepped out and wondered if she had been too obvious. Suddenly, Duong Soch was already sitting on the bed. He asked, Sister, is your foot better? Ham was startled. Brother. Duong Soch said, Tin Vu texted me to come. He had something to do, so he left already. He advised, I know you like him, but do not rush. Feelings must be handled carefully, understand. Ham was slightly disappointed, but still nodded. I understand. As for Tin Vu, he energetically called out, Lo, come out and help me refine medicine. Dai Lo appeared and teased him. Why are you not staying with that girl anymore? Tin Vu blushed. It is to help you. I need you to control the fire. If we refine 2 dragon spirit pills, then the chance to save Medusa will be higher. Hearing no interesting gossip, Dai Lo pouted. Truly boring. All night the two were busy. Tin Vu prepared the ingredients while Dai Lo used spirit fire to refine the pills. Near dawn, the rain still had not stopped. Finally, they refined 2 dragon spirit pills. Tin Vu's dark-circled eyes shone brightly. Success. He wanted to rest his eyes for a moment, so he said to Dai Lo, I will sleep for a bit. When I wake up, we will set out. Just as he was about to lie down, Dai Lo pulled him back. He opened his eyes wide and looked at her in confusion. But Dai Lo only smiled and whispered, Thank you, my master. I know you are. After sleeping for a while, he woke up feeling better. Standing before the mirror, he said excitedly, Preparations are complete. It is time to step into this life and death journey. Dai Lo anxiously advised, Master, maybe you should not go anymore. You do not need to risk your life for a beast. I am already a beast god now. We can retreat safely. Hearing that, he lightly flicked her forehead. Do not talk nonsense. I already told you. You are not only a beast, but also my family. No matter what lies ahead, I will walk that road with you. Dai Lo was surprised by his seriousness. Master, he spoke directly. Stop using that sorrowful tone. I am not doing this entirely for you. He suddenly remembered something. Right, if you are gone for several days, how will you explain it to the academy? He replied, I said my sister missed me, so I had to go back. Director gave me 3 days off. The academy is really easygoing. The scene shifted to the training hall of Than Long Academy. Duong Soch said, Tin Vu requested leave to return home. He will not participate in training for the next few days. Ham walking beside him nodded slightly. Duong Soch glanced at her and asked, Where are you going? Ham turned and replied, I feel a bit tired, so I will not train today. I will return to the hotel first. Duong Soch said, Sister, go ahead. He wondered what the two of them talked about yesterday that made her seem so strange. Nin looked at the 2 siblings leaving and sighed. Everyone is skipping training. Does no one ask this teacher for permission? At Bitch Lam Beach, the sun slowly set behind the mountain range. He and Dai Lo had already arrived on the beach. Ahead of them was Ice Fire Island. He pointed and said, Lo, going straight from here is the fastest way. With this distance, you can swim across right. Beside, I am a fox, not a shark. Staying in water too long makes me uncomfortable. He asked again, then what do you plan to do? Dai Lo raised both hands. Spirit power surged as she prepared to unleash a move. Watch carefully. Under his astonished gaze, she slammed her hands down, causing the sea surface to churn violently. The fish swimming nearby were all thrown into the air by the force of the water. He quickly warned, Lo, stop it. Sea monsters are being swept here by the waves. She replied proudly, that is exactly the effect I need. After choosing a target, Dai Lo immediately acted. Catch it. Chains of spirit power bound it tightly and pulled a giant fish up from the sea. Its entire body was covered in sharp spines and horns. He exclaimed in surprise, Lava Tiger Whale King, a Tier 1 Beast King monster, quite strong, but unlucky for it to meet Dai Lo. After being bound by countless chains, the fish gradually became obedient. He and Dai Lo jumped onto its head. She commanded, move, take us to Ice Fire Island. The beast could only obey in grievance. Yahello still asked worriedly, "Master, are you nervous?" He sat cross-legged on the fish's back and replied, "If I said no, it would be too fake." She teased him, "It is not too late to regret." He lay down on the fish's back and said, "I have never regretted anything. Lo, wake me when we reach the island." Yahello looked at him gently and softly called, "Tiu Tin Vu." He lazily replied, "What now?" She simply smiled and said nothing. In her heart she thought, "Tiu Tin Vu, I will spend my entire life protecting you." The scene shifted to Ice Fire Island, a place true to its name where ice and fire coexist. Inside the naval headquarters base, a man was reading a newspaper about his two children. Soch Nhai and Ham Nhai have both grown up. He was General Murong Tuan. His gaze stopped on Tin Vu standing beside them in the newspaper. Murong Tuan could not help but praise, "This young man's talent is truly outstanding." General Luke Diabok Vu walked in and said, "If you care about your children so much, why not request leave and return to Tulin City to visit them?" Murong Tuan asked in surprise, "Old Bok, why are you here?" Bok Vu replied, "The execution of Medusa is very important. The Empress was not at ease, so she sent me to assist you." Murong Tuan asked back, "The Empress does not trust me." Bok Vu warned, "Do not be careless. The situation on the mainland is very complicated. The eastern side of the British Empire is secretly moving. The south is full of fleeing criminals. The most dangerous is Yan Ming. They will not let Medusa go." Murong Tuan pondered while smoking and asked, "Have they discovered that you came here?" Bok Vu laughed loudly. Face turned cold. "When they know there are two generals on the island, do they think they will leave alive?" He was General Luke Diabok Vu. The two guards nearby trembled under his imposing aura. Murong Tuan reminded him, "Enough. They are all loyal subordinates. Do not pressure them. There is not much time left. Prepare the execution." A titanium transport chamber was lowered down. It opened. Medusa stepped out in iron chains and walked toward the execution ground. Under the moonlight, she was forced to kneel before the guillotine, awaiting the order of execution. Bok Vu stood above and shouted, "Medusa, your crimes deserve death. The fact that you lived until today is already the Empress's mercy." Medusa opened her eyes and looked directly at him. "My crimes deserve death." An information panel appeared. "Catastrophe humanoid monster ghost python Medusa." Medusa sneered, "How ridiculous. If my crimes deserve death, then what should the secret of Shangyuan land be called?" He and Dai Lo had already entered the island. Dai Lo whispered, "Two generals are supervising the execution. How do we fight this?" He replied, "Wait a little longer and see if there is an opportunity." He raised his head and observed carefully, then thought to himself, "There are still others." In another area, the waves began to roar violently. Murong Tuan frowned with tension. Drops of water fell like bullets. His two subordinates were trying to pull up the guillotine lever. After great effort, the final lever was finally lifted. Medusa behind them saw it and laughed loudly in provocation. "Shangyuan Lan, do you think if I die that secret will be buried forever?" The iron chains tightened around her body. Medusa erupted with spirit power and shouted, "One day the crimes you committed 200 years ago will be exposed." Her spirit power caused Murong Tuan's subordinates to suffer in pain. The man beside them trembled while holding the chains tightly. Demonic energy spread out, making everyone feel something was wrong. Medusa's spirit power immediately controlled another subordinate. That man was manipulated, his face filled with terror. At that moment, Bok Vu appeared and shouted loudly, "Do not inhale the demonic energy." He used spirit power to control a whirlwind, and countless vines sprouted everywhere. Medusa watched the shaking scene. The general's spirit power covered the entire area. Bok Vu also bound Medusa with thorny vines, making her cry out in pain. He sneered, "Medusa, quite impressive. Even bound, you can still use illusion techniques." Medusa laughed contemptuously. "Bok Vu, have you forgotten the Bai family massacre? Among the 5 great families, only the Bai family was destroyed. As a descendant of the Bai family, yet you serve Shangyuan Lan. Are you worthy of your ancestors?" Hearing that, Bok Vu's face turned cold. "You have spoken too much." Members of Yan Ming appeared. One said, "The execution ground power box is here. Cut the electricity and act immediately." The guards noticed and raised their guns. "Stop or we will shoot." One shouted, "We're exposed. Detonate it now." A massive explosion sounded like an earthquake. The explosion destroyed a corner of the area, and light burst everywhere. The Yan Ming members took action amid the chaos. Each of them summoned their beasts. The sounds echoed everywhere. Bok Vu shouted loudly, "Do not panic, activate defenses, seal the entire island." Murong Tuan said coldly, "Continue the execution. Once Medusa dies, they will retreat." He said urgently, "Lo, act now." Dai Lo replied, "Leave it to me." He rushed in, cutting across the battlefield, and sent Murong Tuan's subordinate flying away. Dai Lo quickly grabbed Medusa, then leapt high into the air. The steep path rose hundreds of meters, yet she climbed it with ease. Murong Tuan saw only a figure and recognized the trait, Nine-tailed demon fox. Medusa, bound in chains, looked at her and asked, "Why are you?" Dai Lo interrupted, "Do not say anything. We will talk after we get out." Murong Tuan unleashed spirit power and roared, nine-tailed demon fox. The entire Long Kingdom is hunting you. I did not expect you would still dare come here." But at that moment, a shadow fell down with a massive impact like a meteor. Corner of Icefire Island erupted with blazing flames. Everyone immediately looked over. Bak Vu said to Murong Tuan, "Wait, look over there." A man wearing a black cloak stood on the cliff. Behind him were Dai Lo and Medusa. Looking closely, it was Tin Vu. He wore a black cloak like a member of Yan Ming. Bak Vu was suspicious because few in Yan Ming possessed such an oppressive aura. He asked, "Are you from Yan Ming?" Tin Vu stared with cold, deep eyes and spoke in an icy voice. "You are not qualified to know who I am. I only came to take this little snake away. Anyone who blocks my path should prepare to descend to the underworld." The two girls standing nearby watched as if enjoying a play. Dai Lo secretly praised him. "This brat can act quite well." Medusa thought the opposite. With such weak spirit power, this two-star beast tamer still dares to cause trouble. Below, the people of Yan Ming could not see his face clearly. They only saw a black cloak fluttering in the wind. Someone asked, "Who is that man?" Another replied, "Is he from our side? Forget it, help him first." Murong Tuan lost patience and said coldly, "Man in black, whether you are from Yan Ming or not, since you dared to storm the naval headquarters today, I will wipe you out completely." In contrast, Bak Vu seemed amused. "If we capture this man in black alive, there will surely be a generous reward." Hearing that, he only gave a faint, weary smile. Spirit power within his body suddenly erupted as if stimulated. Even Medusa sensed it. His spirit power suddenly increased tenfold. Looked down at the enemies and told Dai Lo, "My body can endure only 10 minutes at most. After that, my life will be in your hands." Dai Lo calmly replied, "I know." Murong Tuan exerted his full strength and ordered his subordinates attack. The group immediately rushed forward together with their beasts, their momentum blazing as they charged toward Tin Vu. They and their beasts quickly surrounded the three of them right at the edge of the cliff. He showed no fear and ordered Dai Lo act. She stepped forward and said, "Take good care of Medusa." As soon as she finished speaking, Dai Lo's gaze turned completely serious. Immediately afterward, she raised her head and roared. The spirit power within her body exploded violently. A bolt of furious lightning struck the enemy forces with a terrifying explosion. The overwhelming pressure left them gasping, unable to utter a word. Even their beasts staggered and foamed at the mouth. The people of Yan Ming were also affected. Came to San panicked. "Why are we being hit too?" Another replied, "Fool, that proves he really is one of Yan Ming." Murong Tuan saw Dai Lo's terrifying power and guessed this fox had just broken through and evolved. Bak Vu was shocked. Dragon scales, dragon horns, dragon claws, and dragon pupils. This is the dragon power that disappeared 200 years ago. Murong Tuan said, "Old Bak, this man is extremely dangerous. We cannot let him leave the island." Hearing that, Bak Vu clenched his fists. "No need for you to remind me." As soon as he finished speaking, the rocks around him began to crack apart. He looked in shock as the cliff shattered. Beneath the ground, something seemed to be moving. In an instant, a gigantic plant-type beast appeared ferociously. Three of them were caught off guard and stood right on its mouth filled with sharp teeth. The beast gave them no chance to react and opened its mouth to swallow them whole. Inside the red mouth full of saliva, they gradually fell deeper down. Gulping sound echoed and made those outside shudder. Murong Tuan's subordinate exclaimed in shock, "This is the beast god, beast cursed flower demon king." Another said hearing of it is not equal to seeing it. A plant beast with ancient bloodline, truly enormous. He praised, "General Bak Vu is indeed formidable." With a single move, he eliminated the intruder. Returning to Tin Vu's side, they had fallen to the bottom of the beast's stomach. He propped himself up, ignoring the slime covering his body. He turned to Dai Lo and asked, "Where is this place?" Medusa answered instead, "This is the internal space inside the stomach of the cursed flower demon king." Suddenly, countless ferocious beasts appeared and surrounded them. Medusa looked at the densely packed beasts surrounding them without a gap and was shocked. His eyes flashed red as he observed the situation. Dai Lo immediately activated purple spirit power to create a defensive barrier around the three of them. Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw a location inside the beast's stomach. He immediately pointed. Low dragon breath, strike the weak point on the right flank. Dai Lo controlled a dragon of spirit power and launched it straight toward that spot. Outside, Bak Vu's beast was struck at its weak point. Its stomach and body bulged in 3 places. Murong Tuan asked worriedly, "Old Bak, are you all right? It has been 6 minutes." Bak Vu replied, "Anyone swallowed by the flower demon king will be digested. Even that fox, no matter how strong, cannot." Before he finished speaking, his beast exploded into 3 pieces, blood splashing everywhere. That moment, Dai Lo burst out from inside with a mighty roar. Bak Vu was horrified. How is that possible? That fox pierced through the flower demon king's stomach. Murong Tuan was also astonished. Within the same rank, dragon flame is indeed terrifying. Even a plant beast with ancient bloodline cannot withstand it. Spoke loudly, "We have fought Yan Ming for 100 years. You are so powerful, yet your name is not on the wanted list. Who are you?" He stood atop Dai Lo's head and only sneered coldly. Murong Tuan said in a deeper tone, "If you do not reveal your identity, then I will have no choice but to imprison you in the abyssal sea prison." Immediately, he summoned a giant fish beast from the sea that surged upward. He was shocked. I did not expect that old man to summon a beast right now. Giant fish released a wave of sonic power toward them. The sonic wave attacked, but Dai Lo quickly raised a barrier to block it. Sweat appeared on his forehead. The destructive force is terrifying. Sonic waves kept firing continuously. Dai Lo counterattacked and spat out a stream of flames. The two forces collided and created a thunderous explosion. He urgently said, Lo, stop fighting. The medicine only has 3 minutes left." Dai Lo turned in alarm. "Then we must retreat." Bak Vu saw through their intention and laughed, trying to escape. 10,000 vine bind. Instantly vines bound Dai Lo's entire body, making her unable to move. Bak Vu roared, "The flower demon king is injured, but plant beasts feel no pain. You miscalculated." He thought to himself, trapped from both sides, "This time we are in serious trouble." Dai Lo's body was tightly bound by vines. Leviathan in the sea roared violently. Sea god trident shot forward. Standing on Dai Lo's head, he said, Lo, stop resisting. Withdraw dragon power, drop the barrier." Dai Lo looked up and asked why. He waved his hand, "Just do it." Vines from the ground and the trident attacked together. Bak Vu was puzzled. Why is that fox not resisting and even abandoning the shield? Murong Tuan smoked and said, "Ignore it. No one can survive before Leviathan's sea god trident." A flash of light appeared within the smoke and dust. Murong Tuan exclaimed in shock, "He is not dead." From that light, a purple-red dragon flew into the sky. Murong Tuan was horrified. "Not a dragon. This is a dragon soul." He gritted his teeth, able to release a dragon soul. "Who exactly is this man?" Dai Lo said in surprise, "We are still alive." He explained, "That is your dragon soul talent. It automatically blocks fatal strikes." Dai Lo pouted, "You are too calm." System panel appeared. 9-tailed dragon fox beast god rank 1. Bloodline 9 tails and pure dragon bloodline. Talents Eye of Calamity 9-tailed fox fire dragon power and dragon soul. Attributes dragon fox beast humanoid supernatural fire. Loyalty 88. Skills tailed beast bomb bloodthirsty pupil rage 9-tailed burning heaven divine dragon tail sweep dragon breath. Evolution path 9-tailed dragon fox to 10-tailed dragon fox. He said tiredly, "My spirit power is almost exhausted. In 1 minute I may faint. We must retreat immediately." Dai Lo turned and suggested, "We split up." Bak Vu gritted his teeth and ordered, "Kill them." 2 vines shot up from the ground. Dai Lo raised her claws, causing the ground to crack apart. "Move aside." A stream of power shot straight into the sky. He shouted loudly, "Bloodthirsty pupil." A purple vortex appeared. Within the vortex, a gigantic eye appeared. Murong Tuan stood firm and said, "We represent the honor of the Long Kingdom Navy. We must never let them leave the island." Leviathan used the sea god trident. The beast understood and lashed its tail violently beneath the water. A trident suddenly appeared in midair. Violent force propelled it straight upward into the sky. The purple eye suddenly blazed with light, unleashing a massive surge of energy downward. 2 forces collided head-on, erupting into a violent blaze. A dazzling light flashed across the entire space. Leviathan let out a thunderous roar. A deafening explosion suddenly burst forth. Shockwave from the explosion hurled him away, and he shouted. Thick smoke blanketed the sky. 2 generals stared intently at the scene before them. Murong Tuan clenched his teeth around his cigarette. They escaped. Bak Vu frowned and sighed. "So this is the power of the dragon soul, yet we still could not stop them." He shouted angrily. "This is the naval headquarters, not a place where they can come and go as they please." Numerous warships lined up across the sea. The entire navy immediately received orders to search throughout the waters. Suddenly, a long-range attack struck down and shook the entire area. The communicator rang urgently. "General, something is wrong. We are under attack by the Southern Island Alliance." Murong Tuan was startled. "What?" The voice continued reporting, "Our ship number 1 has been hit." The voice on the other end reassured while reporting rapidly. "General, do not worry, they are no match for us, but the turbine of ship number 7 has been damaged. Ship number 3 is under attack." Bad news kept arriving. "General, our flagship has been destroyed." He clenched the communicator tightly. Murong Tuan turned and ordered, "Suspend the search for the man in black." Leviathan immediately reinforced the sea region. Dai Lo raised her head from the water and searched. Master, where are you?" Beneath the deep water, his body was still slowly sinking. The side effects of the dragon spirit pill were too strong. "I have no strength left. Lo, I feel so sleepy, it is so cold." Suddenly, a gigantic figure passed by him, transformed into Medusa, then lifted him in her palm and rose to the surface. Medusa stared at him curiously. Such a tiny human, yet able to confront 2 9-star beast tamers. Truly astonishing, but suddenly she extended her long tongue to examine him, then whispered, "Sorry." After saying that, she dived underwater. Medusa looked around assessing the situation. This brat is severely injured and unconscious. There is a deserted island ahead. We will rest there for now. In the distance, a deserted island appeared faintly. On the other side, Murong Tuan frowned in disappointment. In this battle, two generals like us truly lost face. Bok Vu said in a low voice. Brother Tuan should think about how to face the Empress's anger. At that moment, a beam of light appeared in the sky. A seven-colored holy Kilin descended from the heavens. It stood upon the clouds like the ruler of the sky. When they saw the person standing on the Kilin's back, both were terrified. Your Majesty, the Empress. Guan Lan raised her brow and asked coldly, where is Medusa? The two hurriedly knelt trembling. Your Majesty, we have failed your trust. Medusa was taken by someone else. We were also attacked by another force. After hearing that, she shouted coldly, I do not need explanations. Tell me who took Medusa away. Bok Vu turned pale and stammered. He wore black clothes and a demon mask. The nine-tailed fox Dai Lo is his beast. We know nothing else. Guan Lan waved her hand and sneered. Ridiculous. Two generals and you could not even hold the naval headquarters. Both immediately knelt to accept blame. We failed our duty and accept punishment. They possess the power of dragons. The nine-tailed fox even has a dragon soul. Guan Lan frowned slightly as she sensed that energy. The power of dragons, could it be impossible? She said coldly, tell me the direction the man in black escaped. When I return, I will punish you. Murong Tuan immediately replied, southeast. After hearing that, she turned and departed. Watching Guan Lan leave, Bok Vu pondered. Even the Empress had to act personally. It seems Long Kingdom will soon face turmoil. Outside, rain poured down like a waterfall. Inside a cave, a fire crackled and cast a faint glow. Medusa looked into the distance and said, I did not expect you experienced so many things during this time. Dai Lo nodded. Without my master, I would only be a severely wounded fox waiting to die. Medusa replied, the relationship between you two seems very close. He unconsciously groaned softly. Water. Dai Lo quickly said, I will feed you. Medusa reminded her, on a deserted island there is no fresh water. Without another word, Dai Lo drew a knife and cut her finger. She brought her hand to his mouth, letting the blood drip in. Medusa was astonished. I did not expect you would sacrifice your blood for a human. After drinking, his consciousness gradually returned. Looked down at the two small hands before him. He looked around in confusion. What happened? Where is this place? Looking carefully, he realized the person before him was Guan Lan. Her hand reached toward him. His consciousness shattered instantly and he screamed. He suddenly woke and sat up in panic. Seeing him awake, Dai Lo was overjoyed. Tin Vu, you are finally awake. You slept the entire morning and worried me to death. He held his aching head and asked, where are we? Dai Lo supported him and said, this is a deserted island near the Monster Strait. It is not under naval control. He shook his head. My head hurts. It feels like I just dreamed something. He licked his lips suspiciously. The smell of dragon blood. Did you give me blood to drink? Dai Lo turned away shyly. You were severely dehydrated. There is no fresh water on this island, so that was the only way. He nodded. Lo, you helped me greatly. In his mind, the system notification sounded. Favorability increased to 99. Medusa walked in holding a cup of water and pouted. How long do you two plan to be so sentimental? He looked at her suspiciously. Crown. Medusa touched the purple crown on her head. Then she stepped forward and handed the cup of water to him. His gaze accidentally lingered somewhere it should not. His cheeks turned red in embarrassment. Medusa hurriedly covered herself. You do not need to thank me. The one who should thank is me. Thank you for saving my life. Dai Lo behind them wondered. This is the highest gratitude ritual of the Divine Python clan. He smiled awkwardly. It was just a small matter. Medusa said, Mr. Tiu, the Divine Python clan always repays debts, especially life-saving debts. Ask for anything you want. Widened his eyes and asked, anything I want. He grinned slyly and pointed at Medusa. Simple, I want you. He repeated, I want you. Medusa crossed her arms and frowned. I know what you want, but I refuse. He stared in shock. What? The atmosphere instantly fell silent. Medusa extended her cold serpent tongue. I can do anything for you, but I will not sign a blood contract. Beastkin do not become slaves. He asked why. She replied disdainfully, because Beastkin never become slaves. He tried bargaining. What if I provide food and shelter? She shook her head. During that, Dai Lo suddenly remembered she once had been forced to sign a contract with him, yet the result turned out quite good. Suddenly he spat out a mouthful of blood, making both women panic. He pretended to collapse. Medusa hurried to support him. Sister, far away I thought saving you could warm your cold heart. It turns out I was wrong. You are a cold-blooded python. Dai Lo panicked. Why are you coughing blood? Continued acting. If you will not sign the contract, then what meaning does my life have? If there is another life, I will never save you again, heartless snake. Dai Lo also joined in. Tin Vu, wake up. Finally, Medusa could not endure and shouted, fine, I will sign it. Hearing that, he immediately grabbed her hand happily. Sister far away, you are wonderful. Now I have a reason to keep living. Dai Lo pinched his cheek. If she did not sign, you would scare yourself to death. Where did this shameless student come from? He laughed in pain. I'm a beast tamer. Using a little trick is not wrong. Saving her life is a huge favor. What is wrong with a blood contract? He narrowed his eyes dangerously. If this snake had not fallen for it, I would have taken her to claim a reward. Compared to Guan Lan, she would surely submit under my pressure. Dai Lo was speechless. In this era, people with morals must have gone extinct. After saying that, he stood up. Sister far away, let us sign the blood contract. Medusa nodded. All right. He placed his finger on the center of Medusa's forehead. A drop of blood flowed into it. Magic formation immediately appeared beneath Medusa's feet. After a moment, she slowly opened her eyes. A strange mark immediately appeared clearly on her forehead. Tin Vu narrowed his eyes with an amused smile, then raised his thumb from afar. From now on, you are my beast companion. Medusa was still stunned, unable to believe she had truly signed a blood pact with a human. This was far too absurd. He walked over and patted her shoulder in comfort, saying that he understood how she felt. The system panel appeared again. Title: Calamity Demon Serpent Medusa. Rank: Beast God Level 2. Divine Serpent Bloodline Mythical Quality. Talent 1: Calamity Descends. When the true body appears, it will bring destructive disasters such as tsunamis, lightning storms, or volcanic eruptions. Talent 2: Nightmare Ensnarement. Anyone swept by Medusa's gaze with a lower level will have their soul dragged into nightmares and sink into endless torment. Attributes: Beast Type Body, Superpower, and Water. Loyalty 10. Skills: Nightmare Devourer, swallowing enemies to suffer the torture of 9 layers of nightmares. Death Coil, using the serpent body to strangle the enemy until suffocation. Life Leech, using venomous fangs to drain vitality and convert it for herself. Habit: Liking sweets, living in cold, gloomy places. Highest evolution path: Calamity Demon Serpent. Hidden Branch 1: Heaven-Piercing Dragon Serpent. Hidden Branch 2: World Serpent, with a body capable of coiling around the planet. After reading all the data, Tin Vu could not help breaking into a cold sweat. Medusa was truly too powerful. If only he still had the dragon bone. He silently thought he must find the Eye of Reincarnation, the underworld cauldron, and a demon beast core to help her evolve into the true world serpent. The sky above suddenly flashed with dazzling lightning. He instinctively clutched his chest as a sharp pain spread through his body. Dai Lo saw Tin Vu's pale expression and anxiously asked what was wrong. Tin Vu replied, Lo, I suddenly have a very bad feeling. Even though we escaped danger, my heartbeat keeps racing. His face grew paler and paler. Then he suddenly thought of something. Wait, I saved Medusa, but the system has not given the reward. Could it be the mission is not finished yet? Thinking that, Tin Vu suddenly turned around and shouted loudly, Lo, hurry. We must leave this island immediately. He hurriedly took out a mask and put it on, speaking urgently, if we delay any longer, it will be too late. Dai Lo did not ask further. She only nodded and replied, understood, we leave immediately. She said, I swim very fast. Get on my back. Thunderbolts just now became increasingly violent, continuously striking the sea surface. The ground suddenly exploded, sending fragments of rock flying everywhere. On the water, Dai Lo turned her head in shock. That deserted island had already been flattened. Tin Vu looked around, then suddenly shouted a warning. Look up. Majestic Killin and that woman were slowly approaching. Guan Lan's face turned cold as a powerful aura spread out. Black robe, demon mask. It seems I did not find the wrong person. He immediately recognized the one who appeared was the 7-colored Holy Killin. Damn it was her. Medusa raised her head with tense eyes and said she had chased all the way here. I'm afraid we will not escape. Tin Vu stared silently. A 10-star Emperor-level beast tamer, why is it her? My spiritual power is exhausted. There is no more dragon spirit pill. My beast companions cannot use battle skills either. What should I do? Dai Lo immediately stood in front of Tin Vu like a protective shield. Beast Master, do not worry. Leave everything to me. The gazes of both sides locked onto each other without moving. Guan Lan frowned and broke the silence. Little fox, your fortune is not bad. So you fused pure dragon blood because of that man. Black-robed one, state your name. I will let you die with your body intact. Dai Lo hurriedly raised her hand and shouted, wait. Guan Lan raised her brow and looked at her with a meaningful gaze. Knowing she could not win, she immediately proposed, I am willing to die. I only hope you spare my beast master's life, even imprison him forever if necessary. Tin Vu called out in shock. Lo. Guan Lan snorted coldly and said, someone about to die has no right to negotiate with me. Hearing that, Dai Lo no longer begged. If that is the case, then we fight with our lives. Medusa also roared, then we fight to the end. Quan Lan's eyes flashed with cold, killing intent. Then all of you die. Gigantic golden dragon suddenly appeared before everyone. Seeing that scene, her whole body stiffened. That was the power of a dragon. A massive tail swept fiercely, destroying the place where Dai Lo stood. Quan Lan revealed herself with wings behind her back and 2 sharp horns on her forehead. Her expression changed as she stammered, "Black Dragon Soul." Such overwhelming evil aura. What exactly is she? Was Quan Lan not supposed to be human? Medusa flicked her tongue and said, "Fox, this is her true form. She wants to kill us to bury this secret." Dai Lo's hand clenched tightly and trembled nonstop. That hand slowly loosened. There was absolutely no chance of winning. Both the Kilin and Quan Lan emitted terrifying pressure. Determination ignited in her eyes. "I cannot lose." Immediately after that, Dai Lo transformed into her fox form. Even knowing the gap was enormous, she still rushed forward to fight. In just a moment, Dai Lo was already beat until her mouth was full of blood. Countless wounds quickly appeared across her body. A sudden slash cut off Dai Lo's foot. Before she could react, her arm was also severed. After that, Dai Lo's body was torn into pieces, blood splattering everywhere. Invu widened his eyes in horror and shouted low. Unable to endure it any longer, she immediately transformed back into human form. Medusa immediately carried Tin Vu and flew toward Dai Lo. She fell onto the water and Tin Vu pulled her up. "Lo, how are you? Are your injuries serious? Do not scare me." Dai Lo's mouth was full of blood. Her weak eyes looked at him, "Beast Master." Her trembling hand lifted as she said, "Beast Master, we met too late. If only we could stay together a few more days, that would be wonderful. I regret dragging you into this." Tin Vu shook his head as tears streamed down. "No, Lo, I have never regretted it. Everything was my own choice." Dai Lo gently caressed his cheek, then pulled Tin Vu's head closer. Tears streamed down both of their faces as she softly kissed his cheek. A smile still remained on Dai Lo's lips. "Please forgive me for taking the first step ahead." After saying that, her hand slowly fell. "My sincere heart." Tin Vu's pupils shrank as he called out in despair, "Lo." Tears kept falling from his eyes. Holding Dai Lo tightly in his arms, Tin Vu remembered every memory they had shared. Quan Lan frowned with disgust. This emotional scene should end now. "Prepare yourselves for the road ahead." After speaking, she began to unleash her power. She waved her hand, and a massive ring of fire spiraled into the sky. Medusa coiled her body cautiously and said, "Beast Master, before dying I will try to protect you. Die low and I will wait for you below." Tin Vu shook his head and said no. Her eyes froze as she stared at her own hand in disbelief. "What?" Tin Vu held her body and raised his head, roaring, "No. This is not the ending I want. The person I need is Lo alive." At that moment, a gem suddenly appeared before Tin Vu. Gem slowly floated into the air before everyone's astonished eyes. It split into countless smaller gems. The gems circled around the three of them, then released a powerful light. The sight made Quan Lan stare in shock. Those are dragon tears. Time seemed like a clock beginning to turn backward, the wounds on the body gradually closing. As time reversed, Quan Lan's attack was also automatically withdrawn. The shattered ground slowly restored itself to its original state. Tin Vu widened his eyes when he saw Dai Lo standing before him. Seeing she was still safe, he breathed out and said it worked. Dai Lo asked in confusion, "Tin Vu, what are you doing?" Her cheeks suddenly turned red as she did not understand what was happening. Before she could say anything, her lips were blocked by Tin Vu. She said in surprise, "Tin Vu, you." Medusa stood beside them, covering her mouth awkwardly, not knowing where to look. "What are you two doing?" Tin Vu released her and urgently said, Lo, there is no time to explain. Run quickly. Swim far toward the demon beast strait where the chaotic aura is stronger. Even though she did not understand, she still nodded in agreement. Immediately after that, the ground behind them exploded loudly, rocks flying everywhere. On land stood atop the kiln observing and said, "The aura disappears here. Ahead is the demon beast strait." She snorted coldly with sharp eyes. "They run quite fast." On land stared at the deserted island and said, "Black-robed one. The next time we meet will be the moment your bones shatter." The surrounding space suddenly became silent. Three of them hid in a corner full of tension. "She probably will not chase us here. If we are still discovered in the demon beast strait, then we can only wait for death." Dai Lo asked suspiciously, "How did you know Quan Lan would hunt us down?" Tin Vu turned and tightly held her hand, anxiously saying, Lo, I cannot lose you. That painful feeling in my heart, I do not want to experience it again." Medusa frowned and asked, "Are you confessing to the fox?" Dai Lo looked even more confused. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Tin Vu took out the gem from earlier and said, "This is dragon tears. I accidentally activated it. Both of you place your hands on it and you will probably understand what just happened." After speaking, he held the gem out in front of the two of them. After a moment of silence, Tin Vu spoke and asked, Lo, why are you crying? Were you moved by me? Dai quickly wiped her eyes and retorted, I am not crying. It is just sand blowing into my eyes. Suddenly, the system panel sounded a notification congratulating the host for successfully rescuing Medusa. Mission reward includes 1 dragon egg and 10,000 points. They have been granted. Please check to receive them. Looking at the notification on the screen, he could not hide his joy. The reward has finally been issued. That means this time we are truly safe. After thinking for a moment, Tin Vu turned and asked Zaza, I heard Lolo say you know the secret of the Dragon Formation War 200 years ago. Can you explain it clearly now? Is Quan Lan human or something else? Medusa sighed and said the dragon-slaying maiden eventually became an evil dragon. 90% of the masters of Long Kingdom participated in that war. She began to recall the past. At that time, Long Kingdom had 2 most famous masters, Quan Lan and Liat Dim. Back then, Quan Lan had not yet become the empress of Long Kingdom, and Liat Dim had not yet become the leader of the rebel army Dim. Medusa said when she was young, she was only a tiny snake hiding in the cracks of lava rocks. Their battlefield was right at Dragon Valley where I live, so I witnessed the entire battle that year with my own eyes. That scene was something she could never forget. After Quan Lan killed countless giant dragons, that woman stood in the Dragon Pool Valley, her whole body bathed in dragon blood. Then she laughed in a terrifying madness. After that, she transformed into a gigantic black dragon far beyond other dragons, losing control and slaughtering all living beings in the valley. Returning to the present, Medusa shrugged and said after that battle, the dragon race was almost annihilated. Countless beast tamers also died. The most prominent survivor is the current Liat Dim of Dim Min. I was far away, so I was lucky to escape, but Quan Lan still wanted to silence me. Tin Vu pondered. No wonder Liat Dim betrayed Long Kingdom and established Dim Min to oppose that woman. Stroked his chin, thinking why Quan Lan became an evil dragon. Was it because of a special physique, or because she killed too many dragons? Back then, how many giant dragons had Liat Dim killed? Medusa was not involved in that event, so if you want to know more clearly, you can only ask Liat Dim. Suddenly, Tin Vu remembered something and said that is not right. I am only a 2-star beast tamer from Qinglong Academy, while he is the rebel leader of Dim Min. We have nothing to do with each other. If I get involved in his affairs, what will happen to my sister and me? Seeing him deep in thought, Medusa asked, after knowing Quan Lan's true identity, what does Beast Master plan to do next? Tin Vu forced a smile and said, what can I do? Do you expect me to become a messenger of justice and expose her crimes from 200 years ago? That is madness. Why would I provoke a monster like that? Yahello looked at him with concern, but after this incident, Quan Lan will definitely pay attention to you. She will not let you go. Tin Vu smiled and replied, Quan Lan is watching the man in black. What does that have to do with me, Tin Vu? She frowned in confusion. The man in black is not you. Tin Vu immediately interrupted. Enough already, you silly girl. Stop thinking about it. We will hide here for a while, then find a way to return to 4 Spirit City. Dragon tear in Tin Vu's hand suddenly began to glow. His body began trembling violently, making Dai Lo panic and call Tin Vu. His eyes gradually became dim. Where is this place? Why is everything around me pitch black? When he opened his eyes, Tin Vu saw Quan Lan standing in front of him. He immediately turned and ran away. Black Dragon, that woman chased here again. While running, he suddenly collided with a mirror. Who put a mirror here? Tin Vu's eyes widened in shock. Seeing his body covered in dragon scales, he panicked. Dragon scales? How did even I become like this? He clutched his head and screamed in despair. I do not want to become a man-eating monster. I do not want to. Tin Vu roared loudly. 2 horns grew on his forehead and wings appeared on his back. No. Yahello anxiously asked, how is he? Medusa replied, his body is extremely weak and he also has a high fever. He will probably remain unconscious for a few days. The human body is truly too fragile. Hearing that, Yahello became even more worried. Then what should we do? Medusa said beast milk can increase resistance and help recovery faster. When she stared at a certain place, Yahello blushed and angrily said, what are you looking at? I do not have beast milk. Under Medusa's determined gaze, she could only say in embarrassment, all right, I will go prepare it immediately. Ahead appeared a deep dark cave entrance. Tin Vu muttered in shock, I am not a monster. He breathed out in relief. It was just a dream. Luckily, it almost scared me to death. He asked anxiously, I have slept for 3 days. This is bad, the supernova competition. Medusa beside him reminded, this is still the demon beast straight. You have slept for about 3 days. Tin Vu became even more worried from the time we departed until I fainted. 4 or 5 days have passed. I must return to 4 Spirit City immediately to participate in the finals. Otherwise, the Academy will suspect something. If Quan Lan notices, then it is over. At that moment, Yahello returned. Seeing him awake, she happily exclaimed, you are awake, that is great. Medusa comforted the trembling Tin Vu and said, I know you are worried, but do not rush. She hesitated and did not continue with the worst possibility. Tin Vu sighed, how can I not worry if I cannot return in time then? Seeing the object in her hand, Tin Vu asked in surprise, Lo, what is that? She awkwardly said milk from a demon beast, beast milk for you to drink. Tinvu immediately panicked, no, I am human. I only drink milk tea, beast milk smells too strong, I am not used to it. Dailo spoke sternly, no, you must drink it all. Medusa also added, Beast Master, do you know what kept you alive during the 3 days you were unconscious? It was beast milk that increased your immunity and kept you alive. That fox worked very hard to obtain it. Tinvu seemed to understand. Zaza, you mean? He looked at the bottle of milk in his hand and could not help pointing at it. Medusa urged, hurry and drink. That fox specially squeezed it for you. If you do not drink, it will make her very sad. Dailo said, Tinvu, this is something I worked very hard to obtain bit by bit. You must drink it all. Faced with that sincerity, he clenched his teeth and said, all right, I will drink. Tinvu told himself, Dailo has sacrificed so much for me. I cannot make her sad again. Finally, he closed his eyes, raised his head, and drank the entire bottle of milk. After drinking, Tinvu muttered he could feel the taste of Silver Moon Fox Emperor milk. Hearing that, Dailo said otherwise. What did you think it was? Tinvu grabbed a bottle of water and drank it in one gulp, then asked Zaza, with your speed, how long until we reach the shore of Long Kingdom? Medusa smiled and said half a day. Looking at the two of them, he said, if there is still time, go catch some demon beasts and roast them to eat. She made an okay sign, no problem. Wait for us. After they left, Tinvu took out the egg to check the system reward. He opened the system panel to check the information. Name Dragon Egg. Race Pure Insect Dragon Clan. Attribute Unknown. Talent Unknown. Method of nurturing requires frequent infusion of dragon power. Materials to accelerate hatching include dragon bone snow lotus, dragon heart, earth flame wall fruit. The taboo during hatching is not to let it be contaminated by evil aura, otherwise it will become an evil dragon. After reading it, Tinvu looked at the egg and sighed, dragon bone snow lotus and dragon heart, I cannot even find one yet. Now I also have to raise a dragon. But dragons are noble. Raising one with difficulty is still worth it. Suddenly a sound came from the cave entrance. Yahello walked in carrying a pile of prey and said, Tinvu, we caught them. He laughed loudly that fast. They began to light a fire and roast the spoils. The three of them devoured the food as if they had been starving for many days. Medusa bit a chicken leg with a satisfied expression and said, so being human tastes this good. By the way, if they eat a lot, then they probably also poop a lot. Seeing Tinvu deep in thought, Medusa asked, Beast Master, do you have something on your mind? Tinvu asked, Zaza, what do you think about our relationship? Medusa replied, Beast Master is my life-saving benefactor. Just speak directly. Hearing that, Tinvu laughed, then, can you give me a pile of your poop? Medusa froze in anger. What did you say? Tinvu repeated, I want to ask for a pile of your poop. Medusa's eyes blazed with fire and her claws appeared. Do you want to die? Seeing the two about to fight, Dailo hurriedly stopped them. Sisters, calm down. Medusa shouted, Stinky Fox, move aside. I must kill this brat. Tinvu then said, Lo, it seems Zaza does not want to. Maybe you can try. Dailo held Medusa back angrily and said, if she does not want to, then do you think I want to? Tinvu, you are truly a pervert. That sentence made both of them grit their teeth and curse, pervert, get lost. Tinvu held a basin and laughed, I only asked for some poop to use as fertilizer. Do you really need to react so strongly? Dailo was speechless and said, Beast Master Medusa and I are beast folk, not wild beasts. We also have the dignity of women. She looked at the flower pot and asked, plant-type beast companion. Tinvu put away the basin and nodded, you are right, I went too far. But I truly need fertilizer from a beast god-level demon beast. Dailo thought for a moment and said, we can find other demon beasts. Medusa patted her chest and said, that is simple. This is the demon beast strait. Under the sea there are many beast god-level demon beasts sleeping. After saying that, they went to the beach and threw down 3 fireballs. The fireballs fell straight into the deep seabed, and they exploded, sending water and rocks flying. A small whale angrily surfaced and shouted, who dares disturb my rest? From the water the whale rose up, revealing a childlike face, shouting, who has no manners, throwing fire into the sea. Tinvu stood on a rock with hands on his waist and said, so it is a mutated Emperor Flame Fang whale, truly rare. The little whale angrily said, what do you mean rare? Who are you calling rare? Whale looked carefully and saw it was only a human, then sneered, seeking death. Tinvu nodded, that is right, come ashore and fight me. The little whale roared, 3 seconds and I will kill you. After speaking, the whale rushed onto the shore like lightning. But when it reached the shore and saw Medusa and Dailo, its face turned pale and it immediately knelt down. 2 women stood before it, releasing pressure, and said, you want to kill my beast master? See if you have that ability. Offend beast master, then prepare to think of how you will die. The little whale quickly kowtowed, begging for mercy, great ones, spare my life. Above me I have a 200-year-old mother. and below I have 3 eggs about to hatch. Hearing that, Tin Vu rubbed its head and said, whales give birth, not lay eggs. We are not evil people, we do not need your life. The little whale asked suspiciously, really. As soon as Tin Vu finished speaking, the whale's face turned pale. Now poop a pile for me, then I will let you go. The little whale stared in shock. When it understood, it immediately flicked its tail and struck him, then cursed pervert. The 2 women worriedly called Beast Master. After a while, the whole group floated on the sea surface. The mark of a fishtail was still printed on Tin Vu's face. He complained, you 2 did not even stop it. I only asked for some poop and it beat me like this. Dai Lo held her stomach, laughing, serves you right. He pouted, never mind, at least we got the poop. Halfway along the road, Medusa said, ahead is the Changlei mountain range. Beyond it is Force Spirit City. Tin Vu nodded, good, let us rest for a bit. I need to wash with river water, otherwise this smell will make everyone suspicious. Sun slowly rose as sunlight shone down on the waterfall. Tin Vu took off his shirt and teased, Lo Zaza want to bathe together. I also know traditional medicine chest massage. Dai Lo turned her head and said no need, but her eyes stuck to his 6-pack abs, as she secretly thought youth is truly good. This brat clearly looks full of vitality. Medusa could not stand it and covered her mouth, telling her to be quiet. Tin Vu laughed and said, your relationship is really good. I heard snake women and foxes of Silver City also get along very well. Medusa then reacted and shoved Dai Lo's hand away, saying, get lost, I am not that kind. Tin Vu shook his head and asked, do you 2 know each other? Dai Lo replied, we are not really familiar. After that, Tin Vu walked deeper into the forest, searching for something. Suddenly, something rushed out from the bushes, fell straight onto Tin Vu's head, making him jump. What is this? Dai Lo stepped forward behind him, looked closely, then said, that is a thunder ear rabbit. Suddenly from the forest, a pack of wind wolves rushed out and surrounded them. Their fierce eyes immediately locked onto the group. Tin Vu looked at the rabbit, then at the wolf pack. He sighed, it seems they see me as a rival competing for the thunder ear rabbit. He smiled, then gestured, Lo Zaza, leave these to you 2. The 2 understood immediately and stepped forward, preparing to fight. Seeing the wind wolves burn to ashes, Tin Vu clicked his tongue, Lo, you are truly ruthless. Not even one escape. She frowned and asked, I saved you and you still complain. Tin Vu forced a smile and said, I would not dare. While talking, the rabbit jumped out of his hand, then muttered, competitive creatures follow survival of the fittest. Next time I will not help you. Get lost. As soon as it touched the ground, it shot away like lightning. Immediately after that, the thunder ear rabbit suddenly dived straight into his pants. Do not crawl in there. Tin Vu hurriedly grabbed his pants and cursed loudly, get out right now. Do you know by law my little brother can sue you for trespassing? Dai Lo beside him sighed, you talking about law with a rabbit sounds strange. Finally, he grabbed both of its ears and said, little brat, stop clinging to me. Otherwise, tonight I will consider braised rabbit head or steamed rabbit head. He held the rabbit up in front of him despite its struggle, then said, fine, I will give you a chance. If fate allows, I will raise you. Tin Vu opened the system panel to check. Name, Thunder Ear Rabbit. Type, mutated. Rank, initial form, cannot upgrade. Bloodline, low. No talent. Attribute, weak electricity, only enough to charge a phone. Skills, none. But it has hidden talent, heaven reset, allowing refreshing teammate skills up to 3 times. Favorite food, vegetables, and likes thunderstorm weather. After reading it, his eyes lit up, refresh skills. Truly a divine support. Luck really favors me. He placed the rabbit on his palm, then said, Lo Zaza, I want to take it along and sign a contract to make it my beast companion. Medusa frowned and objected, Beast Master, have you gone mad? Thunder ear rabbits cannot grow and are even more useless than Gale hounds. Dai Lo shrugged, never mind. Beast Master must have his own reason. Scene shifted to the bustling Spirit City. In the outdoor arena, the audience gathered densely. The host shouted loudly, welcome everyone to the final match of the Supernova competition. On the giant screen appeared the roster Ching Long versus Vermilion Bird. The opposing team was the team of Xylion. In the waiting room, Yang Xiu held his phone, pacing irritably. Where on earth did that Tin Vu run off to? He does not answer calls and does not reply to messages. Only 15 minutes left, do not tell me he skipped the match. Ham said, then let me try calling again. Yang Xiu frowned, I already called more than 10 times, all say out of coverage. She replied, then try one last time. Yang Xiu gripped his phone tightly and said, all right. As soon as he dialed the line, responded, sorry, the number you called has unpaid fees. He gritted his teeth angrily, then pressed his phone, fine, at least it has signal now. Just missing credit, right? I will recharge it for you. While grumbling, the door opened, and Tin Vu walked in, smiling, long time no see, brother Yang Xiu. I missed you too so much. Yang Xiu glared, if I did not recharge your phone, you would not appear right. Pay me back. The system announced recharge 100,000 yuan. Yang Shuo pointed at him. This time I paid for you. Do not disappear again. Tin Vu forced a smile. It will not happen again. Ham Ham, standing behind, asked, did you not return to Long Yin to visit your sister? Why could we not reach you these days? Tin Vu stammered about that. He immediately grabbed her hand and changed the topic. Lu Jin, you look beautiful today. Ham Ham blushed really. Yang Shuo saw Tin Vu's sly look and said, little sister, he is clearly changing the subject. Do not fall for him. The announcement sounded 10 minutes until the match begins. Teams, please prepare to enter the arena. Yang Shuo turned Tin Vu. It is time to go out. Ham Ham blushed and said, brother, I will go to the restroom, then ran off. Tin Vu waved, hurry back soon. The scene shifted to the closed restroom. As she washed her face, a voice sounded behind Ham Ham, long time no see. She turned around and saw someone familiar, then said, Xy Lion, why are you here? Xy Lion crossed her arms and smiled, surprised because I also joined the competition. Ham Ham asked, joined the competition? You replaced Lin Nhi. Xy Lion smiled, she was injured so I replaced her. Any problem? Ham Ham did not reply and simply turned to leave. Xy Lion said, even though we were childhood friends on the arena, I will not hold back. Ham Ham kept walking without turning back. Then we will meet on the stage. Watching her back leave, Xy Lion smiled sinisterly. This time I will make you lose face before the whole audience. As she came out, Nguyen asked Xy Lion, it is time to enter. She nodded, brother, I am ready. The siblings clapped hands together, then walked straight toward the arena. The host Hung Luke stood in the middle of the field shouting, dear audience, this is the Supernova final. After speaking, the Nguyen team stepped out. On the left is the representative of Vermilion Bird Academy. Xy Lion waved, good morning everyone. Tianhua audience immediately cheered, oh my, it is Xy Lion. The rumor Lin Nhi is sick was true. Goddess Xy Lion, if I could marry her, even 20 children I would accept. Nguyen's waist truly looks like a deadly blade. Yang Shu reminded Tin Vu the Xy siblings from Vermilion Bird have great backgrounds. Their father is Xy Zhang, a 10-star beast tamer and strategist of Long Kingdom. Ham Ham added, I heard Nguyen even has a chance to become the consort of Princess Shangyu and Kayan. Tin Vu smiled, a royal consort, then I must defeat him. The host pointed to the right and said, here are the representatives of Qinglong Academy. Yang Shu said, our turn. Tin Vu nodded. Hung Luke introduced the judge of this match, is the Empress of Long Kingdom Quan Lan. Xy Zhang beside her covered his mouth and smiled, your majesty. That young man, if I remember correctly, is named Tin Vu. Quan Lan glanced and said, strategist Xy, in a moment he will face your son. Are you not curious about the result? He smiled, victory or defeat will be decided by the youngsters. He added, your majesty has still not found the man in black. Quan Lan frowned, the Emperor Soul Society has investigated all 9 and 10-star beast tamers and still found nothing. Xy Zhang replied, perhaps the man in black is not a master, but an ordinary person. His eyes narrowed and his voice turned cold, perhaps just a common person somewhere in the city. Tin Vu felt someone watching him, so he turned his head. The moment he saw Quan Lan, he felt dizzy. Ham Ham behind him asked worriedly, Tin Vu, what is wrong? Tin Vu shook his head, nothing, but his eyes still followed Quan Lan. Even though he escaped from her before remembering, it still sent chills down his spine. Hopefully, she does not recognize him as the man in black. After all, he is only a 2-star beast tamer. The host announced the battle rule is rotating challenge. Yang Shuo said, I will defend first. Tin Vu teased, do not lose too quickly. Yang Shuo cursed, get lost. Luke said, both teams please send out attacking and defending contestants. Nguyen cracked his knuckles and stepped out, causing the audience to gasp. The first contestant of Vermilion Bird is actually the ace Nguyen. Yang Shuo felt nervous. He thought he would face Fang Jing or Xy Lion, but he is the son of the Admiral of Long Kingdom Navy, so he cannot lose face. Nguyen smiled, the match is already over. Yang Shuo was surprised over what? Nguyen said, the moment I stepped onto this field, the result was decided. I will defeat everyone. These words angered Yang Shuo. Nguyen, do not be so arrogant. Thunderstorm Young Lion come out. In an instant, it appeared above his head. Nguyen also summoned come out Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast. Seeing that creature, Yang Shuo froze. What monster is that? Outside the field, Tin Vu frowned. Let me take a look. He opened the system to check. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast level 3 adult stage. Heavenly Demon Bloodline mythical quality. Talent reduces enemy attack and speed by 70%. Attribute superpower. Weakness at the tail. He checked Yang Shuo's Beast Thunderstorm Young Lion level 3, Bloodline Legendary Spirit Thunder, capable of tearing the opponent's soul. Attributes lightning and flight. Weakness prolonged flight causes paralysis. Ham Ham worriedly said, my brother is in danger. Tin Vu reassured there is still a chance if he strikes the opponent tail, but cameras are everywhere so he cannot warn him. Tin Vu observed seriously. The advantage of Thunderstorm Young Lion is explosive power in the first 3 minutes. If dragged longer, the weakness appears. Later, I must help Yang Shuo evolve his beast companion. On the field, Yang Shuo commanded Thunderstorm Young Lion use Sky Flash Lightning Spear. The flame beast blocked with its body. Ungayan said Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast take the hit. Commentator shouted the scene is astonishing. The Flame Beast blocked the ultimate move of Thunderstorm Young Lion without any injury. Seeing his attack blocked, Yang Xiu clenched his fist. He looked at the opponent thinking using its body to block my attack, clearly provoking me. Ungayan sneered Thunderstorm Young Lion is only strong at the beginning. That period will pass soon. Yang Xiu shouted continue attacking. Thunderstorm Young Lion increased its power. Ungayan sneered Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast. Use Hungry Tiger Pounce. It stomped the ground, causing the arena floor to crack. In an instant, the Flame Beast rushed forward and bit the Lion Beast wing. Yang Xiu broke into cold sweat. What is happening? Flame Beast did not release and kept slamming the opponent to the ground. The audience on the stands cheered loudly. The Flame Beast is too strong, worthy of being the son of strategist Xi Ungayan. Ungayan raised two fingers pointing at Yang Xiu and said, Flame Beast, release it. When the battle ended, its mouth was full of blood, and Thunderstorm Young Lion collapsed on the ground motionless. Ungayan curled his lips in a mocking smile and said, it is only a match. This is enough. You should admit defeat. Yang Xiu angrily shouted, Ungayan, I will absolutely not lose in front of my sister. Continue the fight. Ungayan sneered, truly risking your life. Ham was about to say something, but Tin Vu quickly covered her mouth. Brother. She looked at him in confusion and asked, why did you stop me? Tin Vu patted her shoulder and said, Lu Jin at this moment, brother, Yang Xiu on the stage is not only a contestant, but also a brother. On the arena, Yang Xiu clenched his fists, thinking the wing of Thunderstorm Young Lion is already seriously injured. Using skills will require more spiritual power. But in front of my sister I cannot lose, I must risk everything. He refused to give up and summoned another beast companion. Come out blazing steel giant ape. The armless giant ape appeared and roared together with the young lion. Yang Xiu immediately commanded giant ape, use steel giant arm. As soon as he finished speaking, two steel arms grew from its body. One arm slammed heavily onto the ground. He continued shouting, young lion, use power of thunder peak. The two beast companions coordinated and charged straight toward the opponent. The giant arm of the ape smashed down fiercely. Ungayan frowned, sensing danger, and shouted, flame beast absorb. Beast opened its mouth, releasing a strange source of energy. The violent lightning was absorbed, causing the giant ape attack to be blocked. Yang Xiu gritted his teeth and knelt down. It was absorbed. Impossible, I practiced this skill countless times. Ungayan on the opposite side laughed loudly. The match is over. Flame Beast used Blue Demon Roar Cannon. Immediately a stream of blue energy shot from its mouth, straight toward the giant ape and young lion. Hung Luke shouted loudly, the match is over. The winner is Ungayan from Vermilion Bird Academy. The giant ape lay in a pool of blood with eyes wide open. Beside it, the young lion also collapsed motionless on the arena floor. Gayan turned and walked away coldly, saying, you are too weak. Carry them away. Next one. Tin Vu, standing outside, observed, then said, having such an overpowered beast companion must be thanks to his father. Ham nodded. His father is a 10-star beast tamer. Capturing a heavenly demon in blood refining Ice Mountain is not difficult. Tin Vu asked Lu Jin, do the Xi siblings have some conflict with you? Ham recalled the past and said, when we were young Xi Lion, and I competed for the Bone Blaze Bat Beast brought back by the Empress. The two of us shouted at the same time, it is mine. No, it chose me. Suddenly the beast wing cut Xi Lion hand, causing her to bleed. Ham quickly let go and asked, are you all right? Xi Lion angrily shouted, you made me lose face and stole it from me. Since then she began to hate the Murong family and swore the Xi family would not let it go. Tin Vu asked curiously, their eyes are red, but normal people have gray eyes. Ham explained that his heterochromatic eyes unique to the Xi family, otherwise nothing special. That moment Tin Vu eyes suddenly turned crimson. Information about Ungayan appeared. Talent prediction, eyes allowing clear vision of opponent movements and prediction of attack direction. After reading it, Tin Vu silently calculated. Quan Lan and the Xi family are both related to dragon beasts. It seems the dragon-slaying war in the past still holds many secrets. Just then Hung Luke's voice sounded, the second match is about to begin. Ham stepped onto the arena with determination. Hung Luke introduced Defense Ungayan from Vermilion Bird Academy. Attack Ham from Qing Long Academy. A lion standing below smiled sinisterly and said, brother, teach her a lesson. Do not hold back. Cripple her beast companion. Ungayan turned and said, I am a gentleman, but I will try my best. Then he looked at Ham with contempt and said, if you admit defeat, now it is still in time. Otherwise, your ending will be worse than your brother. Ham angrily said, I will defeat you. Hung Luke excitedly said, this will surely be a thrilling match. Will Ungayan defend the arena twice, or will Ham avenge her brother? Immediately she summoned Bone Blaze Bat Beast. It spat a stream of poisonous liquid straight toward the Blue Flame Beast. Ungayan immediately shouted, dodge. Blue Flame Beast obeyed and leapt aside. Hung Luke said in surprise, this time the Blue Flame Beast did not block but dodged. Could it be afraid of the Bone Blaze Flame? Dai Zhang on the stand stroked his chin and said, the Murong girl has been guided and discovered the blind spot of the Blue Flame Beast. That young man is truly not simple. Quan Lan asked strategist, who do you think will win? Zhang smiled, my son has prediction eyes. Do you still need to ask? Blaze kept spitting poison, causing the blue flame beast unable to approach. Soon the blue flame beast was struck until it became dizzy. Tin Vu cheered, well done Lu Jin, keep going. In his mind he thought the blue flame beast immunity only applies to physical and magical damage. The Wraith Fire carries mental attack, so it cannot be immune. Ham shouted, Bone Blaze, use Wraith advance range. Beast immediately fired a series of poison spheres toward the blue flame beast. The blue flame beast failed to dodge and was struck. Gaian angrily commanded Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast use Blood Spin. It roared, creating a ring of fire barrier. Gaian continued command, reflect the damage. The poison spheres were shot back. Bone Blaze failed to avoid, and nearly half of its lower body was destroyed. Ham frowned, thinking the blue flame beast ability is too difficult to deal with. It still has one tiger head with unknown ability. Gaian rubbed his hands arrogantly and said this match is about to end. The blue flame beast behind him burst with aura. Seeing the danger, Ham immediately commanded Bone Blaze recover, then use ultimate skill rage of the undead pool. Two monsters rushed directly toward each other. The collision created a huge whirlwind in the middle of the arena. Ham poured all her spiritual power into Bone Blaze. On the arena, the blue flame beast began losing advantage. Gaian noticed and became worried, if this drags on it will be disadvantageous. The whirlwind of Bone Blaze closed in from behind. Ham thought rage of the undead pool only creates pressure, but is not enough to finish it. I must deliver a fatal strike. Seizing the opportunity, she immediately ordered the attack. A bone blade shot straight toward the blue flame beast. Gaian sneered, trivial trick. The blue flame beast immediately knocked the blade away. Ham was shocked, impossible. Bone Blaze hovered behind, panting heavily. Ham calculated further, but her spiritual power was exhausted, so she could not summon Snow Spirit Fierce Demon. I Lion mocked, you lost Ham. Brother quickly crippled Bone Blaze. Gaian on the arena arrogantly said, you useless siblings, leave the arena. Lin hurried forward to stop it, but before he could finish speaking, Gaian already commanded Blue Demon Roar Cannon. Blue energy beam shot straight toward Bone Blaze and Ham. Ham hurriedly shouted, Bone Blaze dodge. That moment, another beast companion jumped out behind her. It immediately released energy to block the Blue Demon Roar Cannon. When the smoke cleared, Tin Vu was already standing in front of Ham. Gaian was slightly surprised. He did not expect his beast companion could block Blue Demon Roar Cannon so easily. Tin Vu pointed straight and scolded Gaian, what are you trying to do? According to the rules, when spiritual power is exhausted, it means defeat. Why are you still attacking? The audience behind murmured, that is right, if it hit Bone Blaze, it would be crippled. Gaian pretended innocence, how would I know she ran out of spiritual power? The referee did not blow the whistle. Zhang on the stands calmly said the referee failed to judge victory and nearly caused consequences. Drag him down and ban him from refereeing for life. Watching the guards drag Lin away, Tin Vu mocked inwardly, old man Zhang is truly shameless. Yet the Empress did not oppose. Lin begged, but it was useless. Hung Luke hurriedly said to calm the audience, the second match is over. The winner holding the arena is Gaian for defeating Tin Vu. Ham grabbed Tin Vu's hand and sighed, I could have one, but Gaian is too strange. He saw through my intentions. Tin Vu said seriously, leave it to me. Lion stared at Tin Vu, thinking if not for him, my brother would have crippled Bone Blaze. No matter how strong he is facing my brother, he will only kneel and beg. Tin Veem handed Gaian a pill and said, according to the rules, winning 2 consecutive matches grants a spirit recovery pill. Gaian took it irritably and said, no need to remind me. Hung Luke continued saying, on Qing Long's side, only Tin Vu remains after the Murong siblings were eliminated. Vermilion Bird still has 3 members. Will Gaian keep the record, or will Tin Vu turn the tide? Gaian narrowed his eyes and provoked, Tin Vu, if you admit defeat early, your beast companion will suffer less pain. Otherwise. But before he finished speaking, he suddenly trembled in shock. This moment Tin Vu stared at Gaian, his gaze cold and sharp, making the opponent shiver. That gaze was truly terrifying. He clenched his fists and declared, soon I will let your sister watch with her own eyes how miserable her brother looks on the arena. Then I will cripple her beast companion as well. Gaian angrily pointed and shouted, you want to cripple my sister beast companion? Defeat me first. Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast attack. Tin Vu refused to be weaker and shouted, Black Wind, move forward. Gaian immediately ordered Heavenly Demon Blue Flame Beast use Blood Spin. Tin Vu responded instantly, Silent Claw. 2 beast companions immediately charged and clashed fiercely. Hung Luke excitedly shouted, unbelievable. Hell Nether Wolf unleashed 23 consecutive Silent Claws, leaving the Blue Flame Beast no chance to counterattack. Seeing the situation worsen, Gaian hurriedly shouted, Blue Flame Beast, do not endure. Retreat. But just as it prepared to withdraw, Tin Vu commanded Black Wind continue. Use Hell Roar Cannon. Chains of spiritual power instantly wrapped tightly around the blue flame beast. Black wind leapt into the air, dragging the blue flame beast along. Stomped fiercely onto the opponent body, making the blue flame beast roar in pain. Finally, the blue flame beast could not endure and was thrown violently to the ground. Heavy falls sent tremors across the arena. The blue flame beast lay flattened on the ground, unable to move. Seeing that Ngayan roared angrily Tin Vu. Zhang on the stands also showed surprise. How strange. Why did his strength and aura change so much within only a few days? Forced into a corner, Ngayan decided to risk everything and stop hiding his trump card. Blue Flame Beast used Flame Heavenly Punishment. The beast opened its mouth wide. Luke continued commentary. Finally, the Blue Flame Beast unleashed its ultimate Flame Heavenly Punishment. This strike is extremely powerful. The Hell Nether Wolf will struggle to escape. If pushed outside the arena, it will lose instantly. Tin Vu immediately shouted Black Wind, use Shadow Stealth. Following the order, Black Wind dashed forward at extreme speed. Blue Flame Beast continued spewing violent flames. Taking advantage of the opening, Black Wind silently approached from behind, but just as it prepared to bite, it was blocked by the tail of the Blue Flame Beast. Ngayan smirked proudly and said, Tin Vu, you fell into the trap. The match is over. In contrast, Tin Vu remained calm, making Ngayan confused. He only replied, is that so? Immediately, after a violent collision erupted, Ngayan suddenly realized it was not the real body, but only a clone. Tin Vu gave no chance for reaction and commanded Black Wind use Hell Roar Cannon. Black Wind opened its mouth and released a powerful spiritual blast, sending the Blue Flame Beast flying away. After that strike, the Blue Flame Beast collapsed to the ground again. Ngayan muttered in panic, how is this possible? He even predicted my prediction. Tightened his wrist, causing the glove to change from black to blue, then said, Tin Vu, I admit you are a formidable opponent. Now I will truly become serious. Ngayan raised his hand and shouted, Blue Flame Beast activate second form. The beast body immediately transformed. More arms grew from the back of the Blue Flame Beast. Hung Luke became more excited, 3 heads, 6 arms. The heavenly demon Blue Flame Beast has transformed into a humanoid form. Before the audience, it became a terrifying monster. Tin Vu remained calm and said, so what if it is humanoid form? I will still defeat you with my beast companion. In front of Tin Vu, another green light appeared. Ngayan saw it and was shocked. A second beast companion. What is he summoning? Few seconds later, the second beast companion appeared. It was a thunder ear rabbit. The surrounding atmosphere instantly fell silent. Ngayan widened his eyes, unable to understand. Yang Shu outside was also stunned. Ham did not know what to say. Only Zai Lion secretly smiled with pride. Even Quan Lan was stunned and whispered, Thunder Ear Rabbit. Ngayan burst into laughter. Tin Vu, I thought you were formidable. I did not expect you to be this foolish. Thunder Ear Rabbit, such a weak beast companion, and you dare use it as a trump card. He pointed at Tin Vu while commanding Blue Flame Beast use 6 Harmony Hammer. Someone as useless as you does not deserve to be a beast tamer. 6 arms of the Blue Flame Beast began gathering spiritual power. It rushed forward, attacking Black Wind repeatedly. Tin Vu clenched his fist and commanded Thunder Ear Rabbit support Black Wind. A surge of energy immediately enveloped Black Wind body. Black Wind raised its head and howled, its entire body wrapped in demonic power. Ngayan, though starting to worry, still said stubbornly, useless. The second stage of Blue Flame Beast absorbs 3 times stronger. Your Hellfire Lotus cannot injure me. Tin Vu smiled, 1 lotus is not enough, then 2. What about 3? Ngayan sneered, 3. Hellfire Lotus is the ultimate skill of Nether Wolf. The cooldown time is at least. But before he finished speaking, he froze at the scene before him. Ngayan shouted in terror, Blue Flame Beast, use Blood Spin quickly. Tin Vu smiled gently and rubbed the Thunder Ear Rabbit head, saying, too late. 1 Hellfire Lotus shot forward, causing Ngayan panic. He roared, I cannot lose. Blue Flame Beast, block it. Seeing not 1 but 2 lotus flowers rushing forward, he could only cry no. The Blue Flame Beast immediately raised a defensive shield. Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted. When the smoke cleared, Lin Veem saw the Blue Flame Beast trembling, unable to stand, and declared the winner Tin Vu of Qinglong Academy. Hung Luke shouted excitedly, the godlike moment of Tin Vu. Hellfire Lotus Triangle kill. Ngayan collapsed to his knees in defeat. Muttered, 3 Hellfire Lotus, how is this possible? Could this be why you contracted the Thunder Ear Rabbit? Tin Vu smiled and said, not 3 but 3 skill refreshes. He raised a finger and said, I only released it once, but it was refreshed 3 times. Ngayan clenched his fists angrily, 4 Hellfire Lotus. So this is your trump card. Just wait. Yang Shu outside laughed loudly, amazing. Tin Vu, did everyone see that? That is my brother. Ham also clapped happily. The principal said coldly, Vermilion Bird Academy may lose but cannot lose honor. Zai Lion, it is your turn. She stammered, me. Even my brother lost. The principal reminded, your father is sitting on the judge seat. Finally, Zai Lion had no choice but to step onto the arena. Zai Lion gritted her teeth and said, Tin Vu, I did not expect you to become worthy to stand before me. Tin Vu greeted with a bright, carefree smile. So she finally appeared. He had been waiting for her for a long time. The words left her stunned in surprise, waiting for me. Immediately afterward, Tin Vu's attitude changed at once. He firmly declared that he would avenge Luke Kim and crush every single one of her beast companions. Though fear stirred in her heart, Ta Lian still forced herself to maintain an arrogant expression. Tin Vu, I warn you, my father is sitting among the judges. You had better deliberately expose a flaw and lose to me. I will guarantee you a lifetime of glory and wealth. As long as you admit defeat, you can become a friend of Ta Lian. Compared to the power of the Ta family, that Murong means nothing. Tin Vu replied coldly and decisively, what does that have to do with me? Unable to endure any longer, she struck first and shouted, Rampaging Night Peacock, teach him a lesson. Yet in the blink of an eye, it was violently blasted into the wall behind. Ta Lian panicked and immediately turned her head to look. Rampaging Night Peacock. Tin Vu raised his hand and pointed forward with a stern face. I already said it. Today I will shatter every beast companion you have. Lam Veen immediately nodded to signal Hung Lu. Quickly picked up the microphone and commented, only one move. Exactly one move ended it. A complete attribute suppression, directly defeating the rampaging Night Peacock while it was still in peak condition. Ta Lian still could not believe the scene before her eyes. The rampaging Night Peacock carried the water attribute which should have restrained the fire-type Nether Wolf, yet it could not even withstand a single round. She gritted her teeth in anger. Even though she knew victory was unlikely, enduring 3 rounds would have preserved the dignity of True Tuck Academy and the Ta family. Yet Tin Vu made her lose face like this. It was truly unbearable. Luke stepped forward to remind her. Student Ta Lian, according to the competition rules, you can still summon your second beast companion. She immediately shouted in irritation, shut up. Have you not seen me lose enough face already? Ngai A hurried forward to mediate. My younger sister admits defeat in this match. Arrange the next match quickly. Though puzzled, he still nodded in response. Understood. Luke adjusted his posture, then announced, the match is over. Tin Vu of Azure Dragon Academy has successfully defended. The next challenger come to the stage, Fuong Qin. Watching the person walking up, Tin Vu could not help thinking. Only Fuong Qin remains. From the beginning until now, he has not made a move. Could he be the true trump card? Fuong Qin stepped onto the arena with excitement. I did not expect the final match would fall to me. It seems I must give it everything. After speaking, he shouted loudly, then I will step up. Fuong Qin's 3 beast companions appeared on the field one after another. Yet after only a brief moment, he raised both hands in surrender. I admit defeat. Hung Luke immediately shouted, the winner is Tin Vu, Azure Dragon Academy. Principal Chu watched and felt more and more headache. This match truly lost too much face. He forced a smile and asked, brother, your strength seems a bit weak. Fuong Qin could only shrug helplessly. Even a boss like Nguyen lost, so how could a small soldier like me turn things around? Better to accept it. Huang Soch finally found the chance to run over and congratulate him. Tin Vu, you made this young master proud. Even Ham could not hide her joy. Tin Vu, we really won. He turned and asked excitedly, Luke Kim, we have already won the championship, so why are you still so calm? Tin Vu immediately lifted Ham into the air. Luke Kim, this is the glorious moment of Azure Dragon Academy. Stop looking gloomy and cheer up. She hurriedly said in confusion, Tin Vu, what are you doing? Put me down quickly. In another corner, Nguyen, after losing the match, walked straight to the vending machine. His face and Ta Lian's were both filled with unwillingness. On the arena at this moment stood the top 3 after the final battle. System suddenly displayed a notification. Achievement unlocked. Champion of the Super Rookie Tournament reward granted. 1 attribute fusion crystal and 1 bloodline upgrade crystal. After reading the notification, Tin Vu curled his lips in satisfaction. The mission was finally completed. He opened the system panel to check the 2 stones. The attribute fusion crystal allows multiple attributes to merge into a beast companion's body, which can be used for Freya, while the bloodline upgrade crystal enhances blood quality, which suits Hak Feng very well. Quan Lan presented the medal. She kept praising Ham. Truly brave, a very good girl. She accepted the reward with great joy in her heart. Thank you, Empress, for the praise. Seeing her about to approach him, Tin Vu quickly straightened his posture. It was his turn. Unexpectedly, Quan Lan suddenly grabbed the back of his head, causing Tin Vu to freeze in place. She leaned close to his ear and whispered, we have met before, right? The words made cold sweat pour from Tin Vu. Met before, could it be he was recognized? Tin Vu's whole body trembled slightly from tension. The girl holding the medal could not help speaking, Empress. She then signaled, bring the national emblem and medal here. Before presenting the medal, Quan Lan even teased with a smile. Earlier you looked quite bold, so why are you nervous now? Sweat poured from Tin Vu like rain. This was the first time he had stood so close to the Empress, so he could not help feeling nervous. Watching her figure leave, he secretly wondered, what exactly did those words mean? Was she not planning to expose him, or had she truly not discovered anything? Quan Lan simply said gently, just pretend I am an old woman with poor eyesight. I do not intend to pursue the matter for now. Even hearing that Tin Vu still felt uneasy. Could it be he was truly safe now? From the stands, countless voices immediately rang out. Brother Xyro, I'm a talent scout from the rank 30th Prison Fish Guild. Add me on WeChat. Crowd surrounded Tin Vu. I am from the Ice Soul Guild. Would you be interested in joining? Handsome, our sword dance guild is 2/3 beautiful women. Even the guild leader is a mature beauty. Yet he calmly turned and walked away. Sorry, I am not interested. Besides, I am already a special pharmacist for another guild. As he walked, Tin Vu muttered, fame is really troublesome. Duong Soch asked curiously, those are all top 50 guilds nationwide and you still refused them? He answered honestly, Yen En Heen and Ant in the Thuong Min Guild treat me very well. I do not want to disappoint them. Duong Soch looked at him hesitantly. Yen En Heen, Ant. Tin Vu noticed his changing expression and asked in confusion, what are you thinking? To me they are like family. Suddenly Nhu Yen walked over holding a bottle of wine and waving. Come, today we must drink to our heart's content. Kai En Heen hurriedly reminded. Dean, you were the one who set the rule that students cannot drink during the competition period. Hearing that, Nhu Yen immediately pointed, what rules? Go back to the school and tell the discipline office to revise them. Remove that rule? Kai En Heen could only nod helplessly. Yes, Dean, whatever you say. Nhu Yen draped an arm around Tin Vu's shoulder. You are the hero who won the championship. Do not be shy. I see you seem to have many worries. The pressure is heavy, right? He nodded. You could even tell that. Nhu Yen smiled and said, say it out loud so I can help ease your mind. Tin Vu spoke directly without beating around the bush. Then can you let me look at your legs? Hearing that, Nhu Yen immediately grabbed his collar and dragged him away. Come here, you. Tin Vu cried out in panic. Teacher Tran, save me, Luke Kim. Duong Soch and Kai En Heen saw this and simply closed their eyes, pretending not to notice. Take care of yourself. Ham standing behind also shook her head. Truly a pervert. Tin Vu was dragged straight into a room, and the door slammed shut. Help. Inside the room, Nhu Yen suddenly pressed him into the corner of the wall. This little brat has some nerve. Tin Vu hurriedly begged for mercy. Dean, spare my life. The pressure was too great, so I just spoke nonsense before dying. Unexpectedly, Nhu Yen gently lifted the hem of her skirt, causing his eyes to widen. She said softly, this is the reward. If before this semester ends you pass the 4-star beast tamer assessment, then not only will you be allowed to look. If within 10 years you reach 9-star beast tamer, then. Just then a cough sounded. Please do not flirt in this room. When they turned around, they saw Xyro Nha standing there looking awkward. She politely bowed. Mr. Xyro, the Empress wishes to invite you to the palace for a conversation. The trip there and back will take about 4 hours. Do you have time? Tin Vu suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Could he refuse? I will go with you. Inside he sighed. What must come will eventually come. The scene shifted to the center of Long Nation. Completed. Before the gate of the golden sacred Kilin, Xyro Nha bowed and guided him. Mr. Xyro, the Empress is waiting for you in the hall. Please enter. Standing before this gate, Tin Vu could not help feeling shocked. Golden sacred Kilin. Even the gate is a god-level beast companion. If a fight breaks out, will he even have a path to escape? He followed the guidance and walked deeper inside. As soon as he entered the great hall, Tin Vu saw Quan Lan waiting. You have arrived. Do you know why this Empress summoned you here alone? Tin Vu answered cautiously. This commoner does not know. Please enlighten me, Empress. She waved her hand and spoke directly. A few days ago, Long Nation had a major case. A mysterious figure robbed a death row prisoner in public. At that exact time, you were not in 4 spirits. Hearing that, Tin Vu's smile stiffened. Such a big matter. But what does that have to do with me? His mind turned chaotic. She had investigated his movements. He did not go home and did not tell his sister. Luke Kim could not reach him by phone either. The explanation was full of holes. Quan Lan rested her chin on her hand and spoke slowly. General Ta proposed a deduction that if someone knows how to hide, he could conceal both his identity and his true strength. Tin Vu scratched his head and forced a smile. That deduction seems a bit arbitrary. By that logic, any worker, teacher, or student could be the mysterious person. Suddenly she rose from her chair. Quan Lan slowly walked step by step toward him. As she passed by, his expression grew even worse. Quan Lan suddenly turned her head and asked directly, you are the one wearing the black cloak, right? Those words made Tin Vu freeze. Panic surged in his mind. So he had truly been discovered. What should he do now? Run away? But could he escape? Even dragon's tears could not rewind time to yesterday. He thought again, should he fight her desperately? But what about his sister? What about Luke Kim and the championship he struggled to win? And Azure Dragon Academy? At that moment, Quan Lan reached out and rubbed his head. I was only joking, little one. Do not be afraid. Continued, my people called your sister. She said you went home for 2 days to capture a new beast companion, that electric-eared rabbit, right? Your eye for beasts is very good, and your performance also made others see you differently. Tin Vu hesitated. But did the Empress not suspect that I was the man in the black cloak? Quan Lan smiled gently. No, I simply found you cute and wanted to tease you. Ta Zhang may suspect, but you have been a beast tamer for less than a year. How could you rival a 9-star beast tamer? In his heart, Tin Vu breathed a sigh of relief. That truly scared him. He almost believed she had really discovered everything. Thinking that his sister had helped cover for him, he resolved to treat her well when he returned home. Quan Lan continued speaking. This Empress quite likes you. I called you here not only to tease you. After you graduate from Azure Dragon Academy, what plans do you have? Tin Vu replied. I still have 3 years before graduation, so I have not thought about it. He calmly said, any student after leaving a beast taming academy only has 3 paths. First, join a beast tamer guild. Second, join the military and become a member of the Navy, Army, or Air Force. Third, join a border mercenary organization and become a bounty hunter. Quan Lan extended her hand before him. But if this Empress gives you a 4th option, would you want it? Tin Vu murmured, a 4th option. In his mind, wild thoughts suddenly appeared. Could it be she intended to use some hidden rule on him? Wait, why did he feel embarrassed by that thought? He even wanted to slap himself. Yet outwardly he remained calm and asked, Empress, what exactly is the 4th option you mentioned? Quan Lan replied proudly, become a member of Imperial Soul and serve under my command. Hearing this, Tin Vu was immediately shaken inside. The Imperial Soul organization was originally the absolute loyal force of Shangguan Lan. Its members were almost like dead men walking. Their missions were always 9 deaths and 1 survival. The lowest rank was Silver Priest, yet the monthly replacement rate was extremely high, enough to show the terrifying danger of this. He continued thinking. Above the Silver Priest was the Crimson Robe Priest, whose death rate was even higher because most died during espionage missions. Their endings even more miserable. Only the Black Underworld High Priest had the highest chance of survival and the strongest power. But reaching that position required 3 conditions: becoming an 8-star beast tamer, making great contributions to Imperial Soul, and gaining the absolute trust of the Empress. At this moment, Quan Lan, standing beside him, spoke. Xyro, Tin Vu, do you accept the 4th choice or not? How much longer do you intend to think? Hearing that, he raised his head and replied, Empress, first please allow me to thank you for trusting and valuing me. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became heavy. The pressure surged like a mountain pressing down. Quan Lan asked coldly, so you intend to refuse me? Are you planning to give me a good person card? Tin Vu hurriedly explained, no, I truly want to improve myself. It is just that I cannot join Imperial Soul right now. After hearing this, Quan Lan smiled and lightly patted his shoulder. You are a smart person. This decision is very correct. In his heart, Tin Vu secretly sighed. A choice. Did he really have the right to choose? He comforted himself. Being near the ruler is like being near a tiger, but that might not necessarily be bad. The Empress did not seem to completely trust Ta Zhang. Otherwise, she would not have mentioned his suspicion toward him. Perhaps one day, when he becomes the Black Underworld High Priest, he might even have the chance to replace Ta Zhang. He continued calculating in his mind. If that day comes, Xyro Tin Vu would stand below 1 person and above 10,000, combined with his black cloak identity, cooperating from inside and outside. It might even be possible to overthrow the Empress from her throne. At this moment, Quan Lan spoke again. Xyro Tin Vu, I will show you something. Bring it here. As soon as she finished speaking, heavy rumbling sounds echoed outside the great hall. A maid entered, dragging a massive dark figure behind her. The dust cleared. A small, adorable blue Killin appeared before their eyes. Seeing that scene, Tin Vu's eyes immediately lit up, and he activated the inspection system. After reading the displayed information, he could not help admiring it. Truly a Killin beast companion belonging to one of the 3 strongest bloodlines. Its overall attributes almost had no weaknesses. Looking at the beast before him, he thought silently. The Killin was the beast companion Shangguan Lan was most skilled with, and also the species that served the royal family. Although its rank was still low, its appearance clearly showed it was only a young cub. At this moment, Quan Lan asked, well, do you like it? Tin Vu was startled. She continued asking more clearly, I am asking if you like this beast companion. Tin Vu answered immediately, I fear no beast tamer in the entire Long Nation could resist the charm of a Killin. Quan Lan nodded with satisfaction. Since you like it, this Empress will give it to you. Tin Vu pointed at himself in shock. What did you say? Quan Lan repeated once again. Give it to you? Tin Vu hurriedly rubbed his head and said I spoke carelessly due to nervousness. Please forgive me, Empress. In his heart he thought, the Kilin was originally a royal beast companion. In the Shang Guan lineage, only Shang Guan Lan and her daughter Shang Guan Chan had the right to use one. If she gave him the Thunder Jade Kilin, then she truly valued him greatly. Guan Lan smiled and said, Xyro Tin Vu, this beast companion is not free. You must meet one condition. In next month's Super Rookie Trial, you must accept an S-rank mission and complete it. Hearing this, Tin Vu immediately understood why. In his mind, he recalled, the Super Rookie Trial was a challenge for contestants who had participated in the tournament, held 1 month after the competition. Its difficulty divided into 4 levels C, B, A, and S. Most contestants chose B, while only the confident dared choose A. He remembered what the dean once said. In the previous class, only 8 people dared choose the S mission, but 6 failed, and the remaining 2 barely completed it. It seemed the Empress wanted to test his potential to see whether he was qualified to become a candidate of Imperial Soul. After thinking, he clasped his hands seriously and said, this commoner will certainly give everything to complete the S-rank mission. Empress, please watch whether I am qualified to step into Imperial Soul. Quan Lan smiled and said, you are indeed clever. You should know Ta Zhang once wanted to place Ta Ngayan into Imperial Soul, but I did not agree. After that, she gave an order. It is already late, you may withdraw. Tin Vu clasped his hands and said, this commoner takes his leave. When he left, Quan Lan leaned back in her chair, resting her chin in thought. Truly a promising young man. Why did I lose control earlier and tease him like that? Golden eyes slowly closed, slightly revealing a thoughtful, reminiscing expression. The small bell beside her gently rang, producing a pleasant tinkling sound. Quan Lan laughed, her face filled with delight like that of a child. Elsewhere, bright lights illuminated a massive hotel. Inside the room, Tin Vu returned and dropped heavily onto the bed. He looked at the 2 people in front of him and said, Lo Zaza, you 2 are too serious, and it makes the atmosphere tense. Smile a little. Lo immediately scolded, idiot. Do you know that being close to the ruler is like being close to a tiger? Tin Vu replied, I know, but if I had refused at that time, would I still be alive? I understand, but... Duza also spoke. Master, I understand your situation at that time. Agreeing with Shang Guan Lan was only a temporary plan. But I must remind you that the lowest members of Imperial Soul are silver priests with a death rate above 90%. Hearing that, Tin Vu smiled. Lo Zaza, sometimes in a desperate situation, the only escape path appears. Do you remember the final sentence of Shang Guan Lan? Dai Lo replied, you mean the Empress rejected Ta Zhang's proposal to place Ta Ngayan into Imperial Soul. Medusa said Shang Guan Lan was naturally suspicious, so she might not fully trust Ta Zhang. Dai Lo also nodded, yes, the power of the Ta family has grown larger and may already be beyond the Empress's control. Tin Vu snapped his fingers and said, exactly, that is the crack within this situation. Xyro Tin Vu has no power or background, born a commoner with a background clean like blank paper. If I join Imperial Soul, I will become the most loyal person of the Empress and also cannot form factions. Therefore, she needs me to restrain the Ta family. Continued speaking. As long as I perform well, I will gradually gain Shang Guan Lan's trust. When she completely lowers her guard, and when I become strong enough, I can deliver a fatal strike and pull her down from the throne. He smiled with ambition. By that time, Long Nation might not necessarily bear the surname Xyro. Dai Lo warned, you are playing with fire. Tin Vu shook his head, I am only playing with human hearts. Hearing that, Dai Lo stared at him, her face slightly flushed. She asked, then, if you become the Emperor of Long Nation, there will surely be many women around you, right? Tin Vu hurriedly shook his head. No, I never thought about that. Duza said seriously, Master, once you step onto this path, there is no turning back. If we fail, we will fall into eternal ruin. Tin Vu replied confidently, do not worry in this chess game, follow me. I will lead you both to the final victory. Hearing that, Medusa knelt on one knee and said, this life was given by the Master. Even if an abyss lies ahead, I will follow you. Dai Lo muttered, when did this snake learn how to flatter? Tin Vu turned and asked, Zaza has already expressed her stance, so what about Lo? She sighed, fine, do whatever you want. I will always stand behind you. Hearing that, the 3 of them looked at each other and burst into cheerful laughter. The airplane shot into the blue sky beneath the blazing sunlight. Tin Vu carried a backpack and held a cup of water while smiling and saying, finally, I can go home. Kai Nin asked, did you bring everything? Tin Vu looked around and said, Teacher Tran, why are there only a few of us on the plane? Kai Nin replied, the dean was so happy that early this morning she chartered the entire plane. Tin Vu laughed, truly generous. Duang Soch looked at his backpack and said, dried beef malt candy, a pile of 4 spirit specialties. Xyro Tin Vu, are you planning to open a shop? He replied, I thought my sister likes to eat them, so I brought more. Duang Soch sighed, you truly spoil your sister too much. Tin Vu smiled, my sister is the best woman in the world. I must be filial to her for my entire life. Duong Soch nodded all right, being filial is good. He looked at Ham and secretly wondered how far things had progressed between this kid and his sister. Should he add some fuel? The airplane flew through the blue sky sparkling with sunlight. Suddenly, the four people in their seats felt the airplane shaking violently. Duong Soch asked in panic, Teacher Tran, what is happening? Kai Nin replied he did not know either. Tin Vu said, Teacher, there is a faint smell of alcohol behind the plane. Kai Nin was horrified. Alcohol smell. This is bad. In the cockpit, Nhu Yen with a flushed face was hitting the pilot. How strange, why is there a man in the bathroom? And why are there so many buttons? Outside, someone shouted, Dean, that is not the bathroom, it is the cockpit, come out quickly. Nhu Yen asked, what is this lever? The moment she spoke, the airplane immediately plunged downward. After a while, the group finally landed, everyone dizzy, and lamenting they had finally reached Long and City. They almost died young. At that moment, a crowd rushed forward, cheering, Xyro, Tin Vu, is amazing, you are the pride of the academy. Our martial god, we have waited for you for so long. Welcome the #1 genius of Long and City. Two people ran over and said, Xyro, Tin Vu, being roommates with a great master like you in this life is the blessing of 3 lifetimes. From now on, I only admire Father Vu and will follow Father Vu into battle. Tin Vu pretended not to recognize them and asked, who are you two? The other side shouted, too much. We were only apart for a short time, and you already forgot us. Tin Vu laughed and said, Ngo Sin Hu and Tong Ho, my 2 adopted sons, how could I forget? The two became angry. If you call us that again, I will smash your head. Who is your son? Tin Vu removed his backpack and took out a notebook. He said, I wrote several training plans based on the habits of your beast companions to help increase strength. Their attitude immediately changed. Father Vu, we truly cannot live without you. Tin Vu turned and said, the two behind, stop hiding, everyone also wants to see you. Duong Soch shook his head, no, you are the main character of the school. Ham smiled, we cannot steal your spotlight. Tin Vu pushed them forward and said, how could that be? The two shouted, Xyro, Tin Vu, wait. The surrounding crowd immediately pulled out their phones and began taking photos continuously. The images of the three quickly appeared on the giant screen on the building, while a crowd gathered below to watch. Far away, someone punched the wall fiercely. Wang Dim was covered in sweat, his eyes both tense and furious. He looked at the screen and saw Ham chatting happily with Tin Vu. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, calling out, Xyro, Tin Vu. He muttered, if it were not for you, my beast companion would not have died. If not for you, I would not have been expelled. He roared, no, I refuse to accept this. If not for you, my father would not have disappeared. I would not be wandering the streets like a dog despised by others. A figure appeared behind him, but Wang Dim did not notice. He continued speaking, I should have been the genius of Azure Dragon Academy. That championship and glory should have been mine. Suddenly, his shoulder was lightly tapped, making him jump and turn around shouting, who is it? The person said, Wang Dim, son of Wang Dongthang. He asked, who are you? Do you know my father? The man threw him a piece of paper and said, you do not need to know who I am. If you want to defeat Xyro, Tin Vu, then come find me. Watching the black-clothed figure leave, Wang Dim was full of suspicion who exactly was that person. When he read the content on the paper, he suddenly trembled in horror. He recognized the familiar symbol and whispered, Abyss Guild Beast Tamer. Inside the classroom, a shocked voice suddenly rang out, what a midterm exam. Kai Nin stood on the podium pushing his glasses and said, that is correct, this semester you will have a midterm exam consisting of 2 parts. 1 written theory test and 1 practical combat test where you must fight magical beasts directly. He continued explaining, in this midterm exam our class will escort military train number 13 transporting supplies from Long and City to Hong Yen City within 24 hours and must guarantee absolute safety. Tin Vu silently calculated. Hong Yen City was exactly where City Lord Chu Hung once promised to help him harvest the Ma Hein flower. That would perfectly meet the conditions for the heavenly soul vine beast to break through. A student below raised his hand and asked, teacher, which areas will this trip pass through and what level of magical beasts appear there? Kai Nin replied, we will cross 5 Poison Mountain Pass, Kondai Mountain, and White Bone Abyss. There may be transcendent level beasts and even demon kings. Hearing this, the whole class panicked. Teacher Tran, I still want to live a few more years. I want to withdraw from school. Is this a midterm exam or a hell-level exam? Kai Nin explained with a serious face, calm down. The escort team of train number 13 this time is the Sky Firmament Guild. If high-level magical beasts appear, they will handle them. You mainly follow along to gain experience. Sitting below, Tin Vu opened his phone and thought, the Sky Firmament Guild escorting military supplies. Then perhaps Sister Yen Enhin will also participate. Quickly sent a message and immediately received a reply. That moment, Kai Nin called out loudly, Xyro, Tin Vu. He was startled and thought he was just sending a message. The teacher turned and continued speaking, Xyro, Tin Vu, come here with me for a moment. Some students laughed teasingly. It seems Xyro Tin Vu is about to be scolded. Outside in the corridor, he asked Teacher Tran, what is it? You are not going to punish me, right? Kai Nin smiled, punish you. The dean would probably twist my neck off. Took out an item and said this is the complete beast core of the blazing flame demon crocodile. The dean sent it to help your infernal nether wolf level up. Tin Vu accepted it and said, Teacher Tran, please thank the dean for me. Kai Nin suddenly asked, last time when you asked for leave I contacted your sister. You never went home. Tin Vu smiled, so the teacher discovered it. Kai Nin said seriously, next time do not skip class again. After school go home with your sister. Tin Vu nodded helplessly, yes, I understand. That moment he suddenly seemed to sense something, and his expression became serious. He opened the window and looked outside thinking the power of a dragon. Kai Nin asked, what is it? Tin Vu looked up at the sky thinking this power source is extremely pure. It does not resemble the aura of Shangguan Lan. Could it be that pure-blood dragons still exist in this world? Above the clouds, a figure shot forward, tearing through the wind. In the sky, the gigantic dragon flapped its wings, powerfully making the heavens seem to split apart. The man standing on the dragon's head said, little Yu has grown to this level in only half a year. Yimei beside him said, leader, little Yu is in the city below. Should we disguise ourselves and go down to see him? Bai Yan shook his head and said, now is not the time. She asked again, leader, then when will we meet him again? He replied, his growth speed is very fast. I believe the day we meet again will not be far. After speaking, he commanded the spirit beast beneath his feet and said, let us go. On the ground, Tin Vu thought strangely. He clearly sensed dragon aura earlier, but now it completely vanished. Never mind as long as it was not Shangguan Lan. Time passed quickly as the quiet night gradually covered the buildings. Tin Vu opened the door and stepped inside, calling Sister Man, I am back. Little girl immediately ran over, hugging his leg and shouted, brother, you were gone for half a month. I missed you so much. Tin Vu rubbed her head and said, I missed you too. Today my match was very cool. Man shouted, when I grow up I will definitely marry someone like you. Tin Vu laughed, you are still too young. Besides, I do not like lowly types. I like mature women. Man protested, what is so special about mature women? Whatever they have, I have too. This moment, Nguok Tiat walked out of the bathroom and said, Man, let Xyro Vu go. He is still carrying so much luggage. Tin Vu saw her and immediately called sister. He quickly put down his backpack, then rushed forward and hugged her, saying, sister, I missed you so much. Nguok Tiat gently patted his shoulder and said, Xyro Vu, I missed you too. Seeing that scene, Man thought, why is the way those two act together different from me and sister Deep Suan? The window lights glowed among the quiet row of buildings in the night. Tin Vu asked, sister, can I sleep with you tonight? Nguok Tiat turned and said, no, Xyro Vu, you are already 1.80 now. Tin Vu pleaded, but we have slept together since childhood. She smiled, before we had no room, so it was unavoidable. He continued, now we have an apartment and there is also Man. It would not be appropriate? Absolutely not. Tin Vu pleaded, Man will sleep deeply. Just this once, please. Nguok Tiat finally sighed, fine, just this once. Next time it cannot be like this. Time passed quickly as a crescent moon hung quietly in the calm sky. In the room, the two lay beside each other under the warm blanket, their faces peaceful. Nguok Tiat touched his cheek and said, Xyro Vu, you have been out so long you lost weight. Tin Vu replied, I am fine. Sister, next week I must go on a mission for the midterm exam. She worried you are leaving again. Tin Vu said the mission is to escort train number 13 to Hong Yen City. Nguok Tiat frowned, that city is in the west of Long Nation. The road is very dangerous with many magical beasts. He smiled, it is all right, sister, I am strong now. Nguok Tiat smiled, you are strong now. Before I could hold you easily with one hand. Now even two hands might not hold you fully. Tin Vu replied, then let me hold you instead. Smiled and moved closer, making the atmosphere warm. Nguok Tiat blushed and looked at him gently. Tin Vu said, later, when I earn a lot of money, I will buy a seaside villa for you. Every day you can walk on the beach collecting shells. He continued, and every day when I return from achievements, there will be meals you cook. Then my life will be perfect. Nguok Tiat smiled, your future painting is very beautiful. I am starting to look forward to it. Yet in her heart she sighed she could not stay beside him forever. She raised her hand and said, Xyro Vu, promise me one thing. Tin Vu asked, what is it? Nguok Tiat intertwined her fingers and said, no matter what happens to me in the future, you must live well, all right. Tin Vu said, do not say that, sister. You will be fine. I promise you. Memories brought them back to the days when the siblings held hands, walking beneath the crimson sunset. The next morning, sunlight shone upon the academy, bringing warmth. Sin Hu complained, exams are nothing. Dying in the exam hall is what is terrifying. Tin Vu turned and asked, then, do you need to write a will? He hurriedly replied, no, I do not want to plant a death flag. Tong Ho sat on the desk and said, Father, Vu want to go to the canteen. Today I treat. Tin Vu laughed, if my adopted son invites, then I accept. But today someone already invited me. Watching Tin Vu leave, the two discussed old and go. Who do you think Father Vu is going to meet today? Now he is the most famous in the academy. It must be one of the campus beauties. Tong Ho recalled the 4 campus beauties, including Deep Suong and Gung, Murong Ham Ham, Tran Ka En Han, and the girl with 2 colored eyes. What was her name again? The other said Bok Van Ka. Tong Ho nodded. Right, that is her. Tin Hu reasoned, I think Bok Van Ka is unlikely because she rarely appears. The most likely is Murong Ham Ham since she is on the same team as Father Vu. Tong Ho nodded. That makes sense. Elsewhere, Duong Soch said, Sister, I heard Father returned tonight. Come home for dinner. She replied, I also miss Father's cooking. At that moment he saw someone familiar and called out Tin Vu. The siblings asked him, why are you smiling so happily? Come to our house for dinner tonight. Our father wants to meet you. Tin Vu said, sorry, tonight I already have an appointment with another sister. Huang Soch asked in surprise, another sister? You have another sister too. Elsewhere, in Guok Tiat held a glass of water and murmured, Xyro Vu has truly grown up. Thinking of something made her face blush, grown up in many ways. At the school gate, Duong Soch asked an adoptive sister. Tin Vu replied, someone I knew before enrolling. She is Tan Yen En Heen from the Sky Firmament Guild. At that moment his phone vibrated, put it to his ear, and heard a voice, little brother Tin Vu, I am waiting for you at the back gate of the academy. She stood outside while he said, Sister Yen En Heen, I am coming out now. Tin Vu waved, goodbye brother Duong Soch Luke Kim. We will gather another day, next time I will treat. Watching him walk away, Duong Soch murmured, adoptive sister means no blood relation. Ham Ham understood and said then. He nodded and followed. The peaceful street lined with tall buildings and tangled electric wires under gentle sunlight. Tin Vu happily called Sister Yen En Heen. She rushed over, hugging him, saying, little brother Tin Vu, it has been so long I missed you. 2 people secretly looked at Duong Soch and said that beauty has a really hot figure. Sister, see, boys like Tin Vu are liked by many girls. You must pay attention. He patted her head and advised, if you want Tin Vu to become the son-in-law of the Murong family, you must be more proactive. Ham Ham sighed, I do not know how to be more proactive, and even if I try it may be useless. Duong Soch said thoughtfully, it seems I must use my ultimate move. A while later they arrived before a restaurant with shining glass walls. Tan Yen En Heen held the menu and said, Tin Vu, this is the best restaurant in the city. Order whatever you want today, I treat. Tin Vu said shyly, Sister Yen En Heen, this will cost too much. But she laughed and said, I am not short of money. Waiter, bring 1 portion of every dish here. The employee replied, yes, Miss Tan, please wait. Soon the entire table was filled with steaming, fragrant dishes. 2 raised their glasses and gently clinked them, the sound crisp. She said, Tin Vu, during this trip to Hong Yen City, even though we escort you, still must not be careless. Recently, the magical beasts beyond the border have begun stirring. The frontier is far more dangerous. She continued, if the frontier breaks, the magical beasts will flood into Long Nation. Then peaceful days of eating like this will no longer exist. Tin Vu smiled, do not worry, sister, when that time comes, you will still have me. Hearing that, the person across nodded and smiled. When the time comes, everything will depend on you. From the next table came a voice, brother, have another drink. No, I cannot anymore. The Tian Jai Pavilion auction will start soon, and I still want to buy materials to upgrade my beast companion. Hearing that, Tin Vu said, Tian Jai Pavilion, the largest auction house in Long and City. Yen En Heen joked, little one, are you also interested in the Tian Jai Pavilion auction? Want to go take a look? Tin Vu shook his head, no, sister. Just hearing the name, I know it is not a place for poor people like me. He immediately stood up and pulled his hand. Come on, I will take you to broaden your horizons. Tin Vu said awkwardly, Sister Yen En Heen, but we have not finished eating yet. She smiled brightly, just pack it to go. Night fell and the stars glittered, while a tall building shone with lights in the city. The manager bowed and guided them. Miss Tan, please follow the VIP passage. Tin Vu thought having a rich sister really feels good. Vast hall with a magnificent dome. The 2 stood under soft lights. Tin Vu looked around in astonishment. This is the feather of the blazing eagle king, the fish tail of the ice path Naga queen, and that is the skull of the black diamond beast. Yen En Heen said the items on the first floor are the personal collection of pavilion master Jiangzu Nhu. They are not auction items. Tin Vu murmured, Jiangzu Nhu. Suddenly a loud shout sounded, what are you staring at? Move aside for this young master. Believe it or not, I will gouge your eyes out. Hearing that, Tin Vu turned his head, and his eyes instantly became alert. In front of him was a young man with bodyguards following behind. Tin Vu thought, the Gale Guild. This man is the arrogant young master Li Heng of Gale. That man approached with a sneer, so it is Yen En Heen, you came here too. What a coincidence, she said coldly. Li Heng, stay away from me. We are not familiar. He glanced at Tin Vu beside her. Yen En Heen, who is this brat who has not even grown his feathers yet? Yen En Heen said, Li Heng, watch your mouth. My younger brother Tin Vu is the champion of the Super Rookie Tournament. That man laughed disdainfully. Tin Vu is only a 2-star beast tamer from a small city without power. Your taste is getting worse. He threatened, brat, Yen En Heen is the woman I like. If you know what is good, leave Tianjai Pavilion immediately. Otherwise, Tin Vu interrupted. Otherwise what? That moment a voice sounded. This is Tianjai Pavilion. If you have grudges, take them outside. Do not damage my treasures. Someone shouted, look, Pavilion Master Jiang is here. Footsteps echoed down the staircase with a soft, heavy rhythm. A graceful beauty appeared, and her charm illuminated the entire space. Nhu covered her lips with a fan and said, could everyone please give me some face? Li Heng hurriedly said, Pavilion Master Jiang, please do not blame me. I accidentally caused noise on your territory. She still maintained a gentle smile as if nothing had changed. Yet the aura around her emitted a dangerous presence that made everyone cautious. Tin Vu slightly raised his head and looked at her with doubt. Nhu turned and said, everyone, the auction will begin soon. Please proceed to the hall on the top floor. The two stood there quietly watching her back as she left. Yen Enhin teased men like you really cannot stand still when you see a beauty. Tin Vu hurriedly said, sorry, I lost focus for a moment. In his heart he thought Snow stepping Bright Eagle, a third-tier king beast companion, then she is at least a 6-star beast tamer. That young master turned back and said, Brat, stand right there. Tin Vu replied calmly, I am ready. Yen Enhin said, Tin Vu, do you know how annoying that Li Heng is? He replied, I have heard a little. She said, since my Sky Firmament Guild began competing for the #1 position with Gale. She continued, the Gale Guild abused power, holding the #1 title for many years yet exploiting clients, hunting magical beasts for 100,000, but charging 5 million, even failing 2S rank missions yet still collecting payment. Therefore more and more people switched to hiring our Sky Firmament Guild. Replacing Gale is only a matter of time. As they walked up the stairs, Yen Enhin angrily said, so Gale came up with a dirty trick. That teddy bear keeps pestering me, asking me to be his 8th wife, and even plotted many schemes to smear my reputation. After hearing that, Tin Vu said, I did not expect Li Heng to be so disgusting. If there is a chance, I will definitely teach him a lesson. At that moment a voice called from behind Mr. Xyro. Tin Vu turned around and recognized her, saying, it is you. Xyro Nhi smiled, I have something to say. Could you come here for a moment? Tin Vu thought, could it be related to the Empress? He said to Yen Enhin's sister, please wait for me a moment, then quickly followed her into a private room. She took out an item and said, earlier you left in a hurry. His Majesty asked me to pass this to you. Tin Vu asked, what is this? Xyro Nhi replied, Imperial Soul Token. Tin Vu took it and repeated, Imperial Soul Token. She explained, seeing the Imperial Soul Token is like seeing the Empress. Imperial Soul members act as if they never existed. Although you have not yet met the requirements, His Majesty still granted this token symbolizing identity, hoping it will help you sweep away obstacles and live peacefully in the academy. Tin Vu politely said, thank you, and thanked the Empress for bringing it. Xyro Nhi smiled, I only delivered it along the way. Then she looked behind and said, I still have to escort an important person downstairs. Tin Vu pointed toward the door and said, she is bathing, yet you brought me here. Xyro Nhi smiled, there is a partition, so it is fine. That person will not blame us. Tin Vu walked to the door and said, then I will leave first. Outside, Yen Enhin asked, are you all right? Tin Vu smiled, what could happen to me? Sister Yen Enhin, let us go watch the auction. She leaned closer and asked, being with such a beauty, and nothing happened. Tin Vu sweated, I was only inside for 5 minutes, what could happen? Yen Enhin continued asking, do you like someone like Jiang Zhu Nhu, or the woman just now, or someone like me? Tin Vu said, of course I like heroic women as brave as you. She turned away and said, I will consider that you have high emotional intelligence and know how to make me happy. Elsewhere, Li Heng slammed his fist into the chair angrily. Damn it, why does that brat get to be close with Yen Enhin? The steward whispered, young Master Li, after the auction shall I have someone drag that brat into an alley to teach him a lesson? Li Heng sneered, why wait until after the auction to deal with him? That is not my style. Hearing that, the steward showed a photo and said, young master, look at this. He continued, this is the elder sister of Xyro, Tin Vu. Li Heng revealed a lewd smile, his eyes greedy. What a rare beauty. In the hall, the auction voices rang out, 450 million, 600 million, 800 million. Someone shouted 1 billion, just hoping Pavilion Master Jiang will smile once and dine with me. Tin Vu murmured, a skull of the heavenly eye spirit beast priced at 300 million being raised to 1 billion. Is that not crazy? Yen Enhin laughed, you are too naive. They are not buying goods, but buying Pavilion Master Jiang's attention. Tin Vu replied, no matter how beautiful Pavilion Master Jiang is, she cannot compare to Sister Yen Enhin, who is youthful and charming. She laughed, I like hearing that sentence. Tin Vu raised his head and looked at Jiang Zhu Nhu standing above. His eyes flashed as if trying to see through everything. He thought, although he had no interest in her, the aura around her was mysterious and unpredictable. If there was a chance, it would be good to befriend her. On stage, Zhu Nhu said, next please bring the 9th auction item. She lifted the cloth and said, this is a rare 100-year treasure that can save a dying beast companion. Dragon Horn Ginseng. Starting price 80 million. Someone below exclaimed, it really is Dragon Horn Ginseng. Someone shouted 80 million means nothing. I would even buy it for 800 million. Tin Vu saw this and his eyes lit up thinking good opportunity. While the crowd was competing with bids, a sudden sound rang out. Glass fell to the ground shattering and liquid spread across the floor. Tin Vu sighed and said, "Oh, I spilled the wine." Li Heng mocked, "Truly a poor man, coming here only to make a fool of himself." Zhu Nhu ordered someone take this gentleman to the restroom to tidy up. But Tin Vu smiled and said, "Pavilion Master Jiang, could you personally lead me there?" Someone shouted, "Who are you to dare request Pavilion Master Jiang?" The crowd also mocked a toad dreaming of swan meat. Trying to approach Pavilion Master Jiang, guards quickly throw him out. Li Heng sneered, "Such a clumsy way of starting a conversation even in front of Yen Nhin. Look at the trash she brought." Zhu Nhu smiled and said, "Sir, please follow me." Tin Vu replied, "Thank you, Pavilion Master Jiang." The crowd shouted, "My goddess actually leads that man away. What about the money I spent for years? Why does that brat deserve it just because he is handsome? I refuse to accept." Yen Nhin thought Tin Vu deliberately broke the glass to approach Jiang Zhu Nhu. Could it be he likes women wearing kippah? Next time I should buy one with a high slit. Soon the two walked along the corridor into the restroom. Zhu Nhu asked Mr. Xyro, "Did you do that deliberately to meet me?" Tin Vu wiped his hands and said, "The dragon horn ginseng you are selling is fake." She immediately asked, "Fake? Tian Jai Pavilion always acts with integrity. Choose your words carefully or I will have to send you out." Tin Vu raised his hand and said, "I am only a 2-star beast tamer, while you possess the king-level snow-stepping bright eagle. What benefit would I gain from offending you?" Zhu Nhu asked, "You recognize the snow-stepping bright eagle. Your eyesight is good. Then tell me how you know the dragon horn ginseng is fake." Tin Vu explained, "Real dragon horn ginseng grows in Han Bang Nation and has a faint grass scent, while yours has no smell, so it is likely blood beard of the Dao dragon. This kind looks very similar to dragon horn ginseng." Zhu Nhu said, "Then it really is fake. I will have someone verify it." After a moment, Zhu Nhu confirmed it was indeed fake. This time, someone from Lingnan set a trap. "Thank you, Mr. Xyro." Tin Vu said, "It is a small matter." Presented a gift of thanks. "This is the supreme gold card of Tian Jai Pavilion. Please accept it." Tin Vu hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Pavilion Master Jiang, that would not be appropriate." Yet right after he still accepted it, saying, "I will hold it for now and return it another time." Zhu Nhu covered her mouth and laughed, "Mr. Xyro, you are quite interesting." She continued, "Mr. Xyro, the auction will continue. Please return to the hall. I will come back later." Tin Vu replied, "All right, I will return to my seat first." Behind them, Zhu Nhu quietly watched Tin Vu's departing figure. At last, she softly smiled in praise, as expected of the leader's son. Outside, the crowd whispered among themselves, "Why did Pavilion Master Jiang stay with that brat so long? Could something have happened between them?" And the dragon horn ginseng just now was suddenly withdrawn from auction. Tin Vu remained calm and said nothing, quietly sitting down beside Yen Nhin. He asked softly, "Little brother Tin Vu, what did you say to Jiang Zhu Nhu earlier?" Tin Vu smiled and replied, "Nothing much, just conveniently made a good friendship." Yen Nhin frowned. "You just met and already became close friends." Tin Vu raised his hand. "Sister, Yen Nhin misunderstood. My relationship with the Pavilion Master is only friendship. How could it compare with the bond between you and me?" Hearing that, she nodded and temporarily accepted it. On stage, Zhu Nhu spoke apologetically to everyone. "The dragon horn ginseng has been reserved by a regular client, so it cannot continue in the auction. Next, we will present something even rarer." She lifted the cloth, revealing a rare holy light attribute, beast core. The host continued speaking. "The starting price of this item is 10 million. Someone below discussed the holy light attribute is extremely rare, but I do not have a beast companion of that type. Buying it would only be decoration." Tin Vu was inwardly shocked. Its spiritual power is even stronger than magical power. If Freya absorbed it, then it would be extremely suitable. Yen Nhin saw that and whispered, "Tin Vu, you seem to like it very much. Let me buy it for you." Hearing that, he said with emotion, "Sister Yen Nhin, I." Before he could finish, she already raised the bidding board 20 million. Li Heng immediately sneered, "I bid 30 million. Yen Nhin felt heavy inside. That bastard Li Heng was clearly targeting her. She did not hesitate and raised the price to 40 million. Li Heng immediately replied, 50 million. "No matter how much Tan Yen Nhin bids, I will add another 10 million. Hearing that, she angrily said, "Li Heng, you have gone too far." He sneered, "Yen Nhin, I only want to make things difficult for that brat. If you have the ability, then empty the Sky Firmament Guild treasury. Then I will stop." Girl shouted angrily, "You." Tin Vu quickly persuaded, "Sister Yen Nhin, I already appreciate your kindness. Forget it, it is only a beast core. Later I can still find one." She hesitated, but quality like this may never appear again. On stage, Zhu Nhu suddenly picked up the auction item. She softly called Mr. Xyro. Then she told the entire hall, "Mr. Xyro is the holder of the supreme gold card of Tian Jai Pavilion, and also a friend of Jiang Zhu Nhu. Therefore, this beast core will be withdrawn from auction and given personally to Mr. Z. Crowd immediately erupted. What? Why does that brat have the supreme gold card? I spent half my fortune at Tian Jai Pavilion, and I am only a diamond member. Pavilion Master Jiang must explain. Li Heng also spoke. Pavilion Master Jiang, this is unfair. Could it be our money is not worth as much as the friendship of a brat you just met? Zhu Nhu gave a cold smile. That is my private matter. Even if there is loss, I will bear it. Young Master Li need not worry. Invu thought, what is going on? He only discovered the dragon horn ginseng was fake. Giving him a gold card was understandable, but helping this much seemed excessive. Could it be she valued his appraisal ability? Li Heng angrily said, very good Xyro Tinvu. Women gather around you quite well. I do not believe if I smash your face anyone will still help you. Soon as he finished, his bodyguards immediately pushed the surrounding guests away. Yen Enhin saw this and asked Li Heng, what are you trying to do? He sneered, today I will teach my future brother-in-law a lesson so he knows who decides things in long. Hearing that, Tinvu stepped forward, blocking Yen Enhin, brother-in-law. Li Heng raised his phone, showing a photo of Nguok Tiat. You should thank your beautiful sister, otherwise you would already be dead today. Just looking at her photo, I can already smell her fragrance. Tinvu's golden eyes flashed with icy killing intent. He continued, stepping closer before I pursued Tan Yen Enhin. But now I regret it. Your sister will be my 8th wife. Yen Enhin will be my 9th. Today I will make your sister cry until she cannot leave the bed. Hearing that, Tinvu exploded with anger and threw a punch straight into his face, sending teeth flying. Li Heng was knocked to the ground and rolled away. He trembled as he stood up, breathing heavily with difficulty. His whole body was instantly filled with intense pain. Li Heng shouted, you dare hit me? Do you know who my father is? He pointed and yelled, my father is Li Jiang, he the guild master of Gale Guild. Hitting me means offending the entire Long and city. Before he could finish speaking, Tinvu kicked him straight in the stomach. So what if you have a powerful father? Li Heng was kicked flying again. Yet he still screamed, if you keep hitting me, I will make your sister. Tinvu rushed forward in an instant, his hand already raised before his face, then slammed it to the ground, releasing a burst of force. He said coldly, if you dare mention my sister one more word, I will make you wish you were dead. Cold sweat poured down Li Heng's face, his eyes filled with fear. Tinvu said nothing more and simply raised his fist. The sound of punches echoed, causing the crowd to gape in shock. Bodyguard asked steward, should we rescue young Master Li? The steward frowned, we cannot. Young Master Li is still in his hands. Quickly call the guild master. After a while, Tinvu stood up, saying, his face is really hard. My hand hurts from hitting. Li Heng lay on the ground with a face swollen like a pig head. Two subordinates hurriedly dragged him away. Li Heng still shouted, kill him, quickly kill him for me. The steward yelled, did you not hear what young Master Li said? Suddenly a voice rang out, who dares bully my son? A bodyguard shouted, guild master, you finally arrived. An old man wearing a purple robe appeared with authority behind him, followed several men in black. Li Heng shouted, father, quickly stand up for me. Jiang, he was startled, are you Heng-er? How did you get beaten into a pig head? He asked, you were the one who hit my son. Li Heng quickly said, yes, it was him. Tinvu replied calmly, I hit him, so what? In the distance, Zhu Nhu quietly observed everything. Jiang, he shouted, someone cut off that brat's hands for me. Yen Enhin immediately stepped in front of Tinvu. Guild Master Li Zio Tinvu is my younger brother, and also specially recruited by the Sky Firmament Guild. Touching him means declaring war. He said coldly, your father is not in Longan, so what if I discipline him? Would he turn against me over this? Tinvu gently pulled Yen Enhin aside. Sister, step aside, let me see whether he dares to act. She asked in shock, you are not going to defend yourself? Tinvu smiled lightly and took out a token, dropped it on the ground, saying, oh sorry, I dropped it. The token lay on the floor, emitting a majestic pattern. Jiang He's face instantly changed in horror. Imperial Soul token. Li Heng did not see and still shouted, father, give the order, quickly cripple Zio Tinvu. Before he finished, a slap landed with a furious shout, you unfilial brat. He stared blankly, calling father, but Jiang He ignored him and bent down to pick up the token. He blew the dust from it, then cold sweat covered him as he said, priest Xyro, please forgive me. My worthless son offended you. If you like anything here, I will buy it all for you. Long Nation, Ta Zhang, the guardian king of the 4 directions, or the grand generals of the 3 armies, are pillars of the nation, but they are still not the ones the Empress trusts most. To consolidate power, Quan Lan established the Imperial Soul Organization, loyal only to herself. Its members are like dead men and are granted the Imperial Soul token. In Long Nation, there is an unwritten rule: seeing the Imperial Soul token is like seeing the Empress. Li Heng still shouted, father, why did you hit me? Kill him quickly. Jiang He roared, shut up, I do not have a foolish son like you. Tinvu said coldly, guild master, Li, your son just tried to cripple me and even wanted to kill me. Are you not going to give me an explanation? Jiang He immediately lowered his voice, priest Xyro, please understand, it was a misunderstanding. Today offending you is the fault of the Gale Guild. He said, how about this to show sincerity? We will pay for every auction item here and present them to you. Tin Vu shook his head. I have no interest in money. Sneered Guildmaster Li, if you want to apologize, then the way of apology must be decided by me. The man asked helplessly, then what does Priest Xyro want to accept it? Tin Vu said it is simple. He insulted my 2 sisters and even wanted to kill me. So if I break one of his arms, it should not be too much. Jiang, he said awkwardly about this priest. Tin Vu said coldly, or do you want to bear it for him? Does the Gale Guild want to disappear? Jiang, he gritted his teeth. Fine, Priest Xyro, which arm of this fool do you want broken? Tin Vu smiled, the right arm. If I see it move again in the future, you will bear the consequences. Li Heng panicked, shouting, Tin Vu, you dare do this. I warn you. Jiang, he said nothing more, and directly made his move. The pain made me collapse to the ground, my mouth screaming miserably while my arm throbbed as if it were about to break apart. Jiang Ha tried to suppress his anger, then coldly asked again, Tutt, are you satisfied now? Tin Vu only glanced at him with disdain, then waved his hand to dismiss him. Get lost now. Man kept bowing his head in gratitude, then hurriedly promised, thank you, Tutt. Please rest assured, when I return I will certainly teach this foolish son a harsh lesson. Immediately after that, Jiang Ha shouted an order. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Drag this fool away at once. At this moment he turned and gently called, Sister Yen Enhin, let us leave here. Tiat Nhu spoke sternly, everyone, today's matter ends here. I hope all of you remember the rules of that thing and treat this as if nothing ever happened. Everyone immediately agreed. Boss Kuang is right. We saw nothing, neither did I. Yen Enhin worriedly scolded her younger brother, Tin Vu. Why did you act so recklessly? If not for the Emperor Soul token, you would have been in great trouble. You are truly too impulsive. He smiled and spoke softly. I was only pretending. In truth, I was still very clear-headed. She was shocked when she heard that pretending. Why would you do that? Tin Vu calmly explained that he had deliberately revealed a flaw to the opponent. At the same time, in another room, On Thien Tram asked the secretary, have you recorded Tin Vu's entire performance? The secretary respectfully replied, my lady, everything has been fully recorded. She decisively ordered, then send it to my mother immediately. The secretary replied at once, yes. On another line, Hyukai asked Han Hoa, have you met our young master yet? Nhu Han Hoa answered, I already met him. Standing high above observing, she admitted, to be honest, he is far smarter than I expected. Lai Hang complained resentfully. Just because of an Emperor Soul token, father stood on Tin Vu's side and even let him break the arm of your own son. Jiang Ha angrily scolded, idiot, you still do not understand where you were wrong. Grabbed his collar and warned, I do not want to explain much. Just remember one thing, behind that boy stands the support of the Empress. The fact that you are still alive is already lucky. From now on, if you meet him, avoid him whenever possible. Otherwise, obediently endure it. Even if he forces you to eat filth, you must swallow it. He protested bitterly, but father, I truly cannot accept this. Jiang Ha said in despair, if you continue to stubbornly oppose Tin Vu, then from today we sever our father and son relationship. I cannot let you destroy the entire old Wind Guild. Lai Hang thought painfully, could a guild truly be more important than a biological son? He clenched his teeth and swore hatred. Tin Vu, this is all because of you. Because of you I became a cripple. Because of you I lost all value in my father's eyes. After that, Lai Hang cried while making a call, third uncle. Someone broke my right arm. The scene shifted to a tall building. Outside, heavy snow was falling. While Tin Vu was still sleeping deeply, the phone suddenly rang loudly. He drowsily answered the phone and asked who it was. Duong Soch laughed and said, it is me. I am standing downstairs. Tin Vu became more alert and asked, Brother Duong Soch, what do you need from me? He said, come to my house for a meal today. My father is also home and wants to meet you. Tin Vu jumped up in surprise. General Mo Dung wants to see me. He awkwardly tried to find an excuse to refuse. Can I not go? Duong Soch threatened in a serious tone. Then I will come up and tie you up and carry you there. Tin Vu quickly agreed. All right, I will come down immediately. Seeing him preparing to go out, Nguok Tiat asked, the snow outside is so heavy, where are you going? Tin Vu smiled and replied, I am going to a friend's house for lunch. The scene shifted to Duong Soch's ancient-style mansion. Madam Lai respectfully greeted them. Young master has brought the guest back. Duong Soch nodded and said, this is my guest. He enthusiastically introduced, Tin Vu, this is my home, he exclaimed. Your house is really spacious and luxurious. Duong Soch smiled bitterly and said, it was a reward from the Empress. Otherwise, our family of 6 would not need such a large villa. As soon as he entered the house, he called loudly, Father, little sister, I am back. Seeing his son return, Dung Tan happily said, hurry and wash your hands. Once father stir-fries one more dish we can eat. Tin Vu curiously asked, Brother Duong Soch, your father is a naval general, yet he cooks himself. He proudly laughed. That is right. Since my sister and I were 6 years old, we have eaten father's cooking. The man warmly asked, you are Xyro, right? I have heard of you for a long time and only meet you today. Tin Vu politely said, "Greetings, General Mo Dung. This junior is visiting for the first time. It is an honor to meet you." Dung Tan laughed and said, "Do not call me General, just call me Uncle." So Shen Chai said, "You are very straightforward, so why are you so polite today?" Tin Vu secretly thought, "I once fought life and death with you on Fire Ice Island. How could I not be polite?" And sitting at the dining table, he praised, "Uncle already watched the video of your supernova competition. Truly rare talent." Tin Vu modestly replied, "Uncle praises me too much. I was only lucky." He laughed and said, "You are too modest, unlike my son." Duong Soch protested, "Who said I am inferior? My theoretical essay even won first place in the entire school." He questioned, "You have always been poor in theory. First place, really? You did not copy it, did you? Take it out for father to see." He immediately handed over the certificate, which left the man stunned. "First prize in literature at Kinglong Academy with the essay My Father, the Great General." He proudly said, "Look, father, I only copied the family heirloom essay of our house. You wrote it before." He joked, "So do I qualify now?" Dung Tan scolded in embarrassment, "You brat. The Murong family has been loyal for generations, and you use it like this." Ham intimately picked up food and placed it into his bowl. Dung Tan was about to say something. "The girl has never even served food to her father." Duong Soch immediately stuffed meat into his mouth and said, "Father, keep quiet." He whispered, "This concerns the major life matter of my sister. Father, just cooperate." Dung Tan widened his eyes after hearing that. Duong Soch recalled the past. Ever since Ham personally witnessed their mother's death, she developed psychological trauma. The girl became quiet and very afraid of interacting with others. Even he and Soch N.A. Chai found it difficult to talk with her. Today, she spoke nearly 20 sentences with Tin Vu. Normally, even meeting her 20 times might not hear that many. Ham picked up food again and said, "This pineapple pork dish is very delicious. You should try it." Dung Tan thought worriedly, "Could it be that my daughter likes this boy?" As a father, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He stared and rapidly asked, "Tell uncle honestly, how many people are in your family? How much land does your family have? What do your parents do for a living? What do your grandparents do? How many star beast tamers was your great-grandmother?" Duong Soch hurriedly stopped him. "Father, stop asking. If you ask like that, he will run away." Dung Tan firmly said, "No, I will not let Ham suffer a loss." He bit Duong Soch's hand, making him cry out in pain. At this moment, inside the meeting room, the atmosphere became strangely quiet. Duong Soch said, "Father, my sister rarely pays attention to anyone like this. Why do you still oppose it?" Dung Tan seriously said, "Tin Vu is indeed good but too poor. If my daughter marries him and suffers hardship, then what?" Duong Soch replied, "Do we not still have the two of us to help them?" He still hesitated, but Duong Soch laughed and said, "There is no but. Tin Vu is a special pharmacist of the Sky Apothecary Association. His future may not be worse than ours." Hearing that, Dung Tan frowned and pondered. Returning to the present, he stared so intensely that Tin Vu felt slightly embarrassed. Ham gently said, "Eat a little more." Tin Vu whispered to her, "Luke Kim, your father's gaze toward me is a little frightening. He will not chop me, will he?" Dung Tan asked. Tin Vu uncle has a question. "You only entered Kinglong Academy recently, so how did you become a special pharmacist of the Sky Association so quickly?" Tin Vu modestly replied, "I only have some talent in medicine, so I research medicine to help beasts recover." He laughed and said, "Young yet with great spirit. Special pharmacists are rare talents of the associations. If you only know a little, how could they value you?" Tin Vu skillfully asked back, "Uncle Tan means I entered through the back door." Dung Tan rubbed his chin and said, "Is that not the case? Making this small blue bottle must require a lot of effort." Tin Vu calmly said, "Talking much is not as convincing as letting facts prove it." He explained, "Uncle Tan is a naval general, so you know naval beast horses often suffer from paralysis disease. When injured, their blood coagulates poorly, and currently there is still no effective cure correct." He asked with interest, "Could it be that you can cure it?" Tin Vu took out a bottle of medicine and said, "I do not dare claim greatness. This is medicine I researched specifically for paralysis syndrome." Dung Tan held the bottle in surprise. What herbal formula, this small blue bottle?" Realizing its value, he immediately said, "Xyro Liu, summon your beast and test it at that fountain." Xyro Liu replied, "Understood." The scene shifted outside before the large fountain. Xyro Liu summoned his beast. The Baofeng no Nha beast appeared. In an instant, a sea creature covered with wounds surfaced from the water. It slowly crawled onto the shore with an innocent look. Tin Vu stepped forward and instructed, "Drip the medicine onto the wounds, then soak in the water for a moment." Xyro Liu comforted the beast. Nha, do not be afraid. Soak for a while and it will be fine." After that, he carefully dripped the medicine drop by drop onto the wounds. In a moment, the medicine took effect, and the wounds began to close. Nha happily realized the pain had disappeared. Swayed its cute body excitedly. Nha quickly returned to a healthy state, then happily created waves in the water. Xyro Liu's eyes lit up as he reported, "General, Nha's wounds have healed." Dung Tan said in shock, "Unbelievable. This This medicine is even more effective than the SK-92 potion of the Royal Hospital. Tin Vu smiled and asked, Uncle Tan, do you now believe in my medical skill? He excitedly patted his shoulder. Tin Vu, can this small blue bottle be mass-produced? He replied, as long as there is a pharmaceutical factory, I can do it. Dung Tan was extremely delighted. Tin Vu, you truly are a rare genius. With you, our navy will become much stronger. Uncle likes you very much. Tin Vu cautiously asked, then should we discuss the technology licensing fee? He repeated in surprise, technology licensing fee. Dung Tan asked in confusion, you intend to do business with Uncle? After all, you are already half a son-in-law, yet you still ask for money. Tin Vu seriously replied, of course. I spent great effort researching this bottle of medicine. Tin Vu suddenly paused, because he could not clearly hear the sentence that followed. Duong Soch quickly said, Father, calm down a little. Outsiders might think you are selling your daughter. You may not need face, but our daughter still does. Hearing that, he cleared his throat softly, then calmly asked, Tin Vu, your words make sense, so how much royalty fee do you want? He smiled lightly and replied, I am not greedy. 100 million is enough. Dung Tan turned pale and shouted, are you asking a sky-high price? Believe it or not, I will smash you with a brick. Tin Vu calmly explained, the TSK-92 potion from the Royal Hospital of Long Nation has a copyright worth 500 million and still cannot cure it. I only ask for 100 million. How is that excessive? My medicine is the true nemesis of paralysis disease. Hearing that, he widened his eyes and exclaimed, heavens. Duong Soch leaned close and whispered schemingly, Father, just treat this 100 million as Ham's future dowry. When signing the contract, we only need a few small tricks, and it will be done. Dung Tan nodded in praise. Truly a crafty son. Seeing the two leaning together whispering, Tin Vu scratched his head in confusion. What scheme are those two discussing? It feels like I am about to fall into a trap. The father and son looked at each other, then both smiled meaningfully. Ham gently asked, do you really not need me to escort you back? Tin Vu shook his head and replied, Luke Kim, I still have things to do, so you do not need to see me off. She nodded softly and reminded him, then remember to be careful on the road. Looking at the money in his account, Tin Vu began calculating. The deposit already has 50 million. What should I buy for sister and the beasts? Skincare and a massage machine for sister. Thigh Man likes snacks and clothes. Master Chan likes tea, and Freya too. After thinking it through, he immediately transferred the money. Then Tin Vu raised his hand and called, Freya, come here. In the blink of an eye, the little one appeared before him. He smiled and said, Freya, this is for you. You have followed me for quite a while, yet I still have not given you anything good. Seeing the excitement on the girl's face, Tin Vu seriously explained, this is a holy light attribute beast core. I want to help you break through first. Freya happily nodded. He continued instructing, I also prepared Meridian Guard grass and heart stabilizing pill. If it hurts too much, endure a little. If you cannot bear it, I will stop channeling spiritual power. Tin Vu asked once more, but Freya had already opened her mouth. Are you ready? He quickly placed the beast core into her mouth. Freya immediately chewed, then swallowed it. Right after that, her heart pounded like war drums. Freya clutched her chest, feeling the surge of new power. Then she raised her head and opened her mouth, releasing the energy. Only a few seconds later, the small body shot straight into the sky. Freya screamed in agony, as if her body were about to explode. Cracks appeared across her body as blood sprayed like rain. She gradually became exhausted, then lowered her head. Her body lost balance and plunged straight down. Freya fell heavily onto the snow in a daze. Tin Vu ran over in panic. Freya, if you cannot endure, I will stop channeling spiritual power. Gritted his teeth and decided, all right, I will withdraw the spiritual power. At that moment, Freya's eyes suddenly lit up. She recalled the past when human traffickers put her up for sale. The merchant said this defective batch is cheap. If you like, hurry and pick. Lu Map frowned with disdain. Every one of them is mediocre. Trafficker dragged a girl forward and shouted, bring this one here. Lu Map held her tightly and declared, from now on you can only serve me. Locked inside a cage, Freya desperately prayed, Ancestor spirit, please let someone save me. At that moment, she opened her eyes faintly and saw a figure. Tin Vu stood there like a savior. Returning to reality, Freya forced herself to turn her head to look at him. She trembled and placed her hand onto the snow. Slowly, she wrote 3 determined words, I can do it. The scene shifted to a desolate, snowy mountain. Freya hugged her body, tightly trying to resist the erupting power. The pain caused energy to burst out continuously. She stomped her foot, then lowered her body. Seeing that, Tin Vu worriedly said, Freya, do not force yourself anymore. Give up. Suddenly, the wings behind her burst into flames. Seeing the cracked wings, Tin Vu hurried forward, calling, Freya. But before he could call a second time, she pushed him down. Freya bent down and placed a gentle kiss on Tin Vu's lips. Dai Lo saw the scene and immediately shouted in jealousy. Medusa hurriedly advised, Fox, calm down. This is Freya's crucial moment. She angrily said that kiss was a trick I taught her. Right then, the new wings grew out. They transformed into a pair of pure white wings. When the process finished, Freya blushed and pulled her lips away. She closed her eyes, then unleashed her power. Tinvu joyfully shouted, "Freya, you have broken through." The system immediately displayed information. Name 4-winged holy angel. Growth level stage 1, bloodline mythical angel. Talents include holy light protection. Star power able to borrow the strength of 12 constellations with a super burst activation rate 10 times higher. Star mark marking a crescent on enemies to reduce cooldown of holy light stellar slash. Attributes angel flight holy light. Loyalty 100. Skills include cross light sword slash. Healing light sword formation with 188 feather swords. Holy light stellar slash light teleportation. Starburst flash of light. Evolution path from holy light angel beast to 4 wings, 6 wings, 8 wings, 10 wings, and finally 12 winged. Tinvu excitedly said, "It succeeded, Freya, you truly did it." He suddenly noticed and asked, "Freya, are you injured?" Tinvu innocently continued, "Your chest seems swollen. Do you need to remove the armor so I can check?" Freya blushed and protested, "Lecherous master." He laughed and denied it. "I did not." Dai Lo's face instantly darkened. Dai Lo laughed mischievously and said, "Freya, your relationship seems closer than I thought." Tinvu asked in surprise, Lo, how did you come out of the beast contract?" Dai Lo replied, "Are we not allowed out?" Medusa teased with a smile, "Fox saw everything just now." Tinvu awkwardly said, "Then how about I compensate you?" Dai Lo immediately seized the chance. "I am free tonight, how about you compensate me?" Tinvu stepped back in panic. "Better forget that." Medusa pretended to sulk. "Did the beast master not dislike me?" He quickly explained, "How could that be? You are all my most cherished companions. How about I take everyone to buy new clothes?" The scene shifted to a shopping center in the city. Tinvu generously said, "Lo Zaza, choose whichever set you like." Dai Lo hesitated and said, "But we have never entered a human shopping mall." Tinvu smiled and replied, "Then let me guide you." He pointed to the first set. "This is office wear." She blushed and said, "This skirt is too short." Presented the second set. A Cheongsam. Medusa nodded and commented, "This one is acceptable." Tinvu excitedly said, "The last one is my favorite maid outfit." At that moment, the wall behind suddenly exploded. 2 girls immediately shouted angrily, "You brought us here just to satisfy your perverted intention, right?" Tinvu hurriedly explained, "I only wanted to prepare clothes for you to wear outside." Dai Lo stepped closer and whispered, "You make me angry yet also make me want to claim you even more. Let me help you change clothes." Tinvu panicked and said, "Do not do that. The staff are still here." Unable to resist, he could only cry for help. Water Spirit asked worriedly if help was needed. Fire Spirit calmly replied, "Rich people matters, do not interfere." In the classroom, Kai Nin seriously announced, "Today is the midterm exam. Train number 13 departs at 2 in the afternoon and arrives at Hong Yen City tomorrow noon. Every stop and route is recorded in the map handbook. The highest hunting score is S." A student turned and asked, "Bovu, what is wrong? You look like your energy has been drained." Tong Ho said maybe he is tired from preparing for the midterm exam. Kai Nin continued speaking, causing the whole class to stir. "If you encounter major danger and handle it well, making merit for the nation, you can reach SS or SSS. Senior Nhat Than Fong once achieved SS and is now Deputy General in Hong Yen City." He added, "Anyone who achieves rank S, I will personally reward with a Transcendence level Lightning Beast Core." Then Kai Nin frowned and said, "Who is dozing off there?" Tinvu startled and asked, "Teacher, were you calling me?" Classmate beside whispered, "Reaching S will earn a Lightning Core." Tinvu confidently said, "I will definitely achieve rank S." The whole class sighed, thinking hopefully we return alive. Kai Nin said, "All right, what needed to be said is finished. Hurry to the station and prepare to depart." The scene shifted to a crowded train station under falling snow. A group of students asked each other, "Which platform is your class?" "Ours is platform 13. Tinvu shivered and said, "It is so cold today." At that moment, Ham Ham happily called out to him, turned back in surprise and asked, "Luke Kim, why are you here? Is it not another platform?" She blushed and handed him a gift, saying, "This is for you." Tinvu curiously asked, "What is this?" He opened it and said, "A scarf." Ham Ham awkwardly said, "I wanted to give it long ago, but kept delaying." Without saying more, Tinvu immediately wrapped it around his neck, smiled and said, "Luke Kim, thank you. It is really warm." Just then the train whistle sounded, announcing departure time. Train slowly stopped right before them. Tinvu said regretfully, "Our train has arrived. Luke Kim, after the exam, I will invite you to watch a movie." She smiled and nodded in agreement. Tong Ho saw the scene and teased, "The smell of love is so sour." Another student said, "Now I understand why Bo Vu looked completely drained." He asked in confusion, "What were you two whispering about just now?" The man replied awkwardly, "It was nothing." After that, the 3 of them stepped onto the train carriage together. At this moment, Yen Enhin stepped forward and introduced herself professionally. "Welcome, students who have boarded train number 13. I am the team leader responsible for escorting supplies. Vice Guild leader of the Sky Guild, Yen Enhin." Our guild is responsible for protecting and transporting supplies. You only need to assist. Everyone immediately buzzed with excitement after hearing this. That is the vice guild leader of Sky. I heard she is a 5-star beast tamer. With her leading the team, we can feel completely at ease. She calmly analyzed the situation. Carriage 2 to 5 are very likely to be ambushed. Carriage 6 to 10 are relatively safe. From carriage 11 to 15 are the most dangerous because accidents or derailments may occur. Choose the carriage you will support according to the assessment requirements. Tinvu immediately spoke up. Then I choose the rear section from carriage 13 to 15. The higher the risk, the greater the evaluation score. His two friends laughed and said, then we will follow Bo Vu. Yen Enhin nodded in praise. As expected of student Tiu, I hope when the time comes you will perform well. He quickly assigned tasks. You three follow me. I will lead you to the last carriage. Xyro Wang stay behind and arrange the other students. The man immediately replied, understood. After that, the group moved toward the chosen carriage. She casually put an arm around him and asked warmly, Tinvu, have you ever been to Hong Yen City before? He honestly said no. Yen Enhin laughed. Then this time sister will take you to broaden your horizons. The scorpion wine of Hong Yen is extremely famous. When we arrive, we must drink to our heart's content. As soon as they arrived, Thatch How excitedly said, remember to drink with me when we reach the final station. Tranveen added, Hong Yen has countless delicious foods and entertainment. The guild will cover all expenses, so feel free. Lu Duong also nodded, right, you are an honored guest of Sky, so we must treat you well. Tin Vu forced a smile and said, I did not come here for tourism. Someone joined in teasing Bo Vu is not even here for an exam. It looks more like a team-building trip. Tong Ho laughed, if I did not see the Kinglong badge, I would think you were an elder of Sky. He who fuck proudly added, actually, he almost is since he is a specially recruited pharmacist of the guild. Lamviet heard that and sneered, special pharmacist. So young, where would he get that ability? He must have relied on a backdoor. Vice Captain Lai immediately shouted, Lamviet, if you are not as capable as him, that is your issue. Do not use that sarcastic tone when talking about Tin Vu. He curled his lips and replied, am I wrong? If not for Captain Tan backing him, how could he receive special treatment? Yen Enhin angrily retorted, Lamviet, do not slander my younger brother. When selecting a special pharmacist, I always judge fairly. Still refuse to accept it. I have served the Sky Guild for 8 years, facing life and death and earning countless merits. I even went on missions for half a year, completing many S-rank tasks. Yet the moment I returned, my position was taken by Tin Vu. Tin Vu calmly replied, Dr. Lam, the special pharmacist position is judged by medical skill, not merit. Lamviet sneered, so you mean your medical skill is great. Do you dare compete? Tin Vu shrugged and asked, how do you want to compete? Lamviet arrogantly declared, we compete in medical skill. If I lose, I leave the guild. If you lose, then you get out. Tin Vu immediately replied, accepted. At that moment, the train sped forward through a violent snowstorm. When the train slowed along a stretch of track, several dark figures watched from the cliff. Suddenly, a pack of vicious rats rushed out. The alarm system on the train immediately blared. An urgent command sounded, enemy ambush. Everyone prepare for battle. Immediately afterward, sharp blades pierced through the wooden roof. A rat tried to tear apart a plank. It roared like a beast, then leapt down. Yen Enhin immediately ordered a counterattack. The students quickly summoned their beasts. 2 other rats smashed through the window and rushed in. She cried out in shock, there are some here too. Tin Vu immediately said, sister, Yen Enhin, leave them to me. Then he loudly summoned Freya, come out. Within seconds, the rat swarm surged forward like a storm. Freya calmly observed each of their movements. Her eyes flashed and shot out rays of light. She gathered momentum, then leapt into the Freya gripped her spear, concentrating all her power at the tip. She pierced through the rat swarm with the skill Holy Light Stellar Slash. Swift slashes immediately shattered the encirclement. Tin Vu praised with satisfaction, Freya, well done. Freya turned and smiled in response. Suddenly someone shouted, this is bad, Captain Tan has been dragged onto the roof of the train. Tin Vu was startled. What? On the roof of the train, the rat leader stood there. And Enhin, restrained by it, still angrily shouted, let me go, you despicable beast. Tin Vu immediately climbed up and attacked, you filthy rat, release her. The moment he finished speaking, Freya rushed straight at it. Her spear stabbed into the rat's arm. Pain, the rat leader immediately threw Yen Enhin away. She cried out in terror as she was about to fall into the lake below Tin Vu. Tin Vu quickly shouted, Lao and Go Tong Ho. Sin Hu immediately summoned Bao Vu Deep, come out. A giant butterfly flew over in time to catch Yen Enhin. Seeing that the rat leader prepared to throw a blade, but Tong Ho was faster, using Yu Ma to activate the taunt skill. Rat instantly turned and threw the blade toward him. Tin Vu seized the chance and ordered Freya finish it. Freya did not hesitate and immediately charged forward. Rat leader spat an acid beam toward her. Freya swiftly used her wings to dodge it completely. She landed behind it on the train roof. Without hesitation, Freya kicked the rat leader upward, raised her head with unwavering eyes, then leapt high preparing the finishing strike. A decisive slash shattered the rat leader into pieces. Tin Vu ran over and asked Sister Yen En Heen, "Are you all right?" She asked in shock, "I am fine," but Tin Vu was that a light angel beast. He nodded and said yes, it just evolved into a four-winged holy angel. Sin Hu happily ran over Tin Vu. "I picked up a highly poisonous beast core at the growth level. He said keep it for me for now." Suddenly Yen En Heen pointed toward the locomotive in panic. Tin Vu looked quickly. "There is a transcendent blood spear, King A." He turned in shock. That moment the train braked suddenly, making everyone lurch forward. A gigantic hand of the ape grabbed the locomotive. Its massive body blocked the entire train. Ferocious ape tore open a carriage. It grabbed a person like a toy, making the victim scream for help. And without hesitation, it threw the person into its mouth. Scene horrified everyone. Tin Vu thought the scent of blood must have awakened hibernating beasts and drawn them here. Seeing the danger, Yen En Heen ran back into the carriage. Shouting an order, "Everyone prepare for defense, repel the beasts." A student said in fear, "Our beasts are too weak, how can we fight?" Others also nodded. Lamviet placed a hand on his shoulder and laughed arrogantly. "Weak, what nonsense, let me help." Three-tailed Thunder Fox immediately fired lightning at the ape. Tin Vu exclaimed in admiration, "Indeed a three-tailed Thunder Fox." Yen En Heen confidently said, "If I had not been ambushed by the rats earlier, I would have already taken it down." At that moment the ape roared violently. It glared fiercely at everyone. Immediately a troop of monkeys gathered, responding to its call. They filled the surrounding cliffs. The leading ape raised its head high like a king. Seeing the tense situation, Tin Vu sighed, "Troublesome. Just finished dealing with rats and now a monkey troop arrives. Hai Feng come out." Seeing his companion appear, he felt delighted. Finally, everyone has arrived charged together. The ape immediately lunged to attack the red fox. It growled, gathering power, then bared its teeth, preparing to bite. Red fox opened its mouth and roared fiercely in response. Tin Vu looked at the scene before him and frowned. Those beasts seem to have something wrong. Sin Hu cautiously reported, "Bo Vu, look there. Something seems to be moving under the water." During that, Tin Vu immediately turned to look down. The water's surface suddenly trembled, chains of bubbles slowly rising upward. Beneath it, a gigantic black snake silently watched its prey. Suddenly it shot upward, creating a towering column of swirling water. The water current under its control surged straight toward the train. Tin Vu shouted in alarm. Hai Feng Yu's infernal roaring burst. Hearing the command, it immediately opened its mouth and fired a blazing red stream of energy into the vortex. Two forces collided, creating a dazzling explosion that shook the water surface. Thick smoke rose as Tin Vu watched ahead cautiously. The snake slowly surfaced and flicked out its venomous tongue. Wang Van recognized it in terror. "That is a fully matured crown serpent." And En Heen immediately ordered, "Everyone return to the train. The outside will be handled by the Sky Guild." Everyone cried out in panic. "It cannot be done. My beast has lost control." Lam Viet made them take stimulant drugs so they cannot return. Yen En Heen angrily demanded, "Lam Viet, this is your doing again." Tin Vu quickly divided tasks. Sister Yen En Heen focus on dealing with the blood spear, King A. Leave this crown serpent to me. She asked worriedly, "Little brother, Tin Vu, are you really all right?" At that moment the snake gathered momentum, then opened its mouth and lunged upward. Tin Vu immediately shouted, "Freya, use flash of light." Freya understood and kicked the snake under the jaw. Then she swiftly launched consecutive attacks along its body. Freya shot high into the air, then gathered her strength and dove down. A powerful strike slammed directly into the snake's belly. It was blasted away and crashed heavily into the cliff wall. Tin Vu did not miss the chance and ordered, Hai Feng use infernal chain flames to attack it, and the blood spear spirit apes on the cliff. Hai Feng immediately fired energy toward the targets. The snake tried to resist with the little strength it had left. Finally, it collapsed and fell onto its back. At that moment, the monkey troop suddenly surged forward. Seeing the snake weakened, Freya immediately flew closer. She stared fixedly at the enemy, then decisively swung her sword and severed its head. The snake's head fell to the ground and rolled several times. Tin Vu immediately said, "Freya, pick up its beast core. Hai Feng, go assist Sister Yen En Heen." But Yen En Heen quickly stopped him. There is no need. She and her beast stood facing the monkey leader. The three-tailed thunder fox immediately whipped its tail and launched a bolt of lightning. In a flash, the lightning sphere pierced into the monkey's belly. It howled in pain as its stomach swelled abnormally. Immediately afterward, its body exploded into pieces. The remaining monkeys saw their leader dead and fled in panic. And En Heen and the others cheered with joy. The battle to protect the train had finally been won. At the same time, inside the train carriage, Vice Captain Lai slammed the table angrily. Lam Viet, you made all the beasts take neural stimulant drugs. This is too much. Lam Viet calmly defended himself. Vice Captain Lai, I did it for everyone. Without me, those students would only hide in the train. Thanks to me, they dared to fight. Yen Enheen angrily shouted, nonsense. You are disregarding the lives of others. Lam Viet curled his lips. Captain Tan, do not say that. I only gave the beasts medicine. How can that be called disregarding human life? He arrogantly added, after all, I am a doctor, 10 times more professional than someone who entered through the back door. Tin Vu smiled and asked, Dr. Lam, are you implying me? Lam Viet laughed with disdain. Remember the bet. If you are capable, then treat the beasts. Curring just one will count as your victory. Yen Enheen and Tin Vu exchanged a knowing glance. Lam Viet continued, provoking. What is it, Tiu physician? Hurry and act. If you cannot, then kneel and beg me. I will treat all the beasts. Someone sneered and said, stop acting. Go to another carriage and see. Tin Vu already cured all the beasts before boarding the train. Lam Viet froze and jumped to his feet. What, that is impossible. I spent 10 years researching that neural toxin. How could it be cured in just a few hours? Tin Vu calmly said, nothing is impossible. Our medical skill was never on the same level from the start. Tin Vu stepped forward and explained. Sister Yen Enheen already told me. You were not chosen as special pharmacist because you committed many immoral acts, draining the life of teammates' beasts, illegally trading beast cores, and conducting deals with guilds beyond the border. Tin Vu looked at him coldly. Thinking that I once made a bet with someone like you makes me feel disgusted. Lam Viet sneered. So Captain Tan already investigated. Suddenly, Lam Viet pulled out a dagger, rushed forward to stab Tin Vu. If I cannot become the special pharmacist, then you will not either. Yen Enheen immediately kicked him aside. Lam Viet, you seek death. Tin Vu laughed coldly and ordered, you think you can kill me alone, Freya? Freya immediately swung her sword and severed his head. Yen Enheen solemnly declared, the traitor Lam Viet has been executed. Announce all his crimes on the official network. Next, we must pass through White Bone Abyss and Kun Dai Mountain. Everyone prepare for battle, Vice Captain Lai replied, understood. Meanwhile, the train continued through the frozen mountain rain. Night fell as the train stopped amid a snowstorm. Yen Enheen looked out the window and said, strange. Every time we pass White Bone Abyss and Kun Dai Mountain, we are attacked by beasts. Today it is unusually quiet. Tin Vu nodded, I feel they are plotting something. That moment someone reported, Captain, we are about to reach Tian Lang Lake Station. Yen Enheen nodded, I understand. Vice Captain Lai added, the princess sent word that she wants to travel with us to Hong Yen City. Tin Vu asked in surprise the princess of Long Nation Quan Thien. At that moment the train stopped at the station. Long Ho said excitedly, really, the princess of Long Nation already passed the 6-star beast tamer exam and still wants to travel with us. Sin Hu joked, the empress has only one daughter. If I change my hairstyle, maybe I could become the prince consort. Someone beside laughed, forget it, with Bo Vu here it will never be your turn. Tin Vu helplessly said, do not drag me into this. The crowd suddenly cheered, look there, Princess, your highness. The princess looks even more beautiful in person than on television. The three of them also turned to look. Quan Thien smiled and waved, hello everyone. This journey has been hard for you. Tin Vu thought to himself, the princess is indeed very beautiful, but she does not resemble the empress much. Yen Enheen stepped forward and bowed. Yen Enheen of the Sky Guild greets Princess, your highness. The VIP room has been prepared. Quan Thien smiled, no need for formality. Quan Thien glanced around. Tin Vu curiously asked who she was looking for. Tong Ho teased, maybe she is searching for her future husband. Another person said, you are truly hopeless. Suddenly Quan Thien pointed straight and said, Tin Vu, come here and serve me. Tin Vu asked in confusion, are you talking to me? Next morning the train continued its journey. Inside the VIP room, Tin Vu stood guard beside Quan Thien. Tin Vu cautiously asked, this commoner asks boldly, do you know me? Quan Thien smiled, if I do not know you, can I not order you around? Or do you dislike having a beauty like me beside you? Tin Vu forced a smile, if you were not the princess, I might have hugged you already. Quan Thien said, all right, no more teasing. Quickly take out the treasure. Tin Vu panicked and hurriedly covered below. He asked awkwardly, take out what? Quan Thien impatiently said, what else? Your Emperor Soul token. Tin Vu reached into his pocket and said, so the princess also belongs to Emperor Soul. What instruction does the princess have? He took out the token and said, I thought the princess already knew long ago. Quan Thien blushed and covered her face. Why did you store the Emperor Soul token there? This moment she cleared her throat, then hurriedly said, according to intelligence from the Emperor Soul organization a month ago, a humanoid mimic beast infiltrated Hong Yen City, causing the army to fail several times. The strategist suspects it is hiding within the management ranks. The Empress ordered that we must cooperate to capture the spy without any mistake. Tin Vu asked in surprise. A humanoid mimic beast. Thinking about it, White Bone Abyss and Kun Dai Mountain had no beasts appearing. Could they be preparing some great scheme? Just then, the system suddenly displayed a notification activating a special mission. If he achieves an SSS evaluation in the midterm exam, the reward will be a random SSS upgrade beast core, along with 20,000 points. Tin thought in shock. An SSS evaluation is extremely difficult. Even the princess has appeared. This matter clearly is not simple. Then Tin curiously asked further, "Princess, your highness, I want to ask something. With such a noble identity, why would the empress arrange for you to join the dangerous Emperor Soul organization?" Quan Thien calmly replied, "That is not something you should investigate." Tin silently speculated, "The princess does not have any aura of dragon power on her body. Could it be she is not Quan Lan's biological daughter? Could it be?" Then the loudspeaker broadcast reminded, "Passengers, please pay attention. We are about to arrive at the final station, Hong Yen City." Outside, it was already late night. Inside a small inn, the city lord raised a cup and greeted, "Princess, your highness, thank you for personally coming to Hong Yen despite your busy schedule. This cup of wine Chu offers to you." Quan Thien gently replied, "City lord, you are too polite. You have guarded the border for decades. The one who should thank you is me." Beside them, Vice Captain Lai whispered enviously, "Captain Tan, Tin and the princess are that close. I did not expect he would sit at the main table." Yen Enheen angrily scolded softly, "Your brain is truly about to break." City Lord turned and said warmly, "Brother Tiu, we are old acquaintances. This is the Hua Ma Firefly you mentioned last time." Tin happily replied, "Thank you very much, elder brother." At that moment, Quan Thien suddenly touched his hand. He reminded sternly, "Do not focus only on receiving gifts and forget the mission." Tin quietly replied, "Do not worry, I remember." The city lord enthusiastically said, "Princess and brother Tiu, I almost forgot to introduce." He introduced one by one. "This is Deputy General Triu Min, responsible for 3 elite beast tamer squads. The other is Battlefield Vanguard Thai Kaya. That dark-skinned young man is named Tuan Lang." Commander of the assault team cheerfully greeted, "Greetings, Princess, your highness, and brother Tiu." Quan Thien secretly stayed alert. Nothing seems abnormal on the surface. Then who is the spy? Could it be Chu Hung himself? Suddenly, Tin grabbed Triu Min's hand with a serious expression. Triu Min trembled and asked, "Brother Tiu, why are you holding my hand so long? What are you trying to do?" Tin spoke firmly, shocking everyone. "The humanoid mimic beast disguises itself very well." The city lord frowned and said, "Brother Tiu, why do you suspect my deputy general?" Triu Min said in panic, "Exactly. You came here to investigate the humanoid mimic beast." Quan Thien asked, "Tin why are you certain he is a beast? Do you have evidence?" Tin replied directly, "Evidence? I just arrived, so not yet." Triu Min immediately refuted, "Then are you not slandering me?" Tin calmly said, "Perhaps everyone does not know humanoid mimic beasts cannot summon beasts. If you want to prove your innocence, then General Triu, please summon your beast." Hearing that, Triu Min instantly became speechless. The city lord asked in shock, "Triu Min, earlier you said your beast was recovering from injuries. Could it really be?" Just then a flower suddenly grew from his hand. Triu Min roared angrily, "Damn it, how did you see through my disguise?" He immediately rushed forward to attack Tin Quan Thien ordered, as expected, a mimic beast, "Capture him." Immediately numerous beasts charged forward. Triu Min sneered and summoned vines wrapping around his body. His body became encased within a cocoon. Beasts simultaneously attacked the cocoon. Everyone cried out in shock. Tin stared at the scene before him in astonishment. Shortly afterward, the cocoon exploded with smoke filling the air. From within the smoke, a strange creature appeared. It was the devouring demon poison vine. It nimbly leapt onto the wall. The devouring demon poison vine laughed loudly. "Brat, you are truly clever, but exposing me is useless. I already delivered the city defense map long ago. When the great army flattens Hong Yen, humanity will perish." Quan Thien immediately summoned the Ice Soul Killin. The Killin fired a sharp stream of ice with the skill Ice Soul piercing force. Devouring demon poison vine was struck and staggered back in pain. It quickly retreated dozens of meters. The city lord angrily charged forward. "Bastard, you killed Triu Min. This old man will cut you down." He signaled the attack. "Crush it for me." The one-horned rhinoceros immediately stomped down. Vice Captain Lai said with disdain, "This beast is too weak." Yen Enheen explained it was not born to fight beasts, but to assassinate ordinary beast tamers. The devouring demon poison vine said weakly, "Heavenly Father must lead the army to destroy them." It stretched its thorn-covered hand. "I go first. Princess of Long Nation, descend to hell with me." Fired numerous sharp spikes toward Quan Thien. The spikes were about to strike her. That moment, Tin rushed forward, pulling her away, then joked, "Princess, you smell wonderful. What brand of perfume is that?" The city lord seized the chance and shouted, "Kill it." Rhinoceros immediately crushed the devouring demon poison vine. Quan Thien blushed and asked, "Tin are you all right? Were you poisoned?" Tin awkwardly called Princess. Reassured her while asking again, "Princess, you smell wonderful. What brand of perfume is that?" Quan Thien said shyly, "Stop asking, get up quickly." Yen Enheen ran over calling, "Tin He hurriedly stood up explaining, Sister Yen Enhin, I did not molest the princess. Yen Enhin quickly said, I am not blaming that. Now you must leave Hong Yen immediately. Tin Vu asked in surprise why. Quan Thin said seriously, because Heavenly Father Undis, a beast god-level mutated beastman beast. Yen Enhin sincerely advised, soon Hong Yen will become a battlefield. Before the war begins, you must leave. Tin Vu hesitated, but I do not want to go. She patted his shoulder reassuringly. You already captured the mimic beast, so your evaluation will rise to SS. Return quickly. But Tin Vu shook his head. No, I want to stay and defend the city. Yen Enhin worriedly said, that is a beast god-level creature and you still want to stay. Are you not afraid of death? Tin Vu firmly said, defending the nation is the duty of a man. Do not worry, sister, I will survive. Hearing that, the city lord praised loudly. Well said. Brother Tiu is right. Nothing is more important now than defending Hong Yen. He shouted loudly, soldiers prepare to face the enemy, fight to the end. Everyone shouted together, fight to the end. Quan Thin said solemnly, a beast god is not an easy opponent. Only a great general can resist it. She sighed and made a call, hoping someone could reinforce Hong Yen in time. Perhaps only that person. At that moment, thunder and lightning suddenly roared across the sky. Inside the city lord residence, Chu Hung reported, Princess, Your Highness, the Qinglong students except Tiu Minvu, who stayed as a physician, have all left. After investigation, another humanoid mimic beast was discovered in the city. Quan Thin said, before noon a great general will arrive. Then the beast army will find it difficult to attack. The devouring demon poison vine has died, so they will surely attack madly. Your task is to hold out until General Lo arrives. The city lord replied, this old man swears to die defending home. At the same time, inside Tin Vu's room, he happily looked at a flower pot and said, tiger bone, phoenix tail water, Hua Ma nectar, and beast god pollen are all prepared. It is time to cultivate. Tin Vu poured 2 bottles of liquid into the pot. Immediately he exclaimed in shock, it sprouted. Just a second, the vine had grown long. Tin Vu marveled, its growth is really fast. Suddenly the plant broke the pot. Then it wrapped tightly around his arm. Tin Vu laughed, that tickles, behave yourself. He named it, from now on you are my first plant beast. Your name is Xyro Yin. It gently trembled as if nodding. Tin Vu proudly said, truly a mythical ancient bloodline. With you on the battlefield, the power will surely be great. System displayed information. Name Heavenly Soul Vine. Level complete, form level 1. Bloodline ancient mythical. Talents include front realm backbind, which restrains and seals enemy weapons. Sun Moon Star Essence creates mist to restore and repair structures. Soul Devouring Absorption absorbs beast souls for growth. Attributes ancient plant and psychic power. Skills Death Thorn Domain, creating a thorn field that deals damage and slows enemies. Death Entanglement, binding enemies tightly. Loyalty 100. Evolution Path Heavenly Soul Vine to Blood Heavenly Soul Vine, then Soul Vine King Soul Vine Emperor, and Heavenly Illusion Divine Vine. The scene shifts outside as thunder and lightning roar across the sky. A creature cries out in shock that the devouring demon poison vine has truly been destroyed. Romeo of the Netherworld Dark Knight Butterfly, a level 3 beast king monster, confirms in disappointment that she has died. He says he witnessed it with his own eyes, so this plan can be considered a complete failure. Hearing that news, another man merely slowly swirls the wine glass in his hand. Heavenly Father Undis, a first-tier divine beast, coldly makes the decision that there is no need to wait any longer. The Dragon Nation will likely send Bok Vu or that brat with the surname Lo as reinforcements. Send people to delay them while Romeo leads the army to attack. We will strike from inside and outside to seize that city. Otter immediately kneels down and swears absolute loyalty. He guarantees that he will certainly complete the mission entrusted by Heavenly Father. At the same moment, another group of people is standing on top of the tower observing the situation. Than Kong worriedly asks Tin Vu why his expression looks so terrible. Tin Vu honestly replies that he feels something is strange. Quan Thin frowns and curiously asks what exactly is strange. Tin Vu analyzes with caution that the surroundings are too quiet. There are absolutely no signs of an attack. If the enemy feared the power of the general, they should have attacked the city long ago. Could it be that they are afraid of this rain? Suddenly, Tin Vu realizes something and panics, as he says this is bad. Quan Thin immediately presses him and asks what he just realized. Tin Vu hurriedly explains that besides the poison vine, the devouring demon poison vine also has the ability to control saw man worms. Quan Thin repeats in shock. Saw man worms can burrow underground and infiltrate according to the city defense map. That moment, the ground suddenly splits open violently. Several people standing nearby panic and fall straight into the deep pit that suddenly appears. From beneath the earth, a group of gorillas riding giant worms suddenly emerges. A man cries out in horror that this is bad. The monsters have infiltrated the city. When he bends down to look, Than Kong suddenly startles and turns sharply behind him. He sees thousands of monsters rushing toward the city wall. Than Kong grits his teeth and blames himself for being too careless. Quan Thien hesitates, then resolves to risk everything. Inside Hong Yen City, there are only 5,000 soldiers, so this battle must be fought to the end. Tin Vu says in shock that the enemy army is probably 20,000. Without further hesitation, Quan Thien immediately summons her beast. She firmly points outside the city and shouts that the warriors of the Dragon Nation should follow her out of the city to meet the enemy. Underground, the students scream in panic as they are attacked by monsters. Someone cries out that his eyes. A goblin uses its hard horn to pierce through the body of a student. Several ferocious foxes rush in and continuously bite and tear. That moment, a little girl screams in fear, calling for her mother. Just as the girl closes her eyes, blood suddenly splashes everywhere. Yen Enhin's little fox rushes in just in time to save her. It tears the monster into many pieces. Yen Enhin quickly runs over and hugs the girl, asking if she is all right. Miu Miu cries in terror, calling for her mother. Yen Enhin worriedly looks toward the tower. The monsters inside the city are already hard to deal with, while the army outside the city is even stronger. She silently hopes Tin Vu will be very careful. At this moment, Tin Vu is concentrating on executing the skill Infernal Hellfire Lotus. Hak Feng fires a powerful stream of flames into the belly of a goblin. The monster is immediately severely wounded and collapses to the ground. Tin Vu pants and realizes the number of monsters is far too large. There are undead types, giants, even monsters from White Bone Abyss and Kun Dai Mountain have arrived. Quan Thien, standing beside him, asks whether Tin Vu can endure it. He immediately retorts that he is a man, so how could he say he cannot hold on? As soon as he finishes speaking the Ice Soul, Killen opens its mouth and releases a stream of freezing air toward the target. In an instant, the Sama creature is completely frozen solid. Immediately afterward, the Ice Soul Killen rushes forward and bites the enemy to pieces. Tin Vu exclaims in admiration that it truly deserves to be the princess's pet beast. Just 2 moves, and it killed the Beast King-level Sama Toad King. Quan Thien calmly says she does not lack energy cores, so the reward from the Sama Toad King can go to Tin Vu. He happily thanks the princess. However, Quan Thien still worries that the ability of the Sama Toad King is extremely dangerous, because it can reflect 80% of damage. Her Ice Soul Killen almost perished together with the enemy. Now it is severely injured. It cannot continue fighting. Quan Thien thinks she may have to retreat to the rear, but Tin Vu smiles and orders Xyro Yin to use Sun Moon Starfire Glow. Immediately, a stream of green energy flies over and heals the Ice Soul Killen. Seeing this, Quan Thien asks in astonishment whether that silver vine is the Heavenly Soul Lamp Phantom Beast. Tin Vu nods and confirms that Xyro Yin can restore 60% of vitality to the whole team, combined with Freya's Holy Light to resist abnormal states, and Hak Feng's power increases attack and defense by 20%. He alone can support the entire team. Quan Thien stands stunned and praises him as a true genius. Such talent as a 2-star beast tamer is truly a waste. Tin Vu says after the war he will skip the exam to become a 4-star beast tamer. Quan Thien boldly declares his midterm score raised to SSS. Tin Vu gratefully thanks her. At that moment, the system displays a notification that the special mission has been completed with SSS evaluation. The reward includes an SSS-level Beast Energy Crystal and an additional 20,000 points sent to the storage. Looking at the received item, Tin Vu says with satisfaction that Hell Path is an SSS Beast ability belonging to the 6th path. It seems Hak Feng is about to gain more power. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoes violently. A student reports in panic that the north gate has been broken and reinforcements are needed. Amid the smoke and fire of the battlefield, Tin Vu sighs and says he cannot rest yet. Quan Thien immediately calls him to come along. At the same time, on Than Kong's side, soldiers continuously report that the Third Army has lost more than half its force, and Captain Tran Neem of Team 5 has fallen. Bad news continues arriving that the old General Vuong Pham has died while fighting the Monster Kingdom Armor Giant. The entire third team has also perished. Than Kong falls silent, unable to say a word. Before them now stands the enormous skeleton of the Fusion Monster Kingdom Armor Giant at 2nd-tier Emperor level. Than Kong grits his teeth and says even if it is a fusion monster from White Bone Abyss and Kun Dai Mountain that formed an Emperor Beast, then what? He swears that this is Hong Yen City of the Dragon Nation. Even if he must risk his old life, he will defend the city gate. Than Kong proudly steps forward to face the Bone Armor Giant. Just as the monster prepares to swing its enormous axe, he loudly orders the War Giant Rhinoceros Emperor to execute Myriad Thunder. The divine beast immediately charges forward, carrying the might of thunder. It uses its pair of horns to block the giant's axe. With unyielding will, the Rhinoceros Emperor cracks the axe blade. Seizing the opportunity, it immediately rams straight into the body of the Kingdom Armor Giant. In just a moment, the monster is knocked back and falls backward. Seeing this, Quan Thien still worries because more and more monsters are arriving. The City Lord Chu probably cannot hold for long. Tin Vu thinks for a moment, then says they must destroy the monster supply in the tunnel to solve the problem. He suddenly comes up with a plan and tells the princess he needs several herbs to make a potion that disrupts monsters. The list includes Hong Lang grass, Truck Lin fungus, Yin spirit flower, and Fire Yang jade mushroom. After hearing it, Quan Thien immediately orders everyone to quickly gather enough herbs according to the request. The students respond in unison. At this time, Hak Fong is using his flames to cook the ingredients in a furnace. Smelling the terrible stench, Quan Thien frowns and asks whether this thing is really useful. Tin Vu only smiles mysteriously and tells her to trust him. A moment later, Tin Vu happily announces that it is successful. He instructs everyone to pour the tubes of potion into the tunnels one by one. They will cause the monsters to become mentally disoriented and lose their direction. The students immediately follow the instructions. After checking, they report that no monsters appear anymore in their area. The other places are the same. Quan Thien praises Tin Vu as truly impressive. He humbly scratches his head and says he is just an ordinary 2-star beast tamer. At that moment, a hooked blade suddenly shoots over and pierces his shoulder. Tin Vu is instantly dragged away. He is dragged along like a fat piece of prey by a lizard. It is the extraordinary mutated monster demon, Scythe Lizard Crocodile. Facing danger, Tin Vu quickly calls Freya. In a flash, Freya appears and cuts the chain apart. After being rescued, Tin Vu collapses to the ground dizzy. Quan Thien runs over in panic and asks whether he is all right. He discovers in horror that Tin Vu has been poisoned. Tin Vu pants and says it is fine, then tells Freya to use holy light to cleanse the poison. After that, he turns to face the demon Scythe Lizard Crocodile with determined eyes. Tin Vu loudly shouts for Hak Fong to use infernal explosive flame. Immediately afterward, purple flames shoot straight toward the demon Scythe Lizard Crocodile. The lizard is extremely agile, so it easily dodges all the attacks. Seeing the opponent already closing in, Tin Vu immediately shouts for Freya to act. Freya reacts extremely quickly, pulling Tin Vu upward into the air to evade the strike. Duza anxiously asks whether the master needs assistance. Dai Lo observes and says that with his strength it would be very difficult to defeat a mutated extraordinary monster alone. Tin Vu remains calm and replies that there is no need to worry. He can handle this matter. After speaking, he throws the gem toward Hak Fong and tells it to swallow this SSS beast energy crystal. As the crystal flies over, Hak Fong immediately opens its mouth and swallows it without hesitation. In an instant, Hak Fong's aura surges powerfully. The eruption of power causes the surrounding ground to crack violently. Seeing this, Tin Vu excitedly cheers for Hak Fong to fight with full strength. Receiving the command, it opens its mouth and forms a gigantic fire sphere called Infernal Hellfire Lotus. Hak Fong raises its head and roars loudly across the sky. Dai Lo and Medusa watch the scene and exclaim in astonishment. 5 Infernal Hellfire Lotus blooms. They stare intently at the center, where Freya holds Tin Vu floating within the ring of flames. Tin Vu frowns, then decisively raises his hand to signal the descent. Immediately, the flaming lotus blooms shoot downward like meteors, converge into a single point, then transform into a gigantic fire lotus directly above the demon Scythe Lizard Crocodile. Without hesitation, the fire lotus instantly explodes violently, sending smoke and dust everywhere. As the flames gradually settle, a faint figure begins to appear. In the explosion crater lies the demon Scythe Lizard Crocodile motionless on the ground. When it is completely defeated, the monster's body dissipates, revealing a brilliantly shining crystal. Quan Thien sees the scene and cannot help but say in shock that defeating an extraordinary monster alone, this person is truly more terrifying than a monstrous genius. At the same time, in another mountain range, the sky erupts with violent thunder and lightning. Undis impatiently roars that 4 hours have passed, yet the vanguard army still has not captured Hong Yen City. Romeo hurriedly kneels and reports that the opposing side has an extremely unusual 2-star beast tamer. Undis angrily grits his teeth and says that a mere 2-star beast tamer has left them helpless. Romeo trembles and begs for another chance, promising that within 10 minutes the city will fall. Undis grows even more irritated after hearing this and declares that he has run out of patience. This time he will personally meet that 2-star beast tamer. Inside the city, Tin Vu reports that the princess's ice soul Killin has fully recovered. Quan Thien thanks him, then curiously asks why he always wears that scarf. Tin Vu smiles and touches the scarf, saying it is a gift from a close friend. Quan Thien hesitates and asks a friend. This moment, Than Kong interjects, saying that this time, Tin Vu has made another great contribution. Before he can finish, the guards urgently report that a divine beast-level monster is approaching. Than Kong turns back in horror and asks again. Only moments later, a tide of monsters surges forward like a flood. Among them, a leading figure radiates a terrifying aura. As Undis ranked 78 on the monster rankings, he looks at City Lord Chu, then sneers, saying, "We meet again." Than Kong's face immediately turns pale with terror. He hurriedly orders everyone to immediately withdraw from Hong Yen City. But Undis does not allow them to escape. He He raises his axe and slams it fiercely into the ground. The terrifying strike sends rocks and earth flying and throws people into the entire city inside trembles until parts of it shatter. Everywhere is left with smoke, flames, and thick dust. Everyone struggles to stand up after that devastating attack. Tin Vu says in horror that a single strike destroyed Hong Yen City. Quan Thien replies that without the defensive barrier, they would all be dead. An Kong clutches his chest in pain, then urgently urges the princess to leave immediately. Suddenly, Tin Vu cries out that his scarf has disappeared, looks around, and discovers it caught on a metal bar nearby. Undis also notices the Hellhound and the four-winged angel. He immediately realizes that is the brat. Without hesitation, Undis instantly teleports to that position. As soon as he appears, he shocks Tin Vu, who blurts out instantaneous teleportation. Without giving Tin Vu time to react, he grabs him and lifts him into the... Quan Thien sees this and panics, calling out Tin Vu's name. Undis chuckles, saying this young human is quite interesting. At first, he intended to kill him, but now he wants to see whether his blood tastes better than the girl's before. Tin Vu struggles to remain conscious, gripping the scarf, while thinking that the pressure of a divine beast-level monster is truly terrifying. While Undis is still hesitating, Tin Vu suddenly throws the scarf into his face, saying he will not allow him to achieve his goal. Undis lifts Tin Vu by the neck with one hand, while the other plants his weapon into the ground. The double-edged axe slams into the ground, causing rocks and soil to scatter everywhere. He tightens his grip on Tin Vu's neck, then sneers, asking if he still wants to resist while about to die. After that, he violently throws Tin Vu down from above. The impact releases dazzling streaks of light, spreading everywhere. General Lo suddenly appears, catching him, and says the brat is still alive. Tin Vu awkwardly says not to carry him like that. He laughs, saying if he still has the strength to joke, then he certainly will not die. Quan Thien anxiously runs over, calling Tin Vu's name loudly. General Lo tells the princess that he arrived late. He tells her to take Tin Vu away first. From within the smoke, Undis gradually appears, then charges straight toward them. Ground and stones behind him erupt violently. Undis roars, calling the surname Lo. General Lo calmly replies that if he wants to find his father, he should go elsewhere. Undis angrily points and orders all monsters to attack. A pack of ferocious beasts immediately rushes forward, surrounding General Lo. He sternly orders Vermilion Bird to use blazing heaven fire. Vermilion Bird soars into the sky, then circles several times, releasing terrifying heat. Lets out a piercing cry as flames engulf its entire body. From high above, Vermilion Bird dives toward the ground, carrying a sea of fire. The raging flames burn the pack of ferocious beasts, causing them to panic and flee. Scene afterward becomes devastated, with ash and dust drifting everywhere. The strange beasts that fail to escape are burned into ashes. In front of the hospital gate, everything suddenly becomes strangely quiet. The sky appears rarely clear. Doctor reports to the princess that Tin Vu is seriously injured, but fortunately his heart meridians are unharmed. He tells them they can return with peace of mind. Quan Thien exhales in relief, saying they will go back first. Yen Enhin also nods. Quan Thien gently touches Tin Vu's face, saying she is more used to seeing him lively. He must wake up. Hospital room door closes, leaving the space silent. Tin Vu slowly opens his eyes and murmurs that what the princess said earlier was really cheesy. Yahello laughs, saying that with one look it is clear she has no good intentions. Tin Vu sits up, saying, Hak Fong, it is time to act. Freya asks whether the master will not rest more. Medusa says Undis is not the opponent of the great general. He alone is enough to handle it. Tin Vu puts on his clothes and says his scarf has not been retrieved yet. What if Doc Kim blames him for losing it? Moreover, earlier, he sensed the aura of another divine beast beside Undis. Freya asks in astonishment, there is another divine beast. Outside on the battlefield, the battle still rages fiercely. Smoke and fire cover the sky and earth. General Lo raises his hand, and the sword around him bursts into blazing red flames. The ultimate technique, Crimson Lotus Phoenix Sword, is unleashed. General Lo stands on the back of Vermilion Bird, the sword tip pointing straight at Undis, intending to burn him to ashes with a sea of fire. Despite the raging winds howling around him, Undis stands firm like a mountain and resists the pressure. He laughs loudly and praises that the youngest 9-star beast tamer of humanity truly lives up to his reputation. General Lo controls the flames in his hand, then coldly says, with your strength, I only need half an hour to crush your core. Undis laughs contemptuously and replies that humans are truly foolish. Do you think I have no allies to assist me? The sky suddenly trembles violently as streams of water gather from the void, forming a massive whirlpool. Everyone is shocked because this place was originally an endless desert, yet now it is filled with the salty scent of the sea, as if an ocean has appeared. Gigantic dragon serpent manifests, pulling down bolts of lightning onto the ground. From the surging waters, a figure with an imposing aura steps forward. Naga mocks that Undis is truly useless for being beaten so badly by the Air Force general. Undis hurriedly begs for help, telling him to stop talking. and quickly pull him back or Lord Nhi Hawk will kill him. Naga says with resentment that back then at Sky Island, you could not protect the red-haired girl. This time, I will also make sure you cannot protect this city. Hearing those words, General Lo suddenly pauses, as if remembering something. In his memory appears the image of him holding a little girl with long, shining red hair beneath a tree. General Lo roars in fury as the flames around him erupt violently when he calls Naga's name. The two sides immediately charge into battle, causing the surroundings to fall into chaos. Naga says that hateful Air Force general, before you made me lose the battle, today I will cut off your head and soak it in wine. Undis arrogantly laughs, saying if Naga wants his head, then he will take the heart of the Dragon Nation princess. General Lo rushes forward, shouting that anyone who wants to touch the princess must step over his corpse first. His eyes burn red as he unleashes blazing origin myriad flame convergence. Flames around him swirl into a massive vortex. Blazing sea of fire spreads and burns everything. The heat injures Undis so badly that he spits blood. The space becomes scorching like a furnace. No creature can endure the rage of General Lo. Undis turns and complains to Naga, asking why he provoked him for no reason. Naga immediately retorts, because he was the one who wanted to eat the princess. Undis raises his axe and shouts that if he cannot kill him, then he will destroy this city. He executes meteor gravity control. A gigantic meteor falls from the sky straight toward General Lo. He immediately points and orders Vermilion Bird to block it. Vermilion Bird flaps its wings and flies up, shielding its master. The two enormous forces collide, causing a violent energy explosion. The meteor shatters into countless fragments of stone after the impact. The explosion roars as if tearing apart the sky. Rocks collide and sparks scatter everywhere. General Lo stands proudly watching the massive explosion before him. Within the dust, a streak of purple light suddenly flashes. Naga suddenly appears behind him and laughs, saying, General Lo, you have left an opening. Naga chants a spell, his eyes revealing triumph as he casts Mirror World. Gigantic energy net instantly covers General Lo and Vermilion Bird. Undis excitedly roars that now no one can protect you anymore. He slams his axe into the ground, creating a chaotic gravity wave. General Lo is suspended in midair, surrounded by countless massive stones. Suddenly from the sky, a streak of crimson light shoots straight down. Undis is startled, realizing the light is aimed at him. The light strikes him, sending Undis flying away and losing control of his weapon. He slides across the ground, leaving a trail of scattered earth and stone. Undis staggers to his feet, groaning in pain, and asks who dares to use Dragon Flame. When he raises his head, he sees several figures appearing on the city wall. Tin Vu tells Lo that he can only hold on for 10 minutes, then he will fall into a coma again like before. She should focus on defending the city while he and General Lo handle the fight. Naga says in shock that this is the bloodline suppression of a pure dragon race. It cannot be, because the dragon tamer profession of humans disappeared 100 years ago. General Lo rushes forward, shouting from behind, asking where that filthy eel is looking. While Undis is distracted, a sudden punch slams straight into his face. A barrage of punches rains down continuously onto his body. Dai Lo finishes with a powerful kick that sends him flying far away. Undis struggles to stand, thinking how this fox is so strong. If he retreats, he will be killed by Nhi Hawk, so he must kill that beast tamer. Without hesitation, he ignores Dai Lo and charges straight toward Tin Vu. Undis leaps high, then swings his axe down at Tin Vu's head, shouting, Die Beast Tamer. Dai Lo immediately rushes forward, raising her hand to block in front of Tin Vu. She grabs the axe blade with her bare hand without being injured. Undis widens his eyes in shock that someone dares to stop the axe with bare hands. Dai Lo angrily says, with someone like you still dare to harm my master. She tightens her grip, causing the axe to shatter into many fragments. After that, she charges forward, delivering a steel punch to Undis's face. The power from the punch spreads through his body, making his bones feel shattered. Undis glares in agony as blood pours from his mouth. The blow pierces through his chest, causing his blood to spray out. Dai Lo suddenly notices something strange and opens her eyes wide in shock. Seeing that, Tin Vu immediately asks Lo what happened. Her punch has passed through Undis's body, but inside there is completely nothing. Right before their eyes, Undis's body shatters into pieces and disappears. Tin Vu says in shock that it is a reflection image. Naga angrily shouts, asking whether he can accomplish anything at all. He cannot hold that man low for long. Undis exhales in relief, saying luckily if he took a third punch, he would have surely died, and thanks Naga. His eyes light up as he thinks of a plan. He will hold Dai Lo while Naga goes to kill that beast tamer. After speaking, he rushes forward, challenging Dai Lo to a life or death battle. Dai Lo immediately responds, saying, if you want a beating, then I will grant your wish. The two charge at each other, throwing punches with equal force. Blood sprays from Undis's nose and mouth, but his eyes flash with calculation. He glances behind then, shouts loudly calling Romeo. A butterfly appears then gradually transforms into a human form, making Tin Vu turn back in shock. He immediately shouts when he sees her rushing toward him. Romeo reaches out grabbing the back of Tin Vu's clothing. She pulls hard, lifting him into the air. Dai Lo angrily shouts that she will not allow them to take her master, and unleashes Scarlet Prison Domain. Romeo looks in horror as her body begins to shatter. She quickly releases Tin Vu, then says, "Heavenly Father, the rest is left to everyone." Tin Vu falls from the sky and cries out weakly. Naga waves his hand, creating a vortex, saying, "You should enter my mirror world as well." Tin Vu spins through the air and is pulled into another space. Yahello rushes forward in panic to save him, shouting, "Master." But after only a few steps, Undis blocks her, saying, "Your opponent is me." Yahello impatiently roars, telling him to get lost. She swings her arm, delivering a heavy punch that twists Undis's face. Inside the mirror world, Tin Vu calmly observes everything around him. Countless images of a snow woman surround him, calling him, "Xyro Vu, come with sister. Sister will take you to the amusement park." Xyro Vu come into sister's arms. Xyro Vu's sister is here. Tin Vu already realizes everything is only an illusion, so he coldly says this is only a fabricated illusion. "You are secretly reading my memories. Have you had enough?" Naga leisurely appears before him with the bearing of a queen. He looks at him and says it is truly unbelievable. "I never expected that two-star beast tamer to be Tin Vu." He replies coldly that since you already know my identity, then your only fate is to be buried with this secret. Naga laughs arrogantly, saying, "You want to kill me? You have no beast. What can you possibly do?" A gigantic bow appears in her hand. She draws the string and aims directly at Tin Vu. From the arrowhead, countless transparent shards spread outward and rush toward him like a storm. Tin Vu is startled by that speed and cannot dodge in time. He says in shock, "Too fast." At that moment, General Lo rushes over, pushing him aside, and shouts, "Be careful." Countless glass shards pierce through his body. His body gradually dissolves before Tin Vu's eyes, making him panic and shout, "General Lo." Tin Vu stands frozen, watching the fragments of his body slowly disappear. Naga excitedly says it is done. "The Air Force General of Dragon Nation has died in my hands." Naga laughs madly, saying, "For 10 years I have dreamed of killing him. Today it has finally come true. Now no one will shield you anymore. Let us see who can still save you, Tin Vu." Tin Vu suddenly bursts into laughter, causing Naga to ask in confusion, "What are you laughing at?" Clenches his fist and says, "I laugh because your day of death has arrived. This time I will rip out your core." Naga feels a flash of unease when she sees his eyes. She immediately draws the bow again, saying, "Could I be afraid of a beast tamer without a beast?" Die Dragon Pool Force. Before the arrow can be released, a powerful strike knocks the bow away. That strike even pierces through the wall behind her. Naga curses angrily that fox, that useless Undis could not even stop her. Yahello rushes into the space, saying, "Medusa, hold her for me." Medusa gently replies, "No problem." Undis roars furiously, "Damn it." Behind Tin Vu appears the image of a gigantic dragon. Tin Vu says, "Luckily General Lo bought a few seconds so I could arrive in time. Otherwise the one who died would have been me. Now you must pay the price." Naga roars, "Even if you possess dragon power, what of it? I once killed the master of immortality." But she is shocked when she looks up and sees Vermilion Bird flying freely in the sky. Tin Vu is also surprised when he sees Vermilion Bird appear. Naga says in horror, "Vermilion Bird, could that man still be alive?" General Lo laughs coldly, saying, "You do not even know the immortal flame. A 9-star beast tamer can share skills with his beast." Naga thinks to herself, "If the opponent has 2 divine beasts, how can I win? I must retreat." She immediately unleashes a new move, creating a gigantic glass wall called Mirror Sea. General Lo steps forward, saying, "Let me handle this." "You step back." Tin Vu nods and replies, "Understood." He takes his stance and says, "Vermilion Bird Soul Fusion." A massive ring of fire swirls in the sky, forming a vortex. World-shaking explosion echoes as earth and stone scatter everywhere. General Lo stands at the center with Vermilion Bird's flaming wings. Says, "Brother Black Robe, advance together." Tin Vu replies, "All right," while secretly thinking this transformation is truly cool. Undis laughs, saying, "Naga, you have failed as well." Naga urges him to retreat because they cannot defeat the 2 of them. But the 3 already block their path. General Lo asks coldly, "You still wish to run?" Medusa laughs, saying, "I will not let you leave." Undis loses control and shouts, "If we cannot escape, then we fight with our lives." Heavenly Thunder Gravity. Naga also unleashes her move, saying, "Victory or defeat depends on this strike." Mirror Sea Illusion. The 2 powers combine into a gigantic energy ring, attacking the 3 of them. General Lo calmly asks Brother Black Robe, "Do you know how to play with fire?" Tin Vu excitedly says, "Of course," and crimson flames burst on Dai Lo's hand. General Lo charges forward, unleashing heaven-burning Nirvana. Dai Lo follows with Dragon Breath Strike. 2 colossal flames surge forward one after another. 4 forces collide, creating a fierce struggle. General Lo increases his power, unleashing Dragon Phoenix Origin Flame. Heavenly tribulation fire. A terrifying explosion erupts, sending everyone flying backward. Flames surge violently as surrounding earth and stone scatter everywhere. Naga panics as she feels the heat burning her body. Undis is nearly burned entirely and screams in despair. General Lo walks out of the sea of fire, then braces himself with one hand on the ground. Smoke and dust cover the sky along with lingering sparks. The ground becomes devastated, collapsing into a massive crater. Inside the crater appear two glowing monster cores. Kong and the soldiers cheer in victory, shouting that the city has been defended. The Air Force general is truly powerful. General Lo says, "Thank you for your help. I have nothing to give, so take these two cores." Tin Vu replies, "Then I will accept." He suddenly remembers something and asks whether he has found the scarf. Tin Vu replies he has already found it. Tin Vu is surprised that General Lo knows about his matter. He laughs, saying, "You are the Empress' secret wanted criminal. I must know some information." Tin Vu hesitates and asks, "So do you intend to expose me?" But while speaking, General Lo suddenly collapses, groans, saying, "My spiritual power is exhausted. I feel dizzy. Some wanted criminal I cannot even capture." Tin Vu sighs and says, "Are you pretending to be pitiful?" This moment, Dai Lo and Medusa walk over, asking what happened. Tin Vu replies, "It is nothing. Let us go." Tin Vu says the effect of the dragon spirit pill has ended. The phone in General Lo's pocket keeps ringing. Takes it out and reads the message. The message from the little monster says it is starving, but refuses to eat canned food. General Lo's gaze softens when he reads the message. He replies, "Endure 2 days. When I return home, I will cook for you." Elsewhere, a table is piled high with stacks of newspapers. At dusk, in front of the hospital gate, the surroundings slowly sink into darkness. Yen Enhin anxiously asks the doctor why Tin Vu was fine earlier, but now his complexion has worsened. Dr. Veen says he does not know either. The medical equipment cannot detect the cause. Quan Thien tells Chin to calm down. Quan Thien tells the doctor that no matter what, he must save Tin Vu. The doctor helplessly says, "Princess, this truly puts me in a difficult position." At this moment, a voice appears as General Lo arrives with Quan Lan. "Princess." Quan Thien calls out in shock, "Mother, the Empress." Quan Lan takes out a vial, saying, "Ordinary medicine cannot cure this. Fortunately, I prepared in advance." Quan Thien receives it. Quan Lan says it is the blood of the 7-colored Kilin. If he drinks it, he will awaken. She is shocked because blood from the horn of the 7-colored holy Kilin appears only once every 10 years and can save someone from the gates of death. Quan Thien remembers the only time she used that blood, when she was gravely ill near death. But Tin Vu is not family, so why would Mother help him? She pours the medicine into Tin Vu's mouth and says, "Annoying man, wake up quickly." A room filled with blood-stained skulls, a cold voice echoes. "You say the attack I prepared for 10 years was ruined by a 2-star beast tamer." The subordinates bow their heads in fear, stammering, without daring to speak. N.H.I. Hawk lazily sits on the chair, playing with a rotating fireball in his hand. Angrily slams the armrest and shouts useless trash. From N.H.I. Hawk's body spreads a terrifying heat pressure, crushing the small demons around it. The little demons are twisted under the pressure, crying miserably without end. He angrily waves his hand, ordering the name of that human to be added to the death list. Tin Vu slowly opens his eyes. The smell of disinfectant fills his nose, making him frown in discomfort. He glances around and realizes he is in a hospital. It seems he has not been taken away anywhere. Quan Lan sits beside the bed smiling and says, "You have awakened." Tin Vu quickly sits up, calling Empress. She waves her hand, telling him there is no need for ceremony and he should lie down and rest. He feels something strange at the corner of his mouth, so he gently wipes it. Tin Vu asks what it is, and General Lo answers that it is the extremely precious blood of the 7-colored Kilin. He immediately stands up, thanking the Empress for granting the blood, and says he will never forget this favor. In his heart, he thinks that with such great merit, the Empress will surely protect him. Quan Lan turns to General Lo, asking why he is still here. He laughs, saying Tin Vu possesses outstanding talent and will surely become a pillar of Dragon Nation. Quan Lan frowns, impatiently telling him to speak directly. General Lo laughs, saying the Air Force lacks people, so he wants to request Tin Vu. Quan Lan coldly asks, "Are you planning to compete with me for him?" He hurriedly waves his hand, saying Tin Vu fears heights and is not suitable for the Air Force. He hopes the Empress will arrange another position. Quan Lan points at the door, telling him to leave if he has nothing else. General Lo immediately backs toward the door, saying, "I will leave now." Quan Lan looks at Tin Vu, saying, "See, many people want to pull you to their side. The path I give you is dangerous, but the reward is worthy." Tin Vu sits upright, replying, "Empress, I understand." She turns away, telling him to rest well before leaving the room. Tin Vu smiles politely, yet inside he thinks sooner or later he will seize her throne. Quan Lan leaves the room and sees General Lo leaning against the wall, then asks why he is still standing here. He replies he wants to discuss the man in black. Quan Lan coldly tells him to get to the point. He says the man in black gives a familiar feeling like that man. Quan Lan shows suspicion. General Lo quickly leaves saying there is business on the island, so he will depart first. Quan Lan silently wonders whether the man in black could be the child of Xyro and that fox spirit. Deem suddenly sneezes loudly, making Jia Mi ask leader, "Are you catching a cold?" A month later, in the prosperous imperial capital, lights from the buildings shine everywhere. A group of reporters surrounds Tin Vu, asking about his heroic achievements. They keep asking about the torn scarf and rumors that he killed 800 monsters, along with his relationship with the princess. Tin Vu evades, saying he does not know, and tells them to ask the princess. The reporters immediately turn to Quan Thien, asking, since the empress values Tin Vu so highly, will he become the future royal consort? Quan Thien smiles, yet her voice carries authority, asking whether they wish to fabricate rumors about the royal family. The reporters turn pale and retreat after hearing that. Tin Vu secretly praises that being a princess truly has advantages. Quan Thien sighs, telling him not to push questions onto her next time. From afar suddenly comes a familiar voice calling Xyro Vu. He happily waves, calling sister, I am back. Remembering Quan Thien still stands there, he says, Princess, I will go first. She replies, go ahead, we will meet again. Tin Vu runs toward the others, shouting, sister, teacher, Tran Dean. He covers his nose, saying, Dean, why do you smell so strongly of alcohol? Chu Yen laughs, saying she drank a little because she was happy. He hands him a card, saying this is a room card. Tin Vu panics, asking Dean, are you planning to use hidden rules on me? Chu Yen helplessly says, do not speak nonsense. This is the villa card at Bitch Hai Kim Fu. Snow Woman happily says there is no need to crowd into the small apartment anymore. Tin Vu suddenly remembers the Luke Kim group also lives there, so he asks would they not become neighbors. Before them stands a luxurious villa with a gate shining like it is plated with gold. Tin Vu confidently appears with a stylish posture, but the moment he steps inside, Duong Soch and Ham Ham block his path. Ham Ham looks at him with deep emotion. Tin Vu awkwardly adjusts the scarf on his shoulder. She steps forward, gently stroking the scarf. Duong Soch cannot endure the scene and shouts it is too cheesy, I cannot watch anymore. Inside the Bitch Hai Kim Fu villa, the decorations are magnificent. On the table lies a shining sword and a crystal placed neatly. Tin Vu picks up the sword, happily saying the Scarlet Flame Heavenly King Core and the S-rank Mysterious Sword. The Academy is truly generous. He holds his phone, saying if he is valued this much, then the 4-star exam should begin. Tin Vu calls teacher Tran, asking to arrange the 4-star beast tamer examination. Kai Enhan laughs, saying you are truly bold. The exam will be next Wednesday at the Sea Spirit Ruins. A man walks over, calling brother, making him turn back, gently asking what is wrong. She says she wants to summon a beast to defeat enemies and protect the frontier like him. An says she has tried many times to summon but still fail. Tin Vu crosses his arms, saying he understands, then leads her outside to try. The two walk into a dark forest where moonlight pierces through the leaves. A man nervously grabs his clothing, saying it is too dark here and there are monsters. Suddenly a dark shadow jumps from the bushes. It is a level 2 scarlet poison wolf, snarling fiercely. Girl screams in fear, brother, it is a scarlet poison wolf. Tin Vu holds her shoulder, saying before you defeat it, I will not summon a beast, so my life depends on you. Scarlet poison wolf roars and charges, clawing the ground, sending stones flying. Tin Vu stands still, letting it bite, making the girl panic, asking why. Sharp teeth sink deeply into his shoulder. Tin Vu winks, saying if you do not act I will really die. Thy man still trembles, hesitating. The scarlet poison wolf roars again and charges once more. At this moment the strength in her heart erupts because she wants to protect him. Tin Vu is surprised, seeing she defeats the scarlet poison wolf with a single strike. Determination appears clearly on her trembling face. A great phoenix spreads its wings and appears majestically. Tin Vu silently praises that the descendant of the Deep family truly has attraction to a pure phoenix. The information panel appears Golden Feather Phoenix initial stage 3rd tier. Pure Phoenix Bloodline, Phantom God quality with the talents Nirvana and Golden Lotus Karmic Flame. An commands Golden Feather Phoenix, use Golden Feather Burst. Phoenix folds its wings, then fires countless feathers sharp as arrows. The scarlet poison wolf is struck and howls, rolling on the ground. An says, I want you to pay for hurting him. Fireball flies straight toward the wolf. The explosion makes everyone step back in shock. Tin Vu claps, praising man, congratulations, you did it. An is shocked because she finally summoned a beast. Girl hugs his neck, asking why he risked himself like that. Tin Vu smiles, saying without forcing you, how would you grow? Thy man wipes her tears, saying he knows she is no longer a child. He recalls 10 years ago when monsters attacked and the fear that always followed her. She thinks of how Tin Vu pulled her out of fear and realizes she was only avoiding growing up. The more she thinks, the more emotional she becomes, and tears fall down, as if suddenly remembering something important. An snapped awake and involuntarily shouted loudly. The girl hurried to support him, Brother, let me carry you to the hospital. Tin Vu waved his hand and smiled lightly. No need, I was only teasing you a little. How could I really risk my life like that? Raised his hand as if issuing a summoning command. Come out, Tiwangan, Freya. Right behind him, Freya immediately appeared, surrounded by vines radiating abundant vitality. The man angrily punched him once. You are too much. You actually dared to trick me. Tin Vu laughed and joked. How can it be called tricking? I really was injured. The system announced a notification. Congratulations, host, for unlocking the honorary title Benevolent Healer. The reward received is the Divine Grade Alchemy Cauldron Azure Dragon of Dong Din. Tin Vu was secretly astonished in his heart. He did not expect to receive such an unexpected reward. He spoke, It is already late. Let us go home. Sister is still waiting. Thai Man said excitedly, Brother, I have decided. I will also take the exam for Than Long Academy. I want to personally tell Sister Zhuang and Gung this good news. He replied gently, All right, as long as you are happy. In front of the gate of De Lan Hall were exquisite carvings with vivid images of winding dragons. On Lan asked, Tin Vu, do you know why I called you here today? He guessed. Could it be that the Empress plans to grant me the Thunder Jade Killing? She immediately shouted, Keep dreaming. Your examination is not finished yet. Today I called you here to speak about the star elimination plan. Tin Vu raised his head and looked at her in confusion. The star elimination plan. On Lan took out a notebook and said that Nighthawk possessed an assassination list targeting genius beast tamers. Previously the targets were only beast tamers of 5 stars or above, but you are an exception. You probably understand the reason. They will very likely ambush you in remote places such as the ruins of the Hai Lin tribe, and I will not send anyone to protect you. She took out a key and said, This is the key to the treasury of the Hai Lin tribe. If you can survive and enter the Forbidden Land, then the treasury will belong to you. If you are afraid, I can also protect you until you become a 5-star beast tamer. But then do not even think about the treasury. Tin Vu's eyes lit up. The greater the danger, the greater the benefit. Your Majesty the Empress, I want to try my luck. She threw the key to him and said, Then perform well. It would be best if you return alive. He immediately replied joyfully, This commoner will definitely return. She stepped down from the throne and waved her hand. You may leave. He replied respectfully, Yes. Tin Vu turned and left, his eyes gradually becoming cold and sharp. On Lan watched his departing back, calculation clearly appearing in her eyes. At the ruins of the Hai Lin tribe, ocean waves crashed continuously against massive rocks. Leader Tran reminded everyone, Check everything again. Tomorrow candidates will come for the trial. Absolutely no mistakes are allowed. Lu Li asked for permission. Leader, I will go to the restroom for a moment. He turned his head and said, Go quickly and come back. In front of the restroom door, even standing behind the screen, one could smell the strong scent spreading out. Finally relieved, the tense body was finally relaxed, almost died from holding it. Suddenly a strange sound echoed. Lu Li was startled and said, Is the restroom leaking water? A spirit lizard was clinging to the wall, slowly crawling closer to her. A shrill scream echoed from inside the restroom stall. After that, everything suddenly fell silent. Behind the restroom door, a terrifying change seemed to have occurred. The door slowly opened, revealing a pair of empty, soulless eyes. Lu Li walked out, her face now calm and completely different from her earlier lively appearance. At the river dock, numerous construction machines were operating at full power. Tin Vu asked excitedly, Uncle Mo Dung, are you really going to use this to take me to the ruins of the Hai Lin tribe? Dung Tan replied, My conditions are not wealthy, so I cannot buy a yacht. There is only this public transport. It is a bit slow, so please bear with it. He said in surprise, Is this not too extravagant? Does the whole country know I am taking a battleship to the exam? The man held a cigarette and said, Hurry up. There are no other ships around here that will take you to the ruins of the Hai Lin tribe. He replied, That is fine. Dung Tan thought to himself, This future son-in-law is both strong and famous, and even has superb medical skills. If I do not promote him loudly, what if someone else snatches him away? Everyone must know that Tin Vu belongs to the Mo Dung family. Teacher Vuong said angrily, This Tin Vu is truly too arrogant. The other candidates all arrived hours earlier, yet he is still nowhere to be seen. Teacher Hong pointed into the distance and said, Old Vuong, look over there. Is that the Sea God battleship? He was stunned. Heavens, why is a warship coming here? Dung Tan stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Sorry, teacher. I brought my daughter's friend a bit late. It will not affect the exam, right? Teacher Vuong wiped his sweat and said, Not at all. This child arrived exactly on time. I like candidates who are punctual like this. Wengia announced the rules. The first round assessment is to hunt 20 black star serpents, 10 ghost shadow demons, and 1 single wing flowing emperor python. The second requirement is to cross the thorn swamp in the center of the ruins to find the exit. The third requirement is absolutely do not enter the forbidden land of the ruins. The consequences will be your own responsibility. This exam has no time limit, but candidates may withdraw at any time. He loudly declared the assessment officially begins. Dung Tan asked, "How is it, are you confident?" Tin Vu smiled arrogantly. "Do not worry, I will definitely pass." The man reminded, "Do not speak too confidently too early or you might lose face kid." The entire exam process was monitored through the surveillance system in the control room. When seeing Tin Vu on the screen, Lu Li's eyes immediately turned icy. Seeing her leave her position, Tran Duong asked, "Lu Li, where are you going?" Vien Hin said in surprise, "Why is my screen broken like this?" Tran Duong replied awkwardly, "Mine too." Before his eyes appeared scenery of green mountains and clear waters as beautiful as a painting. Tin Vu raised his hand and commanded, "Hak Fong, use infernal roar." Hak Fong roared. A stream of power shot from its mouth and knocked down a black star serpent. The black star serpent immediately turned into a green crystal that fell at his feet. Tin Vu happily picked it up and said, 20 black star serpents, 10 ghost shadow demons, and 1 single wing flowing emperor python. The first round is basically done. It is not difficult at all." Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind, causing him to turn his head in vigilance. Lu Li stepped out from behind a tree and said, "Tin Vu, you are truly excellent. Your speed in clearing the stage is much faster than I expected." He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. "Really? Thank you, teacher, for the compliment." Taking advantage of his moment of lowered guard, she suddenly launched a blade toward him. Tin Vu immediately sensed something wrong and quickly dodged the sudden attack. Lu Li lightly waved her hand and said, "You actually noticed it. That is truly beyond my expectations." He smiled coldly. "The exam has not even ended yet. How could a teacher appear in a place like this?" Yahello reminded in his mind, "Tin Vu, she is the Dark Knight Bat Emperor, a trusted subordinate of Nai-Ha." Medusa added, "This is a real beast emperor. Although she belongs to the curse type with not very strong direct combat ability, her strength is not something Hak Fong can deal with." She asked, "Tin Vu, can your current body still use the dragon spirit pill?" Lu Li attacked first and said, "You are quite smart, but today you will not escape." He summoned giant thorn-covered flowers that looked like terrifying witches. The flowers gradually revealed shapes resembling human bodies. Tin Vu immediately took a defensive stance as the flowers rushed toward him. Lu Li provoked, "This human is the one who killed your hero. Quickly kill him." Tin Vu pointed and said, "Hak Fong, my life is entrusted to you." He immediately ordered, "Hak Fong, use hellfire." A massive fireball shot forward, destroying everything in its path as fragments of stones scattered everywhere. 3 devouring demon vines shot forward, preparing to attack. Hak Fong charged forward and tore 1 devouring demon vine into hundreds of pieces, causing the other 2 to retreat in fear. The other 2 leapt upward to counterattack. From their sharp hands they fired thorn-filled vines. The spikes shot straight toward Tin Vu. He only glanced at them lightly as they were about to reach him. Freya, standing beside him, immediately rushed forward and swung her sword. The blade blocked the incoming spikes, and the collision produced dazzling sparks. The girl lightly stomped her foot to gather momentum. She shot upward, knocking the 2 devouring demon vines away, and shouted 1 sword of light. Hak Fong leapt up from the ground and continued attacking the 2 monsters to assist Freya. Sharp teeth bit off half of 1 monster's upper body. Freya gripped the sword tightly as light gradually radiated from her entire body. Lu Li suddenly spoke, her eyes deep and unreadable, an S-grade demonic weapon created entirely by the science department. "It seems they value you greatly." Tin Vu replied calmly, "The ones you sent before were all killed by me, friends." Lu Li spread her arms and laughed mockingly. "Just a few lackeys and you dare compare them to me." After speaking, she revealed a cold smile. Her hand gently stroked the dagger and continued, "Next I will slowly play with you." Lu Li frowned and suddenly rushed forward to attack, leaving Tin Vu unable to react in time. Freya immediately blocked in front and took the blow, not allowing Tin Vu to be injured. Lu Li stepped on Freya's sword and said with a cold smile, "Not bad reaction, but still too slow." After speaking, she unleashed a kick as powerful as thunder. The kick struck Freya's abdomen, causing her to widen her eyes in pain as she was blasted far away. Hak Fong watched in shock as the terrifying kick even broke her ribs. Unable to endure it, Freya collapsed into Tin Vu's arms as blood sprayed from her mouth. Hak Fong could not hold back and suddenly lunged forward to ambush Lu Li from behind, its enormous mouth opening wide as if to bite the opponent apart. Lu Li remained calm, not even bothering to turn her head. She closed her eyes and casually threw the dagger in her hand backward. The sharp blade sliced through the air, carrying terrifying force, piercing straight into Hak Fong's abdomen. She tilted her body and leapt high, then used force to press the beast's head firmly downward. After that, she swung her arm and hurled Hak Fong away, the heavy body crashing onto the ground as shattered stones scattered everywhere. Freya clutched her chest in pain, while Tin Vu stood beside Hak Fong's weakened body and cried out anxiously, "Hak Fong." Lu Li lightly exerted force to summon the dagger embedded in Hak Fong's abdomen back into her hand. She gripped the dagger tightly, the blade still stained with bright red blood. While licking the blood from the blade, She laughed coldly and said, "This little pain is only the beginning. Rest assured soon I will send all of you to the western heaven." Tinvu frowned and clenched his fists while thinking. With only her human form, she easily suppressed both of my trump cards. Is this the strength of a beast emperor body? No, she has not even used her full power yet. He gritted his teeth and shouted loudly, "Tiuangan, launch a surprise attack now." Lu Li held the dagger ready to strike, but calmly said, "Use whatever move you have, I am watching." From Tin Vu's abdomen, Tiuangan shot out a silver-thorned vine. Seeing that strange scene, Lu Li could not help feeling both shocked and confused. Not giving her time to react, Tin Vu immediately pointed straight at Lu Li, signaling Tiuangan to attack at once. Tiuangan rushed forward and tightly wrapped around Lu Li's arm, leaving her stunned as the dagger slipped from her hand. The blade flew far away and stabbed into the ground nearby. Lu Li widened her eyes in anger, unable to believe her weapon had been knocked away. Tin Vu pointed straight at her and said, "This is Tiuangan's evolution talent. Right now you are in a human body, so you cannot escape its control. Tiuangan used Sun Moon Essence to heal our allies. Hak Fong, Freya, attacked the Dark Knight Bat Emperor." The attribute panel appeared displaying Tiuangan's rank and information. Even though she was tightly bound by the vines, Lu Li still said calmly, "Cannot escape. A mere 2-star beast dares to say such words." After speaking, she erupted with power and shattered Tiuangan's vines. The immense pressure immediately forced Freya and Hak Fong to retreat. Lu Li narrowed her eyes and smiled cunningly. The second round has begun. Elsewhere in the laboratory, Tran Duong asked anxiously, "Chief Examiner, demonic energy of a beast emperor body has been detected on the island." Lu Engia replied in shock. How could a beast emperor body appear? Looked at the tablet and said in horror, "The demonic energy concentration has reached 27%. Quickly contact the naval general for help. Perhaps he has not gone far yet." Back on the mountain peak where the battle took place, a thunderous explosion erupted, sending shattered stones flying everywhere. After the explosion, Tin Vu, Freya, and Hak Fong were all severely injured, their faces covered in blood yet still showing unwillingness. Lu Li spread her wings and landed, then slowly walked toward the three of them and said, "Get up. I have not finished playing yet." Tin Vu could not help cursing inwardly, "Play your head." Hak Fong lay beside him, glaring at her with hatred, its body trembling from pain. Freya could only stand by leaning on her sword, her body still weakened after the continuous blows. Tin Vu had fewer injuries but was still exhausted, his breathing heavy. He suddenly noticed a stone monument beside him marking a location, Forbidden Land of the Hai Lin tribe. Candidates are forbidden to enter. As if suddenly thinking of something, Tin Vu gathered strength into his hand and shouted, "Hak Fong, you all retreat." After speaking, he released all the power in his hand toward the front. Seeing that scene, Lu Li showed interest. "Even at the end of the road, you still are not afraid. Tin Vu, you are truly far braver than those 5-star beast tamers. If Lord Nhai Hawk had not ordered me to kill you, I truly would not want to strike. The game ends here. Farewell, Tin Vu." As soon as she finished speaking, murderous aura soared from her body. Her eyes became dark and dangerous as her hand raised the dagger. Lu Li hurled the dagger carrying evil power straight toward Tin Vu. Tin Vu was shocked and unable to react in time. His shoulder directly received this fatal strike. His body was thrown backward by the force, the sharp blade still embedded deeply in his shoulder. Tin Vu's body fell straight into the abyss as he shouted in fear. Lu Li stood at the edge of the cliff, coldly watching the entire scene. Her eyes revealed delight, a sinister smile spreading across her lips. Lu Li held the paper bearing Tin Vu's name and laughed with satisfaction. Tin Vu is dead. Night gradually fell as shouts of searching echoed everywhere. Dung Tan led a group holding lamps searching through the night, constantly calling out, Tin Vu. Finally, the group discovered something, but everyone turned pale with horror. He has been found. Before them stood a stone monument stained with blood, Forbidden Land of the Hai Lin tribe. Candidates are forbidden to enter. In another quiet place within De Lan Hall, Quan Thien frowned and questioned Quan Lan. "Mother, why did you not include Tin Vu in the protection plan? You must have predicted the Dark Knight Bet Emperor would act beforehand, right?" Quan Lan replied coldly, "Because he is not a 5-star beast tamer." Quan Thien said angrily, "Why, clearly you value him so much. You even nurtured him with the blood of the 7-colored Killin and granted the Emperor sole order. Could it be you deliberately let him die?" Quan Lan sternly shouted, her eyes sharp as blades, "Shang Guan Thien, do not forget your identity and mission. The imperial family does not possess something called emotion." Guan Thien lowered her head and said softly, "Daughter understands." Quan Lan turned her back and closed her eyes. "I am tired, go out." Elsewhere, Duong Soch looked at Ham Ham, who was focused on her phone, and said, Ham Ham, he is already dead. No matter how many messages you send, there will be no reply." Ham Ham did not look at him and said firmly, "He will not die." She hugged the pillow tightly, her voice choked with sadness. "Last time he fell off a cliff and still survived. He even promised to take me to watch a movie." Suddenly, the phone screen lit up, signaling a new message. Ham immediately froze in surprise. She cried out joyfully, even with tears still on her face. Look, Tin Vu replied to the message. The full moon hung between two rock crevices. The Milky Way stretched endlessly with shimmering light. At the bottom of the abyss, Tin Vu sat holding his phone and stared at the screen as if thinking about something. He typed a message reporting he was safe and sent it. Luke Kim, wait until I finish the exam, then I will take you to watch a movie and play claw machines. Tin Vu leaned against the rock wall and breathed a sigh of relief. This way they will no longer worry. He supported himself on the rock wall and slowly walked forward, occasionally grimacing in pain. A gentleman taking revenge after 10 years is not too late. That hateful woman will sooner or later die in my hands. The priority now is to enter the forbidden land of the Hai Lin tribe. Finally, he stopped before a colossal structure hidden at the bottom of the abyss. Tin Vu moved while gripping the massive stone pillars, appearing tiny amid the enormous structure. He stopped before a giant pillar covered in green moss and shells. At the base of the pillar were concentric circles also decorated with countless shells. He stared at the pillar while thinking, Hai Lin tribe. It is said that 200 years ago humans and sea beasts merged their bloodlines and produced descendants who once created an extremely prosperous civilization. Yet for unknown reasons, they ultimately could not escape destruction and vanished within the flow of history. Tin Vu took the golden key from his pocket and was surprised to see it glowing. The key floated in his hand, radiating brilliant light before shattering into countless fragments. The tiny glowing fragments gradually combined into a golden cube. Tin Vu looked at the glowing cube in his hand and suddenly jolted as if realizing something. A beam of light shot from the cube, illuminating the lake's surface ahead. Shang Guanlan once said only the key could find the true treasure of the Hai Lin tribe. Well, this was the true meaning. It is here. After saying that, Tin Vu jumped into the water and dove deep like a fish. Before his eyes appeared a magnificent structure hidden beneath the blue water. Suddenly, a powerful suction pulled his body downward, making him unable to keep swimming. Tin Vu slammed onto the moss-covered ground, his back aching painfully as he cursed. He raised his head to look at the magnificent white palace above, but could only sit motionless. Looking at the cube in his hand, he frowned, wondering how to get up there. Perhaps there was another path here. Suddenly, a jellyfish slowly floated past above Tin Vu's head. He said in surprise, a jellyfish. It is said that after the Hai Lin tribe perished, the souls within the ruins turned into resentful spirits that are very dangerous. It is best not to touch them. Jellyfish suddenly spoke. Stop! Tin Vu immediately opened his mouth in shock. Afar streams of black energy began gathering at the center of the palace, forming a blood-red vortex that sent chills down the spine. Tin Vu looked at the scene in astonishment and asked, what is that thing? Dense streams of black energy, like tentacles, gathered at the highest peak of the ancient palace. Gloomy evil power slowly seeped into the cocoons, resting quietly upon the stone steps of the palace. Strands of energy silently slipped into the cocoons, as if trying to awaken the creature sleeping inside. From each cocoon stretched out a pale skeletal hand with sharp claws, like a corpse newly risen from death. Resentful spirits that had been sleeping shattered the cocoons that had imprisoned them for so long. All the resentful spirits raised both hands together, as if performing a bizarre ritual. Beneath the dark red water, the scene became chilling. Tin Vu pressed his lips together and began gathering power in his hand. The mark on the back of his hand glowed. It seemed this battle could not be avoided. He immediately rushed toward the swarm of resentful spirits, as both sides prepared to enter a fierce, chaotic battle. Tin Vu raised his hand to summon Freya. The girl spread her wings and shot forward like an arrow, aiming straight at the vicious spirits. Freya swung her sword and slashed out a blazing arc of light, flames flashing brilliantly. Sword strikes split the enemy bodies in half, leaving them no time to react before shattering beneath Freya's blade. Strangely, even after being cut in half, the bodies of the resentful spirits quickly restored themselves, as if never injured. After restoring their bodies, they stared at Freya and Tin Vu with malicious eyes, as if wanting to devour them alive. Tin Vu could not help feeling shocked at the sight. Even the holy light attribute could not harm them. Behind every resentful spirit was a pale green tentacle, as if they were being controlled by something. The tentacles linking those hundreds of resentful spirits all originated from the center of the palace. While swimming and observing the surroundings, Tin Vu finally discovered their source. Suddenly, he saw Vinternum swimming toward him and could not help feeling surprised. Freya. Vinternum simply approached quietly. The two sides silently watched each other with vigilance. Tin Vu raised his head, signaling Freya. Freya, hold them back. I will find a way out. The resentful spirits rushed from afar like ghosts. They stretched their long, withered arms toward the two of them. Freya immediately sliced a rushing, resentful spirit in half. She continuously swung her sword, knocking away the surrounding spirits. Tin Vu pointed toward Vinternum and said, "If you do not wish to harm those resentful spirits, then help me find a way to survive." Hearing that, Vinternum only released chains of blue bubbles that floated gently. Tin Vu looked at the bubbles and asked in surprise, "What are these used for?" Resentful spirit attacking Freya suddenly changed its target and lunged toward Tin Vu, its mouth filled with sharp teeth wide open. Tin Vu remained calm and raised his hand preparing to fight. Vinternum suddenly expanded its body as its tentacles swayed with the water currents. It used its massive body as a shield to block the attack of the resentful spirit. Resentful spirit stopped with its mouth open before Vinternum's enormous body. Immediately afterward, it was trapped inside a bubble created by Vinternum. Vinternum controlled the bubble containing the resentful spirit and moved it far away from Tin Vu. Witnessing that scene, Tin Vu said in astonishment, "So the bubbles can be used like that." Immediately shouted to Freya, "Use light speed spinning to stir the water, create bubbles from the air." Hearing the order, Freya immediately swung her sword to execute it. Light surrounded her body like a gigantic whirlwind. Vinternum also joined in support, continuously released hundreds of bubbles. Those bubbles imprisoned each resentful spirit within. Countless bubbles carrying the spirits fell downward like a strange meteor shower. Tin Vu clenched his fist in joy. Finally, at his resolve, he turned to Vinternum and smiled in thanks for helping eliminate the resentful spirits of the Hai Lin tribe. When touching Vinternum's body that was gradually fading, he frowned and asked, "Why are you fading away?" Tin Vu tightened his grip on its body and suddenly widened his eyes as if seeing something terrifying. His eyes filled with horror. A gigantic figure with sharp teeth and blood-red eyes of the black dragon gradually appeared. Resentful spirits beneath its enormous mouth looked extremely small. They only screamed in despair. "That is the dragon of despair. Everyone run." Crowd panicked and fled in chaos. Cries for help echoed everywhere. The dragon of despair opened its densely packed fangs, saliva scattering like a starving monster, roared thunderously, its gigantic mouth capable of swallowing an entire ship. Hai Lin rode the waves forward, holding a scepter, furious at the monster's brutality. He hurled the trident filled with tremendous power toward the enemy. Tin Vu pulled his hand away from Vinternum, his face pale as if just escaping a nightmare. He thought that black dragon is terrifying. Could that be Shang Guan? No, that cannot be right. The records say the Hai Lin tribe perished more than 200 years ago, and Dragon of Despair is the title of Nighthawk. Tin Vu asked Vinternum, "Do you know where the Hai Lin king is? Did he defeat the black dragon, or has he already died?" Vinternum remained silent as the two only looked at each other. Tin Vu mocked himself with a bitter smile. "Nighthawk still lives while the Hai Lin tribe has perished. Asking is useless. I should just find the treasure myself." After a while, Tin Vu and Freya looked upward. Seeing no exit, perhaps the only path was above. "Freya, take me to the pillar of light." Freya held Tin Vu and spread her four wings, soaring upward. The two flew away, leaving Vinternum behind. It remained alone in solitude. Freya carried Tin Vu, flying close to the pillar of light from the palace center. Tin Vu looked downward in surprise when he saw two resentful spirits fighting within the cave. The green resentful spirit tore apart the blue resentful spirit. Tin Vu thought perhaps it was another army of demonic beasts. Within the magnificent ancient palace, lying deep beneath the sea, the skeleton of Hai Lin rose up, breaking the palace where he had slept for many years. Dark flames covered his body as Hai Lin gripped the trident tightly and roared in fury. Tin Vu looked at the eerie sight and exclaimed in shock, "Hai Lin king." Hai Lin charged forward as if to attack them, murderous aura surging. Vinternum suddenly appeared beside Tin Vu, making him startled before releasing a bubble. The bubble flew straight toward Hai Lin under the astonished gazes of everyone. Hai Lin widened his eyes, seeing the object approaching. He immediately threw the trident to counterattack. Trident cut through the water, rushing straight toward the bubble. The collision created a powerful explosion that blasted Vinternum away. It fell into Tin Vu's chest, causing him to grit his teeth in pain while catching it. A massive stream of black energy gradually gathered at the center of Hai Lin's chest. His body emitted a strange blue glow, the pressure cracking the surrounding stones. Hai Lin calmly looked at Tin Vu from below, gripped the trident tightly, and lunged upward to attack. Freya held Tin Vu and quickly tilted aside to dodge the strike. Suddenly, both were caught in a swirling water vortex. Freya accidentally released Tin Vu. Tin Vu held Vinternum tightly as his body was dragged by the vortex, dizziness making him unable to open his eyes. Hai Lin continued chasing relentlessly. Vinternum in Tin Vu's arms suddenly emitted a brilliant light. A gigantic shield enveloped Tin Vu, protecting him from Hai Lin's fatal strike. At that moment, the Hai Lin king raised the trident, pointing straight toward the water surface. He stood silent for a long while, his vacant eyes staring straight ahead. In the dangerous moment, he held Vinternum tightly and hurriedly shouted, "This is a good chance, Freya." Hearing the command, Freya immediately held her breath and dived deeper into the water. Just as she prepared to strike the High Lin King, she was suddenly stopped by him. The High Lin King spun around and knocked Freya flying aside. Freya felt dizzy, her body crashing heavily into a nearby rock. Seeing that the opponent had fallen unconscious, he stood still in silence for a long moment. Then the High Lin King gathered inner power and formed a gigantic water vortex. He anxiously gestured quickly, "Freya, come back here now." As soon as the words ended, the attack and the summoning force both aimed directly at Freya. Fortunately, Freya withdrew in time and avoided the danger. Realized the High Lin King was swimming upward. He realized in horror that disaster was about to fall. He asked Vinternum in panic, "Little one, do you have any backup plan? If not, we will definitely die here." At that moment, a ray of light suddenly flashed in the water. Control center seemed to have been activated. Having no other choice, he decided to swim toward the ancient city. If he did not take the risk, he would suffocate underwater. He gritted his teeth and forced himself inside. Not long after he entered the ancient city and surfaced above the water. He took a deep breath in relief. Finally, there was air. Before him stood a ruined and desolate palace. In the center of the great hall sat a mysterious figure motionless on a stone chair. He gently placed Vinternum on the floor. Then he slowly stepped forward. Looking at the petrified figure, he asked in confusion, "Who is this person?" Vinternum stammered, "Father." He said in astonishment, "A jellyfish can speak." Vinternum hesitated and explained, "Sorry, I have not spoken for a long time, so my vocal cords have deteriorated. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Princess Vinny of the High Lin tribe." She sadly pointed at the petrified figure. "That is Griffin, the vanguard of the war initiated by Nai Hawk. She is the one who prevents the souls of the High Lin tribe from resting." Vinternum pleaded, "I have guarded this place for many years waiting for a hero. Please destroy her to bring peace to our tribe." Hearing that, he asked curiously, "If peace returns, what will happen to you?" She pretended to look pitiful and replied, "We are merely wandering souls. I also hope to be free." After hearing that, he pondered silently for a few seconds. Then he nodded decisively, "I understand. I accept your request. Hak Fong, come out." He immediately ordered, "Hak Fong, use infernal roar." At that moment, the High Lin King suddenly emerged from the water. He rushed forward in fury to attack. The High Lin King firmly stood in front of the stone. He used the trident to shatter the attack. The High Lin King roared while struggling to resist. Seeing his stubbornness, he said irritably, "Truly stubborn like a leech." In the tense battle, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent. He loudly called Freya. Vinternum beside them deliberately provoked, "The noble High Lin King has finally become Griffin's puppet." Father, hearing that, he became more determined and said, "I will definitely defeat him." She immediately pretended to be kind and said, "Brave warrior, although I do not want you to harm him, please defeat him." He firmly ordered, "Hak Fong, prepare to use Infernal Path Blade." He took a deep breath and stared at the High Lin King. When Hak Fong roared and prepared to attack, the High Lin King immediately charged forward. Noticing the attack, Hak Fong quickly dodged, raised its sharp claws, then slammed them fiercely onto the High Lin King. He screamed in pain and immediately grabbed Hak Fong's leg. The High Lin King pulled hard with one hand. He slammed Hak Fong onto the ground and viciously approached to finish him. At that moment, he signaled. Hak Fong used Shadow Clone. At the same time, Freya seized the chance to launch a sneak attack, but the High Lin King seemed to have predicted it. He summoned wild spirits to attack. Freya was shocked by their sudden appearance. Before she could react, she hurriedly defended herself. Even so, Freya was still injured considerably. Seeing Freya staggering, he immediately ordered, "Use Holy Light Protection to protect yourself." Meanwhile, the High Lin King continued advancing. Fortunately, Freya used her technique in time to block his pressure. Vinternum hurriedly said, "Warrior, my beast, and I will hold father back. You must destroy that red gem." Hearing that, he immediately ran toward the stone statue. Seeing his daughter in danger, the High Lin King hurled the trident toward her. Die. Vinternum was struck and screamed in agony. He called out in panic, "Vinny." He pretended to be dying and urged him, "Ignore me, quickly destroy the gem or everything will fail." Hearing that, he hurriedly took the red orb from Griffin's hand. As soon as his hand touched the orb, High Lin King cried out in panic, "Do not believe." He turned and asked again, "Do not believe." But at that moment, he had already pulled the orb from Griffin's hand. Suddenly, he slipped and dropped the orb. Immediately, it shattered into pieces on the ground. Turned and asked in confusion, what did he mean by "do not believe"? Suddenly, Vinternum turned red and burst into delighted laughter. She said with satisfaction, "The meaning is exactly what he said." Seeing her demeanor change, he froze in shock. Syrup-like liquid dripped from the jellyfish body. Vinternum revealed a cunning smile and said, "Allow me to introduce myself again. My name is." He and the High Lin King both stood frozen. "She is the former deep-sea vanguard of the demon beast army." The vicious Vinternum clenched his fists in anger. "You deceived me." She sneered and replied, "Deception is my nature. Using you is only natural. After all, I saved you several times, so consider it even." He asked furiously, "You are also from the High Lin tribe, so why would you do this?" Vinternum laughed coldly and said, "Because following Nighthawk is the correct choice. If I sacrifice the entire High Lin tribe for myself, so what?" That woman resentfully recounted the injustice she suffered, angrily saying that her father never understood the times. He would rather let the entire tribe perish than hand the power of High Lin to her, and instead gave it to an outsider. As soon as the words ended, the High Lin king immediately rushed forward. She disdainfully knocked him aside, still trying to suppress me, father. The High Lin king weakly slammed into the wall behind him. At that moment, from within the smoke, a purple spear suddenly shot out. The spear pierced straight into Vinternum's abdomen. He fiercely rushed forward to tear the opponent apart. Vinternum was far more vicious. She quickly used her tentacles to counterattack and defeated him. She screamed in fury, "Father, if you are already dead, then stay dead. Stop wasting my time." And Vinternum laughed sinisterly and said to Tin Vu, "Human, I will give you a chance to cooperate. As long as you help me kill father, I will spare your life and even recommend you to Lord Nighthawk." He asked suspiciously, "Cooperate with Nighthawk?" Immediately he angrily raised his middle finger. "Nighthawk has already put me on the assassination list, so what cooperation? Hack Fong Freya attacked Vinternum." She laughed in contempt. "Even you are on the assassination list for 5-star beast tamers." Vinternum said coldly, "It does not matter, it will only take a little more time. Anyway, I never intended to keep my promise. Killing father is killing, and killing you is the same. All of you must die." After saying that, she raised her head and released all the liquid in her body. Streams of liquid splashed across the stone pillars and walls. That was the acid capable of corroding everything. In just an instant, the liquid turned into flowing acid everywhere. Seeing that, he immediately retreated backward. At this moment, they only had the throne left as support. At the same time, a strange light suddenly radiated from the center. Vinternum and the High Lin king both noticed it. Both were shocked speechless, turned back and discovered the key. He quickly reasoned, could it be the High Lin treasure is on her body? Vinternum screamed madly, "The power of High Lin, the power of tides, that bitch is still alive." Without another word, Vinternum viciously rushed forward to reclaim the power. "Return the power of tides to me." Immediately the key suddenly emitted brilliant light. She angrily lunged forward like a wild beast, but the High Lin king grabbed Vinternum in time, leaving her stunned. He used all his remaining strength to pull Vinternum's leg. She angrily flung him away. "Do not block my path." The counterattack shattered his body. His crown also fell onto the ground. That moment, Griffin suddenly shone in the center of the hall. Vinternum screamed in despair, "No." Scene returned to the past. She angrily asked father, "Why give the power of tides to an outsider? I am the only heir." The High Lin king said coldly, "I never gave that power to anyone, and you are still not worthy to possess it." Vinternum gritted her teeth bitterly. "Remember this, father, sooner or later I will make you pay." Watching her furious departure, Griffin asked worriedly, "Your Majesty, will you not explain?" He only sighed in exhaustion. High Lin king said the power of tides controls the ocean and originates from the pure-blood sea dragon race. Now only this weak dragon egg remains. Whether explained or not, it will bring disaster. He entrusted the mission to Griffin. Only the dragon traveler can save the dragon and the High Lin tribe. Griffin loyally replied, "Your Majesty, I will try to revive it." At that moment, Griffin saw the figure of Tin Vu. The scene shifted to a secret base beneath the sea. Nighthawk calculated ambitiously. The pure-blood dragon race controls the ocean. If I absorb its power, then all sea creatures will submit. But the High Lin base is too strong, so I need the right attacker. At that moment, a guard reported, "Lord Nighthawk, a girl claiming to be from the High Lin tribe wishes to see you." He laughed coldly and said she arrived just in time. At that moment, Tin Vu curiously approached and spoke with Griffin. Griffin said in a deep voice, "The High Lin tribe was born from dragons and also destroyed by dragons. Until the final moment, I still failed to fully hatch the dragon egg. Perhaps that was fate." He asked suspiciously, "If so, why do you have the power of tides? And where is the dragon egg?" Griffin calmly replied, "Vita fused with the dragon egg and became the new High Lin king." He asked in shock, "You are the High Lin king?" She nodded sadly, "Yes, but I have also died." Seeing her strange actions, he asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Griffin smiled and explained, "It has been too long since I smelled the scent of homeland and dragon." He thought in surprise, could she smell the dragon scent from Dai Lo? Griffin said, "Your companion brings a familiar feeling, so I trust you. I wish to give you the power of tides. Please accept this gift." He accepted it and said thank you. Before fading away, Griffin earnestly requested, "Companion, please promise me one thing." You leave this planet and return to your homeland, please. Watch the changes there for me. Looking at the fragments around him, he asked in confusion, what do you mean by this planet? Returning to reality, he suddenly opened his eyes. Looking at the object in his hand, he said in astonishment, this is the divine artifact of the High Lin tribe, Eye of Tides. He stared at the strange bracelet, stunned by its beauty. The system immediately displayed the information. Eye of Tides is the divine artifact of the High Lin tribe, the relic of the High Lin king capable of controlling the ocean. It reaches maximum power in the sea or during rain on land. The artifact has 3 transformation forms according to the host's needs. The first form provides endless spiritual power, increases combat ability, and opens sea routes. The second form, Jade Wave Dragon Abyss, transforms into a golden dragon carved trident controlling waves and tides. The third form, Sea Soul Beast Sub-Dragon Huan, summons a Sub-Dragon Huan at Beast Emperor level with ocean power and can grow stronger with the host. After reading the information, he widened his eyes in shock. A growing Beast Emperor Sub-Dragon Huan. Immediately afterward, a powerful pressure exploded. Vinternum and the High Lin King were both forced backward. Vinternum roared angrily. The power of tides actually fell into the hands of an outsider. He smiled provocatively. Do you want this? Vinternum immediately rushed forward, shouting, return it to me. Decisively activated the divine artifact. Eye of Tides transformed into the third form. An instant, a gigantic dragon appeared. Vinternum exclaimed in horror, what is that? The system continued describing. Sea Soul Beast Sub-Dragon Huan, first stage Beast Emperor level, carrying ancient Azure dragon bloodline and traditional dragon lineage. In water environment, all attributes triple, and it can control currents and suppress other bloodlines. Witnessing the scene, the High Lin King said in shock, dragon. Vinternum angrily spat liquid at it. No matter what dragon you are, you must die. Immediately ordered Sub-Dragon Huan, use water dragon breath. It opened its mouth and sprayed a terrifying stream of water. Seeing her ability nullified, Vinternum screamed angrily, my poison. She gritted her teeth unwillingly. Once I was a divine beast, how could I lose to a beast emperor? Not stopping there, Sub-Dragon Huan continued releasing pure water currents. Vinternum shouted loudly, using the skill-piercing poison cavern. Then she plunged into the lake that had just formed. She soaked in it to restore her strength. Then Vinternum seized the chance to leap out for a sneak attack. Sub-Dragon Huan had already anticipated it and immediately dodged aside. It turned its head and unleashed a violent stream of water. Water currents struck directly into Vinternum's lake. Vinternum roared fiercely, expanding her enormous body. She summoned tentacles surrounding her body. He immediately ordered Sub-Dragon Huan, use super-frequency sonic wave. Immediately afterward, the sonic wave erupted with terrifying power. The surroundings suddenly became desolate, filled with heavy silence. Even so, a few lucky ones still managed to cling onto Glenn's body. In the blink of an eye, it was immediately assaulted relentlessly by the swarm. Vinternum excitedly declared that this was the best chance to take his life now that the opponent had weakened. Just as he was about to charge forward, that man suddenly halted. Glenn stubbornly raised his head, his cold gaze staring straight toward Vinternum. Stood firmly and fearlessly before Vinternum, without retreating. Yet only a second later, countless cracks suddenly split across his skin, red blood pouring down like rain. Glenn screamed in agony, his cry echoing through the entire space. Blood spilled from his mouth, his body bending from the wounds that continued bleeding endlessly. Seeing this, that man laughed mockingly and said, your beast tamer creature looked so strong, yet it was still brought down by my poison. Before long it will die from the toxin. Hearing that, Tinvu crossed his arms and frowned as he asked suspiciously, is that so? Not wanting to argue further, he immediately ordered the lesser dragon to rush forward and bite that man. Lesser dragon instantly seized Vinternum without hesitation. That man screamed in panic, are you insane? I carry poison in my body. Doing that will only make your beast die faster. Ignoring the warning, Tinvu decisively ordered the lesser dragon to activate dragon pool power and erupt into mutation. That man was so shocked he nearly fainted and shouted hoarsely, what? At that moment, Glenn folded his wings tightly, preparing to unleash a move, causing Vinternum to scream in panic. No, release me now. The moment the words ended, a violent explosion immediately erupted. Broken stones and gravel inside the room blasted everywhere as surging power burst outward. Tinvu had to close his eyes to avoid the flying rock fragments. When the tremors gradually subsided, the entire chamber was drowned in thick dust and smoke. Ada now lay sprawled on the ground, barely breathing. After the victory, he immediately recalled Glenn back into the ring. Vintanum trembled while forcing himself up, muttering that I cannot accept this. Why has the tide power always fallen into the hands of outsiders? Tinvu coldly replied that someone who does not cherish the lives of their own kin is not worthy of possessing the tide power. Hearing that, Vinternum burst into mad laughter before asking with doubt, why am I unworthy? That man weakly collapsed onto the ground and said hoarsely, that he did this not for the tide power, but because he was unwilling to accept it. After that final explanation, Vinter Nun painfully closed his eyes. The cold chamber was left with nothing but oppressive silence. At the same time outside, dense shadows began surrounding the luminous tower. Remaining souls inside the castle slowly dissolved into streams of bubbles. Seeing that the High Lin Vuong still gripped his trident tightly, even after losing his head, he asked in surprise whether the king still wished to continue fighting. King said nothing, and silently walked toward Tin Vu. When standing before him, High Lin Vuong suddenly bowed his head in gratitude, drove the trident violently into the ground, causing the stone floor to crack open. As his body gradually dissolved, he left behind his final grateful words, "Thank you," pleaded for Tin Vu to guide his people in his place as his final wish. Immediately afterward, countless souls suddenly burst out from within and scattered everywhere. They circled around Griffin's head like streaks of light. Sobbing souls made Tin Vu's head ache as he shouted that they should stop crying. Their king had been freed and would not return. He firmly declared that instead of guarding this empty throne, they should follow him. Raising the ring in his hand, he solemnly swore he would avenge the High Lin clan. Hearing those words, the merfolk souls turned toward him in shock. Without hesitation, they all rushed toward Tin Vu. Each soul willingly entered the ring. After absorbing their power, the ring immediately shone brilliantly. System panel appeared describing the treasure-tied dragon eye, a relic of the High Lin clan capable of controlling the ocean with 3 different forms and terrifying oceanic power. Another notification then appeared stating that the divine echo ability had been unlocked. After reading all the information, Tin Vu fell into deep thought. In the end, he chose the trident form and declared he would shoulder their responsibility. On Lin Sai Island, heavy rain now poured down relentlessly. A group of people holding lanterns searched through the darkness. Dung Tan muttered that his daughter said the brat was not dead and even sent him a message. Could it be that he fell into the High Lin clan ruins? Tin Vu stood atop the mountain and shouted loudly, "Uncle Mo Dung," cried out with joy that he had finally found him. Otherwise, his daughter would surely blame him to death. Tin Vu laughed and said his life was still long. He would not die so easily. Seeing the thing behind him, Mo Dung Tan immediately ran over and told him to hide behind his back. Tin Vu turned his head and saw the souls of the High Lin clan flying toward them. Stood in front and said, "See, soul beasts were the most violent spirits. Let him handle it." Tin Vu smiled calmly and reassured him that everything was fine. Uncle Mo Dung raised the ring and called the wandering souls back in the name of the High Lin Vuong. Those souls immediately stopped in place. Then they gradually began being drawn toward the ring. All of them transformed into streaks of white light and returned into the ring. Mo Dung Tan curiously asked what had happened, and Tin Vu explained how he was ambushed by the Dark Knight Bat Emperor and accidentally discovered the High Lin clan treasure. He urged Tin Vu to quickly return and report the ambush to the royal palace, but Tin Vu said to wait a moment, because his 4-star beast tamer examination had not yet ended, leaving Mo Dung Tan only able to sigh. The scene shifted to the Ta residence under the pouring rain. Inside, Ta Trung thought that Tin Vu must already be dead, so he no longer needed to act. He laughed and told Nguyen and not to be foolishly jealous, because the one who survives until the end is the true winner. Nguyen concluded that if success was talent, then failure was also talent, meaning he was inferior to Tin Vu. Meanwhile, Tin Vu happily hugged the Loyang Gok Kai Lan and said that it finally belonged to him. Thuong Quan Lan laughed and said it seemed the creature did not like him much, asking whether he wanted to change to another one. Tin Vu immediately shook his head and said no need. This one suited him very well. He asked again because a Kilin was a noble bloodline spirit beast that was extremely difficult to tame, asking whether he truly had the patience. Tin Vu confidently declared that he only needed 1 day to make it bow its head and sign a blood contract. On Ta Trung's side, he was asking his son whether he still remembered the great ambition of the Ta family. Nguyen replied that the goal was to turn this entire realm into something held within the Ta family's grasp. Lian hid outside eavesdropping and thought in shock, a realm bearing the Ta name. At that moment, the phone in Ta Trung's hand suddenly rang. Hearing the news, he froze in shock because Tin Vu had not died and was even escorted into the royal palace. Ta Trung immediately ordered Nguyen and to enter the palace under the pretext of visiting the princess. Seeing him rush off, Ta Lian hurriedly called out asking him to wait for her. The scene then shifted to Duladin. Thuong Quan Lan sighed with emotion that Tin Vu truly had not disappointed her and reminded her of her youth. She reminded him whether he still remembered the agreement between them. Tin Vu asked blankly what promise he had made. She said that if he passed the 4-star examination this semester, he would be rewarded with a Kilin beast. Loyang Gok Kai Lan slowly stepped forward before everyone. It stood towering in the vast hall, its enormous body making the entire space feel filled. Thuong Quan Lan calmly set the condition. If he was that confident, then she would give him exactly 1 day. After one day, if the Loi and Gok Kai Lan refused to sign the blood contract, this reward would be taken back. Tin Vu immediately hesitated and said he had only spoken boldly earlier. Could he be given 2 days instead? The Empress reminded him she preferred the confidence he showed earlier and told him not to act cowardly. Tin Vu had no choice but to nod in agreement. One day, then one day. After all, he had created quite a few miracles before. Thuongquan Lan waved her hand, signaling him to withdraw, and said she would wait for him there tomorrow. Tin Vu stepped closer and called out warmly, "Hey, little Killin, come here and follow me for a while." Thuongquan Thien walked in from outside, reminding him that pureblood Killin were only close to members of the Thuongquan family. Tin Vu quickly greeted the princess. She gently told the Loi and Gok Kai Lan to try staying with Tin Vu for a day. If it truly disliked him, she and her mother would not force it. Tin Vu remarked that the Thuongquan bloodline was indeed very useful. He immediately opened the demon god eye to observe more carefully. Information panel appeared detailing the Loi and Gok Kai Lan, including peak first-tier rank, pure Killin bloodline, illusory god quality, and a series of talents such as lightning perception, flying thunder mark, and many powerful latent abilities. Tin Vu turned to ask the princess whether there was any lightning element or nearby. Thuongquan Thien asked in surprise what he needed it for. He frankly replied it was to please the Loi and Gok Kai Lan. She teased that he treated beast companions even better than people. Tin Vu laughed awkwardly, then flattered her by calling her a beautiful lady, which made her laugh and agree to help. At that moment, Nguyen and hurried over to where the princess was standing. He immediately demanded that Tin Vu stay away from the princess. Thuongquan Thien stepped in front of Tin Vu and said he was her friend. If she did not tell him to leave, then what right did Nguyen have to shout? Tin Vu frowned at the man, then realized it was Ta Nguyen and the one who had once been defeated. Nguyen was immediately speechless. Tin Vu even waved toward Ta Lian behind him, saying it had been a long time, and she looked even more beautiful. Ta Lian only replied coldly with thanks. Nguyen spoke to the princess, saying that he had liked her since childhood. Thuongquan Thien immediately cut him off, saying she had said many times already that she did not like him. Not wanting to stay any longer, she turned to Tin Vu and said if he wanted to go to the Mineral Treasury Bureau, then they should go. Tin Vu called the Loi and Gok Kai Lan to follow. Two calmly walked past Nguyen and his group. Nguyen muttered angrily that Tin Vu was the super rookie champion and the hero who saved the city. Now he was close to the princess and even received the Loi and Gok Kai Lan. Why did all the luck fall into his hands? Ta Lian softly advised her brother that they could not oppose Tin Vu. Since they had already lost, they should let it go. Nguyen turned around and grabbed her throat, shouting for her to be silent. He angrily said, why was Ta Lian so weak? The one who defeated them was the greatest obstacle of the Ta family, and he wanted Tin Vu to die. Being choked until she could barely breathe, Ta Lian could only beg and admit she was wrong. Meanwhile, Tin Vu curiously asked whether Nguyen was one of the princess's pursuers. She replied that it was true, but he still had a long line ahead of him. She added that as the princess of Long Kingdom, she had countless pursuers, but most of them only aimed for the position of royal consort. Then she said they were not even comparable to him. Hearing this, Tin Vu immediately became wary and asked what the princess intended to do with him. Thuongquan Thien blushed and scolded him for thinking nonsense. She only meant he was too greedy and easy to read. Suddenly, a strange fragrance drifted by, causing Tin Vu to pause. He looked toward the source and realized it resembled the scent of demon glow flower he had seen before. Thuongquan Thien said the scent came from the Royal Science Institute. Tin Vu exclaimed in surprise that it was the Royal Science Institute. Pleaded with her to take him there for a visit. She sighed, saying he was clearly greedy yet still pretending. After saying that, she grabbed Tin Vu's hand and led him away to visit the top scientific academy of Long Kingdom. They arrived. Tin Vu marveled at the magnificent architecture of the Royal Science Institute. She laughed and told him to stop flattering. If he wanted demon glow flower, he could go get it himself. Tin Vu immediately thanked her. Stepping inside, he was astonished to see countless machines, such as mechanical angel hunters and mechanical azure dragon beasts. There was even a giant mechanical leviathan model that left him stunned. Thuongquan Thien explained that science strengthened national power because not everyone could become a beast tamer. Tin Vu curiously asked how powerful these machines were. Suddenly, a mechanical unit lost control and advanced, causing everyone to panic. Tin Vu immediately stepped in front of the princess. The machine instantly locked onto the two of them as targets. Toxic gas began spraying from its arm. Its mechanical eyes glowed intensely as they stared at them. Research doctor ran over, shouting for the princess to leave because the mechanical armor had been fitted with a combat module. But Thuongquan Thien said it was fine because the machine needed real combat data. Tin Vu hesitated and asked what if it was damaged. After receiving permission, Tin Vu summoned his beast companion and said then he would not hold back. Come out, Hai Feng. Hai Feng roared and stared at the enormous machine. Tin Vu calmly ordered Hai Feng to use Hellburst Roar. Hai Feng opened its mouth and fired a purple energy mass straight at the target. The attack struck directly on the machine's chest, but the machine was almost completely unharmed, making Tin Vu realize its defense was extremely high. The machine opened its mouth, revealing a cannon inside. The Hellburst cannon immediately fired a barrage of firepower. Tin Vu ordered Hai Feng to use Shadow Patrol to evade. A huge explosion erupted as the two forces collided. The machine was pushed back, causing the ground beneath it to crack. Hai Feng was also blasted into the air by the shock. Tin Vu secretly admired the automatic tactical analysis ability, mechanical beast companions. He continued ordering Hai Feng to unleash Judgment Blade. Immediately, the machine raised an energy shield. Tin Vu quickly told Hai Feng to circle behind and attack, but hidden weapons were installed on the back of the machine. Hai Feng saw this and became cautious. Two cannons behind the machine activated simultaneously. Energy beams shot straight toward Hai Feng, forcing it to duck quickly. The two attacks struck the wall behind and blew it apart. The more Tin Vu watched, the more excited he became, because mechanical beast companions were incredibly cool. Hai Feng complained that its master should worry about it, instead of admiring the battle. The ground around them began cracking repeatedly. Hai Feng struggled to run out of the cannon, firing rain. It nimbly avoided each stream of energy. Tin Vu ordered Hai Feng to find a way to close in, then use Silent Claw. Hai Feng immediately focused on observing the enemy's weakness. He discovered the joint at the machine's neck. When the cannon had just exhausted its energy, Tin Vu immediately shouted opportunity. As the machine was merging its two arms into a giant cannon, Hai Feng had already appeared behind it, unleashing Silent Claw. The claw struck the machine's head, temporarily disabling its skills. Tin Vu immediately ordered the use of Infernal Fire Lotus. Hai Feng descended behind it and gathered all its strength. Blazing lotus flame surged forward, striking the machine directly. Thick smoke and dust covered the entire area, while the machine body emitted electric sparks. The mechanical body trembled as electricity spread across it. Its two eyes flashed violently as if about to explode. Finally, the system completely shut down. Tin Vu sighed in relief, saying it was fortunate the fight ended because this machine was too durable. After taking Infernal Fire Lotus, it was only 43% damage. Hearing her mention Xuan Jai technology, Tin Vu immediately remembered the mechanism arts of Lam Bak Tian. He said that most demonic artifacts and mechanical beast companions in the country originated from Xuan Jai technology, including Freya's Hyan sword. In Tin Vu's thoughts, Dao Lao Lam Bak Tian was absolutely not an ordinary figure. He was not only a master of technology, but also a 9-star beast tamer ranked among the 4-direction beast kings. If he wished to confront Thuong Quan Lan in the future, then befriending someone like that would be unavoidable. Another old man stepped forward and sincerely thanked him for helping. Tin Vu was slightly confused and asked respectfully who the elder was. Thuong Quan Thien immediately introduced him as the dean of the Royal Science Institute, Meng Trong Quang. He could be called Elder Meng. Afterward, she introduced Tin Vu as her friend. Meng Trong Quang observed him, then nodded in praise, saying he was truly a young hero. He said he had heard the entire story of the battle at Hong Yen City and asked what business brought him to the Science Institute. Tin Vu did not beat around the bush and raised his hand, saying directly that he had a beast companion named Thien Hun Dang that needed the nectar of Demon Glow Flower, and the more the better. Trong Quang exclaimed in surprise that Thien Hun Dang was a plant beast companion carrying ancient bloodline. Also discreetly glanced at Thuong Quan Thien, standing beside him. After considering, he said that since he was the princess's friend, the institute would gift 10 Demon Glow flowers. Tin Vu immediately bargained for more. He finally raised it to 15 flowers, saying this was the limit because the flower was extremely difficult to cultivate. Tin Vu looked at the flower field in the distance and saw at least more than 300 plants. With Xyro Yin's demand, 15 flowers were still not enough, but asking for more might place Thuong Quan Thien in an awkward position. At that moment, Hong Xuan hurried in reporting that the Project Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb 8th test had failed again. Trong Quang could only comfort himself, saying it was fine because he was used to it. Hong Xuan worriedly said the project was highly valued by the Empress and held great significance for Long Kingdom. Hearing this, Tin Vu thought silently that the Empress actually paid attention to it. Tin Vu raised his hand, asking permission to ask what the Catastrophe 379 airburst bomb project was. Perhaps he could help somewhat. Hong Xuan immediately refuted, saying how could he help? He was too young, and moreover, this was a research secret. But Trong Quang wanted to try his luck, so he told her to give the documents for him to read. Hong Xuan reluctantly agreed. Tin Vu took the documents and thanked them for the trust. Elder Meng reminded him that if he could not help, then he would only receive 10 Demon Glow flowers. Tin Vu said that would also be fine. Through the documents, he learned that flying insect demon beasts were the weakest, but the most numerous. When they gathered into swarms, they could devour entire cities. The Catastrophe 379 project was created to counter millions of them, yet over 3 years 8 tests had all failed. Jinvu carefully read the entire research documentation. Trong Kwong said in truth, he did not expect him to solve it. Even offering a few suggestions would be valuable. At that moment, Tin Vu discovered an error in the ratio. Trong Kwong was startled and asked where the mistake was. Tin Vu pointed at the document saying the ratio between Earth Core Spirit Serum and Ice Marrow Liquid was wrong. If it was changed to 1 to 2.35, then it might succeed. Trong Kwong asked what he based that conclusion on and whether he understood pharmacology. Tin Vu modestly said he was only a special pharmacist of the Sky Dome Guild. Yuan Quan Thien suggested that since the project had already failed 8 times, trying once more according to Tin Vu's suggestion would cause no loss. Trong Kwong immediately ordered Hong Xuan to follow the proposal and conduct a test in the small simulation zone. She immediately went to carry it out. 2 hours later, she reported that the experiment had succeeded. 3,000 blood-refining emperor insects in the test chamber were all eliminated. Trong Kwong was shocked and demanded to see it immediately. He watched the video on the phone and saw the swarm of insects engulfed by a stream of red energy. A fierce flame immediately erupted, burning the entire swarm within a sea of fire. Trong Kwong trembled with excitement, saying it had finally succeeded. He grasped Tin Vu's hand, gratefully calling him Mr. Tiu, and saying he had saved countless lives. Tin Vu replied that he had only done something beneficial for the people and considered it accumulating a little merit. Trong Kwong immediately pointed to the flower garden, saying the entire Demon Glow flower field now belonged to him, and he could take as many as he wished. At the same time, he invited him to join the Royal Science Institute as Black Executor. Tin Vu asked in surprise what Black Executor was. Yuan Quan Thien explained it was the chief advisor of the institute. The previous holder was Lam Bak Tian, but he had become one of the 4 Direction Beast Kings, guarding the Eastern Dragon Vein, so he no longer held the post. He asked in confusion whether he could truly stand shoulder to shoulder with that leader. The old man smiled and replied that Mr. Xyro should not belittle himself. With his talent and natural gifts, he was no worse than Lin Bak Tian of the past and was fully capable of reaching the peak of a 9-star beast tamer. Tin Vu turned to look at the person beside him. "Princess, what do you think about this matter?" She gently reminded him that their identity was that of imperial soul bearers. In her opinion, he should agree to Elder Meng. Having several titles would make things more convenient in the future. Therefore, Tin Vu nodded and replied, "Elder Meng, if that is the case, I will respectfully accept and agree to take a position at the Royal Academy of Science." Trong Kwong was extremely pleased upon hearing this and thanked him for joining the academy. "As the director, I warmly welcome you." Yuan Quan Thien also congratulated him, saying that from now on he had a solid backing within the royal family. Suddenly, Tin Vu remembered something. "Right, Princess, we still have to visit the Mineral Treasury Bureau." She replied that perhaps they should go another day instead, but he immediately refused. "That will not do. My Thunder Jade Killing treasure only has 1 day to be subdued." She had no choice but to indulge him, then let us go right away. Trong Kwong waved goodbye. "Mr. Xyro, next time I will invite you to taste the nectar of the Demon Glow flower. I will have someone deliver it to your home." Tin Vu nodded and said he understood. The scene shifted to a research room. Staff members stood around the mechanical beast placed on a stretcher and discussed it. "This is strange. The mechanical beast horse was operating normally, so why did it suddenly lose control?" Someone said the mechanical armor unit was capable of fighting all day, yet now its energy was already depleted. Another person asked about the extent of the damage. The staff member immediately reported, "Vice Director, the armor is damaged by 48%. The control chip is damaged by 7%, and the energy is completely exhausted." NHA swiped an activation card into the central area of the machine. A series of beeping sounds rang continuously. The machine's 2 eyes suddenly lit up with a pale golden glow. Immediately after that, the body of the machine trembled and suddenly sat upright. Staff members were startled and worried. "It moved again. It is not preparing to attack again, right?" NHA observed carefully and said the destruction reached such a level. At that time, did Tin Vu use his full strength? Trong Kwong replied that perhaps he had not. Judging from his expression at that time, he still had strength to spare. She ordered that all battle data be recorded and sent to Her Majesty the Empress for review. At this moment, at the central building of the Mineral Treasury Bureau. Inside, Thien Nam greeted the guest with a smile. "Young Master Ta, what brings you to see me today?" He replied that he had heard the mining team recently discovered a new 9 Thunder Jade stone. in the Phoenix King Valley area. Yin Nam explained that this kind of stone was extremely rare and was often used to research magic technology weapons. Most of it had already been transferred to the Chuenji Technology headquarters. The other man probed. With Director Lack's personality, he surely did not hand everything over and must have kept a portion. Frankly admitted, "Young Master Ta, I do not dare hide it. I indeed secretly kept one piece." Nguyen went straight to the point. "Then I will speak plainly. Recently, I have a Thunder Element Soul Beast that needs to evolve, so I require the 9 Thunder Jade Stone. Director Lack, my father is waiting for me to return and complete the evolution." Yin Nam forced a smile and replied, "About this matter, young Master Ta, please wait a moment. I will fetch the 9 Thunder Jade Stone." After a while, he brought it out. "Young Master Ta, this 9 Thunder Jade Stone was mined from a depth of 1382 meters underground. Its hardness surpasses more than 3,000 types of industrial minerals. It fears neither water nor fire, is almost immune to oxidation, and is even harder than the bones of a beast god-level magical beast. Its color and patterns are truly beautiful, like a rare gemstone." Nguyen exclaimed excitedly, "Excellent, this is exactly the one. This time I will definitely step on that man beneath my feet." His hand slowly reached toward the box. "Director Lack, I will take the 9 Thunder Jade Stone. If you ever need help, just say it. The Ta family will certainly not forget this favor." At that moment, Yin Nam suddenly slammed the box shut. He reminded him that, "Young Master Ta, there is only one 9 Thunder Jade Stone left. If it is simply handed over like this, then." Nguyen frowned and asked what he meant. "Lack Yin Nam, do not forget it was the Ta family that helped you keep your position as director." Yin Nam nodded repeatedly in embarrassment. Yes, young Master Ta is right. Lack will always remember the favor of Lord Ta, who has taken care of me for many years." Nguyen immediately ordered him to hand over the stone to him. At that moment, a staff member ran in to report, "Director Lack, Her Highness the Princess and Lord Xyro have come to visit." Yin Nam asked in surprise which princess and which Lord Xyro. He immediately went out to greet them. "Your Highness the Princess, please come in. Lack Yin Nam of the Mineral Treasury Bureau respectfully greets you." Huang Quan Thien stepped forward and asked directly, "Director Lack, do you have a thunder element mineral with extremely high hardness here?" He curiously asked what the princess needed that type of stone for. Tin Vu interrupted and explained, "Greetings, Lord Lack. My mother rewarded him with a kiln, so he needs a good thunder element mineral." His heart was shaken. A kiln granted by the Empress. This was originally a royal beast exclusive to the Thuong Quan family. If the Xyro-named youth possessed a kiln, then could it be that he was the future imperial son-in-law? Yin Nam continued probing. "There is such a thing, but I do not know what position Lord Xyro currently holds." He calmly replied that he was an executive officer of the Royal Academy of Science. The man was shocked after hearing it. Nguyen interrupted with a mocking laugh. "Executive officer? Tin Vu, you really tell amusing jokes. Just a few hours ago, I had never heard that you held any official position." Huang Quan Thien confirmed that it was true. Meng Trong Quang had just invited him to join. The news would probably be announced tomorrow. Nguyen was stunned after hearing it. Yin Nam immediately took out the stone box. "Lord Xyro truly has limitless prospects. The first time I saw you, I could already tell your extraordinary bearing. Please see if this mineral suits your needs." Tin Vu exclaimed in surprise, 9 Thunder Jade Stone, it truly is a treasure." He opened the box for them to see and said, "Lord Xyro truly has sharp eyes. I only have this single 9 Thunder Jade Stone left. If you need it, then I will gift it to you." Nguyen behind them shouted angrily, "Lack Thien Nam, I came first and already chose that stone." Thien Nam calmly replied that in this society arriving first does not mean getting it first. Moreover, he had never promised to sell it to him. Nguyen threatened that opposing him also meant opposing the Ta family. Huang Quan Thien immediately stepped in. "Ta Nguyen, what do you mean by those words? I have not even used my power to bully others. On what basis are you threatening the director of the Mineral Treasury Bureau? If you enjoy applying pressure, then I can also apply pressure on you." He questioned whether Her Highness the Princess was determined to stand on Tin Vu's side. She asked in return why she could not protect him. Nguyen saw that he could gain no advantage, and said he understood before turning and leaving. In his heart he held deep hatred. "Tin Vu, I will not let you act arrogant for long. Sooner or later I will kill you." Tin Vu said apologetically, "Lord Lack, because of me you offended the Ta family. Was it worth it?" He replied that a servant would never dare threaten his master. Lack is not foolish about whom to stand with. I left the Ta family's ship long ago. Huang Quan Thien praised that Director Lack truly had far sight and wisdom. At the same time, at the Ta family villa, Nguyen knelt down to admit his fault. Father, I could not obtain the 9 Thunder Jade Stone, so the Thunder Soul Beast cannot evolve. I truly hate this deeply. He begged that Tin Vu must be killed, and hoped his father would help him. Ta Trung calmly said that killing a person did not necessarily require doing it personally. Moreover, the Thunder Soul Beast did not absolutely require the 9 Thunder Jade Stone. Nguyen and did not understand and asked his father for guidance. He took out an item and said this purple void crystal contains purer thunder power than the 9 Thunder Jade Stone. Then he gestured for him not to ask too many questions and simply follow his instructions. Nguyen asked suspiciously where this came from. Could it be from Rakshasa? Next day in Yen Bin Forest, Tin Vu held the 9 Thunder Jade Stone in his hand and called out Brother Killin, "Do you want to try this 9 Thunder Jade Stone?" Broke it apart and held it in front so the Killin could see clearly. Then he tossed the stone into its mouth. "Brother Killin, this demonic fang stone is my gift to you." The Killin held the stone in its mouth and looked extremely happy. Tin Vu asked again, "Brother Killin, I gave you the demonic fang stone. Do you like it?" He raised his hand, revealing the mark, and said, "This is only the first step. I already know your second choice. Come out, Za." Medusa appeared and asked whether the master had called her for something. Tin Vu took out a crystal core and said this is the magical beast core obtained after killing the Naga last time. It contains the SSS ability mirror power. Eat it and help me with something. She accepted it and placed the purple crystal core into her mouth before swallowing it. Immediately, a powerful energy spread throughout Medusa's body. Her eyes shone brightly, and her brows slightly furrowed as if enduring pressure. After the shout mirror power, a layer of blue-white light spread outward. The entire surrounding area was covered within a spatial sphere. Tin Vu looked around and said, "It seems we have entered the mirror world." He explained that within the mirror space, Za could freely change the rules. For example, the weather, she could create a storm. Medusa followed his instruction, and a stream of blue energy appeared in the sky. Raindrops began to fall pattering onto the Killin. Scales were soaked by the cold rain. Around the Killin's body, a powerful energy gradually erupted. Tin Vu watched with interest and asked Brother Killin, "Do you like this storm rain?" The Killin understood and immediately nodded. He continued speaking, "It is a pity that if you do not become my beast, then you cannot enter the mirror space to bathe in rain like this." Za closed the mirror space first. As soon as the words ended, the mirror space slowly dissipated. The Killin bit Tin Vu's coat as if signaling something. He laughed and said, "You want to sign a contract with me? I really cannot do anything about you." Medusa sighed and commented that the master spoke like a child trafficker. Truly nothing more to say. Tin Vu raised his hand to his mouth and bit lightly. Then he pressed the bleeding finger against the Killin's forehead. A drop of blood fell onto the crystal core on its head. A magic circle immediately appeared on the Killin's forehead. Tin Vu took out his phone to take a picture and said the contract is successful. Send this photo to Thuong Quan Lan to avoid her demanding that Brother Killin be taken back. After finishing, he jumped onto its back and said, "Let us go, Brother Killin. Follow me back to Long and City. Tomorrow I still have an appointment with Luke Kim." The Killin received the command and immediately accelerated forward. Tin Vu sat on its back and at first felt fine, but it ran like the wind through the forest, causing him to shout, "Brother Killin, slow down a bit. I am about to vomit." In Long and City, on a bustling street full of people passing by, the story was being told. Tin Vu was already standing here waiting. The clock had just struck 10. Luke Kim would probably appear soon as well. At that moment the bell rang. The nearby flock of pigeons was startled and flapped their wings as they scattered into the sky. Ham Ham hurried over and said, "I am here. Sorry for being late." Smiled casually in reply, "It is fine. I just arrived as well." Tin Vu looked at her and praised, "Luke Kim, no matter how I look at you, you are still so beautiful. I am dressed too simply. Standing beside you makes me feel unworthy." Ham Ham accepted the drink he handed over and said, "That is not true at all." When their hands lightly touched, Tin Vu felt his heart tremble. Her hand is so soft. Ham Ham hooked her arm through his and said, "No matter how you dress, the one I like is still you." Tin Vu blushed and stammered, "Luke Kim, there are 5 minutes before the movie starts. Do you want some popcorn?" She gently replied, "I will follow your choice." Two of them walked into the theater together. The film had just begun to play. Tin Vu secretly turned to look at the girl sitting beside him. His cheeks were red, looking extremely suspicious. His gaze stopped on her full lips. Ham Ham felt embarrassed from being stared at and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Tin Vu shook his head and said, "Nothing at all." His arm stretched behind the back of her seat. It slowly slid down onto Ham Ham's shoulder, pulling her to lean into his chest. Ham Ham suddenly asked, "Tin Vu, when Jack was in danger, what do you think Rose was thinking at that time?" He replied that she probably hoped Jack would survive, but she shook her head and said, "I think differently. When I heard that you encountered trouble on Linza Island, I only wished for your safety. At that moment, I only wanted to go to your side immediately, even if I had to be buried by the sea together with you. Tin Vu heard this and his face flushed red as he softly called, Luke Kim, pulled her into his arms and gently placed a kiss on her lips. Luke Kim, forgive me. Her hand slowly loosened from Tin Vu's arm, and she no longer resisted. Duong Soch sitting behind them saw this and grew anxious. Little sister, pay attention to your image a little. Even though the theater has few people, there are still others here. Thought perhaps he should remind the two of them subtly. Duong Soch glanced at the person sitting beside him. Yen Enheen's expression looked extremely unpleasant. Chills spread around her, as if the air had frozen. Duong Soch turned his head again to look at the row behind, and discovered two familiar people. Looking further to the side, he also saw Thuong Quan Thien sitting there. Duong Soch silently reminded himself that it would be best to remain quiet. Just as the two were kissing passionately, the phone in Tin Vu's pocket vibrated. Tin Vu took out his phone in annoyance to check it. Who is calling at a moment like this? But when he saw the caller's name, he immediately froze. Her Majesty the Empress. As soon as he answered, the voice on the other side spoke immediately. Tin Vu, I am giving you a chance to earn merit. A magical beast capable of creating a tsunami is heading toward Nguquan Island. Go stop it immediately. Tin Vu replied, understood. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Ham Ham asked worriedly, where is the place Her Majesty mentioned? Nguquan Island. The two left the cinema and were now on a spirit vessel drifting on the sea. Ham Ham said, Nguquan Island is where my brother and I lived when we were children. It can be considered our second hometown. Village Chief Lai on the island treated us like his own grandchildren and often made grilled fish for us to eat. She said anxiously, that magical beast may not be very strong, but the tsunami it creates is very difficult to deal with. There are still many elderly people on the island who refuse to leave. I am truly afraid. Tin Vu reassured her, do not worry, Luke Kim. I will definitely protect them safely. Mo Dung Tan walked over and said, young officer, we are about to reach Nguquan Island. Are you truly confident about dealing with the magical beast Thon Min Tri Home? If not, then let me handle it. You only need to assist. Tin Vu confidently drew out his weapon. With the Eye of Dusk in my hand, how can the territory of the human race allow sea beasts to run wild? In his heart, he thought that he had to perform well in front of Luke Kim. He nodded, all right, then I will go persuade the villagers to board the ships. Do not make me lose face. Tin Vu replied firmly, please rest assured. At the bottom of the deep sea, unusual tremors began to appear. A giant octopus slowly rose above the water surface. A series of cannons immediately fired toward that enormous creature. Its blazing red eyes stared straight ahead. Flames burst forth, and the sea surface surged violently. Tin Vu stood on the ship and shouted loudly, you rotten octopus, stop right there. He shouted loudly, if you obediently let me chop off a few tentacles to give the Navy for skewers, then I will spare your life. Hearing this, the octopus immediately became enraged and thrashed the water violently. Tin Vu thought smugly, as expected, provocation works on every creature. He ordered the ship, change direction immediately. The three ships began to widen their distance from the octopus. Tin Vu calculated in his mind, this distance is enough. If it cannot catch up, it will definitely return to the island. He shouted, stop, prepare for battle. Cannons simultaneously turned their barrels to aim directly at the target. Numerous blazing artillery beams fired toward the octopus. Its entire body was continuously bombarded by concentrated firepower. In its eyes appeared a brutal intent to destroy everything. Its giant tentacles rose upright and stirred the sea into towering waves. Tin Vu laughed loudly. You finally dare to face me directly. He summoned, come out a Long Qian. Facing along, the octopus immediately showed fear. Tin Vu commanded, a Long Qian use furious wave surge. Under Green's claws, energy began to gather. A torrent like a crashing waterfall slammed directly onto the octopus. Its body was completely engulfed by that surge of energy. Following Tin Vu's command, Ken opened his mouth and released a dragon roar. The octopus stared at its opponent with extreme tension. Its enormous body began diving back toward the sea. The octopus decided to retreat and plunged deep to the bottom. Ken continued circling in the air as seawater splashed everywhere. Sea surface rose into enormous waves like a tsunami. The octopus turned back and unleashed ink torrent sea roar dance. Tin Vu ordered, return immediately. I must resolve the threat first. Crane's body instantly scattered into fragments of light. It was recalled back. Tin Vu raised his weapon and shouted loudly, activate second form. Bitch Tam Long Abyss. Heaven and Earth Imperial Clamp. On Nguquan Island, the sky was gradually brightening. The ship near the shore, a loudspeaker echoed. Everyone hurry. The tsunami is coming. Maintain order. Priority for the elderly, children, disabled, and pregnant women. Mo Dung Tan called to the man in front. Old Lai, hurry onto the ship. If the tsunami arrives, the consequences will be unimaginable. The old man shook his head and said, thank you, but do not persuade me anymore. This island is my home. Even if it sinks into the sea, I still want to die here. Soldier from behind ran over to report. General Mo Dung, something is wrong. The tsunami is here. He was startled and asked why panic. Looking at the towering wall of water rising high, Mo Dung Tan felt anxious. Could that boy have failed? Ham Ham reminded him, "Father, you must put the greater good first. Quickly summon your beast." He nodded, "All right." Suddenly, a dazzling light burst in the distance, causing Mo Dung Tan to be shocked. What is that? Tin Vu was floating in the air, his entire body radiating a brilliant glow. The father and daughter were stunned. That is Tin Vu. Has that boy unleashed his power? He held a long spear and spun it in a circle, flames blazing brilliantly. Tin Vu raised the spear high and shouted a command. "Fall back for me." A terrifying force descended from the sky. The octopus also prepared to face the attack. Sharp spear tip shot forward like a gust of wind. It rapidly closed in on the position of the giant octopus. Continued attacking, trying to run away. Immediately activate the second form of the sea soul beast, a long Qian. The spear in his hand gradually transformed, taking on the shape of an A-Long. The A-Long stared fiercely at the prey before it. Tin Vu commanded. Long Green used the ultimate skill wrath of the sea god combined with dark ocean dragon. The A-Long flapped its wings powerfully, brilliant energy spreading across the sky. Streams of water began swirling together, gathering at a single point. The two claws of the A-Long pressed together. From that position, countless violent flames erupted. All the power struck directly at the octopus's head. Its enormous body immediately exploded into countless fragments. Dark clouds in the sky gradually dispersed. Bright sunlight shone once again upon the sea. Tin Vu gently descended to the ground. His hair also returned to its normal state. Ham Ham hurried over and called. Tin Vu, he immediately asked, "Look, Kim, do you think I was impressive?" He hugged him tightly and praised him. "Tin Vu, you are truly strong. You are really amazing." Mo Dung Tan laughed and said, "As expected of my good son-in-law." The system displayed a notification. "Congratulations, host, for rescuing Ngu Quan Island and repelling the tsunami, gaining the admiration of the Navy. Achievement rewards have been issued, including star increase and a dragon egg incubator. Please enter the system inventory to claim." Thought to himself, "A dragon egg incubator. Finally, I can hatch that dragon egg." The event quickly appeared in the news with many headlines. Tin Vu alone repelled the tsunami and protected Ngu Quan Island. The residents decided to build a divine statue for him. The official page of the Royal Academy of Science also announced the appointment of Tiu Tin Vu as Black Executive. At the Land Palace, the residents of Thuong Quan Land, Tin Vu stood in the center of the Grand Hall, with ministers lined up neatly on both sides. He bowed respectfully. "Student of Than Long Academy Tiu, Tin Vu greets Her Majesty the Empress." She said, "Lord Tiu, you are too polite. Someone bring a chair." These words shocked the ministers, granting a seat. Even Tin Vu was stunned upon hearing this. When the chair was brought out, he was even more surprised. It was a golden chair. Ta Trung immediately spoke. "Your Majesty the Empress, Tin Vu is still only a young student. Granting such honor so early may not be appropriate." Thuong Quan Lan asked in return, "In what way is it inappropriate? Although Lord Tiu is still a student, he has already helped me resolve 3 great disasters in Hong Yen City, Ngu Quan Island, and the explosive bomb incident. Among you, does anyone have a descendant who has accomplished even one such feat?" Hearing this, he immediately fell silent. "Your Majesty speaks correctly." Behind Ta Trung, someone whispered, "Advisor Ta has served for 20 years and has never been granted a seat. It seems the Empress intends to pressure the #1 minister of Long Nation." He clenched his fists in fury. "That damned brat must be eliminated." Thuong Quan Lan looked over and asked, "Tin Vu, let us speak of official matters. Do you know what day it will be in half a month?" He replied, "The Martial Tournament of the 4 Nations. This is a competition for geniuses of the Northern Hemisphere organized by Long Nation, Sa Ma, Ying Nation, and La Nation. Participants must be 4-star beast tamers, without extraordinary beasts and under 21 years old." He said, "Correct. Than Long Academy has 1 participation slot. Do not lose in the internal selection round." Tin Vu clasped his hands and replied, "I will certainly not disappoint expectations." He asked further, "Your Majesty the Empress, who will take the remaining slots?" He replied, "Xuan Wu Academy does not have outstanding beast tamers, so the remaining 2 slots will go to Bai Hu and Zhu Kue. Today's matters are finished. I am somewhat tired. Everyone withdraw." Everyone responded together, "Your servant takes leave." Outside the hall, people surrounded him with flattery. "Lord Tiu truly is a heroic youth." People competed to speak. "Lord Tiu is young and talented. Surely many pursue you." "My daughter." "Sorry, today I am busy and must return to Long and City." "It is fine. Come visit my place first." Nam stepped forward. "Lord Tiu, did you not make an appointment to purchase thunder minerals from me?" He smiled and replied, "Yes, I made an appointment with Lord Lack. Please excuse me, everyone." Leaving the crowd, Tin Vu let out a breath of relief. Finally escaped. "Thank you, Lord Lack," he replied politely. "Actually, I also have something I wish to discuss." "What matter?" He said, "A fortune teller once said my daughter Lack Ian Than has the fate of bringing prosperity to her husband." He hurriedly waved his hand. "That will not do. If I became your son-in-law, then General Mo Dung would probably strangle me. At this time in the Ta family villa, siblings were dining together. Ta Lin's expression somewhat gloomy. Nguyen asked, Ta Lien, I heard from the doctor that your cycle has problems. What is going on? She immediately panicked. It is nothing. He spoke sternly. The Ta family is about to undertake a great matter. If you do not take care of yourself, it will affect us. He placed beef into her bowl. This dish is delicious. Eat it. Ta Lien accepted the bowl and said, thank you, brother. In her heart she thought, a great matter means rebellion. I am a member of the Ta family. Will I become a burden? In Ta Lien's heart there was only one thought. I want to escape from here. In the imperial palace, Thuong Quan Thien curiously asked, Tin Vu, what method did you use to make the Thunder Jade Killen sign a blood contract with you? He replied, it is only a blood contract. Is it very difficult? I thought everyone could do it. She laughed and said, what a show-off. She asked again, my mother said you will participate in the four-nation martial tournament. Tin Vu nodded, that is right. But I heard Long Nation has only won second place for 3 consecutive years. Why is that? There are no shortage of geniuses. Thuong Quan Thien spoke frankly. The Sa Ma Empire has many monsters like you, but the important thing is they dare to risk their lives. Tin Vu asked, is that all? I also dare to risk my life. She shook her head, completely different. You bear sacrificing the beast you personally raise. Are you willing to let your beast perish together with the enemy? Do you dare trade the future or life of your beast? Tin Vu felt uncomfortable just thinking about it. If my beast died, I would probably go insane. Thuong Quan Thien said, this is the difference between us and the Sa Ma Empire. To them, beasts are only tools, not companions. What we can do, they can also do, even more ruthlessly. I believe you can compete for the championship, but that does not guarantee Long Nation will certainly win. Protect your beasts. If you lose, we will not blame you. Tin Vu replied, I will not let my beasts be injured, but I will not accept defeat either. I will definitely win the championship for Long Nation. That attitude reassured her. I hope you can do it so my mother and I can feel proud. In Longan City, on a lively street, Duong Soch was standing waiting. It is almost 3 o'clock. I wonder if he can return from the Imperial City in time. Ham Ham asked, brother, can we take the 3-star beast tamer exam next month? He replied, I am fine with it. That moment Tin Vu rode the Killen rushing over. The speed was so fast he panicked. Brother Killen slowed down. The Killen braked suddenly, causing Tin Vu to almost fall. Jumped down apologetically. Sorry, I am late, Duong Soch urged. Hurry, everyone is waiting for you. Duong Soch asked, Tin Vu, you are going to participate in the 4-nation martial tournament, right? He wondered why everyone was asking that. Ham Ham said, because among students of the same age, no one is your opponent. Duong Soch handed over his phone. Quickly checked the hot search. Lak Ian Than, a second-year student of Bai Hu Academy, has obtained a participation slot. Tin Vu muttered. Lak Ian Than sounds very familiar. His cheeks turned red. Tin Vu, do you believe in love at first sight? I have been struck by lightning for Miss Lak. Ham Ham said, this is your 183rd love at first sight. Duong Soch protested. Do not talk nonsense. Your brother is very faithful. Ham Ham teased. If one day you become a monk, it probably will not be from enlightenment, but because you like a nun in the temple. Tin Vu only then realized. Lak Ian Than is the daughter of Lak Thien Nam. He thought to himself, such a villainous uncle actually has such a beautiful daughter. Thinking about it again, he felt a little regretful for refusing earlier. At this time, they had entered the food district. He heard people behind discussing. Look, Ta Engai and has just passed the 4-star beast tamer assessment. Unbelievable, his advancement speed is as fast as the dark horse Tin Vu. Tin Vu thought to himself, Ta Engai and has reached 4 stars as well. Impossible. His strength was only around 3 stars. Could he have used forbidden medicine to qualify for the tournament? In another house, Nguyen raised his cup. Van Viet, congratulations, younger brother, for passing the 4-star assessment. Van Viet modestly said it was just luck. Come drink. Nguyen asked, Brother Van, the day after tomorrow, Than Long Academy will have its internal selection. Are you planning to participate? Van Viet replied, of course. I also want to bring glory to the nation. The corner of his mouth slightly lifted. Nguyen said, I heard that first-year Tin Vu will also participate. He is very strong if you lose. Van Viet replied calmly, if I lose, then so be it. Losing means my skills are inferior. Nguyen continued tempting him. Do you not want to show yourself before the one you like? Van Viet asked, what do you mean? Nguyen spoke directly. I know you like Junior Mu Rong Ham Ham, but if you lose to first-year Tin Vu, what will she think? Van Viet fell silent upon hearing those words. Nguyen continued, Brother Van, I can help you. Elsewhere, Deep Thigh Man entered the classroom. Hello, everyone. I am Deep Thigh Man. Please take care of me. The whole class immediately cheered. Ultimate lowly. Do you lack a boyfriend? Such a cute girl. Date me. 3 years in prison would be worth it. Thigh Man smiled and said, no, I came here to find Brother Tin Vu. Everyone immediately turned their heads, their eyes looking at Tin Vu with clear annoyance and jealousy. He quickly explained that he was sorry everyone, they already knew each other from before. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, so it is Tin Vu again. Why does every good thing fall into his hands? Truly makes people jealous. A man sitting beside him asked softly, Brother, can we go outside and eat something? Tin Vu reminded Man that it was only 8 o'clock, study obediently. She wondered did he not say they could skip class. He hurriedly replied, do not talk nonsense like that. Tin Vu suddenly remembered something and asked Man whether her family was easy to approach. Besides Deep Suong and Gung, were there other siblings? She replied there were many. The eldest cousin Deep Fong is a young master who spends money like water. Last time he even pursued a very beautiful teacher. The second cousin Deep Pham cannot control beasts, but his swordsmanship is extremely powerful, and he can hunt magical beasts. The third cousin Deep Tu is obsessed with games, and seems to have even won some award. Fourth cousin Deep On is an elite figure in the business world. Tin Vu hurriedly interrupted, saying, all right, I will not ask any more. Tell me about Deep Suong and Gung. She commented that her sister is very approachable. The scene shifted to the forest. Tu Yu received the command and immediately breathed fire. Tu Yu Phoenix King unleashed purple radiance Phoenix fire. Tin Vu bent down to dodge the attack and shouted, Man, this is what you call approachable. I just arrived and already got attacked. She hid behind a tree and replied softly that it was true. That moment, Suong and Gung stepped forward and coldly asked whether he had kidnapped her younger sister. Tin Vu immediately retorted, who kidnapped her? Do you believe I will sue you for slander? She ordered Tu Yu Phoenix King not to hold back anymore and teach him a lesson. Phoenix fire. Tu Yu flapped its wings and soared into the air, fierce flames erupting around its body. Tin Vu immediately summoned his beast. The Beast King Generation Pure Blood Phoenix Tu Yu Phoenix King. It seems we must fight. Come out, Hak Fong. As soon as Hak Fong appeared, it released the move Hellfire Lotus. Two violent forces collided with each other. Hak Fong was pushed back a distance. Tin Vu also panted, as expected of a rare genius girl. Her strength is already close to the level of a 6-star beast tamer. Thigh Man hurriedly stood between the two of them. Brother, stop fighting. Suong and Gung shouted Man. He quickly pleaded on his behalf. Before I stubbornly ran away from home, it was he who took me in and helped cure my fear of magical beasts. Suong and Gung stepped forward and asked Man whether her fear of magical beasts was truly cured. She nodded firmly. Otherwise, how could Than Long Academy accept me? Suong and Gung said apologetically, sorry, I misunderstood you. Do not hold it against your senior sister. It was just a misunderstanding. He replied that it was fine. She saw his wound and said, your injury. Sorry, I will compensate you now. Tin Vu asked in surprise, how will you compensate? Suong and Gung replied coldly, 1 arm in exchange for 1 arm. After saying that she walked to a tree and injured her own arm, Tin Vu said in alarm, sister, Deep, there is no need to do this. He quickly grabbed Suong and Gung's injured arm, and he transmitted healing energy into it. A surge of power suddenly rose to the top of Tin Vu's head. Even Suong and Gung held her forehead from the sudden pain. Tin Vu's expression suddenly changed, as if he had realized something. Both girls exclaimed in shock at the same time, platinum energy. Red-feathered phoenix. Both of them shared the same question, who exactly are you? Returning to the present, Tin Vu and Suong and Gung pointed at each other simultaneously asking, who exactly are you? Thigh Man hurriedly explained, brother, she is my sister Deep Suong and Gung. Sister, he is my brother Tin Vu. The two of you started fighting as soon as you met. After hearing that, Tin Vu said it was nothing. Suong and Gung thought to herself, was that scene just now an illusion? What relationship does that man have with Tin Vu? Tin Vu also felt strange. Those feathers were like swords that made his heart ache and created an unreasonable fear. I will think about this later. Thigh Man thanked Tin Vu for curing her sister's fear of magical beasts. He is the benefactor of the Deep family. Tin Vu looked at Suong and Gung and said, senior sister, you are also injured. Let me heal you. Called Xyro Yin. It appeared and wrapped around Tin Vu's wrist. Suong and Gung immediately recognized it as an ancient plant-type beast with the illusion god Bloodline heavenly soul vine. Tin Vu praised her, saying, senior sister truly has sharp eyes. She handed him a card and said, to express my gratitude, please accept this Phoenix Gold card. In any store of the Deep Group you may shop for free. Tin Vu said in shock, a Phoenix Gold card of the Deep Group. This is too valuable. He said, junior brother Tiu, do not refuse. This is only a small token from the Deep family. If you need help in the future, contact me and I will assist at any time. Tin Vu accepted it and thanked her. In his heart, he thought this woman, if she were in a martial arts novel, would definitely be the senior sister type, most loved by the male protagonist. Seeing Suong and Gung cough lightly a few times, Tin Vu guessed that her health had some problem. He immediately activated Heavenly Eye to examine her. He discovered 2U Phoenix King possessed the SSS Beast Energy Purple Radiance Heavenly Flame. This flame, though hot, contained the cold essence of the cosmos. Through the blood contract, it passed into the beast tamer's body, causing cold energy infection. He thought he would wait until he researched medicine before telling her later. The library of Than Long Academy. Van Viet looked at the bookshelf in front of him and muttered strangely, "I remember all the water element combat skills were on shelf number 14. Why are they gone now?" Tin Vu behind him reminded that yesterday the librarian reorganized everything. "The book you need is on the third row of shelf 19. Van Viet turned to look at him and said, "You look somewhat familiar. Who are you?" Tin Vu replied, "I am Tin Vu. Greetings, senior brother." He said, "Thank you, junior brother Tiu." In his heart, he thought so it is him. As long as I defeat him, I will attract Ham's attention. If I win, perhaps I can also shine in the martial tournament. Suddenly, a voice called Tin Vu from behind. He raised the book and said, "Luke Kim, I found the nether element combat skill you needed." She replied, "Then let us go back." Luke Kim said, "Today I learned to make spicy steamed fish. Let us eat at home." She handed him a scarf and said, "I repaired your scarf already. It is just a little ugly." Tin Vu accepted it and said, "Not at all. The most precious thing is the warmth you give me. Besides, it is not ugly." She smiled and asked, "Really?" He nodded in confirmation. Van Viet watched their backs leaving and sighed. Their relationship is truly good. I should not interfere. In his hand, he was holding a small bottle of medicine. He thought that using such a method was truly not honorable. Then he crushed the medicine bottle. There is no need to use it. Outside, it was already night, and many people were strolling along the street. In a restaurant, Nguyen and was still persuading Van Viet to reconsider. But Van Viet said he had already thought carefully. Ham never liked him. Tin Vu is also very strong, and they love each other. That is enough. Nguyen wanted to say more, but Van Viet interrupted. "I will compete openly with Tin Vu. Winning means winning, losing means losing. I will not use despicable tricks." After speaking, he stood up and left, leaving Nguyen and frowning as he watched. Nguyen coldly ordered Tan Nguyen to initiate Plan B. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Nguyen entered and respectfully greeted young Master Ta. Nguyen looked warily at the person beside her and asked who he was. Tan Nguyen said he was her new partner. Though somewhat weak, he was very ambitious. The man also bowed in greeting. Nguyen said coldly, "I do not care what he is like. The only requirement is that on the day of the competition deal with Van Viet." Tan Nguyen replied, "Understood. I guarantee the mission will be completed." Nguyen Deem Tham gritted his teeth in hatred. "Tin Vu, this time I will definitely make you lose everything." The next day in a central city building, Tin Vu was placing food for Ham and said, "Luke Kim, eat more or the baby in the future will be hungry." She puffed her cheeks and said, "If you keep joking like that, I will not talk to you anymore." He quickly apologized. Suddenly, Tin Vu turned his head sharply to look behind him, because he sensed the aura of a dark beast tamer. He remembered that since killing Vuong Dong Thang, the Dark Guild had not made any move. Now that they appeared again, perhaps there was a scheme. Tin Vu stood up and said, "Luke Kim, you eat first. I will go outside to make a call." Outside, he immediately called someone. UNHA looked at her phone in surprise. "How does Tin Vu have my number? Did the Empress give it to him?" She cleared her throat and answered the call. UNHA asked in a deep voice, "Is this Tin Vu?" He spoke urgently, "I have urgent information to report." She replied, "Speak." Tin Vu said he had just sensed the aura of a dark beast tamer. UNHA asked in shock, "Are you certain? This is not a joke." He confirmed with certainty. She said, "Stay in contact. I will arrive immediately." After hanging up, she turned to take her coat. He put the coat on. UNHA put on the armor of the Black Underworld High Priest. She muttered, "How troublesome, I have to work overtime again." Meanwhile, at Than Long Academy, everything remained peaceful. Van Viet suddenly felt his head spinning. "Damn, why am I so dizzy? Could it be the wine I drank with Ta Nguyen and was too strong?" Tan Nguyen suddenly appeared behind him and asked, "Are you young Master Van Viet?" He turned back and replied, "Yes, I am Van Viet, and who are you?" He smiled faintly and said, "Then it is the right person." A sharp hidden weapon instantly flashed past his face. Van Viet clutched his wounded arm and shouted, "Who exactly are you? What do you want with me?" In Tan Nguyen's palm, a rat was gnawing at his ear. She laughed coldly and said, "You still do not understand. I came to take your life." Van Viet immediately raised his hand, intending to summon Mad Wolf War Master. After calling, the beast did not appear at all. He murmured in shock, "My Mad Wolf War Master is not responding to the summon." At that moment, he suddenly remembered the drinking appointment with Nguyen. Van Viet suddenly realized this was a conspiracy. That cup of wine must have had a problem. Tan Nguyen reminded softly, "Tin Vu, make your move." He asked blankly, "Tin Vu." Behind Van Viet, something small like a needle suddenly stabbed into his back. Vuong Deem spoke, "Sorry about this, senior brother Van." Van Viet misunderstood and turned around shouting, "Tin Vu, did you arrange all of this? Why would you do this?" He pulled out the needle and said, "Senior brother, sorry. After all, the internal selection round only has one slot." Really want to win, so I do not want unexpected accidents. Van Viet immediately fled. Tin Vu, I will go to the Academy Council and expose this. The two people watched him leave and laughed proudly, because the plan had succeeded. Meanwhile, Tin Vu was waiting outside and wondered strangely, why did senior brother Van Viet ask me to come here? When he saw him approaching with an exhausted appearance, he called out in surprise, Van Viet. Tin Vu ran over and asked senior brother Van Viet what happened. Van Viet said angrily, Tin Vu, you even chased me all the way here. Tin Vu heard that and completely did not understand what chasing meant. Van Viet shouted angrily, what did I do to offend you that you pushed me to death? Why did you do this? Tin Vu said in confusion, when did I harm you? Suddenly Van Viet's entire body stiffened. Tin Vu panicked, thinking, could he be about to explode? He immediately activated Divine Eye to check and discovered poison inside his body. He quickly said, Brother Van Viet, calm down quickly, otherwise you will die. But as soon as he finished speaking, Van Viet's body exploded right before his eyes. Fresh blood splattered all over Tin Vu. He stood frozen, looking at his body covered in blood. Tin Vu slowly raised his head and looked upward, and discovered a camera recording directly at him. Around him, several students were panicking. A female student screamed in fear, Murder, Tin Vu murdered someone. He pointed at himself in surprise. I murdered someone. After that, Tin Vu was taken to Hong Tran 2 for interrogation. Inside the room, the sound of the judge's gavel struck loudly. Thieu Khan asked sternly, Tin Vu, you are suspected of intentionally killing senior brother Van Viet at Than Long Academy. Do you have anything to say? He replied, Lord Thieu Khan, he was not killed by me. This is clearly a frame-up. Said Lord Thieu, you also know Hong Tran 2 always acts impartially. Whether it is a frame-up or not must depend on evidence. A USB drive was inserted into the projector. On the screen appeared a scene of someone preparing to stab a needle into Van Viet's back. Tin Vu was shocked when he saw that video. He said that person is not me, and I also had no time to commit the crime. Thieu Khan replied, I also see suspicious points, but right now you are still a suspect. He struck the gavel and declared the detention order. In the seats below, someone raised a hand and said, wait. A girl stood up and said, Tin Vu is a student of Than Long Academy. We understand his character and ability. He has no reason to kill. Tin Vu thought silently, the principal trusts me that much. At that moment, Thuong Quan Thien entered and called Lord Thieu Khan. He said in surprise, Princess. He said Tin Vu's case is very important and not something you should handle. My mother requests to bring him to De Lan Palace for questioning. Thieu Khan immediately replied, if it is the decree of the Empress, then I obey. Nhu Yen opened her phone and said, because of Tin Vu and Tu Fuang, we cannot wait for death. We must inform leader Liat Dean. Du Nha had arrived at the crime scene and used equipment to inspect the blood. She discovered blue fluorescence, indeed the heart-amplifying grass of the Rakshasa sect. Scene shifted to De Lan Palace. Van Tan held his son's portrait and demanded justice. Your Majesty, the Empress, I only have one son. Even if I must risk my life, I will make Tin Vu pay. Person beside Thuong Quan Lan shouted loudly, insolence. This is De Lan Palace. How dare you cry before the Empress? The Empress said, Fu Ling, you do not understand the pain of losing a child. Step down. She replied, yes, Your Majesty. That moment, a soldier reported that Tin Vu had been brought in. Thuong Quan Lan said, Elder Van, if you have anything, confront Tin Vu directly. He replied, I will definitely make him pay for Viet Nha. Van Tan turned and asked, what grudge did my son have with you? Why did you kill him? Tin Vu said firmly, Manager Van, he was not killed by me. Van Tan shouted angrily, there is video evidence, and you still deny it. Tin Vu said, I know it is hard for you to believe, but the dead cannot return. Please restrain your grief. Those words made Van Tan even more furious. My son died without a complete body, and you tell me to restrain grief. You have no right to say that. Ah Trung intervened and said, Elder Van, do not be agitated. Let me handle the rest. He walked past Tin Vu and approached Thuong Quan Lan. Ah Trung's face was gloomy, making it impossible to guess what he intended to do. Tin Vu looked at him with vigilance as a sense of unease rose. Ah Trung bowed and said, Your Majesty, the Empress, the matter of Van Viet has shocked the entire nation. If no explanation is given to the people, the authority of the throne will be affected. Tin Vu immediately understood. Ta Trung, you are plotting against me. Thuong Quan Lan asked coldly, Advisor Ta, what do you mean? He replied, I believe the problem must be solved at its root, and Tin Vu is the root. Ta Trung pointed directly at Tin Vu and said, let him pay with his life for the dead. Van Tan knelt gratefully and said, Lord Ta truly understands reason. Thank you for speaking for the Van family. Ta Trung pretended to help him up and said this is what should be done. Tin Vu watched the scene with disgust and said, Ta Trung, today you insist on taking my life, right? Mo Dung Tan immediately stepped forward and shouted, who dares touch my son-in-law? He pointed at Van Tan and said, your son was not killed by Tin Vu. If you want revenge, find the real murderer. If you dare touch my son-in-law, then 3,000 naval warships will show you the consequences. Van Tan asked then, who is the real murderer? At that moment, another person entered and said this old man, Meng Trong Quang, guarantees, in the name of the Royal Academy of Science Director, that Tin Vu is not the murderer. Ta Trung sneered, Elder Meng, have you become confused? For the sake of the black executive, you do not even want your reputation. Elder Meng angrily pointed at him and shouted, brat, when I worked with your father, you had not even grown hair on your head. Lam Bak Tian and Tran Nam also entered and said, Ta Trung, what do you mean? After I left the academy, does the academy no longer have a voice? Tin Vu's life I will protect. Their appearance left Ta Trung stunned. He could not believe that Spirit King Lam Bak Tian of Dong Long Vane and King Deep Tran Nam of Ha Long Vane had appeared together. Thuong Quan Lan asked Flame King, why are you also protecting Tin Vu? He replied, for only one reason. This boy cured my granddaughter's fear of magical beasts. He is the benefactor of the Deep family. Tin Vu looked at Tran Nam and realized he was the grandfather of Deep Thai Man. Van Tan accused 2 kings and 1 general all standing with Tin Vu. Is that why you dare to be so arrogant? Tin Vu replied, unhappily they volunteered to help me. I did not ask them. At that moment, a bird flew to the front of the Great Hall. The bird landed on Shang Yuanlan's hand, a small letter tightly tied to its leg. He gently untied the letter and slowly opened it to read. After reading the contents, Shang Yuanlan's expression immediately relaxed with joy. He spoke, the 3 of you came because of Tin Vu. You must believe he is innocent. If that is the case, then, with the 3 of you standing as guarantors, I will temporarily release him. Van Tan immediately objected, impossible, impossible. What about my son's life? Does his life mean nothing? Does the law still exist or not? Ta Trung continued, Your Majesty, this case has not yet been clearly investigated. Tin Vu cannot be released so casually. Mo Dung Tan threatened coldly, Ta Trung, if you continue clinging to this matter, I will dispatch a naval fleet to patrol the Ta family's water gardens. Bak Tian pointed straight at him. Ta Trung, if you keep causing trouble, I will turn the back courtyard of the Ta residence into a training ground for the mechanical beast army. That man was left speechless, you people. Van Tan clung to Ta Trung and pleaded, Lord Ta, you are my last hope. Please, you must demand justice for my son. In the end, Ta Trung could only sigh, Steward Van, let us go. That man looked at Tin Vu with contempt. Do you think having 3 powerful figures backing you will keep you safe? The more it is like this, the faster your death will come. Van Tan blamed himself, Viet Nhi. Because your father is useless, no one will help us. But I swear I will personally reclaim justice for you. Night fell, cold moonlight spread across the silent forest. News spread across the internet. Have you heard? Tin Vu has been declared innocent and even gained the right to participate in the competition. Impossible. Will the death of Van Viet just be ignored like that? Killing someone without paying with a life. With 2 kings and 1 general guaranteeing him even killing 100 Van Viets would not matter. Does the law still exist? 122,731 comments, 290,000 followers. A post from an anonymous account. All those harsh comments fell into Tin Vu's eyes. Duanha observed his reaction and asked, are you not angry? Tin Vu calmly replied, Lord Duanha, they are merely people led by emotion. Why should I be angry? The ones who deserve death are not them. He secretly swore for himself and for Senior Van Viet who died unjustly. He would certainly eliminate the disaster called the Ta family. At Yin Mountain, there was a centralized training camp. Yen Enhin drove him there. Tin Vu, I believe you did not kill Van Viet. Do not let that affect your competitive state. Tin Vu got out of the car and said, Principal, rest assured, I am not that weak. He sighed softly, still worried about this student in her heart. Meanwhile, Tin Vu looked up at the mountain ahead. It was said that many powerful monsters hid within Yin Nan Mountain. Contestants encountering accidents was not rare. If someone wanted to make a move, this place was indeed the perfect opportunity. As he stepped inside, several figures were secretly hiding behind the rock ahead. Tin Vu released Lei and Gok Kai Lan from the beast space. Suddenly a voice called out, Tin Vu. He turned his head to look back, so you have finally arrived. Claw from above suddenly lunged down toward him. Quickly die. That strike grabbed only empty air. Lei and Gok Kai Lan swiftly slid aside and avoided the attack. A terrifying skeleton appeared before him. Its back was Van Tan. Tin Vu, you killed my son. Today you must pay the price. Tin Vu calmly said, Steward Van, I will remind you one last time. Senior Van Viet was not killed by me. The old man roared in fury. You are about to die and still dare to make excuses. I'll kill you to comfort Viet Nhi's soul. Boneflame Spear Tomb King, kill him for me. Tin Vu immediately summoned his beast. Come out a Long Key. The creature that appeared instantly released a powerful orb. Long Key flapped its wings and rushed straight toward the opponent. The Boneflame creature swung its massive arm toward a Long Key. Only now did Van Tan realize, Imperial Beast of the Ocean System, no wonder you are so confident. Tin Vu advised him, I pity you, so I will say one thing, stop now. I do not want to kill you. The old man sneered coldly, stop my hand. Impossible. Your beast cannot unleash its full strength in the deep forest. Besides, I still have a helper. Van Tan turned his head and shouted, "Ghost wicked lady, come help me." A voice answered, "I am coming immediately. Leave it to me." He released the rat in her hand. "Go. Help Lord Van activate his potential." The rat jumped onto Van Tan's shoulder. It bit fiercely into his neck, and fresh blood burst out. The energy around Van Tan instantly erupted violently. He roared as the surrounding aura swirled violently. Tin Vu was shocked. "A dark beast tamer, you colluded with that kind of person." Van Tan roared madly, "As long as I can kill you, I am willing to cooperate with anyone." Char. Tan Nuong looked at Tin Vu with interest. "If I kill him, I will have money to spend for the rest of my life." Rat began to swell in size. In just a moment, it transformed into a gigantic monster, standing on 2 legs. Tin Vu glanced at it and murmured, "2 king-level beasts, truly difficult to deal with." Suddenly, a large flock of birds appeared in the sky, flying toward them. Duanhe stood in midair and spoke, "Rakshasa Gate Ghost Remnant Lady, you have finally revealed yourself." Van Tan looked up in shock. "What is happening?" Tan Nuong revealed a terrified expression. "High Priest of Black Nether." Tin Vu asked with joy, "Mr. Duanhe, you have finally arrived." Van Tan pleaded, "Lord Duanhe, please give me a chance for revenge. After I finish, I will go to the capital to accept punishment." Duanhe said, "Steward Van, surrender and be bound. For the sake of our past as colleagues, I do not wish to make things difficult for you." Van Tan roared in rage, "Why is everyone standing on Tin Vu's side? Everyone stops me. Does no one pity my son and me? I only want to avenge my son." She said coldly, "Van Tan, the real murderer is standing right in front of you. Do you still want to be her pawn?" Jerked and turned behind him. "What?" Van Tan could not believe it, "So it was you." Tan Nuong decided to risk everything. It was not easy to reach this step. "I must kill Tin Vu." He ordered Demon Eye Brocade Rat of the 4 Directions, "Quickly control Van Tan." At the same moment, Van Tan's neck throbbed with pain. The bite mark glowed strangely. Tin Vu was secretly alarmed. "This is bad." Van Tan's eyes turned blood red. He completely lost control. His bone flame was the same, its eyes glowing with terrifying crimson. Duanhe immediately rushed straight forward. She approached the bone flame creature first. The gigantic body of the bone flame slammed heavily into Duanhe. He blocked the strike with her hand. Tin Vu watched in extreme astonishment. A piece of bone from the bone flame's body was violently torn out by Duanhe. This moment, her face became extremely serious. Duanhe swung the massive bone and smashed it directly into the bone flame. Tin Vu was stunned. How is her body so strong? Could this be the power of a 9-star beast tamer? The system displayed information unknown. She turned her head to look at the one watching her carefully, then asked, "Tin Vu, what are you thinking about?" He forced a smile. "Nothing. It is just Lord Duanhe. Where is your beast?" He replied calmly, "The fewer people who know about me, the safer it is. Normally, I do not need to use a beast." Tan Nuong screamed, "Ghost Eye Brocade Rat, quickly control the High Priest of Blacknet." The rat immediately rushed toward Duanhe. She raised the bone in her hand. Duanhe used force and hurled it violently toward it. The bone pierced straight through the rat's body. Tan Nuong was horrified into speechlessness. She stammered while looking at her back. "A 9-star beast tamer? Impossible. What exactly are you?" Forced down onto the ground, Tan Nuong sneered coldly, "An antidote. We are assassins. How could we possibly create such a thing? Do not even think about prying any truth from my mouth." Seeing that she still stubbornly refused to confess, Duanhe immediately struck to end her life. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, even spraying onto her face. Tin Vu gratefully said, "Thank you, Mr. Duanhe." She glanced at the remaining person and said, "Ghost Remnant Lady no longer has any interrogation value. The only clue now is Van Tan." Tin Vu slowly stepped forward toward Van Tan. The old man trembled and said, "Lord Tiu, please." He immediately cut him off. "Steward Van, there is no need to apologize. This matter is not over yet." Van Tan sighed, "I understand. My old life is in your hands." Tin Vu shook his head. "That is not what I mean. Steward Van, the Rakshasa Gate has no grudge against the Van family. In your opinion, why would they kill Van Viet and frame me? Think carefully before the night of the incident who Van Viet met. After Van Viet died, who stepped forward to speak for you? Was your relationship with that person very close? And who introduced Ghost Remnant Lady to you? That person is the murderer who killed your son." And Tan thought for a moment, then suddenly remembered, "I know now. I remember." But before he could finish speaking, a sharp horn pierced through his chest. Everything happened too quickly, leaving Tin Vu stunned. Duanhe immediately looked toward the direction of the attack. Van Tan was in such pain that his entire body convulsed. He had already died. The one standing behind him was Ta Trung. Frowned and asked, "Lord Ta, what do you mean by doing this?" He calmly walked forward to stand before them. In the air, a single eye hovered, emitting a gloomy, terrifying aura. Ta Trung looked extremely calm, as if everything had already been planned. That sudden appearance made Tin Vu instantly vigilant. He secretly realized it was the Abyssal Lord, a god-slaying beast of the first stage carrying illusion god bloodline. Ta Trung said, "Lord Duanhe, Lord Tiu, is the genius most valued by the Empress. Seeing him in danger, I intervened to help. There should be no problem. She asked coldly which eye of Lord Ta saw that Tin Vu was in mortal danger. He pointed at the bone flame beast. Was this king-level beast not secretly raised by Van Tan to deal with Lord Tiu? UNHA continued speaking after discovering that Van Tan plotted to assassinate Tin Vu. He sneered lightly with my status and ability. Investigating such information is as easy as turning my hand. Lord Tiu, the father and son of the Van family, are dead. Do you still wish to continue investigating this case? If you dig deeper, more people may die. Hearing that, Tin Vu immediately became angry. Investigate. Of course it must be investigated. Ta Trung narrowed his eyes and looked at him coldly. Tin Vu said clearly, I will find the one behind everything and make him lose reputation and destroy his family. He calmly asked, so Lord Tiu is suspecting me? Tin Vu replied, the truly guilty one only needs to wait. Sooner or later he will reveal himself. Ta Trung turned his head to look behind them, so that is how it is. Buck Lin stepped forward and clasped his hands. Three lords. Empress has summoned the three of you to the De Lan Hall for discussion. Ta Trung nodded. Very well. I will come immediately. He withdrew the gloomy eye into his palm. Tin Vu and Du Nha exchanged glances. Tin Vu said, Lord Du Nha, please arrange someone to bury Steward Van. She replied, assassinating a royal official is a grave crime. This matter should be decided by the Empress. She then asked, in your opinion, what relationship does Ta Trung have with the Rakshasa Gate? Tin Vu stated firmly, Ta Trung is the president of the Rakshasa Gate. She smiled faintly. That is truly an extremely bold deduction. After that, the two returned to the Imperial Palace and entered the De Lan Hall. The three entered the hall and paid respects before the Empress. Shangguan Lan said, I have heard about the matter. Ghost Remnant Lady and Van Tan are both dead. Before he died, did he reveal anything? Nha replied, we had no chance to extract further clues. The Empress concluded, if that is the case, the Van family case ends here. Tin Vu, in this investigation, you uncovered Ghost Remnant Lady of the Rakshasa Gate and made great contributions. Shangguan Lan granted a reward to Tin Vu. Lin brought over a wooden box. Inside were two rare treasures. Ta Trung glanced at them and immediately recognized Thunderburst Explosive Bomb and Nether Thunder Lingjai. Both enhance the power of lightning-type beasts. A fine horse needs a fine saddle. Putting aside grudges, Tin Vu is truly a rare genius. Shangguan Lan said, I am tired. Everyone may withdraw now. Everyone responded in unison, we obey. At the Ta residence, a phone rang. Ta Trung picked up the call. Director of the Vermilion Bird Academy. What is the matter? Voice on the other side asked, Lord Ta, your son has been absent from school for several days. Is he ill? He replied, my son is not sick. He is in closed training preparing for the martial tournament. The other side sighed in relief. If he has your guidance, that is excellent. The conversation ended after a few polite exchanges. Trung opened the door to his son's room. He saw Nguyen lying collapsed on the bed, with piles of trash scattered around. Ta Trung irritably yanked away the blanket covering him. Nguyen shrank on the bed, trembling all over. He said in fear, Father, I am so worried. Will Tin Vu discover the truth? What should I do? Ta Trung held his son and comforted him. Nguyen, and do not be afraid. Father is here. I will absolutely not let anything happen to you. But in his heart he felt contempt for this cowardly appearance. Is this really the son of Ta Trung? If only Tin Vu were my son, that would be truly perfect.